In the summer of 2049, a season as ordinary as any other, nearly every person on the planet was abuzz with talk of a live crime-themed reality show. As the global population grew, crime rates also rose incessantly. This live reality show, Global Manhunt, produced by the world's top 10 security companies, aimed to understand various criminal methods and psychologies through the global broadcast, enabling better prediction of criminal acts. The much-anticipated live reality show officially launched today. The beautiful hostess Chen Yifei stood in the studio and said to the camera, "Dear viewers, welcome to the 2049 Global Synchronized Live Crime Reality Show, Global Manhunt. This is a 100 real crime reality show. The prize money is as high as $100 billion. As long as contestants complete each round's tasks, they will receive corresponding bonuses and advance to the next round. Dear viewers, are you tempted? If so, call the number below to sign up. Warm reminder, all contestants must sign an insurance contract before the competition, as they may face life-threatening danger during the game. Now I declare that the first episode of the first season of the 2049 Global Synchronized Live Reality Show, Global Manhunt, will officially start in 1 hour. The task scenario for this round is Bank Heist. Here I declare again, contestants playing the role of robbers in the task scenario will be granted immunity from prosecution. Anything they do during the task will not be punished by law." After saying this, the beautiful hostess Chen Yifei looked at the large screen in front of her, which showed that the global simultaneous live viewership had exceeded 4 billion people. In 2049, the global population had exceeded 10 billion and was still growing. Now let me introduce the rules of the bank heist task. In the bank heist, there are two sides. One consists of 100 elite pursuers selected from the world's top 10 security groups. After hostess Chen Yifei finished, the camera switched to a police station yard. 100 pursuers wearing black matte mechanical armor stood in the yard. They looked like robotic police officers from movies with no skin visible at all. Viewers watching the live broadcast were instantly awed by the pursuers' presence. Comments flooded in, "Wow, no way, these pursuers look so cool. 100 pursuers, do the contestants even have a chance? The pursuers are so cool, they look like future soldiers." Then the camera switched back to the studio, where hostess Chen Yifei smiled and said, "I believe many of you, after seeing these pursuers, must be sweating for our contestants. Next, I will introduce the contestants of this task. First, to ensure authenticity, the pursuers have no information about the contestants. There are 10 contestants in total. The first from the United States is a black boxing fighter, Robert. The second from Japan is the femme fatale, Yamamoto Yoshizawa. The third from France is the master thief, Guy. The fourth, also from the United States, is an special forces soldier, Jonathan. The fifth from the United Kingdom is a heavy convict from a cyber prison, Bogut. The sixth from Afghanistan is the bomb fanatic, Kandam. The seventh from South Korea is the fraudster, Park Jong-hoon. The eighth, also from South Korea, is the judo black belt, Kim Jae-sun. The ninth from Italy is the racer, Kane. The last one from China is the gentle and refined suit-wearing thug, Xiao Wuye. As hostess Chen Yifei introduced the 10 contestants, the camera also turned to them. At that moment, the 10 contestants were sitting in a warehouse, not talking to each other. Then hostess Chen Yifei continued, "Dear viewers, our competition location is in Los Angeles, United States. The winning prize for this round, 1 million per person. And their task is to rob 100 million in Los Angeles. Escape successfully with the cash and evade the pursuers for 1 week to complete the task. During the competition, we do not provide any weapons or equipment, nor do we designate any specific bank. The task duration is 30 days. If the 100 million is not robbed within 30 days of the task, is considered failed. Alright, dear viewers, there are only 10 minutes left before the task begins. Will the contestants win or the pursuers win? Let's wait and see." After the host finished, the camera turned to the contestants again. At this moment, Xiao Wuye, with handsome features, well-proportioned figure, and a gentle appearance, wearing a black suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looked like a wealthy young master sitting on a chair. Among the many contestants, many were selected from prisons, as they could get reduced sentences if they completed the task. Some were ex-convicts coming for the money. Among them, only Xiao Wuye had no criminal record, was not a criminal, and did not lack money. He joined purely for the thrill. Xiao Wuye was a very mysterious person. He had no criminal record, no job, and had been an orphan since childhood, yet his bank account held 200 million. After investigation by the top 10 security companies and the police, all they knew was that the money came from a casino transferred into his account, and nothing else could be found. However, suspiciously, one of the casino's businesses was money laundering. Just 10 minutes before the task began, someone started speaking first, since this task was supposed to be a team effort on the surface. Getting to know each other was necessary, especially since they had to choose a leader. However, Xiao Wuye remained silent, because he was conversing with another voice inside his head. Xiao Wuye had been an orphan since childhood. He didn't know his parents grew up in an orphanage and always wore a necklace. It was said that the necklace was left to him by his parents. The necklace was very ordinary, made of silver with a pendant like a black pearl at the bottom. He had worn the necklace since he could remember. But just now when he went to the restroom, he encountered Robert from the United States coming out. Robert seemed to look down on Asians and deliberately bumped Xiao Wuye with his arm. It exactly cracked the black pearl on Xiao Wuye's necklace. Just as Xiao Wuye was about to strike, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Perfect crime system is activating. The black pearl pendant given to Xiao Wuye by his parents was struck by Robert, a fellow contestant, and a crack appeared on it. Suddenly a black light shot out from the black pearl, directly piercing through Xiao Wuye's chest and burrowing into his mind. Xiao Wuye immediately felt a sharp pain in his head. The excruciating pain only subsided after he came out of the restroom and sat down on a chair. Still puzzled by the sudden headache, a ding sound echoed in his mind. The perfect crime system has fused with the host. The perfect crime system is activating. 1020. 100. Activation complete. The host has received a novice gift pack. Open it now. Xiao Wuye narrowed his eyes slightly, then pretended to look around casually. Finding no one talking to him, he became convinced the voice came from within his mind. At that moment the system prompt sounded again. Does the host wish to open the novice gift pack now? Xiao Wuye hesitated briefly, then said in his mind, open. As soon as he said it, a ding resounded in his head. Novice gift pack opened. Congratulations, host. All attributes 30. Congratulations, host. You have obtained God-level brain. God-level brain is being installed. 1020. 100. Installation complete. After the system prompts faded, a status panel appeared before Xiao Wuye. Host Xiao Wuye. Strength, 160. Normal person, 115. Agility, 165. Normal person, 115. Intelligence, 185. Normal person, 115. System modification, God-level brain. System shop, not yet opened. A normal person's base value is 115 points. The host's original strength, agility, and intelligence are 15, 20, and 40 points higher than normal respectively. As the status panel appeared, Xiao Wuye clearly felt his body suddenly brimming with explosive power. He looked at the panel and asked in confusion, what is the system shop? How do I open it? After he spoke, a ding sounded in his mind. The system shop contains various weapons, equipment, and skills. The condition to open it is that the host's crime amount must reach $1 billion. Xiao Wuye was not surprised by the 1 billion figure, as it was not difficult for him. Just then Xiao Wuye suddenly heard the wail of an air raid siren outside. At the same time, host Chen Lufei held the microphone and said excitedly to the camera, dear viewers, the first episode of the first season of the Global Wanted Live reality show now officially begins. When host Chen Lufei finished speaking, the live audience became excited, as they were not only watching the competition, but also placing bets. After the air raid siren, 100 hunters boarded 25 off-road vehicles marked with hunter logos and drove out of the police station to patrol the streets. On the other side, the contestants began discussing the bank robbery. Yamamoto Yoshizawa from Country R looked at the others and said, everyone, I think we should first choose a leader. Since all contestants wore Bluetooth earphones with a built-in translation system, communication was seamless. However, when Xiao Wuye heard Yamamoto Yoshizawa speaking in Japanese, a ding sounded in his mind. God-level brain is learning the other language. Ding, learning complete. Congratulations, host. You have learned Japanese. Xiao Wuye slowly raised his hand to his ear and gently removed the Bluetooth earphone. Sure enough, he could understand Yamamoto without it. But he did not reveal this. Instead, he quietly put the earphone back. At this moment, Xiao Wuye was filled with shock. He had not expected the God-level brain to be so powerful. Just by hearing Yamamoto speak, he could instantly master the language. After Yamamoto finished, Robert, who had bumped into Xiao Wuye earlier, stood up and said arrogantly, this is Country, my turf. I think no one should object to me being the leader. Robert then glanced disdainfully at the other contestants. But no one spoke, neither agreeing nor opposing. After all, Robert was a local, which would make things more convenient. Just as Robert was about to declare himself the leader of the team, seeing no opposition, a cold voice suddenly rang out, even if you're a local, that doesn't mean you're fit to be the team leader. Everyone turned to look at Xiao Wuye, who had been silent all along. Robert's face immediately showed a look of extreme contempt. Robert suddenly walked toward Xiao Wuye, saying coldly, what does this yellow pig also want to be the team leader? Xiao Wuye gently pushed up his glasses and replied, yellow pig. Ha, if you don't learn to speak properly, you might lose your life at any moment. Robert's face twisted with anger. He walked up to Xiao Wuye, pointed at his forehead, and shouted, I'll call you yellow pig. Yellow pig. Xiao Wuye slowly stood up, smiling lightly, and pushed his glasses again. Just as the other contestants wondered what Xiao Wuye would say, he suddenly grabbed Robert's finger and twisted it backward with a quick inch force. A crisp crack sounded and Robert's finger was broken. But it didn't end there. As Robert let out a scream of agony, Xiao Wuye sidestepped, grabbed Robert's chin, and twisted it sharply. Another clear crack echoed. Robert's scream abruptly stopped. The other contestants stared in shock, never expecting Xiao Wuye to snap Robert's neck without warning. Then a thud sounded as Robert's body, once arrogant, fell to the ground. A corpse. At that moment, host Chen Lufei and the live audience were all silent. They had never expected that the seemingly gentle, frail Xiao Wuye could be so ruthless. Moreover, from his fluid, practiced movements, it was clear this was not his first time doing such a thing. Now the other contestants looked at Xiao Wuye with wary eyes. His speed had been too fast, and his force perfectly measured. In their minds, they measured themselves against him, and found no confidence they could have dodged that strike. After committing the murder, Xiao Wuye gently adjusted his glasses, a faint smile lingering on his face. He hardly looked like someone capable of killing. Participants in the competition possessed criminal immunity, rendering any illegal acts during missions guiltless, which was why Xiao Wuye could kill so openly. Yet if Xiao Wuye truly wished to kill Robert, he had 100 methods to do so, without leaving any evidence. Xiao Wuye approached a conference table, smiling at the other participants as he said, "I propose to be the team leader. Does anyone object?" Xiao Wuye spoke softly with a gentle and refined demeanor, yet the participants inexplicably felt that his words were not a suggestion. When his tender gaze swept across their faces, a chill crept into their hearts, as if they were being watched by a venomous snake. Seeing no response, Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly. "Since no one objects, I will be your captain from now on." The participants inwardly thought, "We damn well want to object, but to complete the mission, we'll yield for now." Strangely, after some self-consolation, the participants gradually accepted Xiao Wuye as their leader. Xiao Wuye then continued, "Since we're a team, let's introduce ourselves. He'll start." Xiao Wuye specializing in deployment. Next, Xiao Wuye did not conceal his name, as the staff had already briefed them on the live broadcast process, including introductions rendering secrecy pointless. After Xiao Wuye finished, the others hesitated briefly, but Yamamoto Yoshizawa spoke first. Yamamoto Yoshizawa, specializing in reconnaissance. Following his lead, the rest revealed their names and expertise. Some excelled in weaponry, others in demolition, and some in driving. Though not top tier, the team's configuration was undoubtedly high grade. After introductions, Yamamoto Yoshizawa looked at Xiao Wuye, whose lips curved in a faint smile, and asked, "Boss, what's next?" Xiao Wuye gently pushed up his glasses. "To rob a bank, we need weapons. Now we find a weapons channel." A black man spoke gravely. "I know where to buy weapons, but we have no money." Xiao Wuye chuckled. "Everything can be negotiated. Just find the channel." Jonathan, a former Special Forces soldier from the U.S., nodded. After retiring, he had returned to the Black District due to poor treatment as a black man. The Black District in the U.S. symbolized crime. Many smuggled weapons flowed from there. After Jonathan spoke, Xiao Wuye smiled at the participants. "We also need vehicles. Guy, this shouldn't be hard for you, right?" Guy, a master thief from France, grinned confidently. "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me." Xiao Wuye nodded, then said softly, "This place isn't safe. They'll find another secure location. The rest of you investigate the banks in Los Santos. How many, and their details, the more thorough the better. Any additions?" The others shook their heads. They then left the warehouse separately. Watching the live stream, viewers were astonished by Xiao Wuye. Initially, they had dismissed him as his appearance hardly matched a villain's. The warehouse had 2 floors with multiple exits. Xiao Wuye and his team dispersed. Walking from an alley to the street, Xiao Wuye noticed a foreigner in his 60s parking by the roadside. From his attire and car, the foreigner seemed wealthy. Xiao Wuye watched him approach, a faint smile forming as he walked toward the man. As they passed each other, a wallet suddenly appeared in Xiao Wuye's hand. The live audience erupted in chaos. "Wow, how did he do that? In movies, you have to bump into someone to pickpocket. He just walked by and stole it. As a professional pickpocket with 20 years of experience, I didn't see it. Upstairs, the cops will be here in 30 minutes. The comments section buzzed. Xiao Wuye opened the wallet, finding a stack of dollars and some cards. Without hesitation, he pocketed the cash and tossed the wallet into a nearby trash can. Americans didn't use mobile payments, so cash was common. Counting the money, he found over $2,000. Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, then bought a newspaper from a small shop. It contained many property listings. Meanwhile, the other participants completed their tasks as assigned. Then Xiao Wuye's voice came through their earpieces, giving an address. That evening, when the participants arrived at a villa according to the address, they were stunned. Though not luxurious, it was far better than the warehouse. Entering, a fragrant aroma greeted them. They headed to the kitchen, finding Xiao Wuye cooking in an apron. Yamamoto Yoshizawa asked in shock, "Boss, this house?" Xiao Wuye smiled, handing him a bottle of red wine. "Don't worry, it's legally rented." Xiao Wuye had noticed many listings in the newspaper that had been posted for over a year. He called a real estate agent, offered $1,000 in kickbacks, and rented the place for a month. The agent readily agreed, as the house wasn't selling and the extra income was welcome. Thus, Xiao Wuye secured a villa with no contract or registration, making it untraceable. At night, Xiao Wuye and the other contestants sat around the dining table in the villa, enjoying authentic Chinese cuisine and sipping fine red wine. The viewers watching the live stream were utterly tantalized. They never imagined a crime show could present such a harmonious scene. The contestants beamed with excitement, having worried they would go hungry that night. But Xiao Wuye had taken care of everything, even treating them to delicious Chinese food. As they ate, Jonathan answered a phone call and said to Xiao Wuye, "Boss, the weapons are arranged. We can inspect the goods anytime." Jonathan, a former Special Forces soldier, found it effortless to acquire a phone, especially since the mission was set in the United States. Xiao Wuye nodded and glanced at his watch. "Tell him we want to see the goods tonight." Jonathan nodded and called to confirm the meeting at 9 o'clock. After dinner, the 10 of them drove 3 off-road vehicles stolen by Gay toward the Black District. They quickly arrived at a small villa as directed. At the gate, Jonathan called for someone to escort them inside. Soon a bald, heavy-set black man emerged from the villa, a silver pistol tucked into his waistband. The man eyed Xiao Wuye and his group warily, but confident in his territory. He led them inside. Once inside, they found 3 other black men, each gripping a pistol. The bald man spoke in a low voice. "Did you bring the money?" All eyes turned to Xiao Wuye. He smiled faintly and replied, "We need to see your goods first. If they're good enough, money won't be an issue." The bald man glanced at a black man with green-dyed hair lounging on the sofa. The green-haired man nodded. The bald man then led Xiao Wuye and the others to a room containing a pool table and some fitness equipment. He walked to a cabinet, pulled it open with effort, revealing a hidden chamber behind it. Inside were numerous firearms, pistols, submachine guns, and assault rifles. Xiao Wuye smiled slightly as the bald man gestured inside. "Our stock is the best in the Black District. What do you need?" Xiao Wuye said softly. 10 silenced pistols, 10 submachine guns, 10 assault rifles, a box of ammunition for each. "Do you have grenades and C4? The bald man stared in shock. "Hey brother, are you going to war?" Xiao Wuye chuckled, but said nothing. The bald man dragged out 2 iron cases, one filled with grenades, the other with C4. Satisfied, Xiao Wuye pointed at a pistol. "May I test it?" Without hesitation, the bald man handed over the pistol along with a magazine and a silencer. Xiao Wuye expertly attached both. The bald man suggested, "There are bottles in the backyard. You can try it there." Xiao Wuye smirked. "No need for that." He released the safety and without a moment's hesitation fired a shot directly into the bald man's forehead. A muffled pfft rang out as blood sprayed from the back of his skull. The other contestants froze stunned. They had wondered how Xiao Wuye had acquired so much money for the weapons. Now they realized their thinking was far too naive. After killing the man, Xiao Wuye turned and gave Jonathan and the others a meaningful glance. They rushed to grab the weapons from the hidden chamber. Xiao Wuye, pistol in hand, strode toward the living room. The others loaded up the armaments and quickly followed to join him. As they cautiously entered the living room, they found the other black men already dead, each shot cleanly through the head. Only then did they truly grasp Xiao Wuye's terrifying nature. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye gained a massive following. The livestream audience had watched him emerge from the hidden room, and before the black men could react, gunned them down in the living room. Throughout it all, Xiao Wuye wore a faint, innocent smile, yet his actions were utterly ruthless. Back at the villa, they hid the stolen weapons. Gay also discovered a stash of cash totaling $50,000. Xiao Wuye distributed the money among the contestants and advised them not to be too tense. They could live like ordinary people. He also warned those scouting banks not to linger too long outside the same one. Under normal circumstances, it might not matter, but with 100 pursuers aware of their existence, they would certainly watch for suspicious loiterers near banks. 5 days passed quickly. They lived like everyday citizens, shopping, cooking, dining, and drinking at night. No one would have guessed their criminal intent. Until Friday morning, when Xiao Wuye rose early to prepare breakfast. As the others ate, he said calmly, "We move today." The contestants froze, staring at him in disbelief. Jonathan was the first to react. "Boss, this is too sudden. We haven't even figured out the bank's details." The others nodded in agreement. Xiao Wuye smiled. "I've already investigated everything. We'll brief the plan this morning and execute at 5 in the afternoon." Yamamoto Yoshizawa asked, puzzled, "Which bank are we targeting?" Xiao Wuye looked at him with a gentle smile. "Our mission is to steal $100 million. It doesn't say we have to rob a bank, does it?" Everyone was taken aback. Kimura Hayabusa from Japan asked, confused, "If we're not hitting a bank, why did you have us scout them?" Xiao Wuye elegantly wiped his mouth with a napkin. "If I hadn't sent you to investigate banks every day, how else would we have diverted the pursuers' full attention to them?" Realization dawned. They had merely been bait to distract the hunters. It turned out that Xiao Wuye had not been idle these days. Every time he went grocery shopping, he passed by a security company, one of the largest in Luo City, whose primary business was transporting cash. Moreover, Xiao Wuye discovered that every Friday the security company transported a large amount of cash back to its premises. The cash would be stored there until Monday, when armored vehicles would return it to banks and shops. Compared to banks, Xiao Wuye felt the security company would be an easier target. While buying a Mexican chicken wrap from a food cart outside the security company, Xiao Wuye's superbrain suddenly activated. His eyes could see through the security company's interior, and his superbrain mapped out the entire facility, imprinting it in his mind. Xiao Wuye himself hadn't expected his superbrain to be so powerful. After learning its capabilities, he drove around Luo City for 2 days, comparing the mental map with digital and paper maps. He discovered many intricate abandoned tunnels beneath Luo City, passages no longer found on any digital or paper maps. Xiao Wuye selected several routes, ran countless simulations in his mind, and finally chose 3 escape paths. The other contestants knew nothing of this. They thought Xiao Wuye spent his days just buying groceries, cooking, and enjoying himself. Jonathan looked at Xiao Wuye and asked, puzzled, "Boss, if we're not hitting the bank, what's our target?" Xiao Wuye picked up a document bag, pulled out a photo, and placed it on the table. The photo showed the entrance of Rue Na Security Company. Guy looked at it doubtfully and asked, "Is a security company that wealthy?" Xiao Wuye lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and said, "Every Friday the security company brings back a huge amount of cash and stores it in the warehouse. Conservatively, at least 150 million. After he spoke, the other contestants' faces lit up with shock and excitement. Though they didn't know exactly what the security company did, they subconsciously believed its defenses would be weaker than a bank's. Xiao Wuye laid out another map and said, "This is the layout of Rue Na Security Company. The money will be stored here tonight." He then pointed a slender finger at the map. The contestants looked from the map to Xiao Wuye, amazed that he had obtained the security company's blueprint in just a few days. Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly and said, "I've bribed a security guard. He'll pick us up tonight and take us into Rue Na Security Company." Yamamoto, Yoshizawa, and the others were even more stunned. They couldn't believe that in just 5 days Xiao Wuye had not only gotten the map, but also turned a guard. Meanwhile, they had been investigating the bank all week with little progress. They hadn't even found the vault. This time Yamamoto and the others truly felt they had chosen the right leader. Initially, they were only impressed by Xiao Wuye's ruthlessness. Now they were genuinely in awe. Xiao Wuye remained as composed and elegant as ever, showing no arrogance despite his abilities. In truth, finding an inside contact was entirely due to his super brain. 2 days earlier, Xiao Wuye had followed a security guard from Rue Na Security Company to a bar after work. From the map, Xiao Wuye could see that Rue Na Security Company's security measures were thorough. Breaking in directly would be impossible. His superbrain calculated that the most successful way to rob the company was through an inside-out collaboration. So Xiao Wuye followed the guards, hoping to find someone willing to cooperate. When he trailed a few guards to a bar, his superbrain began analyzing them. In his mind appeared a person's profile along with a surveillance video clip. That person was Keen, a small-time leader among the guards. According to the superbrain's calculations, the probability of bribing Keen was as high as 90%. The video showed Keen meeting a bearded foreigner under a bridge. The man handed Keen a black bag. When Keen opened it, it was filled with stacks of US dollars. From that video, Xiao Wuye could easily deduce that Keen shared some dark secret with the bearded man. Keen's only value was that he could drive the armored vehicle into the warehouse. That evening, after Keen returned home from drinking and took off his coat, he suddenly found a man sitting on his couch. On the table beside the sofa lay a black bag. Having worked as a guard for over a decade in a high-tension environment, Keen had become steady and composed. "Who are you?" Keen stared at Xiao Wuye. Xiao Wuye smiled lightly and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm here to discuss a deal with you." Keen fixed his gaze on Xiao Wuye. "What kind of deal?" Xiao Wuye suddenly pulled out a gun, resting it on his thigh, and said with a gentle smile, "Want to see whose draw is faster?" Keen's eyes narrowed, and he slowly withdrew his hand from reaching behind a nearby cabinet. Staring at Xiao Wuye, he asked in a low voice, "What exactly do you want me to do?" Instead of answering directly, Xiao Wuye used his gun to flip open the black bag on the table. "I heard you're quite the gambler. This little bit of money won't last you many rounds, will it?" Keen frowned deeply, his voice low. "Just tell me what you want." Xiao Wuye chuckled. "They say Rue Na Security Company calls Friday Black Friday, right?" Keen's eyes flew wide open. Lowering his voice, he hissed, "You want to rob the warehouse?" Xiao Wuye nodded. "Cooperate with us, and you'll get 10%. Keen stared at him, sensing he wasn't joking. "Us?" Keen whispered. "Are you sure you can pull it off? Do you know how many guards are in the warehouse on Black Friday?" Xiao Wuye didn't answer. He disliked being questioned. If Keen weren't still useful to him, he would already be dead. Xiao Wuye gazed at Keen and said softly, "I'm merely asking if you'll help us. If you refuse, I'll kill you right now." Keen cursed inwardly. This isn't a negotiation at all. In the end, Keen chose to agree to Xiao Wuye's terms. After all, Xiao Wuye held leverage over him. Even if Xiao Wuye didn't kill him, exposing his collusion with the robbers to hijack the armored car would ruin the rest of his life. Moreover, Xiao Wuye had a point. The paltry sum he received last time was far from sufficient for his needs. Once Keen consented, Xiao Wuye briefly outlined the plan to alleviate his doubts. However, when Xiao Wuye mentioned the details inside Reina Security Company, Keen thought to himself, how does he know about the warehouse? Does he have an informant? At this thought, Keen dared not play any tricks. Xiao Wuye's purpose in revealing this was to ensure Keen's compliance. After Xiao Wuye detailed the plan to Yamamoto, Yoshizawa, and the others in the villa, surprisingly, none of them raised any objections. They found Xiao Wuye's plan flawless, with timing calculated to perfection. Only now did they understand why Xiao Wuye had sent them to scout the 3 banks in the north of the city 2 days earlier. Reina Security Company was located in the south of the city. Xiao Wuye had long set his sights on robbing it. He had Yamamoto Yoshizawa and the others monitor the three northern banks daily to divert the pursuers' attention northward. This would give them ample time to rob Reina Security Company in the south. After Xiao Wuye finished explaining the plan, everyone began preparing their gear and weapons. Gay drove the three cars he had stolen earlier to the exteriors of the three northern banks. The pursuers had already noticed those three vehicles, making them perfect bait. This time Xiao Wuye didn't have Gay steal cars, instead he bought three vehicles from a second-hand market using fake identities. This way the pursuers wouldn't trace their origins anytime soon. Time passed slowly, and Xiao Wuye repeatedly reminded everyone to memorize the escape route. At 4 in the afternoon they set off. They drove three cars to a warehouse and waited half an hour before an armored car drove inside. The driver was Keen. He reported over the radio, "Headquarters, my vehicle's surveillance is down. They'll fix it." Since surveillance malfunctions were common for armored cars, headquarters didn't question it. Keen then signaled to Xiao Wuye and the others. The armored car surveillance only covered the front, while the rear cargo area could hold up to 4 people. Xiao Wuye gestured, sending Jonathan Bogut from a country prison, Kandam the bomb expert from Afghanistan, and Park Jiang-hoon, all wearing masks, into the armored car. Xiao Wuye and the others followed in 2 cars, as over $100 million required ample space. Once Jonathan and his team were aboard, Keen drove the armored car back onto its normal route and reactivated the surveillance. Seeing no anomalies, headquarters didn't interfere. Keen's vehicle also had a guard whom Keen had bribed. In-country security guards earned meager wages for perilous work, and handling vast sums of money daily tempted them with their own schemes. Few security guards were entirely clean. When the guard heard he'd get a share, he agreed readily. Keen's armored car soon arrived at Reina Security Company's main gate, which was fortified with multiple defenses, a sturdy iron door, bollards, and spikes. Forcing entry by vehicle was impossible. After passing through layers of checkpoints, the armored car finally reached the warehouse. Many armored cars had already returned. Keen's was the last. Inside the vault, a full $150 million were stacked. When Keen parked, Reina security personnel prepared to unload the money. But as the rear door opened, a bullet flew out, striking a guard in the forehead. Jonathan and his team's guns were equipped with silencers. No one else heard the shot. Wearing masks, Jonathan and his team exited the vehicle. Following Xiao Wuye's plan, one went to open the main gate for Xiao Wuye's entry, while the others subdued the security personnel. Jonathan emerged and sent Park Jiang-hoon to open the gate, while the rest secured everyone with zip ties. Park Jiang-hoon, chewing gum and carrying an assault rifle, entered the surveillance room. The guard there was startled by the masked intruder. Park Jiang-hoon aimed his rifle at the guard and said in broken English, "Open the door." The guard, seemingly frozen in fear, didn't move. Park Jiang-hoon roared, "Open the door." Just as the frightened guard reached for the button, gunfire erupted. A security guard with a pistol fired at Park Jiang-hoon from behind an armored car. The bullet grazed past Park, ricocheted off the iron fence, and sliced by his ear. Blood spurted from Park Jiang-hoon's ear. Meanwhile, the guard in the surveillance room slammed the alarm, triggering a piercing siren throughout Reina Security Company. Hearing the alarm through his Bluetooth earpiece, Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly and said, "Right on schedule. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 8 minutes before the pursuers arrive. Please open the gate now." Park Jiang-hoon raised his assault rifle and fired at the guard who had shot at him, forcing him to take cover behind the armored car. Park then pulled out a C4 charge, placed it on the surveillance room door, stepped back, and pressed the detonator. With a thunderous roar, the door was blown open. Furious, Park stormed into the room and shot the guard dead. He then turned off the alarm and pressed the gate opening button. Seeing the gate open outside, Xiao Wuye smiled and drove into Reina Security Company. Once Park Jiang-hoon and the others were inside, he closed the gate, trapping the pursuers outside. Since this was a live global broadcast, the production team had coordinated with the police, who would not intervene. The pursuers would assume the role of law enforcement throughout. Xiao Wuye and his crew drove their vehicle into the warehouse of Reina Security Company, parking directly beside the cash unloading platform. The vault was already under Jonathan's control. Xiao Wuye stepped out wearing a traditional Huaxia painted mask. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream left comments. "Is this just a show? Why are they wearing masks? Are you stupid? Read the game rules before you spew nonsense. They don't win just by stealing the money, they have to evade the pursuers for a week. If caught within that week, they lose. They wear masks to hide after taking the cash. Damn, this is too real, better than any movie." As the audience debated, Xiao Wuye stepped out of the vehicle. His superhuman brain activated a faint fluorescent glow shimmering in his pupils. Quickly, Xiao Wuye realized his eyes could see through structures, spotting people hidden behind buildings and armored cars. When he scanned the surroundings, he noticed a security guard slowly aiming a pistol at Jonathan. Xiao Wuye raised his pistol and pulled the trigger. A muffled pfft rang out, and the security guard was shot in the head. Jonathan felt a chill of fear. Without Xiao Wuye, he would have been hit. Suddenly, a security guard rushed forward and pinned Guy to the ground. Guy, a mere thief, was no match in a fight. The guard snatched Guy's assault rifle and slammed the butt into his head, knocking him unconscious. In close quarters, using the rifle stock was more effective than firing. After seizing Guy's weapon, the guard ducked behind an armored car and aimed at Kanagaya Jun, who was within his line of sight. A series of sounds erupted. Kanagaya Jun took 4 or 5 bullets, collapsing to the ground with blood frothing from his mouth. Fortunately, he wore a bulletproof vest, but the bullets still broke 2 of his ribs. Xiao Wuye's eyes pierced through the armored car, spotting a security guard aiming an assault rifle. A cold smirk curled his lips as he spoke into his Bluetooth earpiece. "Keen, kill that man." Keen's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he dashed toward the guard. Unaware that Keen was a traitor, the guard didn't fire upon seeing him and nervously asked what to do. "Give me a gun," Keen said coldly. Without hesitation, the guard tossed him his pistol. Keen chambered a round, released the safety, and pulled the trigger against the back of the guard's head. The guard never imagined he'd be killed by his own comrade. Xiao Wuye observed everything. He mused, "This man shows no mercy to his former colleagues. Keeping him close will be dangerous." With that thought, a glint of killing intent flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes. Jonathan and the others were loading money into the vehicle. Xiao Wuye checked the time. The pursuers would arrive in 4 minutes. Time was sufficient if no mishaps occurred. Elsewhere, the pursuers sped from the north to the south of the city. They hadn't anticipated Xiao Wuye's feint. Believing they knew the target, they had stationed all forces outside 3 banks. When the alarms sounded, the robbery was at the west end of town, forcing them to cross the entire city to reach Rainer security. As Xiao Wuye calculated their escape route, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted. Xiao Wuye spun around. A security guard had slipped from the armory into the monitoring room and shot Park Jong-hun dead. The guard then pressed a control button, reopening Rainer Security's main gate. This would allow the pursuers direct entry. Xiao Wuye jerked his head at Jonathan, who nodded. Together with Bogut, they aimed their assault rifles at the guard in the monitoring room and fired. The guard, battle-hardened, rolled behind an iron cabinet that bullets couldn't penetrate. Meanwhile, 2 other guards in the armory opened fire at Xiao Wuye and his team. Xiao Wuye's superhuman brain instantly calculated the trajectory of incoming bullets. A cold smirk on his lips, he didn't dodge. Instead, he raised a submachine gun and fired back at the guards in the armory. Jonathan and the others were stunned by Xiao Wuye's recklessness. Strangely, the guards' bullets missed him entirely. Alone, Xiao Wuye suppressed the armory guards with relentless fire. Xiao Wuye's cold voice cut through the Bluetooth earpiece. "Load the money faster." Kandam and the others hastily stuffed stacks of dollars into backpacks. Soon, all 150 million was packed and tossed into their vehicle. As Xiao Wuye's magazine ran dry, he smoothly ejected it with one hand while slamming a new one home with the other. The entire swap took less than a second. The livestream audience was instantly captivated. Among them, perceptive viewers commented, "Has this guy done this before?" "Yes, Xiao Wuye's style and technique are way too professional. Especially that magazine change. No one without a decade of gun experience could be that smooth." Meanwhile, Jonathan and Bogut stormed the monitoring room, but the guard had retreated to the armory. Jonathan quickly closed Rainer Security's main gate again. Xiao Wuye, with just a submachine gun, held the 3 guards in the armory at bay. One guard, out of ammo, said to his comrade, "Cover me, they'll get more bullets." His companion nodded and stood to fire at Xiao Wuye, but Xiao Wuye's submachine gun spat a serpent of flame first. A series of puff sounds rang out. Several bullets struck the security guard who was about to shoot Xiao Wuye in the gunroom. With his superhuman brain, Xiao Wuye was practically cheating. His eyes could see through obstacles to the people hiding behind them. Just as the guard who went to fetch ammunition emerged from behind the cabinet, Xiao Wuye drew a pistol with his other hand and pulled the trigger. A bullet struck the guard in the waist. The guard collapsed in agony. Xiao Wuye fired again with his submachine gun and blood spurted from the guard's body. At that moment, Kandam reported through the Bluetooth earpiece, "The money is all loaded." Xiao Wuye replied coldly, "Let's move." As they approached the vehicles, Jonathan was about to open the door when he spotted 2 off-road vehicles blocking the entrance of Rainer Security Company on the monitor. The vehicles bore the emblem pursuers. Jonathan quickly alerted Xiao Wuye via the earpiece. Xiao Wuye turned to Keen and said, "Use the armored car to ram those 2 off-road vehicles aside." A flicker of coldness crossed Keen's eyes. Xiao Wuye's words clearly meant using him as a shield. Keen harbored murderous intent toward Xiao Wuye. Before he could act, Xiao Wuye shot him in the head with a pistol. The other traitorous guard was stunned. Xiao Wuye said calmly, "I dislike hesitation." He then looked at the guard, who immediately boarded an armored car without waiting for further orders. The armored car, reinforced with steel plates and boasting a powerful engine, was heavy enough to ram through the pursuers' vehicles. After the guard got in, Xiao Wuye said through the earpiece, "Let's go." The guard drove the armored car out of the warehouse. Jonathan pressed the door-opening button. A car pulled up to the surveillance room to pick up Jonathan and Bogut before driving out of the warehouse. The remaining guards watched nervously, relieved to be alive. Though they might lose their jobs, survival was paramount. The 2 pursuer vehicles had arrived at Rainer Security Company by chance. They were patrol units in Luo City that responded to the alarm first. The pursuers opened their weapon cases revealing state-of-the-art assault rifles, pistols, and sniper rifles, all custom-made for them. Their gear, firearms, and vehicles were sponsored by manufacturers. The manufacturers expected praise for their top-tier equipment, but the live audience was unimpressed. Comments flooded in, "This is ridiculous. Xiao Wuye's team has to scrounge for weapons while the pursuers have military-grade gear. This is so unfair. Pursuers should use police equipment, not gear meant for elite forces. Damn, you'd think they're fighting aliens. Next time just bring tanks and missiles. It'd be quicker to kill the contestants." The show's producers realized the pursuers' gear was unrealistic for a robbery simulation. As they debated changing the pursuers' equipment for the next episode, the gate of Rena Security Company burst open. An armored car charged out, ramming the two off-road vehicles aside. Before the pursuers could react, the airbags deployed, trapping them inside. Xiao Wuye's car followed. He nodded to the eager Kandam. Kandam excitedly rolled down the window and threw a grenade at the pursuers' vehicles. As their cars sped away, two explosions rocked the area, sending the off-road vehicles flying. The fuel tanks ruptured, triggering another explosion. Flames engulfed the vehicles. Xiao Wuye watched the burning wreckage in the rearview mirror, a faint smile playing on his lips. Viewers watching the livestream commented, "I wonder what could ever rattle Xiao Wuye. He always seems so composed, but he kills like a machine. What kind of person is he yet? Call him God Xiao. God Xiao is awesome." Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye said through the earpiece, "Proceed with plan A." Xiao Wuye then asked the system in his mind, "I've stolen over 100 million. Why isn't it showing?" A ding sounded in his head. "Host, you must be out of danger for the heist to count as successful." Xiao Wuye nodded faintly, thinking, "It'll wait 7 days. Opening the system shop costs 1 billion, so we'll take it slow." He valued personal strength, seeing the system as mere assistance. After driving 2 blocks, a screech of tires echoed. Xiao Wuye saw several off-road vehicles drifting around the corner in pursuit. He chuckled and ordered, "Speed up. Let the armored car cover us." Their civilian vehicles lacked bulletproofing. At his command, they accelerated past the armored car. A fierce volley of gunfire erupted as bullets hammered the armored car's rear. The pursuers' bullets struck with the force of sniper rounds, denting the armored car's plating. Had they hit Xiao Wuye's vehicles, they would have pierced through and killed the contestants. The bullets left deep craters in the armored car's surface. Xiao Wuye sneered as he listened to the gunfire behind the car, saying, "It seems these pursuers have no intention of letting us leave alive." Kane, who was driving, glanced briefly at Xiao Wuye. At this moment, what they feared most was not the pursuers, but Xiao Wuye himself. Back in the warehouse, Kanata Hayabusa had been shot and fell to the ground. Though he wore a bulletproof vest, 2 of his ribs were broken, and a security guard had also shot him in the thigh. Seeing that Kanata Hayabusa was a burden in his condition, Xiao Wuye shot him in the head without hesitation. Although Kanata Hayabusa had sworn not to reveal Xiao Wuye's plan to the pursuers, in Xiao Wuye's eyes only the dead could keep secrets. Fortunately, Guy had woken from his coma at that moment, otherwise he too would have died. These contestants, though of no benefit to society in real life, were not completely devoid of humanity. Having lived together for several days, they would find it impossible to kill their own companions. Even if they could bring themselves to do it, they would struggle deeply with the decision. Now they all wondered whether Xiao Wuye possessed any emotions at all. At this moment, more and more pursuers' vehicles appeared behind them. The pursuers also had helicopters. Spotting the helicopters, Xiao Wuye immediately said into his Bluetooth earpiece, "Shoot down the helicopter." As he spoke, the contestants who weren't driving raised their guns and pulled the triggers at the helicopter. They were puzzled as to why Xiao Wuye had ordered them to shoot at the helicopter. Just then the helicopter's hatch opened, and a pursuer emerged wielding a Gatling gun, opening fire on their convoy. The Gatling's bullets pierced through their vehicle's roof. Guy, caught off guard, was mowed down by the Gatling fire. Xiao Wuye coldly ordered, "Speed up. We'll be safe once we reach the mall ahead." With that, he grabbed an assault rifle, leaned out of the car, and opened fire at the helicopter above. Due to the angle, he couldn't hit the pursuer manning the Gatling gun. The bullets struck the underside of the aircraft. When he saw the Gatling's barrels start spinning again, Xiao Wuye suddenly aimed his rifle at the helicopter's cockpit. The underside of such patrol helicopters' cockpits is transparent to allow pilots to observe below. Xiao Wuye aimed at the glass beneath the cockpit and pulled the trigger. The bullets clanged against the glass, leaving cracks in its surface. The pilot's face paled as he noticed cracks spreading across the cockpit's lower glass. Xiao Wuye reloaded and fired again, shattering the glass entirely. Several bullets then penetrated the cockpit, striking the pilot. Blood gushed from his wounds. The helicopter lost control and veered sideways. With a deafening roar, it crashed onto the highway, crushing a passing car before exploding. The road resembled a highway with a median strip separating the opposing lanes. Xiao Wuye pulled himself back into the car and said coldly, "Speed up. 10 more kilometers to the mall." All vehicles accelerated immediately. They had no desire to face another helicopter that would riddle them with bullets. Behind them, the pursuers were blocked by the armored car and couldn't overtake. After driving about 5 kilometers, the median strip disappeared, and the 4-lane road widened to 8 lanes. Ahead lay a busy intersection with heavy traffic. Xiao Wuye commanded, "Charge through." As their vehicles accelerated, the pursuers' cars also sped up, driving against traffic to chase them. Watching the pursuers in the rearview mirror, a cold smile curled on Xiao Wuye's lips. He grabbed a submachine gun, extended it through the passenger window, and opened fire on the nearby cars. A tongue of flame spat from the muzzle. Bullets shattered the windows of private cars. Chaos erupted instantly. A driver panicked, slammed on the brakes, sending his car into an uncontrollable skid. With a loud crash, it slammed into a pursuer's vehicle. The pursuer's off-road vehicle was tough. Even after the collision, it kept pushing the car forward. But more and more vehicles began to collide. By the time Xiao Wuye's convoy had narrowly crossed the intersection, the pileup behind them had completely blocked it. Though formidable, the pursuer's off-road vehicle couldn't plow through the jam, especially when a sand-laden truck overturned, burying one of their cars beneath the sand. Seeing the blocked road behind him, a faint smile appeared on Xiao Wuye's face. "Keep accelerating," he said. By the time the pursuers cleared a path, Xiao Wuye and his team had vanished. Fortunately, the pursuers used surveillance cameras to spot them entering a mall's underground parking lot. Once inside, Xiao Wuye's convoy screeched to a halt. The security guard driving the armored car looked nervously at Xiao Wuye as he stepped out. He had witnessed Xiao Wuye kill Keen. The guard feared for his own life. But though ruthless, Xiao Wuye was not bloodthirsty. Xiao Wuye said to the guard, "Park the car at the entrance and come with us." The guard didn't hesitate. He quickly got out. Xiao Wuye then fired at the armored car's tires with his submachine gun and tossed a grenade into the driver's cabin. A thunderous explosion followed, completely destroying the armored car. Xiao Wuye opened the door of an off-road vehicle and said softly to the guard, "Drag the body out and sit here." With that, Xiao Wuye walked toward the first car. The guard, looking at Guy's bullet-riddled corpse, gritted his teeth and pulled it out of the vehicle before taking his seat. The strong smell of blood nearly made him vomit. Park Jung-hun, sitting in the passenger seat, looked at the pale-faced guard and said, "Go ahead and throw up. We all did earlier." They had never encountered such horror before. The pursuers' Gatling fire from the helicopter had nearly shredded Guy's body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Park Jung-hun and the others had vomited instantly. Xiao Wuye, seated in the car, directed Kane to drive down to the third basement level. When the car stopped, he ordered them to lift an iron plate. Beneath it lay a sewer tunnel that had been abandoned for over a decade. As Jonathan and the others pried open the iron plate, a rumbling sound echoed from above the underground parking lot. The pursuers were likely ramming the armored car, blocking the entrance. Xiao Wuye smirked slightly and said, "Throw the money down, then park the car." There was still time, and Xiao Wuye had them park the car to mislead the pursuers. After all, the pursuers wouldn't find that passage on any map. Once they were all inside the sewer, Xiao Wuye instructed Jonathan and the others to cover the iron plate back up. Then Xiao Wuye and his team grabbed the money and dashed deeper into the underground passage. This maneuver stunned the livestream viewers. Even the top 10 global security companies behind the Global Wanted program were taken aback by Xiao Wuye's meticulous plan. The authorities watching the video decided to investigate Xiao Wuye's background. Just then, some viewers began to question the broadcast. Didn't Xiao Wuye and his men kill many people, including innocent bystanders? Can criminal immunity really absolve them of those crimes? And that abandoned tunnel, it's not on any map, so how is there a live feed? Once one person raised doubts, countless detectives followed with their own suspicions. The Global Wanted production team seemed almost omniscient, able to broadcast from every corner of Los Angeles. Meanwhile, in a vast conference room, the owners of the top 10 global security companies watched the comments scrolling beneath the live stream. A young man sneered, "These viewers aren't ordinary. Should we offer an explanation?" A burly, bearded, middle-aged man chuckled, "No need. On the contrary, the louder the doubts, the greater our profits." An old man smiled at the bearded man and said, "Doug, you're getting sharper. Yes, more doubts mean more viewers and more revenue. But that Xiao Wuye's skills, I underestimated him." The only woman in the room swirled a glass of red wine, her eyes fixed on Xiao Wuye. Her expression suggested she was coveting him. Doug glanced at her dismissively and said, "Looks like Alex has taken a liking to Xiao Wuye." Alex smirked coldly, then unabashedly stared at Xiao Wuye on the screen and declared, "He's a perfect man." After speaking, she licked her lips with a crimson tongue. Though Alex was in her 40s, she retained her charm and looked like she was in her 20s. Elsewhere, the pursuers found Xiao Wuye's car on the third level of the parking garage. But after searching thoroughly, they couldn't locate Xiao Wuye's team or the 150 million. A man who seemed to be the pursuers' leader said coldly, "They didn't vanish into thin air. Use the scanners to search carefully and deploy all helicopters to find them. Kill on sight." Xiao Wuye had guessed correctly. The pursuers' goal wasn't capture, but murder. Yamamoto Yoshizawa looked at Xiao Wuye and asked, "Boss, what do we do now?" Xiao Wuye hadn't explained what to do after entering the underground passage, so Yamamoto asked. Xiao Wuye had his reasons for staying silent. He worried someone might fall behind and get caught. If they revealed their location, they'd be doomed. Holding a flashlight, he walked forward and said softly, "Don't worry, I've got everything planned." Kane looked at Xiao Wuye doubtfully and asked, "Boss, can't we just hide here?" Xiao Wuye chuckled. "We vanished from the mall's parking garage. The pursuers will dig up the whole place, searching for us. They'll find this spot sooner or later." The others stopped asking. They walked deep into the sewer for a long time. Though abandoned for years, the tunnels were still a labyrinth. Everyone was dizzy following Xiao Wuye's lead. Yet Xiao Wuye remained calm, showing no tension or thrill from robbing over $100 million. Meanwhile, the pursuers discovered the underground passage. The leader cursed and ordered his men to find a map of the abandoned sewer. After an hour of walking, they emerged into a subway tunnel. Jonathan and the others finally understood why the sewer was abandoned. It made way for the subway. Jonathan asked, "Boss, are we taking the subway out?" Xiao Wuye chuckled, "Too risky. If the pursuers spot us, we're dead." He then walked into the tunnel. Los Angeles Underground was a maze. Even the engineers who designed the sewers and subways might get lost. But Xiao Wuye strolled, as if he were in his own home, without a hint of someone on the run. Suddenly a viewer commented, "Strange. Aren't there any viewers from Los Angeles? I'm from L. What's up? Damn, something's off. If this happened in L. Why aren't the pursuers watching the live stream to find Boss Xiao? Yeah, and I haven't seen any news about street shootouts or car crashes in L. Something's wrong. Can someone from L. check if Rainer's security was really robbed? We might have been duped." "He'll go. Me too, I'm close." In the conference room, the owners of the top 10 security companies watched the comments with icy smiles. Doug said they're about to find out. Another middle-aged man smirked, "Leave the rest to the online detectives." About 20 minutes later, the comments exploded. "Guys, I'm at the Rainer security building from the stream. Guess what I saw? Spit it out." "Damn, it's not Rainer security at all. It's a slaughterhouse." "I knew it. No TV show would be that ruthless." "Lies. All lies." As doubts flooded the comments, another post set the live stream ablaze. "Guys, I found something terrifying. I asked the slaughterhouse manager and he said it used to be a security company called Rainer Security, but it went bankrupt 10 years ago." As Xiao Wuye and his crew fled with $150 million, the comment section of the global wanted livestream exploded. "Liar, this livestream is fake. Damn it, they're tricking us with a movie. That can't be right. It's so widely promoted, plus many countries and relevant authorities support it. How could it be a scam?" "Wait guys, my cousin who works at the Los Angeles Police Department just messaged me." "What did he say?" "Damn it, can you type faster? You are giving me an appendicitis attack from impatience." My cousin said that 10 years ago there was indeed a security group called Rainer Security in Los Angeles, but a decade ago Rainer Security was suddenly robbed, losing $150 million, and many security guards died. The robbers have never been caught. It's a cold case. Holy crap, does that mean? The current livestream mission is set 10 years ago, and they're recreating the crime scene from back then. Why do the top 10 global security groups have such advanced tech that they can send contestants back 10 years? Damn, I'm hooked. Small gifts coming up. In the meeting room, the bosses of the top 10 global security groups watched the audience comments on the TV with sneers on their faces. Some even speculated whether this live stream was a deep recreation of the Los Angeles robbery 10 years ago, or if the top 10 security groups had truly mastered high-end technology to send the contestants back to Los Angeles a decade prior. Although it was now 2049 and many technologies had achieved significant breakthroughs, the technology of time-space teleportation remained unattainable. In the Earth of 2049, the top 10 on the world wealth list were not internet or financial conglomerates, but these 10 security groups. The reason was that Earth's population was growing and technology was advancing, leading to rising unemployment and crime rates. People began worrying about their personal safety and property, which made security groups the most trusted corporations globally. Massive funds poured into the security groups. So if anyone had the financial capacity to invest heavily in developing a time machine, it could only be these super security groups. What made the livestream audience suspect they had invented a time machine was that they discovered Xiao Wuye and his team actually existed in 2049. However, the global wanted program team and the 10 security groups investing in the show made no response. But the more they remained silent, the wilder the audience's imaginations became. Suddenly, the stocks of these 10 security groups began to soar. That was exactly the effect the 10 security groups wanted. Xiao Wuye and the other contestants were no fools. They had long noticed the anomalies in Los Angeles. Whether it was the phones or vehicles, everything was slightly different from 2049. Although the differences weren't particularly obvious for them, these didn't hinder their mission. Even if they had to stay here, they didn't mind. Many of them were criminals or had criminal records. If they could gain freedom here, they'd be more than happy. As for Xiao Wuye, he thought that if he had truly traveled through time, he could investigate his parents' deaths. However, the timeline in the mission's Los Angeles was off. His parents had died in an accident when he was 4 years old, now 22. He needed to go back 18 years. Thinking of this, Xiao Wuye said coldly to himself, If those 10 security groups really have a way to go back to the past, maybe I can negotiate with them. With that, he led Jonathan and the others down the subway tunnel, climbed up from the other side, and after a short walk another passage appeared on the wall ahead. Xiao Wuye and his team entered through that passage and eventually arrived at what seemed like an abandoned power plant. At that moment, the livestream audience excitedly commented, "Holy crap, did you guys see the sign on the power plant wall?" "Yeah, it's the Nadac power plant. Found a clue." "Damn, the Nadac power plant still exists, said to have been abandoned for 20 years. Everyone looked closely to see if they left any clues. We can compare them later at the Nadac power plant to see if they traveled back 10 years. Then the detectives watching the livestream nearly glued their eyes to the TV just to see if they would leave any marks. Since Xiao Wuye and his crew had already noticed the timeline in Los Angeles was off, they naturally wanted to verify whether this global wanted reality show was a cloned world or if they had truly traveled back 10 years. As Xiao Wuye and his team walked toward the exit inside the Nadac power plant, Yamamoto Yoshizawa used his fingernail to carve a Japanese character on a wooden shelf. The livestream audience went wild. Several viewers in Los Angeles drove straight to the Nadac power plant. Just as Jonathan was about to leave a mark with his knife, Xiao Wuye suddenly said, "If you want to leave marks, find a more hidden spot. Otherwise, before we can return to see these marks, the pursuers might track us down using them." Jonathan and the others quickly nodded. Then they made some covert signals in hidden places. When Yamamoto Yoshizawa asked Xiao Wuye why he wasn't making any marks, he smiled slightly and said, "Already done." Yamamoto Yoshizawa had been right behind Xiao Wuye, yet she hadn't noticed him making any marks. The livestream audience was equally baffled. They had been staring at Xiao Wuye the whole time, but never saw him leave any trace. Xiao Wuye then led them out of the Nadac power plant. Due to the intricate network of underground passages, the pursuers had completely lost them. Xiao Wuye guided them through a forest and arrived at a farm. Upon seeing the farm, the audience was stunned, because there couldn't be a farm in Los Angeles. This meant they had already left the city. Xiao Wuye led them to a house on the farm. To Yamamoto Yoshizawa's surprise, Xiao Wuye pulled a key from his pocket. "Boss, whose farm is this?" Jonathan couldn't help but ask curiously. Xiao Wuye unlocked the door and said softly, "The owner is away and needed someone to watch the place, so I took the job and earned $1,000. In the US, there are plenty of such jobs where people need farm sitters. The pay isn't high, usually $1,000 a week. Such work is hard to fill since even a restaurant job can earn about $500 a day, including tips." So Xiao Wuye contacted the farm and easily landed the gig. The heads of the world's top 10 security conglomerates watched the live broadcast on television. Douglas suddenly spoke coldly. "Doesn't anyone else think this Xiao Wuye is a bit too clever?" Another elderly man nodded and said, "Meticulous in thought, flawless in execution. This young man is truly formidable." Not only those magnates, but even the viewers watching the live stream were captivated by Xiao Wuye's intellect. They could not only see Xiao Wuye and his group on the live screen, but also the pursuers' perspective. The pursuers were now enforcing a citywide lockdown, preparing for a carpet search for Xiao Wuye and his team. They had no idea that Xiao Wuye and his group had already left the city. Meanwhile, many livestream viewers rushed to the Nadac power plant, astonished to discover that Yamamoto Yoshizawa's marks were indeed there. After comparing with the live broadcast, they also found the marks left by other contestants. However, they could not find any trace of Xiao Wuye's mark. On the other side, after Xiao Wuye and his team entered the farmhouse, Jonathan looked at Xiao Wuye and asked, "Boss, what's our next move?" Xiao Wuye walked over to the sofa and sat down, saying, "Our next move is to enjoy farm life." At that moment, the security guard who had fled with them eyed Xiao Wuye warily and asked, "Can I leave now?" Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly and said, "Not yet." The security guard stared at him nervously and asked, "Then when can I go?" Xiao Wuye replied softly, "1 week from now." Then lighting a cigarette, Xiao Wuye said, "Don't worry, I won't short you a single cent of what I promised. You just need to lie low here for a week. And you don't have to worry about your safety. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead already." After Xiao Wuye finished speaking, the security guard asked no more questions. Indeed, as Xiao Wuye had said, he no longer had any use. If Xiao Wuye wanted him dead, he would have perished long ago. Xiao Wuye looked at Jonathan and the others and said, "There's a basement in the farm's warehouse. You'll all need to hide there for this week." "Jonathan, you mentioned your family used to run a farm, right?" Jonathan nodded. Xiao Wuye said softly, "This farm is your responsibility. Remember, from now on you're just a hired hand working on this farm." After Xiao Wuye finished, Jonathan quickly agreed. Xiao Wuye then pulled a set of clothes from the sofa and tossed them to Jonathan, telling him to change. As it turned out, once Jonathan changed, he really did look like a farmhand. The clothes had been deliberately aged by Xiao Wuye, clearly resembling workwear. At that moment, Yamamoto Yoshizawa looked at Xiao Wuye and said, "Assign me a job too. It's too inconvenient for a woman to stay in the basement." Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly, then stepped close to her and said softly, "If you're unhappy with my arrangements, I don't mind killing you right now." Yamamoto Yoshizawa's expression shifted instantly. She had thought that after spending so much time with Xiao Wuye, their relationship might have improved. But in the end, she had been overthinking. Xiao Wuye made Yamamoto Yoshizawa and the others hide in the warehouse's basement. Half of that warehouse was a stable, and the smell was unbearable. Yet this had its advantages. The stench of horse manure could mask the scent of Yamamoto and her group, making it harder for pursuers' tracking dogs to find them. Xiao Wuye also changed into work clothes as he was the one who had signed the contract with the farmer. His job was simply to drive a pickup truck for deliveries, milk groceries, and the like. Jonathan was tasked with the manual labor. The night passed quickly as the farm's dinner was entirely self-sufficient. The next morning, Xiao Wuye instructed Jonathan to go to work while he drove the pickup truck straight toward Los Angeles. As he worked, Jonathan grumbled. He really thinks he's the farm owner. Whatever, I can't beat him, so he'll just work. Xiao Wuye was arguably the most audacious robber, having stolen $150 million the day before he now dared to drive his pickup truck boldly into Los Angeles. All entrances and exits of Los Angeles were now blocked by pursuers with strict checks for anyone entering or leaving. Xiao Wuye was stopped when he drove into the city. The livestream viewers' hearts were in their throats. But Xiao Wuye acted as if nothing was wrong, even complaining a little during the check. The pursuers hailing from 2049 were equipped with many gadgets, one of which could monitor a person's heartbeat. Xiao Wuye's heart rate barely changed throughout the process. Only when he looked curiously at the pursuers' gear resembling that of mechanical police officers did his heartbeat shift slightly. And that tiny change was exactly the same as the psychological reaction of most people being checked. Only then did the pursuers let Xiao Wuye into Los Angeles. However, while Xiao Wuye was buying supplies and delivering milk, Yamamoto Yoshizawa secretly crept out of the warehouse basement and urinated outside the warehouse. Yamamoto Yoshizawa thought a quick bathroom break would be fine, but she didn't notice a black drone hovering above her. Just as Xiao Wuye was about to head back after shopping, he suddenly saw over a dozen pursuers' off-road vehicles speeding out of Los Angeles. A sense of unease immediately struck Xiao Wuye. He took out a phone and called Jonathan. Fearing that Bluetooth earbuds might arouse suspicion, he opted for a phone call instead. When Jonathan answered, Xiao Wuye said coldly, "It seems the sheep from Vincent's farm have wandered onto our farm. Chase them back if you see them." Fearing the call might be tapped, Xiao Wuye and Jonathan had prearranged a code the night before. Vincent's farm referred to Los Angeles sheep meant the pursuers, and chasing them back signaled the need to leave immediately. After hearing this, Jonathan hung up and quickly called the other contestants out of the basement. Following the plan Xiao Wuye had given them, they took a small boat from behind the farm and sped off to their next hideout. After hanging up, Xiao Wuye didn't panic and flee Los Angeles. Instead, while a large number of pursuers rushed toward the farm, he slipped into a villa, changed clothes, and pulled out 2 black travel bags filled with weapons and explosives. Xiao Wuye checked the time, then picked up a traditional Chinese painted face mask and walked out. At that moment, a large black truck flanked by a police car front and back was heading toward Los Angeles. A significant portion of the $150 million Xiao Wuye had stolen the day before came from private banks. Moreover, Rena Security had insured the money. This truck was carrying the replacement funds from the bank, another $150 million in total. Xiao Wuye had long anticipated that their stay at the farm would soon be discovered, so he once again used the other contestants as bait. This way he could claim the entire $150 million for himself. As dusk approached, 2 police cars, one in front and one behind, escorted a black truck speeding toward Luo City. Just as the convoy was over 50 kilometers from Luo City, the security officer in the leading police car suddenly grabbed the walkie-talkie and said, "There's a truck parked up ahead on the roadside. Stay alert." After the other team members acknowledged, they cautiously approached the truck. When the first police car drew near, the truck suddenly exploded with immense force, flipping the leading police car and the black armored truck behind it onto their sides. The trailing police car slammed on the brakes, skidding into a drift and crashing into the burning truck, catching fire as well. As the occupants of the first police car kicked open the door and scrambled out of the overturned vehicle, a large black SUV sped toward them. The security officer in the police car instantly became alert and told another officer inside to hand him a gun. At that moment, the approaching SUV executed a sharp drift and halted in the middle of the road. The door swung open and a figure in a black suit with a painted mask stepped out. Before the security officer could take the gun from his colleague, a series of muffled puff 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 sounds rang out. Several bullets struck the officer in the head, bursting into a spray of blood. Since both police cars were bulletproof, the 3 remaining security officers inside could only grip their weapons, unable to fire at Xiao Wuye as he approached. Xiao Wuye then made a bye-bye gesture to the trio inside the police car. The 3 security officers were momentarily stunned. At that moment, Xiao Wuye pulled out a grenade and tossed it into the police car right beside the officer he had just shot dead. The 3 officers inside stared at the grenade with terror etched on their faces. Then came a deafening boom. The grenade detonated inside the police car, splattering blood across the windows, staining them crimson. Just then, the police car that had crashed into the truck suddenly had its door flung open. As 2 security officers emerged from the police car, Xiao Wuye aimed his submachine gun and pulled the trigger. Bullets instantly cut down the unprepared officers. After killing them, as Xiao Wuye approached the police car, the two remaining officers inside frantically shut the door. Xiao Wuye ignored them and instead pulled a C4 explosive from his backpack, attaching it to the police car's door. He then placed another C4 on the truck's cab door. Walking to the rear of the truck, he pressed a remote switch. With a thunderous roar, the C4 blasted the doors off, both the police car and the truck. The security officers inside the police car were killed by the shockwave. Xiao Wuye approached the truck's cab. The driver was barely breathing, mortally wounded by the blast. Xiao Wuye pulled the trigger, finishing off the driver. He then opened the truck's rear doors, drove his own vehicle over, and began tossing money boxes from the truck into his car. The livestream audience went wild with excitement, as Xiao Wuye's entire heist of the armored truck took less than 10 minutes. Damn, I only now realized that the other contestants were just dead weight around Xiao Shun. Wow, Xiao Shun's foresight is incredible. I bet he planned to rob the insurance company to recover the money from the start. Meanwhile, upon learning of the armored truck robbery, the pursuers dispatched a team to hunt down Xiao Wuye. After loading the money, Xiao Wuye didn't flee to another city, but drove back into Luo City. This move left the livestream audience utterly baffled. Once Xiao Wuye entered Luo City, the pursuer's helicopter spotted his car. Xiao Wuye glanced up at the helicopter, a playful smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Xiao Wuye's car sped into a warehouse and then exited through another door. Since the car was inside for less than 10 seconds, the pursuers assumed the money was still in the vehicle. Several pursuer vehicles charged into the warehouse, found nothing unusual, and then sped off after Xiao Wuye's car. The livestream audience noticed the pursuers rapidly closing in, with some vehicles ahead attempting to block Xiao Wuye's path. The audience watching the stream was on edge, their palms sweating. Meanwhile, the video feed of the pursuers chasing Jonathan and the others was almost unwatched. Out of nearly 6 billion global viewers, only about 100 million were following the pursuit of Jonathan's group. This starkly highlighted the disparity in popularity. Xiao Wuye's car sped down the highway, running countless red lights and causing gridlock on several streets. But this time the pursuers ignored the traffic jams, sending a lead car to recklessly ram the obstructing vehicles out of the way. This was the very essence of the livestream show. The pursuers continuously refined their tactics through relentless pursuit to handle any situation. The audience's hearts were in their throats as the pursuers drew closer and closer to Xiao Wuye's car. Just as Xiao Wuye's car was about to cross an intersection, a pursuer vehicle suddenly barreled out from another street and slammed into Xiao Wuye's car with a deafening crash. Xiao Wuye's car rolled several times before coming to a halt, a testament to the ferocity of the impact. As the livestream audience watched, over a dozen pursuer vehicles encircle Xiao Wuye's car, trapping it completely. Despair filled their hearts. It's over. Xiao Shun has no way out this time. I don't get it. Did Xiao Wuye lose his mind? Why come back to Luo City after the heist? I wonder if Xiao Shun can work a miracle this time. Miracle, my ass. He's surrounded. Just as the livestream audience was commenting, Xiao Wuye's car door suddenly shifted. The pursuers immediately raised their weapons, ready to attack. However, when the car door swung open, a pair of hands emerged covered in blood. Then, amid the audience's intense suspense, a foreigner stepped out of the car. When the foreigner stepped out of Xiao Wuye's car, the livestream audience was utterly bewildered. They knew Xiao Wuye was Chinese. The pursuers had no knowledge of Xiao Wuye's identity, which was part of the global Manhunt live show's authenticity. One of the pursuer squad leaders yelled at the foreigner, "Put your hands up and get on the ground." Though reluctant, the foreigner complied. The pursuers rushed forward and handcuffed him. A pursuer then scanned the foreigner with a device which showed he was not a contestant. When they opened the trunk of the car, they found no money inside. One pursuer pressed his knee against the foreigner's neck and demanded in a mechanical voice, "Tell us, where's the money? How many of you robbed the armored car?" The foreigner was taken aback, then exclaimed, "What armored car? I didn't rob any armored car. I'm just a black market racer." "Then why did you run?" the pursuer asked mechanically. The foreigner replied innocently, "Someone organized a street race with a 10000 prize. I came to compete." The pursuers were stunned. Just then the patrol helicopter reported another suspicious vehicle in the city. After arresting the foreigner, several pursuer vehicles were dispatched to chase the new suspect. Soon the pursuers received another report of a suspicious vehicle. This kept the remaining pursuers in the city extremely busy. Out of a total of 100 pursuers, 60 were sent after Jonathan's group, leaving 40 to hunt Xiao Wuye. Even those 40 pursuers were run ragged. Their operations continued until midnight before finally ceasing. They had arrested over 20 black market racers. Upon interrogation, the pursuers learned that a day earlier someone had called these racers, inviting them to a city race with a 100 prize. The caller had even transferred 100 to each as a participation incentive. Seeing the money, they readily agreed. After Xiao Wuye stole 150 million from the armored car, he called the racers, instructing them to retrieve pre-prepared large SUVs from various locations. The finish line was set on the outskirts of the city. That was why so many identical cars appeared when Xiao Wuye entered the city. More frustratingly, Xiao Wuye had contacted them by phone, so they had no idea what he looked like. The livestream audience, seeing the pursuers catch nothing, grew excited once more. Where's that guy who said Xiao the God was crazy? I ask you, isn't that embarrassing? Damn, how is Xiao the God's brain wired? He's robbed twice in 2 days, totaling 300 million. But isn't he too arrogant? Won't he be investigated when he gets back to reality? Let them investigate. With his intelligence, can they find any evidence? Wow, I really want to eat Xiao the God's Mexican chicken rolls. As those comments appeared, the audience turned their attention to Xiao Wuye's live feed. He was buying a food cart from a Mexican vendor. The next morning, Xiao Wuye rose early and set up his stall. He positioned his cart right outside the police station where the pursuers were based. Onlookers marveled at his audacity. In truth, Xiao Wuye chose this spot not just because the safest place is the most dangerous, but also because the area was bustling with shops, making a food cart seem inconspicuous. Food carts were common abroad, but their fare was usually mediocre, bought only by those in a hurry. Xiao Wuye's business, however, was surprisingly brisk. He used Chinese cooking methods to prepare his food. Soon a long line formed in front of Xiao Wuye's cart. The customers provided him with additional cover. Xiao Wuye hoped the other contestants wouldn't be caught too soon. If they revealed his description, he wouldn't be able to operate so openly on the streets. Inside his cart, Xiao Wuye had a TV playing news about the manhunt. So far, only black market racers had been caught, not Jonathan's group, thanks to the escape plan Xiao Wuye had devised for them. Xiao Wuye set up his stall outside the police station for 3 consecutive days. Some pursuers even bought his Mexican chicken rolls. Through Xiao Wuye's live feed, the audience realized that the pursuers were humans, not robots. One day, while Xiao Wuye was at his stall, the news broadcast a live shootout between pursuers and contestants at a resort. A faint smirk crossed Xiao Wuye's lips as he murmured, "Looks like the pursuers are quite fast." Seeing few people around, he took out a phone and made a brief call. Just as a beautiful woman came to buy a Mexican chicken roll, several men in city management uniforms approached, asking for his business license and food safety documents. Xiao Wuye claimed they were being processed and tried to bribe the officers with crumpled dollars. Deeming the amount too small, the officers impounded his cart, telling him to retrieve it after obtaining the proper permits. Yet as Xiao Wuye watched his cart being towed away, a faint smile played on his lips. 2 pursuers happened to witness the scene. Catching them in his peripheral vision, Xiao Wuye feigned dejection and muttered about getting his documents. One pursuer remarked sympathetically, "That guy's Mexican chicken rolls were really good. Hope he gets his paperwork sorted and comes back soon." The other replied, "All you think about is food. Focus on finding the armored car robber." The first pursuer mused, "It's strange. Where can someone hide 150 million in cash? That much money on a person should be easy to spot." The other pursuer said gravely, "Unless he stashed it somewhere." He was right. Xiao Wuye had indeed hidden the money, and in a very secure place. After his food cart was taken away, Xiao Wuye did not leave Luo City, but instead went to a villa. Those watching the live stream were astonished. They had no idea how he had acquired so many houses. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Wuye changed out of his chef's uniform, donned his favored black suit again, brewed a cup of coffee, and turned on the television to watch the latest news. As expected, the news was full of reports about the battle between the hunters and Jonathan's group. To Xiao Wuye's surprise, Jonathan and his team had not yet been captured. However, the reporters stated that the hunters had killed 2 contestants. Meanwhile, Jonathan's group was struggling. Their weapons required several shots to penetrate the hunter's armor. Moreover, Park Jong-hoon and the security guard from Rena Security had been shot dead by the hunters. Kandam had also been hit by a bullet and seemed to be in dire straits. Bogut, leaning against the wall with a gun in hand, glared angrily at Yamamoto Yoshizawa and roared, "This is all because of you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been discovered." Yamamoto Yoshizawa shot Bogut a fierce glare after hearing this. Jonathan said in a low voice, "Now is not the time for complaints. We must find a way out." Kane replied anxiously, "How? The hunters are everywhere outside. If we didn't have hostages, we'd be riddled with bullets by now." Jonathan glanced at the bound elderly couple and said coldly, "Damn it. We had to be discovered right when Xiao Wuye stepped out. If he were here, he would surely have a plan." After Jonathan spoke, Yamamoto Yoshizawa, who was sitting on the floor, suddenly said in an icy tone, "Do you all trust Xiao Wuye that much?" Jonathan looked at Yamamoto Yoshizawa and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Yamamoto Yoshizawa sat on the ground and sneered disdainfully, "Aren't you curious why Xiao Wuye happened to be away when the hunters came?" Bogut cursed at Yamamoto Yoshizawa. "That's because you went out to pee and got discovered by the hunters." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Yoshizawa's face twisted into a sinister grin as he stared at Bogut. Bogut cursed coldly, "What the hell are you looking at? Am I wrong, you bitch?" Yamamoto Yoshizawa surprisingly did not retort. Just then, guys suddenly shouted in panic, "The hunters are charging again." Jonathan quickly moved to the window and peered outside. He saw a squad of 20 hunters slowly approaching the house they were in. Jonathan shouted coldly, "Prepare for battle." The remaining contestants raised their weapons to attack. Just then, Kane pulled a magazine from his bag, and his expression froze. He realized they had run out of ammunition. When Kane relayed this news to Jonathan and the others, Jonathan was momentarily stunned, but being a military man, he quickly composed himself. He said coldly, "Everyone keep your combat knives close. We may have to engage in close quarters combat soon." After Jonathan spoke, the others instinctively touched their knives. Then Jonathan roared, "Let's fight them." He pulled the trigger at the approaching hunters. However, the lead hunter carried a shield, and the bullets simply bounced off it. Bogut and Kane joined the fight. Only Yamamoto Yoshizawa held back, secretly concealing a pistol. Jonathan's ammunition was soon depleted. When the gunfire ceased, one of the hunters shouted into his helmet's comlink, "They're out of ammo. Advance! Advance!" Soon more squads of hunters arrived. They surrounded the house and the resort and hurled flashbangs inside. Jonathan bellowed, "Flashbang." He quickly shielded his eyes with his arm. A series of soft thuds echoed. The flashbangs detonated, flooding the house with blinding light. Once the flashbangs went off, the hunters swiftly entered through the windows and doors. Upon entering, they simultaneously holstered their submachine guns on their armor. The armor on their thighs opened, revealing pistols. The hunters all switched to pistols and began searching the rooms for contestants. Soon one of them announced, "Found a contestant here." The hunter was referring to the wounded Kandam. Kandam sat weakly on the ground on the verge of death. As a hunter reached down to haul him up, Kandam suddenly let out a wild, manic laugh. The hunter paused in confusion, then heard a faint click. His expression shifted instantly. A deafening explosion followed. Half the house was obliterated in an instant. Dozens of hunters were killed on the spot. Watching the live coverage on television, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. Only Kandam would do something so crazy. I hope that bomb took Jonathan and the rest with him. That way I won't have to worry about the hunters knowing what I look like. Xiao Wuye's wish was not granted, however. The bomb had blown half the villa to pieces, but Jonathan and his group only suffered the shockwave. Though they sustained some internal injuries, they were in no mortal danger. Jonathan and his team seized the opportunity of the explosion to escape the house. Bogut even tossed his last grenade into the building. The hunters' losses were severe: 22 dead and 7 critically wounded. The hunters' leader suddenly rose from the rubble and shouted angrily into his helmet's comlink, "Johnson, leave 10 men in Luo City to investigate the armored car robbery. The rest of you come to my location immediately." Johnson immediately led his men, driving several vehicles to rendezvous with the other squad. Xiao Wuye stared at his phone, a playful smirk on his lips. On the screen was a live feed of the police station's entrance. He had installed a camera across from the station while selling food there, allowing him to detect when the hunters mobilized. Watching the aerial footage from a news helicopter, Xiao Wuye saw 3 figures fleeing into a forest. Recognizing their silhouettes, he deduced their identities. It had been 5 days since the robbery of Rena Security. In 2 more days, if the hunters failed to kill Jonathan and his group, Xiao Wuye and his team would be victorious. If the hunters succeeded in killing Jonathan, Xiao Wuye would have to wait 1 more day, 7 days after the armored car robbery, to claim victory. Another day passed. Due to the complex terrain of the jungle, Jonathan and his group had vanished without a trace after fleeing into it. Nearly all the hunters from the previous week had gone after them, leaving only 10 hunters in Luo City. Xiao Wuye sat in a moderately sized villa sipping wine, while watching television, his demeanor exceedingly leisurely. At that moment, Xiao Wuye set down his wine glass in boredom and picked up the morning's latest newspaper from the table. Reading news and newspapers had always been a habit of his. As he flipped through the headlines, his eyes suddenly paused for a moment. A news article on the paper caught his attention. It read that tonight at Luo City's largest hotel, the Red Coral Grand Hotel, a jewelry exhibition would be held. The most dazzling exhibit was named the Eye of Santiago. The Eye of Santiago was the largest sapphire ever discovered in the world. It was said to be worth over $200 million. As Xiao Wuye read the news, a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, viewers watching the live stream suddenly left comments. "No way, the Eye of Santiago. What about the Eye of Santiago? Why so surprised? Damn, many might not know, but the Eye of Santiago is the world's largest sapphire. It was mysteriously stolen 10 years ago, and the culprit has never been found. I've seen that news too. I heard the owner, the wealthy Carlos, even received $200 million in insurance. Damn, is Xiao Shun going after the Eye of Santiago? No need for that. Can you even buy things snatched during the mission?" Amidst the heated discussions, the production team of the Global Manhunt Show responded in the comments. "The Global Manhunt Show production team hereby declares that contestants cannot bring any items obtained in the mission scenarios out with them." After seeing this statement, the audience grew even more curious about why Xiao Wuye was interested in the Eye of Santiago. Since Xiao Wuye had already snatched 150 million, grabbing more held no meaning for him. At this moment, he walked out of the villa. As the hunters had no information about him at all, Xiao Wuye could now wander the streets with complete impunity. Xiao Wuye spotted a street of miscellaneous goods bustling with activity, mainly because the items were both comprehensive and cheap. He strolled around the street for a while, then bought a yellow jacket and some accessories. The viewers watching the live stream were curious why someone as refined as Xiao Wuye would buy street stall items. He wondered a bit longer before taking a taxi directly to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, he saw many people dressed in yellow uniforms outside, helping others park their cars. After putting on the yellow jacket he bought from the market, Xiao Wuye soon spotted a man with an arrogant expression driving a supercar to the airport. He quickly jogged over and proactively opened the car door for the man. The man stepped out of the car, took out $1,000 from his wallet, handed it to Xiao Wuye, and said, "Take good care of my car. He'll be back in a week." Xiao Wuye promptly took the money and said to the man with immense gratitude, "Thank you, sir. Have a pleasant journey." After the man left, Xiao Wuye directly got into the supercar. As he drove away from the airport, he casually tossed the cheap jacket into a roadside trash can. By evening, Xiao Wuye drove the supercar to the outside of an upscale restaurant. Seeing Xiao Wuye arrive in a supercar and dressed in an expensive suit, the waiter at the upscale restaurant hurried over to proactively open the car door for him. Xiao Wuye stepped out and directly handed the waiter $100. Having worked there for 3 years, this was the first time the waiter had received such a large tip. As Xiao Wuye was about to enter the restaurant, his phone suddenly rang. He answered the call while taking out a cigarette. The waiter, seeing this, quickly took out a lighter and lit the cigarette for him. Just then a bald man walked by with a woman passing right beside Xiao Wuye. After the bald man walked past him, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. He hung up the phone and walked straight into the restaurant to enjoy a French feast. At some point an invitation card had appeared inside his clothing. The upscale restaurant was right next to the Red Coral Hotel. After finishing his meal, Xiao Wuye drove a short distance and arrived at the Red Coral Grand Hotel. Due to tonight's jewelry exhibition, the hotel was under tight security, and everyone entering required an invitation card. Xiao Wuye walked to the hotel entrance, presented the invitation card, and smoothly entered the Red Coral Grand Hotel. He took the elevator to the top floor, where the jewelry exhibition was held. The exhibition hall was already filled with many people admiring the displayed jewelry. After wandering around, Xiao Wuye finally spotted the world's one Ethiopian sapphire, the Eye of Santiago, in a separate exhibition hall. He approached the display case and carefully examined the Eye of Santiago. Based on his years of experience, it was undoubtedly genuine. Gazing at the Eye of Santiago, which was as large as a child's fist, Xiao Wuye mused to himself, "I wonder who will snatch this gem tonight." The exhibition was not just for display, and auction would also be held later in the evening. Xiao Wuye had also read the news about the Eye of Santiago being stolen back then. However, the wealthy owner Carlos did not receive $200 million in insurance. He received $400 million. The wealthy Carlos had himself taken out full insurance on the Eye of Santiago. Additionally, the organizer of today's auction, Geneside Auction Company, had also insured all the items up for auction. Thus, after the Eye of Santiago was stolen, Carlos received 2 insurance payouts, totaling an astonishing $400 million. $400 million far exceeded the value of the Eye of Santiago itself. So while many lamented the theft of the Eye of Santiago, they also felt that the wealthy Carlos had turned misfortune into a blessing. In the end, the gang that stole the Eye of Santiago was never found. The Eye of Santiago seemed to have vanished from the world. Xiao Wuye knew that even if he snatched more things, he couldn't take them with him. Therefore, his purpose in coming tonight was not to steal, but to investigate who had actually stolen the Eye of Santiago. Since the Eye of Santiago had never resurfaced, it must still be in the hands of that gang. He could wait until he completed his mission and then plan to snatch the Eye of Santiago from those robbers. Xiao Wuye gazed at the Eye of Santiago for a moment before moving on to examine other exhibits, for his purpose tonight was not the jewels, but the jewel thieves. As he perused the other gems, the on-site staff invited the attendees to the auction hall. Perhaps due to the allure of the Eye of Santiago, the hall was filled with numerous tycoons. Xiao Wuye found his seat according to his numbered paddle. Soon the auction commenced, and one priceless jewel after another was claimed by the wealthy patrons. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly fervent. Yet Xiao Wuye merely observed the tycoons in silence. In his eyes, their value far exceeded that of the jewels. Several of these magnates would even rank among the top 20 on the global rich list in the year 2049. This underscored the immense wealth of those present. In truth, that rich list was only meant for the masses. The truly affluent never appeared on such rankings. As lot after lot was sold, the grand finale of the evening was about to unfold. The auctioneer on stage announced with excitement, "Ladies and gentlemen, below is the final lot of the evening. The world's largest sapphire, the Eye of Santiago." As he finished, 4 security guards in black suits wheeled the Eye of Santiago onto the stage. Once the 4 guards had placed the glass protective case containing the Eye of Santiago on the display stand, the auctioneer continued, "Respected ladies and gentlemen, I am certain you have already sensed the profundity of the Eye of Santiago. We will now proceed with the auction of the Eye of Santiago. The starting bid is $10 million, with each increment no less than $100,000. The auction officially begins now." As the auctioneer's words faded, many began raising their paddles. The auctioneer was about to address the bidders when the auction hall's door was suddenly kicked open. Over a dozen men in black combat gear and black hoods stormed in brandishing assault rifles and quickly subdued everyone. One burly man declared in a deep voice, "Apologies everyone, but he'll be taking all these jewels today." He then pulled the trigger, and a burst of gunfire erupted, turning the tycoons' faces pale with terror. Some women let out piercing screams. Xiao Wuye scanned the faces of the tycoons, searching for anyone who might seem out of place. Just then the burly man bellowed coldly, "Folks, my brothers and I are only after money. If you cooperate, we won't harm you. But if anyone doesn't play along, you can say goodbye to your fortunes." He then ordered everyone to crouch down. Xiao Wuye complied without hesitation, moving to a corner. Since entry required passing through a metal detector, he was unarmed. However, as he crouched, he noticed one tycoon's demeanor seemed slightly off. That tycoon was Carlos, the owner of the Eye of Santiago. Though his face also bore a look of terror, in the instant Carlos crouched down, Xiao Wuye caught a fleeting, enigmatic smile on his face. Moreover, Xiao Wuye observed that the burly man's gaze frequently swept past Carlos. A bold conjecture formed in his mind. Could this whole heist be orchestrated by Carlos? Just then a ding sounded in Xiao Wuye's mind. Divine brain analysis results: probability that Carlos is the mastermind behind the robbery 56, probability that the auctioneer is the mastermind 49, probability of no mastermind 0. Xiao Wuye shifted his gaze slightly toward the auctioneer, who was crouching on the stage. Xiao Wuye had also suspected the auctioneer earlier. When the robbers burst in, the auctioneer's expression was subtly different from what one would expect from someone unaware of the planned heist. Just then the burly man spoke again in a deep voice, "Folks, we only want money, not lives, but you must cooperate fully." After speaking, the burly man signaled to one of the robbers. The robber nodded and, holding a black bag, barked, "Put all your phones in this bag. If you try any tricks, you know the consequences." A faint disdainful smile curled on Xiao Wuye's lips as he thought to himself, such a cliché routine. The robber then began collecting phones. Everyone complied, primarily out of fear. As the saying goes, the richer one is, the more one fears death. When the robber reached Xiao Wuye, he obediently tossed his phone into the bag, deliberately brushing against the robber's hand. The robber thought nothing of it, attributing the contact to nervous jitters. However, he was unaware that Xiao Wuye had slipped a micro-tracker into the fold of his sleeve. This micro-tracker was purchased by Xiao Wuye from the Bazaar Street, a place where one could find all sorts of gadgets. After collecting the phones, the burly man grabbed the auctioneer by the collar and pressed a gun to his head, growling, "Open the case." With a gun to his head, the auctioneer had no choice but to tremblingly open the case containing the Eye of Santiago. The case was made of a special material impervious to bullets, and any forceful impact would trigger an alarm. Xiao Wuye glanced briefly at the robbers, musing, "Very professional." Indeed, they were remarkably efficient, taking less than 10 minutes from storming in and subduing the tycoons to making off with all the auction jewelry. Before leaving, the robbers planted several bombs in the auction hall. The burly man then produced a remote control and announced in a deep voice, "Folks, as long as you cooperate, you're safe. But if you call the police after we leave, they'll detonate these bombs. Their blast radius is enough to obliterate this entire floor." With that, the burly man strode out. Once the robbers were gone, panic erupted among the tycoons. The auctioneer suggested pressing the alarm, but the tycoons stopped him. As they did so, Xiao Wuye caught a glint of smug satisfaction in Carlos' eyes. What puzzled Xiao Wuye, however, was that a peculiar flicker also passed through the auctioneer's eyes. Yet he couldn't understand it. The auctioneer and Carlos had never exchanged a single glance throughout the ordeal, which was entirely inconsistent with the behavior of co-conspirators. Seizing the moment of chaos among the tycoons, Xiao Wuye approached the door. He tried the handle, but it wouldn't budge, evidently blocked from the outside. With a sharp, precise tug and a push, Xiao Wuye managed to force the door open. After Xiao Wuye ran out of the Red Coral Grand Hotel, he discovered that the security guards at the front desk and the entrance had been killed. Xiao Wuye quickly rushed to his supercar and retrieved a tablet. Soon a map appeared on the tablet with a red dot moving rapidly. Just as Xiao Wuye was about to give chase, over a dozen police cars suddenly arrived. Xiao Wuye quickly ducked lower in his seat. Before the police could even enter, the pursuer's vehicle also pulled up. The pursuer flashed a badge. It was then that Xiao Wuye realized the pursuer used a special credential, not impersonating the police, but another law enforcement agency. Moreover, through the reflection in a mirror, he saw that the pursuer appeared as an ordinary person, not clad in a mechanical battle suit. This meant that within the mission script, only contestants could see the pursuer's true form. Xiao Wuye felt fortunate that he hadn't revealed any flaws while running his food cart near the police station. He had been puzzled why the customers weren't curious about the pursuer's futuristic attire. It turned out that in their eyes, the pursuers looked like ordinary people. After the police and pursuers appeared, Xiao Wuye didn't act rashly. He waited for the wealthy individuals to flee and then blended in with their convoy to escape. Once outside the Red Coral Hotel, Xiao Wuye followed the red dot on the map. The dot eventually stopped at a slaughterhouse in Luo City. Xiao Wuye parked his car at a distance, checked the surveillance around the slaughterhouse, found a blind spot, and leaped inside. Meanwhile, the jewel thieves were in an office within the slaughterhouse. The tracker Xiao Wuye had planted also had a listening function, but it only worked within 20 meters. Evading the cameras, Xiao Wuye reached a cold storage room for meat. Suddenly a voice crackled through his Bluetooth earpiece. "Boss, we risked our lives for all this jewelry, and we're only getting a measly commission. Isn't that unfair? I heard that blue sapphire alone is worth $200 million. I know the value of these gems, but do you have a buyer? Do you think anyone can afford $200 million for that sapphire?" "Boss, $5 million is too little. We could make $2 or $3 million from an armored car heist." "Fine, when they contact us, I'll negotiate. The goods are in our hands, they'll be willing to talk price." Xiao Wuye's eyes narrowed as he muttered them. Could more than one person be behind this? Just then a phone rang. "We have the goods. You know their value. Give us $10 million and they're yours." "Fine. We're at Old John's slaughterhouse in the north of the city. Come alone or you won't get the goods." "Well, wait half an hour." A cold smirk curled on Xiao Wuye's lips. Looks like the big fish is about to surface. Then through the earpiece he heard, "Ambush the slaughterhouse. Report any anomalies." After the others agreed, footsteps echoed. Xiao Wuye looked around. The place was filled with hanging pork. As Xiao Wuye searched for a hiding spot, footsteps approached. A voice said, "It's just pork in there, and it's freezing. Let's go elsewhere." Another replied, "John told us to check. Let's take a look." The moment the words fell, footsteps entered, followed by 2 beams of flashlight. The pork hung from hooks, and the light swept beneath them. 2 thieves crouched, shining their flashlights into the cold storage. They found nothing unusual. One thief said, "Since we're here, let's go inside." The other grumbled, "It's freezing. Who would hide in here?" The insistent thief decided to check. He walked into the cold storage with his flashlight. At that moment, Xiao Wuye clung to the underside of a hanging pig, his body curled within the carcass. As the footsteps drew nearer, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Just as the footsteps reached him, a loud bang echoed as the cold storage door slammed shut. The thief, startled, rushed toward the exit. Xiao Wuye heard another thief's mocking laughter. "Hey boss, don't joke like that. It's freezing in here, someone could die." The thief who insisted on searching cursed. The other added, "Exactly. If it's cold enough to kill, who would be stupid enough to hide here? Even if someone were inside, locking the door would freeze them to death, right?" As he finished, the door slammed shut again, followed by the clatter of chains outside. Xiao Wuye cursed inwardly. He leaped out from the pig carcass, crept to the door, pressed his ear against it, and listened. After confirming no one was outside, he tried the handle, but the door wouldn't budge. Xiao Wuye deduced the door had been chained from the outside. Due to the cold storage's special construction, his superhuman brain couldn't scan the exterior. However, he remained calm and searched for another exit, as cold storages usually have emergency escapes. After searching, he found a hidden door nearly seamless with the wall. He tried it, and it opened. Yet he chose not to leave, staying hidden in the cold storage. With the thieves still searching the slaughterhouse, going out would arouse suspicion. About 20 minutes later, Xiao Wuye heard a walkie-talkie conversation through his earpiece. "John, the man is here. Is he alone?" "Yes. Let him in." A cold smile touched Xiao Wuye's lips. The principal has finally arrived. He brushed off the frost from his body. Thanks to the perfect crime system, his body had been enhanced, allowing him to endure the cold for so long. Upon hearing John order the mastermind to be brought to the office, Xiao Wuye hastily emerged from the cold storage. Activating his god-level brain, the buildings within the slaughterhouse instantly transformed into a virtual state. Through this ability, Xiao Wuye also perceived the robbers in the office and a middle-aged man with a cold, sinister countenance. However, to Xiao Wuye's surprise, the man was neither the wealthy Carlos nor the auctioneer from the auction house. Through his Bluetooth earpiece, Xiao Wuye heard the middle-aged man speak in a hoarse voice. "Where is the item?" John, standing across from him, responded in a deep tone. "Where is the money?" The middle-aged man let out a contemptuous sneer, then tossed a black travel bag onto the table. "The 10 million you asked for," he said. His voice grew noticeably heavier on the words 10 million, betraying his displeasure with the robber's last-minute price hike. John ordered a man to inspect the black travel bag. The bag was packed entirely with large denomination US dollars. After a cursory check confirmed everything was in order, the man nodded to John. In return, John handed a black cloth bag to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man took the bag, immediately retrieved the Eye of Santiago to verify its authenticity, and upon confirming it was genuine, let out a soft chuckle. He then turned and walked towards the exit. Just as he reached the doorway, a flash grenade suddenly dropped from his sleeve. Before John and his men could react, the flash grenade detonated. In the next instant, the middle-aged man drew a pistol equipped with a silencer, spun around, and pulled the trigger. John and his crew were killed before they even had a chance to respond. The middle-aged man then replaced the magazine and fired a final precise shot into each corpse's head. His technique was utterly professional. Certain the robbers were dead, he pulled out his phone and said, "Throw their bodies into the meat grinder. Grind them up and feed them to the pigs." Only then did Xiao Wuye understand why those who had stolen the jewelry had vanished without a trace. They had been ground up and fed to swine. Meanwhile, the livestream audience was growing frantic as they lacked the god-level brain and could not see what Xiao Wuye was witnessing. Some police officers viewing Xiao Wuye's feed immediately contacted the global Manhunt production team, hoping to switch the livestream to the robber's location so they could finally learn who had been in possession of the decade-old stolen jewels. However, the global Manhunt team replied that it was impossible to view. The livestream could only follow the contestants and the hunters, it could not be freely switched. Left with no other option, the police placed their hopes on Xiao Wuye. Seeing the man descending, Xiao Wuye quickly ducked out of sight. He hid for two reasons: one, to find the mastermind behind the jewelry heist, and two, he knew the livestream was running. Though he couldn't see the camera, he could feel eyes upon him. After the man drove away, Xiao Wuye quickly gave chase in his sports car. The man drove all the way to the docks where he boarded a yacht. Using his god-level brain, Xiao Wuye confirmed that the man was alone on the vessel. Xiao Wuye had no way to continue the pursuit now. What target on the open sea was far too conspicuous. He sat in his car staring at the departing yacht. Just as he was about to consider the matter closed, his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw the middle-aged man toss the bag of jewels into the sea. As Xiao Wuye puzzled over this, he spotted a diver using an underwater propulsion vehicle to quickly reach the yacht's underside. The diver grabbed the bag of jewels and swam away. Xiao Wuye watched the diver's departure, and a ding sounded in his mind. Analyzing the diver's trajectory. Probability of diver heading to Body Pier 19. Probability of diver heading to Golden Coast 6. Probability of diver heading to Carlos Seaside Mansion 72. 3. Having studied the map of Los Angeles, Xiao Wuye's god-level brain had memorized and was now analyzing it. Upon receiving this information, he prepared to head to Carlos Seaside Mansion to confirm his suspicions. But just as he got into his car, a news report announced that Jonathan and his crew had been captured by the hunters. 2 of the 3 were dead, only 1 woman was taken alive. Xiao Wuye immediately thought of Yamada Yoshizawa. He gently pushed up his glasses as he listened. 2 days remained until the 7th day after he robbed the armored car. Xiao Wuye had never trusted those hunters, especially Yamamoto Yoshizawa. That woman appeared fragile on the surface, but her heart was as venomous as a serpent's. As Xiao Wuye listened to the news in his car, Yamamoto Yoshizawa's voice suddenly cut through the broadcast, snarling coldly, "I know you're watching. If you don't get me out of here within a day, I'll tell the hunters everything about you." Xiao Wuye's eyes glinted with a chill. He hadn't expected Yamamoto Yoshizawa to dare threaten him. Because she had been captured, the 150 million they had stolen from Rena Security was also wiped clean. Fortunately, Xiao Wuye had been foresight enough to steal another $150 million and hide it in a safe place. He only had 2 days left to win. All he had to do was stay hidden. However, Xiao Wuye despised being threatened. He turned off the news and drove directly to a villa. As he was checking his weapons, a breaking news bulletin aired on the television. A portrait of Xiao Wuye appeared on the screen. It turned out that Yamamoto Yoshizawa regretted threatening Xiao Wuye the moment she had done it. Fearing he would kill her, she had ratted him out. After all, if the mission failed, she could still survive. But if she died within the mission scenario, she would die in the real world as well. Xiao Wuye watched the news with a cold smirk. "Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish," he murmured. With that, he picked up his bag of weapons and walked out. After a convoy of a dozen vehicles returned to Los Angeles and pulled into the police station where the hunters were based, 2 hunters had just dragged Yamamoto Yoshizawa out of a car. Suddenly, the pop of a gunshot rang out. The hunters immediately went on high alert. Just then, one hunter felt Yamamoto Yoshizawa slump against his back. When he turned to look, he saw her staring at him with a bizarre expression, a bullet hole clearly visible in the center of her forehead. Blood was gushing from the wound in a grotesque fountain. The hunters were human too, and the sight of Yoshizawa's eerie appearance made the man's body tremble with fear. Another hunter roared, "Search the area. We must catch the killer." Xiao Wuye had set up his snack cart outside the police station where the hunters were based for 3 days, and during that time, he had thoroughly familiarized himself with the surrounding environment. After killing Yamamoto Yoshizawa with a sniper rifle from the rooftop of a building, he did not flee, but instead disassembled the rifle, packed it into a garbage bag filled with trash, walked downstairs, and tossed it into a dumpster. Xiao Wuye then returned to the building and knocked on the door of a room on the 3rd floor. Inside was a woman dressed provocatively. The room turned out to be a brothel. In country M, many women rented cheap apartments to conduct business in their rooms. Xiao Wuye recognized the sign hanging above the door and knew it was a brothel. The flamboyant woman had clearly been too busy making money to watch the news, as she did not recognize Xiao Wuye at all. Xiao Wuye gazed at the seductive woman before him and directly stuffed $1,000 into her cleavage. The woman's face lit up with a smile as she pressed her entire body against his. Meanwhile, the hunters quickly pinpointed the shooting location, but when they arrived at the rooftop, they found only a single shell casing. The hunter leader shouted coldly, "Lock down the entire city of Los Angeles. Deploy all units to capture the last contestant." Including the contestant killed by Xiao Wuye at the start, the hunters now had 8 of their own dead and 1 reduced to pieces. Only one hunter remained to be caught: Xiao Wuye. The situation was advantageous for the hunters as there were still over 70 of them, while Xiao Wuye was alone and they had his portrait. In their view, capturing Xiao Wuye was merely a matter of time. The hunter leader class divided his 70-plus hunters into 7 squads to search the entire city for Xiao Wuye. One squad was tasked with searching the building where Xiao Wuye had been seeking clues. Little did they know Xiao Wuye was lying on a soft, large bed watching the hunter's deployment on the rooftop via his phone. When he heard class dispatch a 10-man squad to search his building, instead of panicking, a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Soon the woman emerged from the bathroom, naked, pounced on Xiao Wuye, and began kissing him all over. Xiao Wuye looked at the woman and pulled out another $1,000, saying, "I've run into some trouble. Someone might come looking for me soon. If..." Before he could finish, the woman snatched the money, her face full of allure, and said, "Don't worry, leave this little matter to me." Xiao Wuye chuckled softly. If another woman had said that, he might not have believed her, but a woman of the night had seen such situations many times and rarely messed up. After tossing the money aside, she reached out to unbuckle his pants. In the world of wanderers, one must deliver when paid. However, before Xiao Wuye could say anything, the fans watching the live stream grew frantic. "That slutty woman let go of my husband. Honey, stay reserved. Don't let that woman seduce you. Honey, restrain yourself. When you come back, I'll help you out. Damn, I advise you upstairs to be kind. You look like a chimpanzee from the zoo come to life. Don't ruin my husband, okay? Damn it, both of you, calm down. It's one thing for little girls to call Master Xiao husband, but you two guys are going overboard." The comments section instantly erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, in the mission scene, Xiao Wuye did not stop the woman. Women in country and matured early. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, but was actually only 19. Xiao Wuye watched his phone while enjoying the girl's services. He observed the hunter squad searching floor by floor for his whereabouts. Since the area was an old district with underdeveloped surveillance systems, and the building lacked cameras, the hunters could only search door to door. Though they were hunters to recreate realistic crime scenes, they couldn't act more lawlessly than the criminals themselves. Their searches were relatively gentle. When Xiao Wuye saw the hunters reach his floor, he gently patted the girl who had her head buried in his lap. The girl looked up reluctantly, then led Xiao Wuye to a hidden compartment behind the wardrobe. But Xiao Wuye shook his head, and instead took her into the bathroom, turning on the shower. Seeing Xiao Wuye drenched, the woman nearly lost control again. At that moment, the young girls watching the live stream went wild, seeing Xiao Wuye's wet hair and shirt clinging to his chest and abs. Small gifts flooded the stream. Before the mission began, host Chen Lufei had announced that viewers could send gifts to their favorite contestants, and the gift amounts would be converted into cash for the contestants. Of course, contestants only received the gift earnings if they won the competition. The gift revenue was split 50-50 between the global Manhunt production team and the contestant. Xiao Wuye's gifts had already exceeded 50 million Chinese yuan, surpassing the prize money for winning this match. Just as the girl was about to lose control, a knock came at the door. Xiao Wuye smiled and patted her shoulder. Reluctantly, she wrapped herself in a towel, her hair and body dripping with water, and went to answer the door. When the door opened, the girl looked at the two hunters at the entrance and said impatiently, "What do you want?" To her, the hunters appeared no different from ordinary people. She couldn't see their mechanical battle armor. The hunters flashed their badges and said, "We're from the Special Investigation Unit. We're looking for a fugitive. Have you seen this man?" One hunter showed her a portrait. It was Xiao Wuye. The girl glanced at it and said irritably, "I'm alone in my room. I haven't seen him." While the hunter showed her the portrait, the other used thermal imaging to scan the room. He only detected a heat signature in the bathroom, but seeing the girl soaking wet, he assumed she had been showering and dismissed any suspicion. The hunter shook his head slightly. Then the two hunters left. Through the bathroom wall, Xiao Wuye watched the two hunters depart, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With only 2 days remaining, Xiao Wuye would claim victory if his pursuers failed to capture him. He had not left the girl's room for the past 2 days. Meanwhile, the hunters scoured the entire city in search of him. They had turned every stone, but found no trace of Xiao Wuye. They even deployed the celestialized system to compare his portrait against surveillance footage, yet he remained undetected. Just as despair set in, one pursuer stumbled upon a clue on a social media platform. The team leader Karas ordered his men to locate the social account that had captured Xiao Wuye. They found him in a video posted by a travel blogger who had been filming street scenes in Luo City the day before. The footage inadvertently showed Xiao Wuye dismantling a sniper rifle and tossing it into a trash bin. The video also revealed that after discarding the weapon, Xiao Wuye returned to the same building. Karas cross-referenced the timestamp and realized it was before their earlier search of that building. He deduced with certainty that Xiao Wuye was still inside. Karas sneered coldly. Xiao Wuye is indeed clever, knowing that the most dangerous place is the safest. He then ordered the building to be cordoned off. After analyzing the residents, they quickly identified the girl who had been harboring him. The girl had been ordering larger portions of takeout than usual over the past 2 days, and she had posted a photo on social media flaunting a stack of cash. The pursuers posing as a special investigation bureau could easily access her personal information. They swiftly determined her occupation and income sources. By then the entire building was surrounded and 2 teams had arrived at her doorstep. A thermal imaging scan detected 2 humanoid heat signatures on her bed. The pursuers deduced that one of them must be Xiao Wuye. Kara's ordered an immediate breach. A team member kicked down the door, and over 20 armed pursuers stormed into the room, training their guns on the 2 figures on the bed. Kara's roared, "Xiao Wuye, you are under arrest." Yet oddly the 2 on the bed showed no reaction to the door being kicked in. They only heard the girl's muffled sounds. One pursuer approached the bed and yanked off the blanket. To their astonishment, the girl was tied to a plush bear as tall as a person. The bear was covered in menstrual heat pads. Kara screamed retreat. But before they could flee, a deafening explosion erupted from the bomb hidden inside the bear. A burst of fire shattered the window and blasted outward. Of the 20 pursuers who had entered, 18 were instantly killed, and 1 lay on the ground spitting blood with little time left. Kara's quick to react was thrown into the opposite room by the blast. Though not fatally wounded, he was in dire shape. His mechanical battle armor was over 50 damaged, and half his helmet was blown off. His bloodied face was partially exposed. Suddenly a loud bang came from the girl's shattered wardrobe. A hidden door behind it swung open, and Xiao Wuye crawled out. Xiao Wuye had long noticed the girl flaunting her money while he pretended to sleep. He turned the tables by luring the pursuers, tying her to a plush bear, and applying heat pads to mimic 2 people embracing. Emerging from the secret passage, Xiao Wuye picked up a fallen pursuer's gun. Opening the magazine, he sneered with disdain. The bullets had red tips indicating armor-piercing rounds. Viewers watching the live stream also spotted the armor-piercing bullets. Damn, the production team is shameless. Contestants have no resources while pursuers wear advanced mecha suits and use the best weapons with armor-piercing rounds. If you don't want anyone to win the prize, just say so. Exactly. The show is trash. I just signed up, but forget it, I'm out. This isn't an escape game, it's a one-sided slaughter. Screw this, I'm unfollowing. He'll stop watching after this episode. Dakar, the producer of Global Manhunt, never expected such an uproar over a single bullet. He quickly contacted the bosses of the top 10 security companies who had been thrilled by the 5 billion concurrent viewers. But the armor-piercing bullet scandal caused the show to lose 2 billion followers instantly, with numbers still dropping. The security company executives grew anxious, having invested heavily in this live reality show. Without an audience, they risked severe financial crises or even bankruptcy. The 10 security companies quickly devised a plan. They had the show announce that this was a beta version. Starting from the next season, pursuers' weapons would align with the mission timeline, ensuring fairness for contestants and presenting an authentic crime investigation scene to viewers. The show also gifted each account a 100 gift voucher, which, though non-redeemable for cash, could be used to send gifts to favorite contestants. This announcement temporarily stabilized viewer sentiment. The security company bosses were shrewd. The 100 gift voucher per account not only boosted user numbers for Global Manhunt, but also allowed them to reclaim over half the value when gifts were converted into contestant rewards. Since they controlled the system, they could manipulate the number of gifts contestants received. With over 4 billion viewers who could keep track of such a vast scale. While the livestream audience buzzed with chatter, Xiao Wuye suddenly stepped out of the room. Clutching the pursuer's assault rifle, he strode into the opposite chamber, his gaze fixed on Klaus, whose half-shattered face was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. Klaus wheezed heavily, his eyes locked onto Xiao Wuye. His lips quivered as he rasped, You can't escape." Xiao Wuye let out a soft chuckle, then gently adjusted his glasses. 3 hours remain. If you fail to catch me within that time, I win. Isn't that right? Klaus suddenly roared with chilling fury. This building is surrounded. Escaping is a fantasy. Xiao Wuye merely smiled faintly, drew the pursuer's pistol, aimed it at Klaus' head, and pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The livestream audience jolted as a plume of blood burst from Klaus' forehead, a tremor of terror rippling through them. Though they had witnessed Xiao Wuye's ruthlessness before, his delicate, handsome face still defied any connection to the cold-blooded killer he was. Soon the pursuers stationed outside stormed in. Only 50-odd pursuers remained. Jonathan and his team had slain 24, while Xiao Wuye alone had obliterated over 20 in a single explosive instant. Such was Xiao Wuye's terrifying prowess. When the reinforcements charged and they found only scattered fragments of bodies and Klaus' corpse strewn across the floor. Yet the pursuers seemed devoid of emotion, showing no grief at their captain and comrades' deaths. One of them coldly spoke into his helmet's communicator. "Klaus is dead." Ives now assumed the role of acting captain. The fugitive Xiao Wuye is still inside this building. The remaining 51 pursuers will split into 5 teams. 1 guards the perimeter, the other 4 conduct a floor-by-floor search. All acknowledged the order. 10 pursuers remained outside, while the rest flooded into the building. The 10 dispersed around the structure. 1 pursuer approached the external fire escape ladder and found another already stationed there. The station pursuer said, "This is my post. Move to the next one." The newcomer nodded and jogged to another spot. Yet no one noticed that there were 11 pursuers guarding the ground floor. The livestream audience erupted in ecstatic frenzy. Holy crap, Xiao the god is unstoppable. He's infiltrated the pursuers' ranks. I should have bet on Xiao from the start, but it's okay. Oh, I wagered on the contestants' victory. The payouts only quadruple, not bad. The pursuers were in chaos now with over 2 hours left. If they couldn't catch, Xiao had win. As the viewers who bet on Xiao and the contestants grew ecstatic, time ticked away. When only half an hour remained, the squad leader on ground patrol noticed something amiss. His team had 10 members, but when he counted including himself, there were 11. The squad leader thought had miscounted. He conducted a silent recount without raising alarm, knowing that an extra person meant it was Xiao Wuye. But as he tallied again, Xiao Wuye sensed the anomaly. Once the squad leader confirmed there were 11, he dashed upstairs to summon reinforcements. Using the radio on the shared frequency would alert Xiao Wuye. As he rushed into the building, he spotted a pursuer emerging from a ground floor room. The squad leader whispered urgently, "Go inform Captain Reeves that Xiao Wuye might be in my squad." The pursuer nodded. Just as the squad leader turned to leave, he froze. Every pursuer's armor bore a name tag. The name on the armor had just seen belonged to someone who'd died with Klaus on the first wave, blown to pieces. That person couldn't be here. The only explanation was that it was Xiao Wuye. Meanwhile, acting Captain Reeves discovered a pursuer's corpse stripped of its armor, stuffed inside a refrigerator in one room. Even a fool would deduce that Xiao Wuye had blended in with the pursuers. Reeves immediately ordered everyone to assemble downstairs. Only an hour remained until Xiao's victory. Xiao Wuye had already sensed trouble when the squad leader conducted a second patrol so quickly. He slipped through a window on the first floor. Indeed, had just stepped out of that room when he encountered the squad leader. The leader feigned calm and said to the armored Xiao Wuye, "Let's go. Reeves wants us downstairs." Xiao Wuye nodded and gestured with a please. As the squad leader warily turned, Xiao Wuye drew a pursuer's combat knife, lunged forward in a single stride, and drove the blade into the soft joint of the leader's neck. With a dull thud, the knife pierced the squad leader's cervical spine. He died without a sound. Hearing hurried footsteps, Xiao Wuye grabbed the corpse and dragged it into a nearby room. Reeves led the team downstairs and ordered roll call. One was missing. He commanded everyone to remove their helmets. Finding no trace of Xiao Wuye, he dispatched searchers for the vanished squad leader. A pursuer eventually found the squad leader's body in a ground floor room. As Reeves' murderous intent blazing prepared to order a manhunt, he noticed something odd about the corpse's hand. The squad leader's finger pointed upward. Reeves looked up and spotted a ventilation shaft in the ceiling. It struck him this was a clue left by the slain leader. Xiao Wuye must have crawled into the ductwork. Just as Reeves thought that Xiao Wuye had crawled into the ventilation duct, a pursuer rushed over with a computer saying, "Captain, the Heavenly Eye has detected Xiao Wuye's whereabouts." Reeves snatched the pursuer's laptop. The laptop displayed a live feed from the Heavenly Eye. It showed Xiao Wuye sitting in a taxi. Reeves angrily shouted into the intercom in his helmet, "All units pursue." At this moment, there was less than half an hour left until Xiao Wuye's victory. Reeves and his team quickly caught up to the taxi and forced it to stop. However, when they opened the taxi door, Xiao Wuye was nowhere to be found inside. On the back window of the taxi was a 3D photo of Xiao Wuye, which from a distance looked like a real person sitting in the car. Reeves, furious, tore the photo apart and then grabbed the taxi driver by the collar, pulling him out of the vehicle. The taxi driver was terrified by Reeves' rude behavior. After all, in M country, it was common for enforcers to commit murder. Reeves stared coldly at the taxi driver and asked, "Where did the Asian person who was just in your car go?" The taxi driver was so scared that he could barely speak. Seeing this, Reeves took out a picture of Xiao Wuye to show him. The taxi driver stammered, "This person, he got out of your car at the Vito shopping mall." After hearing this, Reeves tossed the taxi driver aside and rushed with his pursuers towards the Vito shopping mall. The mall had 4 floors surrounded by shops with an open center that greatly improved its lighting. When Reeves and his team burst into the Vito shopping mall, he immediately spotted Xiao Wuye standing on the second floor. At that moment, Xiao Wuye was dressed in a designer suit, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, smiling and waving at Reeves and the others as if they were old friends meeting. Just as Reeves was about to order the capture of Xiao Wuye, their Bluetooth headsets simultaneously emitted a ding. Then the voice of the host Chen Lufei entered their ears announcing, "The winner of the first season episode 1 of the global manhunt is suit-wearing bandit Xiao Wuye." Chen Lufei's voice was also heard in the live video, and many people erupted in excited shouts upon hearing her announce the results. However, the excited ones were mostly those who had placed bets. Meanwhile, Reeves' eyes were filled with hatred as he stared at Xiao Wuye, for among the pursuers killed by Xiao Wuye's bomb was his younger brother. Xiao Wuye smiled and threw a piece of paper. The paper slowly flew towards Reeves. As Reeves reached out to grab it, he saw that it was a receipt issued by the Urban Management Bureau. The scene shifted to a food cart, the very one where Xiao Wuye had set up shop outside the police station. The camera zoomed through the interior of the food cart, revealing stacks of U.S. dollars before the viewer's eyes. It turned out that Xiao Wuye had hidden the money in the food cart. The viewers immediately became restless upon seeing the 150 million US dollars. Damn, I guessed that Xiao God hid the money in the food cart. Sigh, I overthought it. I thought Xiao God had hidden the money in the sewer under the cart. Just as the viewers watching the live broadcast were engaged in intense discussions, Xiao Wuye suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and lost consciousness. The camera then shifted to host Chen Lufei. She smiled while holding the microphone and said, "Thank you to all the viewers for your continuous support. I now announce that the winner of the first season episode 1 of the global Manhunt live broadcast reality show is the suit-wearing bandit, Xiao Wuye." At the same time, Xiao Wuye will receive the prize money for this episode, 1 million US dollars. In addition to this 1 million US dollars, Xiao Wuye will also receive his gift earnings from the broadcast, 2,870,000 US dollars. Host Chen Lufei was surprised to find that Xiao Wuye's gift earnings were actually higher than his victory prize. However, no matter how one looked at it, the biggest winners were still the top 10 security companies in the world. Their earnings for this episode actually reached 12.7 billion US dollars. However, the 10 security company owners currently in the conference room seemed unsatisfied with the 12.7 billion US dollars. Doug took a puff of his cigar and sneered. Although we only earned 12.7 billion US dollars, this is just the first episode. I believe the profit for the next episode will at least double. Upon hearing this, the others revealed knowing smiles on their faces. Ultimately, the questions about whether the task scenes were cloned or utilized time travel technology did not receive a direct answer from the Global Manhunt production team. The Global Manhunt production team merely stated that all task scenes were real. On the other side, Xiao Wuye slowly opened his eyes and found himself in a technologically advanced laboratory. His naked body was covered with patches, and a large screen in front of him displayed various data about his body. At this moment, a very beautiful doctor walked in and smiled at the awakened Xiao Wuye, asking, "Mr. Xiao, do you feel any discomfort?" Xiao Wuye sat up, a faint smile on his lips as he looked at the female doctor and said, "I don't feel uncomfortable anywhere. May I ask if you can help me remove these things now?" The female doctor glanced at the surveillance camera on the wall and nodded at Xiao Wuye, walking over to remove the patches from his body. It was unclear whether the beautiful and sexy female doctor was doing it intentionally, but while removing the patches, her snow-white fingers would occasionally brush against Xiao Wuye's body. Especially when she was removing the patch from Xiao Wuye's abdomen, she accidentally brushed against him several times with her arm. It took the female doctor over 2 minutes to remove the dozen patches. However, Xiao Wuye didn't mind, as he was a normal man who also enjoyed playing games with beautiful women. So far, the only women who elicited a reaction from Xiao Wuye were those who had not captured his heart. After the female doctor removed all the patches from Xiao Wuye, she handed him his clothes. However, on Xiao Wuye's clothes was a very exquisite bracelet. The female doctor looked at Xiao Wuye and said, "Mr. Xiao, this bracelet is provided by the production team. It will remind you of the start time for the next episode." Xiao Wuye smiled faintly at this, but was filled with vigilance deep in his eyes. After changing his clothes, Xiao Wuye fastened the wristband given to him by the female doctor around his wrist. Though caution still lingered in his heart, he had signed the contract, and he was confident that if the wristband posed any threat, he could simply remove it. After completing his medical examination, Xiao Wuye boarded an aircraft as pitch black as a night hawk. This plane was exclusively designated for transporting contestants. By 2049, numerous technological advancements had been made, yet nations worldwide had reached a consensus no country was permitted to develop intelligent artificial robots capable of replacing humans. The general public remained unaware of the precise reasons behind this decision. Many supported the global consensus, as the emergence of AI robots would only exacerbate unemployment rates worldwide, potentially sparking riots. After all, Earth's population had already reached 10 billion, and the wealth gap was widening. Scientists across the globe were now developing plans for Mars colonization. As Xiao Wuye sat on the plane, a sudden ding resonated in his mind. "Host, congratulations on obtaining 1500 crime points. Upgrade value 1500. Congratulations, the perfect crime system has been upgraded to level 2. Congratulations on obtaining 20 attribute points." As the system notifications faded, a status panel materialized before Xiao Wuye. Host Xiao Wuye: strength 160, normal human 115, agility 165, normal human 115, intelligence 185, normal human 115, system modification genius level brain. System shop not yet unlocked, remaining attribute points 20. Xiao Wuye pondered briefly before allocating all 20 points to strength and agility, 10 points each. After glimpsing the gear worn by the pursuers, he lacked confidence in winning a direct confrontation against them. Upon allocating the points, Xiao Wuye's status panel shifted. Host Xiao Wuye: strength 170, normal human 115, agility 175, normal human 115, intelligence 185 normal human, 115 system modification genius level brain. System shop, not yet unlocked remaining attribute points 0. After adding the points, Xiao Wuye asked in his mind, will those examinations detect your presence? As he finished, another ding echoed in his head. Host, rest assured, current technology cannot detect my existence. Hearing this, Xiao Wuye felt slightly relieved. Then the perfect crime system continued. Host, the wristband on your hand is monitoring your physical condition in real time. Do you wish to block or falsify your physical status information? A glint of sharp light flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes. He hadn't anticipated that the perfect crime system could serve such a purpose. He whispered in his mind, no need to block it, just disguise my status. A ding resounded in his mind. Initiating simulation to disguise host's physical information. Disguising. 1020. 100. Disguise complete. Host, your physical information has been disguised. The wristband on your wrist will now receive falsified data. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's lips. Meanwhile, in a lab brimming with futuristic technology, the beautiful doctor was monitoring and recording Xiao Wuye's physical status. The laboratory for the global manhunt was situated on a small island. The aircraft Xiao Wuye had boarded traveled at several times the speed of sound, yet even so he spent nearly an hour on the plane before arriving at his home in China. This underscored the island's vast distance from China. The plane descended gently onto a lawn where a luxury car worth tens of millions awaited him. As Xiao Wuye stepped off the plane, an elderly man with white hair clad in a traditional Chinese embroidered robe bowed slightly and said, young master, you have returned. Xiao Wuye smiled at the elder and asked, Uncle Fu, has everything been well at home lately? Uncle Fu nodded with a cheerful expression. Rest assured, young master, all is well at home. Xiao Wuye nodded, and a driver respectfully opened the car door. The aircraft had not landed on a random open field, but rather in the courtyard of Xiao Wuye's estate. When the top 10 global security companies selected Xiao Wuye, they had uncovered the anomaly of his identity. He was an orphan, and investigations revealed he had no job, yet he owned a nearly 1,000-acre estate in China's most developed city. One had to drive just to get around the estate. Moreover, his bank account balance never dipped below $200 million. Even if Xiao Wuye spent $200 million in a single transaction, the same amount would be deposited back into his account the following day. However, even 2 elite investigation teams from the top 10 security companies failed to uncover the truth. All they knew was that Xiao Wuye's money was transferred from a casino. The security companies had sent elite teams to investigate that casino, but its backers wielded immense power and paid no heed to the investigators. The top 10 security companies refused to give up and dispatched hackers to infiltrate the casino system. However, the very hackers who could breach U.S. government systems failed to crack the casino's defenses. Not only did they fail, but the security companies also faced retaliation from other hackers that same day. The attack crippled their systems for a full 24 hours. For ordinary people, 24 hours might seem trivial. But for these elite global security firms, a 24-hour system outage was catastrophic. The paralysis resulted in direct losses exceeding $200 billion. Fortunately, the mysterious hackers eventually ceased their assault, otherwise the companies might have plummeted from the ranks of the wealthy. From then on, the top 10 security companies ceased their investigation into Xiao Wuye. After all, businessmen pursue profit, and secrets are left for the fearless to uncover. Xiao Wuye returned to his villa by car. Xiao Wuye's villa resembled a palace spanning 4 floors above ground, with a total area of 4.0 square meters. Within his estate stood several smaller villas which housed the servants. Yet even these servant quarters were beyond the means of ordinary people. In the city of Modu, the price per square meter exceeded 1.0 RMB, even in average locations. At that rate, the value of the servants' villas alone surpassed 100 million renminbi. In other words, Xiao Wuye's participation in the global Manhunt live reality show was not driven by a need for. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Wuye was attended by a servant who helped him change out of his clothes and into a robe. With a slight wave of his hand, the servant took his discarded garments and bowed out of the room. Xiao Wuye would simply discard his clothes once they were soiled. His attire was custom-made by internationally renowned tailors, with a single tailored suit costing nearly 1 million Chinese yuan, a testament to his immense wealth. He walked to the hot spring bathtub on the balcony, removed his robe, and hung it aside, revealing his well-proportioned musculature. As Xiao Wuye stepped into the hot spring, a massive tattoo emerged on his body. It depicted a blood-red phoenix, its claws clutching countless tormented souls. The crimson phoenix's tail coiled around his legs, its body spread across his back, its wings extended to his arms, and its sinister head was inked on his chest. The sight was utterly striking. Yet the tattoo was not something Xiao Wuye had chosen to have inked. It had been with him since he could remember, likely placed there by his parents. From the tattoo, the necklace he always wore, and the perfect crime system, Xiao Wuye speculated that his parents had not abandoned him. Instead, they must have encountered some dire circumstances that led them to send him to the orphanage. As Xiao Wuye lay in the hot spring pondering this, his phone suddenly rang. He slowly opened his eyes and answered the call. A man's voice came through the line. "Boss, I've installed backdoors into the systems of the top 10 global security companies. Let me know what you want to investigate, and I'll help you look into it." The caller was Xiao Wuye's subordinate Austin, the world's most formidable hacker, bar none. Many assumed from his name that he was a foreigner, but in truth Austin was a thoroughbred Chinese. Upon hearing Austin's words, Xiao Wuye said softly, "Check whether the global manhunt funded by these top 10 security companies is based on replicated city maps, or if they truly possess a time travel system." Austin acknowledged the request. A peculiar glint flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes as he asked, "Any leads on my parents?" Austin replied over the phone, "Boss, I'm still sifting through the data. But surveillance archives typically only last 10 years. Investigating records from 14 years ago takes time, especially since the orphanage you were in has since been demolished. Finding the old documents isn't easy." Xiao Wuye slowly closed his eyes and said quietly, "All right, keep investigating. Notify me if you find anything." Austin detected the disappointment in Xiao Wuye's voice. Having been by his side for 6 years, he could sense his boss' emotional shifts. At that moment, Austin suddenly asked, "Boss, can Foster still not remember anything?" Xiao Wuye let out a soft mmhm. Foster had come to the orphanage 10 years ago to take Xiao Wuye away, claiming that Xiao Wuye's parents had sent him. However, Foster's mind seemed to have been tampered with. He only recalled the final orders from Xiao Wuye's parents and nothing else. According to Foster, he had once been the butler for Xiao Wuye's parents, and the estate where Xiao Wuye now lived was also left by them. Xiao Wuye had scoured the estate from top to bottom, but found no clues about his parents. After hanging up, he closed his eyes and murmured, "My parents must have left clues back then, but I've searched the entire estate inside and out. Where could they be hidden?" As he finished speaking, a ding sounded in his mind. Scanning estate structure. 1020. 100. A scan complete. When the system prompt faded, a structural map of the estate appeared in Xiao Wuye's mind. Studying the map, a sharp gleam flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes. He discovered an independent space beneath the lawn that he had never seen before. He sprang out of the hot spring, changed into casual clothes, and dashed downstairs. Foster saw Xiao Wuye and was about to speak, but Xiao Wuye ran out without giving him a chance. When he reached a grove on the estate, the structural map reappeared in his mind, and the perfect crime system marked 2 points: his current location and the hidden space. Following the mental map, Xiao Wuye walked onto a patch of grass. He crouched down and tapped the turf, but it only yielded the sound of striking soil. The map reappeared, and he studied it closely, noticing a passage leading from the hidden space to the surface. Guided by the map, he moved to another patch of grass and knocked on the ground again. His exceptionally keen ears caught a faint echo. He quickly pulled at the turf. When he tore away the grass, black soil was revealed. Without bothering to find a tool, Xiao Wuye began digging with his bare hands. Foster rushed over, puzzled at the sight of his young master digging in the dirt. He knelt down and said, "Young master, let me dig for you. Don't hurt your hands." But Xiao Wuye only shook his head and continued. After digging about 50 centimeters with his bare hands, his eyes lit up. He had struck something hard like metal. He dug furiously, and half an hour later he unearthed what resembled a manhole cover. Xiao Wuye grabbed the iron ring and pulled with all his might. A grating sound echoed as the cover gave way. Beneath it lay a well with a ladder attached to its side. Xiao Wuye was about to climb down without a second thought, but Foster grabbed his arm and said, "Young master, this well hasn't been opened for years. There's no air inside. If you go down now, you risk suffocation. Let the air circulate first." Xiao Wuye nodded in agreement, then looked up at Foster and asked anxiously, "Foster, does this tunnel ring any bells?" Foster frowned, seeming to search his memory, but ultimately shook his head. Xiao Wuye, who was usually composed, showed signs of agitation for the first time in years. After more than 10 minutes, the air had fully circulated within the underground shaft. Xiao Wuye, unable to contain his eagerness, scrambled down the ladder into the tunnel. The passage stood about 10 meters high, narrow at the top, and widening toward the bottom, yet the interior remained remarkably dry, devoid of any dampness. Once Xiao Wuye descended, his gaze froze in astonishment as he stared to one side. There, embedded in the tunnel wall, was an iron door. As he cautiously approached, a beam of light suddenly shot out from a device resembling a camera mounted on the door. The light scanned Xiao Wuye's body, and a mechanical voice announced, "Identity verification successful." As the prompt faded, the massive iron door slowly creaked open, revealing a dazzling glow. Beyond the door lay a spacious room, much like a living room. Stepping inside, Xiao Wuye's eyes were immediately drawn to a wall covered in photographs. Trembling, he approached the wall, and when his gaze fell upon a family portrait of 3, tears streamed uncontrollably down his face. In the photograph, a young couple held a beaming child in their arms. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to Xiao Wuye as a boy. Staring at the couple, his voice quivered. Are these my parents?" Xiao Wuye lingered over each photograph on the wall, his eyes lingering for long moments, tears flowing relentlessly. With every image, his conviction grew stronger. His parents must have faced some dire circumstance that forced them to abandon him at the orphanage. Because in those pictures he saw only one thing: happiness. With immense effort, Xiao Wuye tore his gaze away from the photos and surveyed the rest of the room. Yet the space appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary living room, offering no further clues. Fortunately, Xiao Wuye sensed there were other rooms. Pushing open a door down a corridor, he found himself in another chamber, and his tears once again flowed unbidden. He had never shed a tear since his earliest memories. This was the first time he had ever cried. And he wept in utter silence. The room he had just entered was a nursery. Inside stood an exquisitely crafted crib, and the space was filled with plush toys and playthings. The meticulous care evident in the room made it impossible to believe his parents could have heartlessly abandoned him. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wuye pushed open another door. This room appeared to be a study. Stepping inside, he picked up a blueprint from the desk, scrutinizing it as he murmured, "What is this designed for? It looks incredibly complex." As the words left his lips, a sharp ding echoed in his mind. Host, based on the code in this blueprint, it appears to be the design equation for a super artificial intelligence. Xiao Wuye's heart jolted. Before he could even form memories, a global ban on AI research had been enacted, and his parents had been developing a super AI. His brow furrowed and a cold edge crept into his voice. Could my parents' disappearance be linked to this super AI research? A fierce, killing intent blazed in his eyes as he declared, "I hope my parents are safe. If not, whoever harmed them will regret ever being born." A faint, chilling smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Those who knew Xiao Wuye understood that such a smile was a harbinger of death. He lingered in the study for a long time, poring over the documents, hoping to uncover a clue among the papers. Suddenly, he noticed a small slip of paper beneath the desk. Picking it up, he found it was a business card bearing the name Chin's Technology Co., Ltd. The card listed the chairman as Chun Liu. Xiao Wuye repeated the name Chun Liu under his breath before carefully tucking the card into his pocket. He scanned the study once more, sensing something was missing. After another glance, he realized there was no computer in the room. All the algorithms for the super AI had been calculated on paper by his parents. Just then he spotted a sheet of paper inscribed with the words "Perfect Crime System." His pupils contracted sharply. In a low, steady voice, he asked in his mind, "You were created by my parents, weren't you?" A ding resonated in his mind. Xiao Wuye's eyes were filled with tension as he awaited the Perfect Crime System's response. "Yes, host." The answer made him stagger, nearly collapsing to the ground. He had never imagined that the Perfect Crime System was his parents' creation. No wonder it had required identification upon entering his mind. He asked, his voice low, "If someone else had worn the pearl and shattered it, would you still have activated?" "Host, your DNA is the key to activating the Perfect Crime System. Had the scan detected a different DNA, I would have targeted all nuclear warheads worldwide at my location for a devastating strike." Xiao Wuye laughed bitterly, murmuring, "So my ruthlessness is inherited from my parents. That explosion would have annihilated the entire planet." Just then Xiao Wuye noticed a device resembling a remote control. Curious, he pressed the switch. Suddenly, dozens of beams of light shot out from the study, converging into a single point. In the center of the room, a three-dimensional hologram of his parents materialized. Seeing them, Xiao Wuye trembled with emotion. The hologram seemed to perceive him slowly approaching, as if alive. His mother's holographic hand reached out, gently caressing his face as tears streamed down her cheeks. "My child, you've grown so much. We thought you might never find this place. It seems fate had other plans." Though he couldn't feel the warmth of his mother's hand, Xiao Wuye sensed the touch through his own perception. Staring at the holograms, his voice trembled. You. The words mom and dad felt foreign on his tongue, and he struggled to utter them. His father gazed at him with deep affection. "Son, if you're seeing us this way, it means we are likely dead." Xiao Wuye's body shuddered violently, and a mouthful of blood burst from his lips. Xiao Wuye, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, stared at his parents and roared, "Who killed you? Who was it?" At this moment, Xiao Wuye was brimming with murderous intent. His parents gazed at him with deep affection and said softly, "Son, live on well. Remember, trust no one except for Uncle Fu. He is completely reliable." Then his parents continued, "Son, we love you. We truly don't want to part with you. Remember to live well and don't think about avenging us." As Xiao Wuye was about to speak, the pillar of light suddenly dispersed and his parents vanished. Xiao Wuye lunged forward, desperately trying to grasp his parents, but it was all in vain. He fell to his knees sobbing. 2 streams of bloody tears flowed from his eyes. As he remained kneeling, a faint, bitter smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Slowly lifting his head, Xiao Wuye declared, "Mom, Dad, no matter who harmed you, I will make them regret ever being born." After speaking, he kowtowed 3 times, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud, facing the spot where his parents had disappeared. Then Xiao Wuye rose, walked to the living room, retrieved a photograph of his parents, and strode out. When he climbed out of the underground chamber, Uncle Fu was waiting above, reaching out to help him up. Xiao Wuye said softly, "Uncle Fu, wash this place down and bury it." With that, Xiao Wuye slowly walked toward the villa. By now he had regained his composure, but deep in his eyes a chilling, murderous intent lingered. Returning to his room, he took a shower, then donned a bathrobe, and called Austin, instructing him to meet at the usual place. Afterward, Xiao Wuye changed into a tailored suit and headed to the garage. It was filled with luxury cars, all globally limited editions. He approached a supercar worth over 100 million and drove it out of the estate. Xiao Wuye's estate was located in the city center, so he soon reached the main road. As he pondered his parents' fate, he stopped at a traffic light. Suddenly, a luxury off-road vehicle worth at least 3 or 4 million pulled up beside him. While Xiao Wuye was still lost in thought, wondering about the connection between his parents' death and the Qin's technology group, a stream of curses jolted him. He turned sharply to see a man in the off-road vehicle, apparently drunk, glaring and shouting, "What are you looking at, you little bastard?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Wuye opened his door and stepped out. His heart was seething with murderous intent, desperate for release, and this provocation was the perfect outlet. The man seemed surprised that Xiao Wuye had actually gotten out. Before the man could react, Xiao Wuye grabbed him by the collar and yanked him halfway out of the off-road vehicle. Then he drew back his hand and delivered a vicious slap across the man's face. In his fury, Xiao Wuye put all his strength into that slap. A sharp crack rang out as the man's jaw was dislocated. Blood sprayed from his mouth along with several teeth. But the slap was far from enough to satisfy Xiao Wuye's rage. He clenched his fist and punched the man repeatedly in the face, each blow delivered with full force. Blood splattered everywhere, and the man's face was soon a bloody, unrecognizable mess, with crimson streams flowing down. Just then the driver, seeing his companion beaten, pulled a machete from under the seat. It was clear he had been drinking too, or he wouldn't have been so reckless. But as the driver charged over with the blade, Xiao Wuye suddenly kicked him in the stomach. With a heavy thud, the driver was sent flying and crashed to the ground. Before he could even get up, Xiao Wuye stomped on his head, leaving his mind dazed and foggy. Xiao Wuye then delivered a series of kicks to the driver's stomach, causing him to vomit blood continuously. It wasn't until someone stepped in to break up the fight that Xiao Wuye's emotions began to settle. He walked back to his car, lit a cigarette, and pulled out his phone to make a call. When the call connected, Xiao Wuye said coldly, "Ming Yang, I got into a fight with 2 guys at the intersection of Jiangwo Road and Qingfeng Road. Send someone to handle it." After hanging up, he casually shoved the burning cigarette into the mouth of the man who had cursed him. A sizzling sound followed, and the man let out a muffled, agonized whimper. Xiao Wuye pocketed his phone, got into his car, and drove away. Soon after, 2 luxury off-road vehicles arrived. Several men in black suits emerged, tossed the 2 men into a vehicle, and drove off. The onlookers quickly scattered, keeping their distance. They knew better than to provoke those men in black suits. Even more eerie was the fact that after all this time the police had never shown up, a testament to the formidable power behind those men. Xiao Wuye drove to an extremely lavish club. The security guard at the entrance recognized his car and hurried over to respectfully open the door, addressing him as "young master." Xiao Wuye nodded and walked straight into the club. This club was the largest in Magic City, covering over 1,000 acres, just like Xiao Wuye's estate. Only members were allowed entry with an annual membership fee of 100 million Chinese yuan, and even that didn't guarantee acceptance. Security was incredibly tight. It was impossible for outsiders to force their way in. Once inside, Xiao Wuye switched to another vehicle and arrived at a villa. This villa served as both a restaurant and a residence, complete with entertainment facilities. Entering the villa, Xiao Wuye spotted a handsome young man, wearing glasses, absorbed in his computer. This was Austin, the world's top hacker. Upon seeing Xiao Wuye, Austin quickly set down his computer and stood up. Xiao Wuye waved slightly, then sat on the sofa and lit a cigarette. After exhaling a puff of smoke, he took out his parents' photo and handed it to Austin. "This is a picture of my parents. I want you to find everything about them." Austin took the photo with both hands and said solemnly, "Don't worry, boss. Leave it to me." Xiao Wuye retrieved the business card he had found in his parents' study from his pocket and handed it to Austin, saying, "In the background of this person as soon as possible." Austin knew that Xiao Wuye was dealing with matters concerning his parents this time, and he dared not be negligent. While Austin was comparing the photos of Xiao Wuye's parents, he suddenly discovered a video from the dashcam. Austin quickly turned the laptop toward Xiao Wuye. When Xiao Wuye saw the footage, a murderous aura emanated from him without restraint. The footage was captured by a car waiting at a traffic light. In the video, Xiao Wuye's parents sped past in their car with 2 off-road vehicles closely following behind. Moreover, from the video, it was evident that the people in those vehicles were holding guns. Xiao Wuye said in an icy tone, "Find out everything about the people in those 2 cars behind." Austin nodded hastily and used his laptop to analyze the faces of the individuals in the 2 trailing vehicles. Then he conducted facial analysis. The results came out quickly. Austin turned the laptop back to Xiao Wuye. The information on all the people in the 2 cars appeared on the screen. Xiao Wuye had Austin send him the data, and then he walked directly out. Meanwhile, the entire world was buzzing about the just concluded first season of the global Manhunt live reality show. A segment of people had even formed civilian investigation teams to determine if the mission storyline involving Xiao Wuye had actually occurred in Luo City a decade ago. Some people had even made t-shirts bearing Xiao Wuye's portrait. Unbeknownst to Xiao Wuye, the person who had cursed him earlier was also a viewer of the global Manhunt show. However, they had placed all their bets on the pursuers. Xiao Wuye's eventual victory caused that person to lose a substantial sum of money. As those two men, fuming and drunk, were about to go out for some fun, one of them spotted Xiao Wuye while waiting at a traffic light. Emboldened by alcohol, he started cursing. Little did they know that Xiao Wuye's heart was already filled with murderous intent at that moment. The two never dreamed that their loose tongues would cost them their lives. By 2049, when the global population had exceeded 10 billion, China had surpassed the U.S. to become the world's #1 superpower. However, the Americans were not reconciled and often sought to cause trouble for China. Additionally, half of the world's top 10 security groups were from the U.S., with several others from its allied nations. The true purpose behind their creation of this show was a hot topic of discussion for many. Nevertheless, the global Manhunt live reality show had indeed brought immense fame to Luo City. It had now become a popular destination for many, especially the sewers Xiao Wuye had traversed and the villas he had once inhabited. Because buildings in the U.S. typically remain unchanged for centuries, the villas Xiao Wuye had lived in were still standing. Moreover, the prices of those villas had skyrocketed by more than 20 times. Xiao Wuye's fan base had now exceeded 1 billion, with the majority undoubtedly being from China. While Xiao Wuye's fans were enthusiastically discussing him on social media, he himself was driving a sports car to the old district of Motor City. According to the information Austin provided, one of the individuals from the off-road vehicles lived there. Following the address Austin had given him, Xiao Wuye arrived at the doorstep of a house. What struck him as odd was the presence of numerous hidden cameras around the entrance. This was an old, sparsely populated area, and the residents here were generally not wealthy, with little worth stealing. So why were there so many concealed cameras? Xiao Wuye thought to himself, this house must be problematic. He then knocked lightly on the door twice. Simultaneously, he activated his super brain to analyze the house. His vision penetrated the structure, revealing a burly man approaching the door, and inside the room many people were gathered around several tables gambling. It turned out the house had been converted into an underground casino. After surveying the room with his penetrating gaze, a cold glint flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes. He had spotted the person he was looking for. Just then, the burly man who had been approaching peered through the peephole at Xiao Wuye and cracked the door open a sliver, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Xiao Wuye looked at the burly man, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He then pulled several thick stacks of $100 bills from his crocodile skin men's bag and said, "Just here to play a few rounds." The burly man's eyes gleamed at the sight of the cash, and he glanced over at a man sitting behind a desk near the door who was monitoring the surveillance screens. That man checked the monitors, and seeing nothing unusual in the hallway, nodded to the burly man. Only then did the burly man open the door fully. Once Xiao Wuye entered the room, the burly man led him to the casino. Meanwhile, the man Xiao Wuye was looking for, a person named Zhang Hong, was lounging behind a bar, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he watched TV. The burly man then said to Xiao Wuye, "Boss, we don't accept cash here. Please exchange it for chips at the bar." Although these underground casinos had connections backing them, they still exercised great caution. After all, in the highly networked era of 2049, a single slip-up could expose them. If that happened, even their protectors might not be able to shield them. While such casinos frequently change locations, as the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. Xiao Wuye approached the bar. Zhang Hong, still watching TV, asked offhandedly, "How many chips do you want to exchange?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuye reached up and gently adjusted his glasses frame. He then took out his phone and said, "Is this you?" Zhang Hong's head snapped around as he stared at Xiao Wuye. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. "You look familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Zhang Hong had also watched the global Manhunt live reality show, but for someone like him, it was just for entertainment. His main business was the underground casino. So Xiao Wuye's face was only vaguely familiar, leaving no deep impression. However, upon seeing his own photo on Xiao Wuye's phone, he instantly realized that Xiao Wuye's intentions were far from friendly. Suddenly, Zhang Hong whipped a pistol out from under the bar and pressed it against Xiao Wuye's forehead, demanding coldly, "Who the hell are you?" The others in the room were startled by the appearance of the gun. After all, China had very strict regulations on firearms. In Zhang Hong's underground casino, he was the only one who possessed a pistol bought from the black market. Zhang Hong pressed the pistol against Xiao Wuye's forehead, his voice icy as he demanded, "Who are you really, and what do you want from me?" Zhang Hong's underlings rushed over as well. The gamblers nearby revealed panic in their eyes. Xiao Wuye's lips curled slightly as he watched Zhang Hong. Just as Zhang Hong's men approached to seize him, Xiao Wuye suddenly made his move. Before Zhang Hong could react, Xiao Wuye snatched the pistol from his hand with emotion straight out of a movie, and without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger directly at the foreheads of Zhang Hong's two underlings. 2 gunshots rang out with a bang-bang. Blood sprayed from the foreheads of Zhang Hong's men, and they fell dead on the spot. The surrounding gamblers screamed uncontrollably in terror. Just then, a burly man near Xiao Wuye lunged at him. Xiao Wuye swiftly sidestepped. The burly man's body slammed into the bar counter. Before he could rise, he felt a chilling cold at his temple. Another gunshot echoed with a bang. Blood burst from the burly man's temple. When Xiao Wuye looked toward Zhang Hong, he saw him leap out through the window. Zhang Hong's underground casino was on the second floor, and below the window sat a dumpster. Zhang Hong landed directly into it. Xiao Wuye needed to question Zhang Hong, so he refrained from shooting. Instead, he jumped down after him. The gamblers, seeing both men gone, rushed to the bar counter and frantically grabbed Zhang Hong's bag, which held their money. Meanwhile, Zhang Hong stumbled out of the dumpster only for a figure to leap into it. He turned and fled. But as he reached a car and was about to open the door, a gunshot rang out with a bang. Zhang Hong clutched his leg, letting out a pained scream. He heard footsteps and looked up to see Xiao Wuye approaching. Ignoring the pain, Zhang Hong opened the car door and scrambled inside. But as he pressed the keyless start button, 2 more gunshots sounded from outside. They weren't aimed at him, but at his car's tires. In 2049, a vehicle safety had greatly improved, and Zhang Hong tried to shift into drive to escape. However, the car displayed that both tires on one side had 0 pressure. The vehicle entered a self-protection mode, automatically reverting to park. Zhang Hong cursed under his breath. Just then, he heard a knock on the window. Zhang Hong spun around, locked the door, and shouted at Xiao Wuye outside. "What gang are you from?" Xiao Wuye stared at him, then smiled coldly. Pointing his gun, he demanded, "I came to ask you a few questions. If your answers satisfy me, I might consider granting you a quick death." Zhang Hong cursed, "You're a damn lunatic. What grudge do we have that you must kill me?" Xiao Wuye ignored him, instead playing the video Austin had found. He asked coldly, "Did you kill the 2 people in that car you were chasing? And who ordered you?" Zhang Hong's eyes flickered with a strange expression when he saw the video on Xiao Wuye's phone. That subtle change didn't escape Xiao Wuye's notice. Zhang Hong roared, "Damn it, the video's too blurry. How can you prove that's me in the car?" Xiao Wuye's lips curled upward. He put away his phone and took a few steps back. As Zhang Hong watched him warily, Xiao Wuye suddenly pulled the trigger, firing at the rear of the car. Zhang Hong was puzzled at first, but when he heard the fuel pressure warning, he realized Xiao Wuye had shot a hole in his gas tank. He cursed inwardly, "This guy's a total madman." Just then, Xiao Wuye pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, and held the burning lighter as he stared at Zhang Hong. "Last chance," he said softly. Sweat dripped from Zhang Hong's forehead. Zhang Hong shouted, "What the hell do you want to know?" Xiao Wuye replied coldly, "I don't want to repeat myself." The flame of the lighter cast a sinister glow on Xiao Wuye's face. Zhang Hong's mind raced as he struggled internally. If he didn't speak, Xiao Wuye would surely kill him. But if he did, not only would he die, but his family might also be implicated. As he hesitated, Xiao Wuye raised 3 fingers. Those 3 fingers meant Xiao Wuye was giving Zhang Hong only 3 seconds to decide. Zhang Hong trembled with inner turmoil. Xiao Wuye lowered 1 finger. Zhang Hong stared at the remaining 2, sweat pouring down his face like he'd just washed his hair. Xiao Wuye lowered another finger. Zhang Hong suddenly roared, "Just kill me." Xiao Wuye's lips curled into a smile, and he tossed the burning lighter under Zhang Hong's car. Flames instantly engulfed the vehicle. Xiao Wuye turned and walked away, thinking to himself, "The people who killed my parents back then must still be powerful now, otherwise Zhang Hong wouldn't choose death over revealing the truth." Just then a deafening explosion roared. Zhang Hong's car was blasted nearly half a meter into the air. He screamed in agony as the fire consumed him. Xiao Wuye's smile widened at the sound of his suffering. Driving away in his supercar worth over 100 million, he called Austin. Xiao Wuye instructed Austin to thoroughly investigate the people in that off-road vehicle, their past connections, former jobs, and even their bank account transactions. He refused to believe the forces behind Zhang Hong had left no trace. It was already late at night. Xiao Wuye checked another address on his phone and drove toward it. There had been 8 people in those 2 off-road vehicles. After investigation, 1 was in prison, 1 had gone abroad, and 3 of the remaining 6 weren't in Motor City. Only Zhang Hong, Luo Yong, and Ding who remained in Motor City. Xiao Wuye's next target was Luo Yong, the owner of Star Bathhouse. As Xiao Wuye drove towards the Star Bathhouse, Austin was also investigating the commonalities among those 8 individuals. Simultaneously, the world's top 10 security conglomerates had dispatched men to surveil Xiao Wuye. While driving on the highway, Xiao Wuye noticed a vehicle persistently tailing him. In truth, no sooner had Xiao Wuye returned to his estate than the world's top 10 security conglomerates had already sent operatives to Magic City. However, they discovered that the agents assigned to monitor Xiao Wuye's estate had vanished one after another under mysterious circumstances. They suspected Xiao Wuye's people were responsible, which only piqued their interest in him further. When the surveillance operative finally located Xiao Wuye, he happened to witness Xiao Wuye setting Zhang Hong ablaze. The operative transmitted the recorded video back to the conglomerates, and the 10 magnates grew intensely curious about Zhang Hong's identity. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye, having spotted the trailing vehicle, curled his lips into a faint smile before making a phone call. The tail had exercised extreme caution, maintaining a considerable distance. Yet as he approached a crossroads, an off-road vehicle suddenly charged forth, ramming his car and sending it tumbling several times. Several black-clad figures then violently dragged the operative from his wrecked vehicle and tossed him into the trunk of the off-road vehicle. These mysterious figures had appeared twice now, yet no one knew their connection to Xiao Wuye. Nevertheless, they were undoubtedly Xiao Wuye's men. After they apprehended the tail, Xiao Wuye's phone rang. A raspy voice on the other and said, "Young master, we've captured the one following you. You need only command us. There's no need for you to act personally." Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly and replied, "Baijan, this matter requires my personal touch. Don't worry." He ended the call. At that moment, a young man in a black shirt with faint traces of tattoos visible on his chest slowly lowered his phone on the rooftop of Magic City's largest nightclub. This man was none other than the underworld emperor of Magic City, Baijan. His gaze deep and profound fixed on the night sky as he rasped what could possibly require the young master's personal intervention. Another voice, rich and magnetic, replied for the young master to act personally. Aside from something happening to us, it can only involve matters concerning his parents. The speaker was roughly the same age as Baijan, appearing to be just over 20, yet his status was far from ordinary. He was Zhao Zilong, the president of Nightstar Group, ranked 25th on the global wealth and fame list. Both of these colossal figures addressed Xiao Wuye as young master, a testament to the immense power behind him. Moreover, Xiao Wuye had the world's most formidable hacker at his side, a force capable of shaking most of the world's superfamilies. Baijan stared at the night sky of Magic City and said, "That kid Austin must know something about this." Zhao Zilong took a small sip of his wine and replied, "Austin may seem flippant, but when it comes to the young master's affairs, he wouldn't utter a single word, even if he were flayed alive." Baijan took a deep breath and said, "But I'm damn worried about the young master's safety. Don't you think since he returned from that global manhunt show, too many eyes have been fixed on him?" A cold gleam flashed in Zhao Zilong's eyes. He set his glass on the table and was about to speak when a frigid voice suddenly cut through the air, "Leave this matter to us." The shadow. Baijan and Zhao Zilong both turned to look at the corner of the rooftop. There, a figure clad in black with a black mask sat in the shadows. Without a careful look, one would never notice a person standing in that corner. "Ghost servant, why aren't you by the young master's side protecting him? What are you doing here?" Baijan shouted at the leader of the global shadow assassin organization, Ghost Servant. Ghost Servant replied in an icy tone, "The boss has protection. He has other arrangements for me." Baijan and Zhao Zilong eyed Ghost Servant with suspicion. They had known of his existence ever since they joined Xiao Wuye, but Ghost Servant always wore a black mask. Despite knowing him for 7 or 8 years, they had never seen his face. Ghost Servant walked to the table where Zhao Zilong sat, placed a dossier on it, and said, "Everyone in this file once paid a fortune to have the young master's parents assassinated." Baijan darted to the table and snatched up the dossier. When Baijan opened the dossier, he found dozens of names. His eyes blazed with undisguised killing intent as he said, "Leave these people to me." Ghost Servant replied coldly, "The young master said to keep them alive. As for the methods you employ, he doesn't care." Baijan licked his lips with a crimson tongue and said, "It's been so long since I've smelled human blood. I can hardly wait." Ghost Servant departed without another word. After he left, Zhao Zilong suddenly snatched the dossier from Baijan's hand and said, "Give me half." Baijan cursed, "You hypocrite. Why didn't you snatch it when Ghost Servant was here? Damn it, you're such a poser." Zhao Zilong, far from anger, smiled and replied, "It can't be helped. My persona is that of a mature, steady, and strategic entrepreneur. If I had fought you for it just now, I was afraid Ghost Servant would tattle to the young master." Baijan flipped Zhao Zilong the middle finger. In the end, they split the dossier evenly. From that moment on, Magic City was destined for chaos, for the majority of the names on that list were prominent entrepreneurs and members of several major families in the city. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye drove to the entrance of Star Bath House. A parking attendant was stunned, as Star Bath House was only a mid-tier establishment in Magic City. In his 4 or 5 years working there, he had never seen such a luxurious supercar pull up. Snapping back to reality, the attendant hurried over to open the car door for Xiao Wuye. Xiao Wuye stepped out, pulled out a stack of 100 yuan bills, and handed 7 or 8 to the attendant. The attendant, having never received such a generous tip, bowed deeply as he accepted the money. With a fawning expression, he asked, "Boss, how many in your party?" Xiao Wuye curled his lips into a slight smile and asked softly, "Is your boss here? I have some business with him." Xiao Wuye arrived outside the Star Bath House. The parking attendant, seeing that Xiao Wuye's demeanor did not suggest he was there to cause trouble, and having received such a generous tip from him, lowered his voice and whispered, "The boss is in." A faint smile curled at the corners of Xiao Wuye's mouth. He pulled out a few more 100 yuan notes and handed them to the attendant before stepping into the Star Bath House. The receptionist, struck by his handsome features and impeccably tailored suit, quickly asked with a smile what services he required. Xiao Wuye let out a light chuckle. "I'm here to discuss business with your boss," he said. The receptionist, seasoned in judging people, could tell from his aura that he was no ordinary man. Nevertheless, she remained professional, asking him to wait a moment as she placed a call to her boss. Luo Yong, the owner of the Star Bathhouse, was slightly taken aback by the front desk's call, as he had no appointments that day. However, upon hearing that the visitor arrived in a supercar and exuded an extraordinary presence, he instructed the receptionist to escort Xiao Wuye to his office. After hanging up, the receptionist led Xiao Wuye through the staff passage, took the elevator to the 4th floor, and arrived at Luo Yong's office. She knocked on the door before taking her leave. A man's voice from within called out, "Come in." A cold smirk flickered across Xiao Wuye's face. Quite the airs for a mere bathhouse owner, he mused. With that thought, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Luo Yong's office was spacious. The first thing that caught the eye was a large rosewood tea table. The rosewood tea table appeared to be quite costly. Xiao Wuye then shifted his gaze to the executive desk, also made of rosewood, behind which sat a burly bald man. That man was Luo Yong himself. It was evident that Luo Yong enjoyed flaunting his wealth. The thick gold chain around his neck could have easily tethered a dog. Luo Yong fixed his eyes on Xiao Wuye and asked in a deep voice, "May I ask who you are?" "The front desk said you wanted to discuss a business deal with me." "What kind of business is it?" Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, walked over to the desk, and casually sat down on a chair. "I'm here to inquire about something. If your answer satisfies me, I'll give you 10 million Chinese yuan. Luo Yong's eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of greed flickering within them. Yet 10 million for a single piece of information. Such money would not come easily. He asked in a low tone, "What do you want to know?" Xiao Wuye chuckled softly, then stared at Luo Yong. "Aren't you going to ask what happens if your answer doesn't satisfy me?" Luo Yong jerked his head up to meet Xiao Wuye's gaze, his own eyes glinting with a cold light. "Hearing that, I'm truly curious about what you want to ask." Xiao Wuye, still smiling, took out his phone and played a video for Luo Yong, footage of 2 off-road vehicles pursuing his parents. After watching the video, Luo Yong's head snapped up. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. Xiao Wuye let out a soft laugh. "I'm the one asking questions here, not you." At that, Luo Yong abruptly stood up. He had no gun, for his current business was legitimate, and there was no need for such a weapon. Besides, possessing illegal firearms in China was a serious crime. Standing, Luo Yong stared at Xiao Wuye and said in a grave tone, "I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're asking about. I have matters to attend to, so I won't keep you." His words were clearly a dismissal. Xiao Wuye slowly rose, then calmly pulled a pistol, the one he had taken from Zhang Hong, from his crocodile leather bag, and aimed it directly at Luo Yong's forehead. Luo Yong stumbled back in terror. In his youth he had been tough, but that was when he had no money. Now that he was wealthy, he had grown fearful of death. Brother, don't be rash. He'll tell you whatever you want to know," he stammered, his voice trembling. Xiao Wuye's eyes turned icy as he fixed them on Luo Yong. "Who sent you to kill the 2 people in that car? Were they killed in the end?" Luo Yong's expression flickered with hesitation. In that instant, Xiao Wuye pulled the trigger. A bang rang out as the bullet tore through Luo Yong's knee. Luo Yong collapsed to the ground with an agonized scream. After firing that single shot, the pistol in Xiao Wuye's hand was empty. Xiao Wuye tossed the gun aside and lunged forward in a swift stride, driving his knee directly into Luo Yong's face. His speed was blinding. Before Luo Yong could even dodge, blood burst from his mouth and nose. Xiao Wuye then stepped over to Luo Yong and planted his foot squarely on the wounded knee. Luo Yong howled in agony. With a frigid expression, Xiao Wuye looked down at him. "He'll give you 3 chances. If any answer fails to satisfy me, your family can come collect your corpse." As he spoke, Xiao Wuye turned his head slightly and noticed a family photo on Luo Yong's desk. It showed Luo Yong with a beautiful woman holding a little girl of about 4 or 5. A cold smile tugged at Xiao Wuye's lips. "Your daughter is quite adorable." Luo Yong roared in desperation, "Leave my family out of this. Take it out on me, but don't touch them." Xiao Wuye laughed. Suddenly, he pressed down hard on Luo Yong's wounded knee and twisted it with brutal force. Cold sweat streamed down Luo Yong's forehead like a waterfall. Xiao Wuye stared at him, his voice like ice. "Leave the family out of it. When you killed people, did you ever think that your victims had families too?" Luo Yong's mind seemed to churn as he heard those words. At that moment, Xiao Wuye grabbed a utility knife from Luo Yong's desk. He slowly slid the blade out. The grating sound of the blade extended, each click echoing like a hammer against Luo Yong's heart. Luo Yong stared at him, shouting frantically, "I didn't kill them. I swear I didn't. We were following them, but we lost them in the end." Xiao Wuye slowly lifted his foot from Luo Yong's knee. "Who sent you to kill them?" he pressed on. Luo Yong's face contorted with reluctance, fear flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, another scream tore from Luo Yong's throat. Xiao Wuye had used the utility knife to sever the tendons of Luo Yong's other leg. Xiao Wuye watched Luo Yong writhing in agony on the ground. He casually pulled a tissue from the boss desk and wiped the blood off the utility knife. "Next time I ask you a question, I expect you to answer immediately," Xiao Wuye said softly. Luo Yong stared at Xiao Wuye, panting heavily. "If I talk, my wife and child will die. Please let me go. I've been clean for almost a decade. I just want to live a peaceful life." Xiao Wuye slowly walked over to Luo Yong, looked him in the eye, and said with a smile, "If you don't speak, aren't you afraid that I'll kill your entire family too?" At that moment the smile on Xiao Wuye's face appeared utterly sinister in Luo Yong's eyes. Suddenly tears streamed down Luo Yong's face. He was actually crying. "Please stop pushing me. Let me go," Luo Yong shouted hysterically. But the moment Luo Yong finished speaking, another scream tore from his throat. Xiao Wuye gripped the utility knife and slashed through Luo Yong's tendon. Blood gushed from Luo Yong's wrist. In desperation, Luo Yong's other hand grabbed the wheel of the office chair. A glint of cold resolve flashed in Luo Yong's eyes. He seized the chair's wheel and hurled it violently at Xiao Wuye. But before the chair could topple over, Xiao Wuye caught it with one hand, while the other hand swung the utility knife in a sharp arc. Another scream erupted from Luo Yong as the tendon in his other hand was severed by Xiao Wuye. Luo Yong's limbs were now completely immobilized. Xiao Wuye pushed the office chair aside and pressed the utility knife against Luo Yong's throat. "Last chance." "Who sent you?" he whispered. Luo Yong gasped for air, his eyes fixed on Xiao Wuye. "If I tell you, will you let me and my family go?" Xiao Wuye's lips curled into a faint smile as he nodded gently. Luo Yong gritted his teeth, struggling inwardly for a long moment before finally spitting out, "It was Chen Liu." A sharp chill flashed through Xiao Wuye's eyes. The name Chen Liu was not unfamiliar to him. It was exactly the name on the business card he had found in his parents' study. Xiao Wuye slowly stood up, tossed the utility knife casually onto the desk, and walked out. As Xiao Wuye drove his supercar about 200 meters away from the building, a deafening explosion roared behind him. Through the rearview mirror, he saw a burst of flames erupt from the 4th floor of Star Bathhouse. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Mercy had never existed for him since birth. Xiao Wuye gripped the steering wheel with one hand and dialed Austin's number with the other. "Have you found Chen Liu's file yet?" he asked softly. Austin's voice came through the phone. "Boss, I checked several times. Chen Liu's record is spotless. Nothing suspicious." Xiao Wuye said, "Keep digging." Then called Ghost Servant to have his men investigate Chen Liu. He knew Luo Yong's words couldn't be fully trusted, but Luo Yong wouldn't have mentioned Chen Liu without reason. This Chen Liu was definitely connected to Xiao Wuye's parents. Xiao Wuye suddenly accelerated the supercar's engine, roaring as he set out to find Ding Hu. According to Austin's research, Ding Hu ran a financial company, and its founding date was only a few days apart from Luo Yong's bathhouse. Yet based on their call records, the two had never contacted each other, nor had they any connection with Zhang Hong. It was as if the three of them were complete strangers. However, it was already past midnight, and Ding Hu's financial company was closed. Xiao Wuye wasn't about to let Ding Hu off the hook. He was an impatient man. What needed to be done today must be done today. He had Austin trace Ding Hu's phone. Soon Austin sent him an address. Xiao Wuye slammed the accelerator, and the supercar worth over 100 million executed a perfect drift to turn around. Just then the wristband on Xiao Wuye's arm flickered. He glanced at it and saw a countdown appear. He guessed that when the countdown ended, they would enter the next phase of the plot. The wristband surveillance system had already been altered by the perfect crime system. The 10 global security conglomerates were now receiving fake data transmitted by the system. In truth, ever since Xiao Wuye learned that the perfect crime system was created by his parents, a flood of questions had filled his mind. The biggest question was, why did his parents create a perfect crime system instead of a perfect law enforcement system? Xiao Wuye pondered many possibilities, but only two seemed plausible. One was that someone had forced his parents to build the perfect crime system. The other possibility was that his parents simply loved crime. Xiao Wuye leaned toward the latter, as he could sense from his own genes that his parents probably weren't the most law-abiding people. Soon he drove to an outdoor barbecue stand. Magic City's nightlife was livelier than the daytime. Even though it was past 2 a.m., the barbecue stand was packed. Xiao Wuye parked the car and walked toward the stand. Just as he was scanning for Ding Hu, a piercing scream rang out from a young woman. Xiao Wuye frowned and looked over. The woman was staring at him with wild excitement, shouting, "God Xiao! It's God Xiao!" At her cry, many people at the stand turned to look at Xiao Wuye. Many recognized him instantly and shouted excitedly, "God Xiao!" Some even ran over to take photos with him. Xiao Wuye didn't refuse. Instead, a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know who his enemy was or how powerful they might be, but killing Zhang Hong and Luo Yong in one night would surely alert the person behind the scenes. Although Xiao Wuye commanded immense power, he had stayed in the shadows all along, mainly to find the killer of his parents and deliver a fatal blow. Now that he had stepped into the spotlight, he still needed a facade to conceal himself, and God Xiao was the perfect cover. While taking photos, Xiao Wuye noticed Ding Hu drinking with a group of thugs. Ding Hu didn't seem to have watched the Global Wanted live show. He probably thought Xiao Wuye was some minor celebrity. Xiao Wuye could clearly see a hint of disdain in Ding Hu's eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Wuye's lips curled into a faint smile, but he didn't act immediately. Xiao Wuye noticed the overwhelming crowd of fans around him, so he bought a few skewers and pretended to leave. After he departed, many people remained excitedly discussing the encounter or posting on their social media. However, Ding Hu and his men regarded Xiao Wuye with utter contempt. One of Ding Hu's underlings sneered loudly, Damn, where did this guy crawl out from? Acting like some celebrity. He looks like a kept man for sure. His voice carried across the barbecue stall, instantly silencing the entire area. The underling turned around in confusion only to see the fans who had been taking photos, with Xiao Wuye glaring at him with fury. The audience of the global Manhunt live reality show was nothing like the viewers of a teen idol drama. They tuned in for the raw adrenaline, so none of these fans were exactly mild-mannered. Just as the underling prepared to hurl a few threats, a heavily tattooed man grabbed a bottle of beer and hurled it directly beside him. The beer bottle shattered with a loud bang. The underling's face instantly changed color. Another bottle flew over from a different table. Soon several fierce-looking men were all throwing beer bottles at Ding Hu's underling. This time the underling was truly terrified. Ding Hu quickly put on a smiling face and said, "Hey brothers, my friend here doesn't know how to talk. Let me apologize on his behalf. Boss put all these tables on my tab." Ding Hu was a smooth operator. Though he ran a finance company and could be ruthless with China's ongoing crackdown on underworld elements, they had to keep a low profile. About 10 minutes later, Ding Hu paid the bill and left with his men. The barbecue stall was in a narrow alley too tight for their car, which was parked on the street outside. Ding Hu and his crew walked toward a high-end luxury van worth millions parked by the roadside. Ding Hu had made some dirty money over the years, and men like him loved buying such vans to project an image of success. But as soon as they got in and one of the underlings started the engine, it stalled before he could shift gears. A series of clicks echoed inside, and the doors automatically locked. Ding Hu sensed something was wrong. He tried to open the door, but couldn't budge the lock. The driver pressed the remote, but it was useless. The vehicle seemed completely out of control. Then came 2 taps on the window. Ding Hu whipped his head around to see Xiao Wuye standing outside staring at him. A seasoned underworld figure, Ding Hu immediately guessed that Xiao Wuye was behind the car trouble. He forced a smile and said, "Brother, you looking for me?" Xiao Wuye's lips curled slightly. He pulled out his phone and pressed a button. The window beside Ding Hu slowly lowered about 2 inches. Ding Hu maintained his grin. "Brother, is there some misunderstanding between us?" Xiao Wuye ignored him instead, pulling up a video on his phone and playing it for Ding Hu. As Ding Hu watched, his smile froze solid. Xiao Wuye asked calmly 2 questions. First, were the 2 people in the car you were chasing killed by you? Second, who ordered you to do it? Ding Hu's smile grew stiff. "Brother, you've got it wrong. That's not me in the video." Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, then produced a 10-liter can of gasoline, unscrewed the cap, and splashed it over Ding Hu's van. The smell of gasoline hit Ding Hu and his face went pale. His men tried to open the doors, but they were locked tight. One underling drew a knife, attempting to smash the window. Just then the click of a lighter being sparked rang out. Ding Hu's expression twisted in panic. He shouted, brother, let's talk. He'll tell you whatever you want to know." Xiao Wuye slowly lit a cigarette dangling from his lips. Ding Hu and his men stared at the lighter in his hand, too terrified to even breathe. Xiao Wuye said coldly, "I've already asked my questions. They'll give you 3 seconds to think. If your answer doesn't satisfy me, tell your families to prepare for your funerals." Ding Hu hadn't expected someone so refined looking to be so ruthless. Ding Hu dared not hesitate. "Brother, it's been so long I really can't remember clearly." But as he spoke, Xiao Wuye picked up a glass bottle from the ground and tossed it through the window into the van. The bottle had no cap and was filled with gasoline. Once inside, the fuel spilled everywhere. Ding Hu scrambled to pick up the bottle, but half of its contents had already soaked the interior. Xiao Wuye's eyes were ice cold. "Last chance." Ding Hu shouted, "He'll talk. He'll talk. We were paid by a boss surnamed Chun. I really can't recall his full name. But those 2 in the front car weren't killed by us. When we were about to catch up, a black truck forced their car to stop, and people from the truck took them away." A murderous glint flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes. "Who were they? Any distinguishing features?" Ding Hu's face was pale with tension. Suddenly he blurted out excitedly, "Yes. I remember. They wore very distinctive clothes. They looked almost like robots." As soon as he said that, the image of the hunters immediately came to Xiao Wuye's mind. Xiao Wuye pulled up a screenshot on his phone, an online video of a hunter pursuing Jonathan, and showed it to Ding Hu. Ding Hu exclaimed, "That's them." Xiao Wuye's heart turned cold. Could this be connected to the top 10 global security companies? With that thought, Xiao Wuye pressed a button on his phone and the window slid shut. Panic seized Ding Hu's face. Xiao Wuye turned and walked away. Ding Hu urgently ordered his men to smash the window. But before they could act, Xiao Wuye flicked his lighter behind him. It landed right beneath the van. With a deafening roar, flames engulfed the vehicle. Screams of terror erupted from inside. The next morning, Xiao Wuye rose and, still in his pajamas, went to swim in the estate's pool. A man of rigorous self-discipline, he invariably woke to exercise shortly after 6, regardless of how late he had retired the night before. His swimming technique was unusual. While others sought to minimize their weight in the water, Xiao Wuye did the opposite. He swam with a 40-kilogram sandbag strapped to his body. Butler Fu stood vigilantly by the poolside watching over him. After more than 2 hours, Xiao Wuye finally emerged from the water. As he shed the weight, the tattoos on his body were once again revealed. Butler Fu approached, draping a bathrobe over Xiao Wuye's shoulders and handing him a tablet. Xiao Wuye walked to a nearby lounge chair and began reading the news, a daily ritual of his. After flipping through the headlines for a while, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The news made no mention whatsoever of the deaths of Zhang Hong and his two companions the previous day. It was evident that someone had deliberately suppressed the incident. Just then Xiao Wuye's phone rang. It was Austin. After arranging to meet at the club, Xiao Wuye changed clothes and drove off in a supercar worth over 100 million. This car, however, was not the one from yesterday. Xiao Wuye owned several such supercars, each valued at over 100 million. Upon arriving at the club, he found Austin in a villa sporting dark circles under his eyes, suggesting he had not slept the night before. Austin handed Xiao Wuye a thick stack of documents. "Boss, this contains the data from Chin's Technology Co. Ltd. from 12 years ago, along with information on Chen Luoyu. But Chen Luoyu is not in China right now." Xiao Wuye nodded and said, "Good work." Austin rolled his eyes dramatically and collapsed onto the sofa to sleep. As Xiao Wuye examined the documents, he discovered that 14 years ago Chin's Technology had launched a research project on mechanical police officers. The dossier included design blueprints for the mechanical police. When Xiao Wuye saw the exterior, his brow furrowed slightly. The design was almost identical to the mechanical battle armor worn by the hunters. Xiao Wuye mused, could the hunter's prototype have been designed by Chin's Technology? However, the mechanical police designed by Chin's Technology at that time were entirely mechanical, with artificial intelligence as the core technology. From his parents' study, he had learned that they were scientists researching AI back then. It was highly likely that Chin's Technology had collaborated with his parents. But 12 years ago, a global ban was issued prohibiting the development of artificial intelligence. Perhaps this very ban had led to his parents' tragic deaths. Yet the specific clues remained elusive. As Xiao Wuye delved into the documents, his phone rang. It was Ghost Servant. Answering, he heard the eerie voice on the line. "Young master, I just received a report from my men. Someone got to the 4 individuals not in Motor City before we could. The only person left alive is the one in prison." Xiao Wuye's expression remained unchanged, as he had anticipated this, though he hadn't expected the opposition to move so swiftly. After hanging up, he picked up another file, the dossier on the sole surviving person. That person was currently incarcerated on a murder charge. He remained alive not because he was in prison, but because no one could find him to kill him. In 2049, with the population ever increasing and land severely scarce, buildings over 100 stories high were commonplace. Even so, these structures could not meet the demand for housing. To alleviate the pressure on land, numerous floating maritime structures emerged. Among them were prisons for serious offenders relocated to the sea, not built on islands. Instead, they were prisons converted from specially constructed massive ships. This not only saved considerable land space, but also reduced the incidence of escapes. More importantly, these maritime prisons were mobile, making it extremely difficult for anyone intent on killing that person to locate him. Xiao Wuye was in no hurry to find him, as he had already gathered many clues. His task now was to piece them together. Before leaving, he left a note on the table instructing Austin to investigate whether it was Chin's Technology or the global top 10 security group that had captured his parents back then. For now, it appeared that only the global top 10 security group possessed that mechanical battle armor. Xiao Wuye dropped the note and departed. As he drove back to the estate, his phone rang again. He saw it was Baijian calling. Answering, Baijian's voice came through. "Young master, I investigated the files Ghost Servant gave us yesterday. I found that many of those who paid Dark Red to hire assassins to target your parents belonged to the same gang." Xiao Wuye's brow furrowed slightly. He hadn't expected a gang to be involved. His voice turned cold as he asked, "Which gang? Does it still exist?" Just as Baijian was about to speak, Zhao Zilong snatched the phone. "Young master, that gang used to be in Motor City too. But after we unified the underworld there, they relocated to Huadu City, 500 kilometers away." A cold smile curled on Xiao Wuye's lips. "So it still exists then?" Baijian grabbed the phone back. "Young master, the gang is called Justice Society. Their leader is Sun Jingyi. Justice Society is now the largest gang in Huadu City, and Sun Jingyi is a figure who commands influence both in the underworld and the legitimate world." Xiao Wuye said coldly, "I want all the information on Sun Jingyi and Justice Society." In a vast office, Baijian's eyes lit up upon hearing this. A man of both courage and strategy, and fiercely combative, his heart raced with excitement at Xiao Wuye's words. He could go on a rampage again. Zhao Zilong was shoved behind Baijian, and the two of them bickered like children, each vying to claim credit with Xiao Wuye. After Baijian hung up, Zhao Zilong glared at him, fuming. "Damn it, I had a hand in finding that Sun Jingyi lead, and you didn't even mention my name." Baijian shrugged. "I forgot, so what?" Zhao Zilong was so furious he could have strangled him. Especially seeing Baijian's excited expression, he now regretted having such a powerful business acumen that had turned him from Xiao Wuye's right-hand man into a business tycoon. Although all the enterprises belonged to Xiao Wuye, he had no interest in business, so Zhao Zilong now saw him no more than twice a year. Upon returning to the estate, Xiao Wuye proceeded directly to the dark well in the woods. This place had become his favorite refuge, perhaps because it still held the lingering scent of his parents. Their study had now become as filled with documents investigating the incident that claimed their lives. Through his investigations over the past 2 days, Xiao Wuye discovered that the truth behind his parents' accident was far from simple, likely connected to the perfect crime system. This system was profoundly mysterious, not only enhancing one's physical attributes, but also granting extraordinary skills. Take the God-level brain, for instance. Xiao Wuye had yet to fully comprehend its capabilities. However, with it, he could learn anything at a glance. The brain would automatically analyze and decipher whether it be languages or other subjects. The analytical power of the God-level brain seemed otherworldly, even allowing him to see through buildings. The perfect crime system alone, let alone such a skill, would drive anyone to madness. As Xiao Wuye examined the documents, Austin had given him a faint blue glow emanated from his pupils. This was the change that occurred when Xiao Wuye activated his God-level brain. It was now analyzing the documents in his hands. After he finished reading all the materials from Austin, a ding sounded in his mind. Host: the Superbrain is searching for information on Chun Technology Co., Ltd., the global top 10 security groups, and the Justice Society. 1020. 100 search complete. As the system's prompt faded, a flood of data surged into Xiao Wuye's mind. Among this data were numerous texts, images, and videos, including detailed information on Chun Liu, the owners of the global top 10 security companies, and Sun Jingyi. Xiao Wuye pondered, where does the God-level brain system obtain all this information? Just then another ding echoed in his mind. Host: the God-level brain can search global data through wireless signals akin to a wirelessly connected supercomputer. The perfect crime system's explanation clarified why the superbrain knew so much. As Xiao Wuye reviewed the data, his brow furrowed. He realized Sun Jingyi had not always been in the underworld. 13 years ago, Sun was the head of security for the Hydra Group in Country D. The Hydra Group specialized in manufacturing military products, with its largest client being the Middle Eastern terrorist organization Caesarism. Caesarism was a highly secretive group with a global presence. Also known as the Holy Order, its followers were called Holy Warriors. Caesarism was hostile to countries like M and Y. The global top 10 security groups developed mechanical armor to counter Caesarism, which frequently plundered their assets. Sun Jingyi had worked for the Hydra Group, but inexplicably left to become a gang leader in Motor City. Logically, he should have had no connection to Xiao Wuye's parents, yet he repeatedly placed bounties on their lives. Xiao Wuye stared at the control panel before him, which displayed a photo of a middle-aged man, Sun Jingyi. His eyes turned icy, and a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth, signaling his murderous intent. At that moment, another control panel appeared, showing a company named Taihe Investment Co., Ltd., in Huadu City. It clearly indicated that Taihe had transferred over 100 million yuan to Sun Jingyi in multiple transactions. More importantly, the owner of Taihe Investment was A.D. National, who had also worked at the Hydra Group. Xiao Wuye coldly commanded investigate the Hydra Group's detailed records. A ding sounded in his mind. After a moment, the system announced, host: the search for Hydra Group's data is complete. Another control panel materialized before him. However, when Xiao Wuye saw the information, his eyes narrowed sharply. According to the system, the Hydra Group had gone bankrupt. As a result, the data was incomplete. Nevertheless, judging by Sun Jingyi and Taihe Investment, it seemed the Hydra Group might not have truly collapsed, but rather fragmented into numerous entities. Xiao Wuye massaged his temples, overwhelmed by the influx of data. He had already identified his next 2 targets, Sun Jingyi and Chen Liu. Since Chen Liu was overseas, Xiao Wuye assigned his ghost servant to track him while preparing to head to Huadu City himself. He did not go alone, but brought Baijian and over 100 underlings. Zhao Zilong was green with envy. Xiao Wuye and Baijian traveled separately. Unsure of his enemies, he chose not to reveal his hand early. Driving a luxury off-road vehicle worth tens of millions, Xiao Wuye arrived at a 5-star hotel in Huadu City. This vehicle was the cheapest in his garage. He claimed he drove it to keep a low profile. He chose this hotel because it was one of Sun Jingyi's properties. As Xiao Wuye's car pulled up, a bellhop rushed over with a luggage cart. After all, a car worth tens of millions signaled an important guest. When the bellhop opened the door, he froze. He recognized Xiao Wuye from the Global Wanted live show and was a fan. Seeing this, Xiao Wuye smiled and handed the bellhop 500 yuan bills. The bellhop expressed profuse gratitude. As Xiao Wuye entered the hotel, many others recognized him, and he maintained a gentlemanly demeanor. Little did they know that this seemingly kind and handsome young man had come to kill. After Xiao Wuye arrived in Huadu City, Baijian also brought his men there. However, Huadu City was not as vast as Motor City, so their pace of gathering information was slightly slower. According to the data, this Sun Jingyi was extremely low-key and rarely appeared in public places. Recently, however, Sun Jingyi seemed to have set his sights on a piece of land. Xiao Wuye couldn't fathom why underworld groups seeking to legitimize themselves invariably chose the construction industry. Sun Jingyi currently had several plots under development, but investigations indicated he was particularly interested in a village slated for redevelopment. That village was called Haitang New Village, nestled by the seaside. Once a simple fishing village, Huadu City now intended to develop it, announcing plans to build the city's largest international cargo terminal there. In his hotel room, Xiao Wuye scrutinized the bidding documents, musing with a hint of skepticism. Although Sun Jingyi has contracted some construction projects in recent years, the Haitang terminal requires a bid of 30 billion. A gang that only recently gained a foothold in Huadu City can't possibly muster such funds. The Hydra Group must be pulling the strings behind the scenes. Could they also be eyeing the Haitang International Cargo Terminal? With this thought, Xiao Wuye pulled out his phone and called Zhao Zilong. At that moment, Zhao Zilong was sulking alone at home, but his spirits soared upon seeing Xiao Wuye's call. When Zhao Zilong answered, Xiao Wuye instructed him to dispatch a subsidiary responsible for the project's development to Huadu City to bid on the Haitang International Cargo Terminal. Zhao Zilong's eyes lit up at the news. He had actually heard about the development of Haitang New Village before. However, after calculating that the profit margin on a 30 billion bid was negligible, he had dismissed it. But this time, with Xiao Wuye bringing up the project again, Zhao Zilong agreed, without hesitation, and even volunteered to oversee it personally. In truth, Zhao Zilong simply wanted an excuse to spend a few days by Xiao Wuye's side. After hanging up, Xiao Wuye checked the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. Adjusting his glasses lightly, Xiao Wuye changed clothes and stepped out of his room. Huadu City, being a tourist destination, had a vibrant nightlife. Fortunately, Xiao Wuye encountered few people as he left the hotel, this time sparing him from the usual round of photos. Xiao Wuye was now more famous than most celebrities thanks to his striking appearance, ruthless methods, and meticulous mind. This charisma had earned him a massive following. Once inside his car, he glanced at the wristband on his arm. 5 days remained until his next mission scenario. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he murmured softly, "The world's top 10 security conglomerates. Are you connected to my parents?" A faint smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, hinting at a renewed thirst for bloodshed. Xiao Wuye drove straight toward Haitang New Village. He wanted to see what made the place so special. However, to his surprise, 2 cars blocked his path near the village entrance. A burly, menacing man flanked by 2 underlings approached his car door and gestured for him to lower the window. When Xiao Wuye rolled down the window, the fierce-looking man stared at him coldly and said, "The road ahead is under construction. You can't pass." A faint smile spread across Xiao Wuye's face. He was now certain something was amiss in Haitang New Village. Why else would they block the road? Turning to the man, Xiao Wuye asked, "Brother, I need to go to the village for some business. If this road is closed, is there another way?" The man sneered with contempt, replying, "All roads to Haitang New Village are under repair. You can't get through." Xiao Wuye nodded and drove away without another word. After he left, the man quickly dialed a number and reported, "Boss, a car just tried to enter Haitang New Village. I stopped them. They said they had business in the village." A low voice replied from the phone, "Haitang New Village is already empty. That person must be from another construction company scouting the area. Keep the roads blocked." The speaker was none other than Sun Jingyi. After driving away, Xiao Wuye pulled into a side road, parked his car, and then set off on foot, swiftly heading toward Haitang New Village. As the saying goes, when something is out of the ordinary, there must be a trick. It was highly unreasonable for a village to seal off every entrance for road repairs. After walking for over half an hour, Xiao Wuye reached a small hill, once the site of an oyster farm, now a mound built entirely from discarded oyster shells. Standing atop the oyster shell hill, Xiao Wuye saw that the entire Haitang New Village was pitch black, resembling a ghost town. Just then he heard voices and quickly crouched down. Soon a beam of flashlight cut through the darkness from a distance. Hiding behind the hill, Xiao Wuye spotted 2 men approaching. When they reached the hill, they dropped their pants to defecate. One of them, possibly suffering from diarrhea, made a thunderous sound. Frowning inwardly, Xiao Wuye cursed, "Don't they have a toilet in the village?" Just then the other man complained, "Third brother, we've been here for 5 days. What exactly is the boss looking for? All those instruments drilling into the ground every day." The other man snapped, "Are you asking about the boss business? You want to die?" Xiao Wuye's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself, so there really is something hidden in Haitang New Village. No wonder Sun Jingyi is so desperate to get his hands on it. With that in mind, Xiao Wuye commanded in his mind, "Scan the underground soil of Haitang Village." Instantly, his divine-level brain activated. After about a minute, a ding sounded in his mind. "Host, the divine-level brain has detected trace amounts of iron, lead, and zinc elements beneath Haitang New Village, along with a large quantity of radioactive elements of unknown properties." Hearing this, Xiao Wuye immediately deduced that Sun Jingyi's target was likely those unknown radioactive, yet he was puzzled. What kind of radioactive element would justify Sun Jingyi investing 60 billion to excavate? Just then another ding echoed in his mind. Host analysis reveals that those unknown radioactive elements contain components identical to those in the perfect crime system. Xiao Wuye's pupils contracted sharply. Could the Hydra Group be trying to create a system Sensing the radioactive element that could be used to create a system, Xiao Wuye quickly called Baijan, instructing him to bring his men and eliminate those in Haiding New Village. At the same time, he called Zhao Zilong, asking him to personally come and bid for the Haiding New Village project. In his parents' study, Xiao Wuye had seen the formula for the perfect crime system. Their design blueprints had repeatedly mentioned an element called U, which did not exist on the current periodic table. U was the core component for creating the perfect crime system. Using his divine-level brain, Xiao Wuye had calculated that if he followed his parents' formula without using U as the main element, a system could still be created. However, a system made with alternative elements could not merge with a human in an energy form like the perfect crime system. Instead, it would be similar to Iron Man's suit, a physical matrix implanted into the body. But such a system was easily damaged, lacked concealment, and required periodic recharging. Xiao Wuye never expected that U would be hidden beneath the small Haiding New Village. Using his divine-level brain for elemental positioning, Xiao Wuye was shocked to discover that the U was actually beneath the small hill he stood on. Through the divine-level brain's scan, he was astonished to find that the U was encased within a sapphire. The sapphire was no larger than a thumbnail. For some reason, when Xiao Wuye saw the sapphire, the Eye of Santiago came to mind. He thought to himself, could the Eye of Santiago also contain U? Just then, sounds of a fight erupted outside Haiding New Village, including gunshots. Xiao Wuye guessed Baijan had arrived, but the gunshot wasn't from Baijan's men, as Xiao Wuye had them use silenced weapons due to his low-profile nature. The two men who were defecating also heard the gunshots. Through their walkie-talkies, they heard someone had breached the checkpoint. Without even wiping, they pulled up their pants, drew their guns, and rushed outside. Seeing this, Xiao Wuye pushed off the ground with force, landing lightly in 2 swift strides. The two men hadn't heard a sound behind them. In another stride, he reached one man, grabbed his chin, and twisted sharply, snapping his neck. The other man heard the crack of a breaking bone and spun around, catching sight of Xiao Wuye charging at him. Just as he raised his pistol, a flash of cold light streaked past. The man felt a chill at his neck, then a gurgle as blood spurted from the wound. Xiao Wuye, having killed both men, with fluid ease flicked the blood-dripping dagger in his hand. Xiao Wuye's dagger was extraordinary. Thin as a cicada's wing, blood-red in hue, and seemingly not made of metal. Named Red Blood, he had bought it at an antique shop. It was only as long as an adult's palm, incredibly sharp, easy to conceal, and undetectable by metal detectors. Over the years, nearly 100 people had fallen to Red Blood. Empires were built on bones, and Xiao Wuye's youth and dominance over Moda City's underworld were due to his ruthless killings. After dispatching the two men, he looked down at the ground beneath the hill. The divine-level brain instantly marked the sapphire's location about 10 meters underground. Excavation would require tools. Just then his phone rang. It was Baijan reporting that all of Sun Xingji's men had been dealt with. Hearing this, Xiao Wuye spotted a bulldozer in the distance. He ordered Baijan to guard the perimeter and let no one in. Then he ran to the bulldozer, drove it to the small hill, and began digging. With his divine-level brain, Xiao Wuye mastered driving the bulldozer instantly. He located the sapphire and dug a scoop. The ground was brittle with oyster shells, and in just 20 minutes he unearthed the sapphire. Holding the sapphire, the perfect crime system in his mind transmitted a desire to absorb the U within it, as if doing so would make it more powerful. It felt like a system upgrade. Sensing the system's craving, Xiao Wuye refrained from letting it absorb the U, as he still had many unanswered questions. After pocketing the sapphire containing the U, he used the bulldozer to cover up the excavation marks, making it look untouched. He then drove the bulldozer back, notified Baijan to leave, and drove away from Haiding New Village. About 10 minutes later, a convoy sped toward Haiding New Village. When it stopped, over 100 men emerged. A lackey opened the door of a luxury car, revealing a middle-aged man with a square face and a murderous glare. This was Sun Xingyi, the leader of the Justice Society. Seeing the blood on the ground, his brow furrowed as he coldly ordered, "Get the detector." After entering the village with his men, and having 10 people scan the area, Sun Xingyi breathed a sigh of relief when the detector showed the U was still present. Gazing at the dark village, Sun Xingyi said in a deep voice, "Deploy more men and find the anomaly quickly." A man with slicked back hair immediately bowed in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to Sun Xingyi, the sapphire encasing the U had already been taken by Xiao Wuye. What they detected was merely the residual elemental reaction from the Yes long-term underground presence. Back at the hotel, Xiao Wuye called Zhao Zilong and set at the bidding for Haiding New Village in 3 days, gradually raised the price to 100 billion. Without hesitation, Zhao Zilong agreed. Although the 60 billion bidding price left little profit for developers, a 100 billion bid would mean a loss of at least 30 billion. But Zhao Zilong knew Xiao Wuye had his reasons. After hanging up, a cold glint flickered in Xiao Wuye's eyes. He knew the Hydra Group would be determined to win Haiding New Village, so he'd make them bleed. After Xiao Wuye and Baijan raided Haiding New Village, Sun Xingyi dispatched 500 men to guard it. Since the bidding meeting had not yet commenced, Sun Xingyi dared not undertake large-scale excavation. All he could do for now was to seal off Haitang New Village and pinpoint the location of the ytterbium element. Upon returning to his villa, Sun Jingyi went straight to the study. He pulled out a few books from the shelves, and the bookcase slid open automatically. Behind it stood a metal door. As he approached, a scanner emitted a beam of light scanning him from head to toe. The metal door then unfurled slowly like a blooming chrysanthemum. Beyond it lay a chamber resembling a conference room. Sun Jingyi entered and pressed several keys on the keyboard atop the table. Dozens of light beams shot out from the room, gradually coalescing into a holographic projection of a person. The figure wore a nine-headed serpent mask concealing its features entirely. This was the boss of the Nine-Headed Serpent group, codenamed Nine-Headed Serpent. Sun Jingyi bowed and said, "Boss." Nine-Headed Serpent looked at him and said, "I heard someone broke into Haitang New Village last night." Nine-Headed Serpent's voice was clearly synthesized. Sun Jingyi's body trembled slightly. He hadn't expected the boss to receive the news so quickly. He quickly lowered his head and said, "Boss, it was my negligence. I've reinforced the guard at Haitang New Village and guarantee no one will break in again." Nine-Headed Serpent grunted in acknowledgement, his tone giving no clue to his mood. He then said, "The bidding is in 3 days. Spare no expense to secure Haitang New Village." Sun Jingyi assured him confidently, "Rest assured, boss. Although some have registered for the bid recently, they pose little threat given the slim profit margins of the Haitang New Village project." Nine-Headed Serpent nodded and asked, "Has the location of the ytterbium element been determined yet?" Sun Jingyi's expression turned troubled. "Boss, Haitang New Village isn't ours yet, so we can't excavate on a large scale. However, the search area is gradually narrowing." Nine-Headed Serpent fixed his gaze on Sun Jingyi. "There must be no mistakes this time. If anything goes wrong, you'd better come to me with your head." Sun Jingyi quickly nodded in agreement. Nine-Headed Serpent continued, "What progress have you made on the investigation into the Eye of Santiago?" Sun Jingyi hesitated. "Boss, ever since the Eye of Santiago was stolen 10 years ago, it hasn't resurfaced, and the thief seems to have vanished into thin air. I might need a bit more time." Nine-Headed Serpent snorted coldly and terminated the holographic projection. It was evident that Sun Jingyi was terrified of him. In that brief moment, the back of his shirt was soaked through with sweat. Emerging from the secret chamber, he muttered with icy eyes, "Who could have broken into Haitang New Village?" Sun Jingyi racked his brains, but found no clue. All his men had been killed, and with the water and electricity cut off in Haitang New Village, the cameras were useless. Sitting in his study, he said in a low voice, "I hope the auction in 3 days goes smoothly." Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye was in his hotel room, gazing at the sapphire in his hand. The perfect crime system fused with his mind kept sending him signals, urging him to let it absorb the ytterbium element within the gem. But Xiao Wuye refused. Too many questions plagued him. Why was there ytterbium in this sapphire, and where had the gem come from? The oyster farm clearly didn't produce sapphires, otherwise the oysters wouldn't have been sold so cheaply. Just then a ding sounded in his mind. "Host, the god-level brain has detected many elements on this sapphire that are not from Earth. Conclusion, there is a 99 probability that this gem originated from outer space." Xiao Wuye murmured, "Another 99. The god-level brain is truly rigorous when it comes to science." The remark was laced with sarcasm. He looked at the sapphire and whispered, "So it's an extraterrestrial object." Not being a scientist, Xiao Wuye observed the gem for a while before placing it in his pajama pocket and falling asleep. The next morning, as he opened his eyes, a ding sounded in his mind. "The perfect crime system has been upgraded. Congratulations, host, all attributes 50. Congratulations, host, new skill acquired, god-level replication skill." Xiao Wuye jolted upright and pulled the sapphire from his pocket, only to find it had turned into a transparent piece of glass. A sharp headache struck him. He could tell at a glance that the perfect crime system had drained the ytterbium element from the gem. A status panel then materialized before him. Host Xiao Wuye. Strength 220 normal, 115. Agility 225 normal, 115. Intelligence 235 normal, 115. System perfect crime system 2. 0. System modification god level brain. Skills god level replication skill. System shop not yet open. Remaining attribute points 0. Xiao Wuye was so amused he almost laughed. Perfect crime system 2. 0. He held up the glass-like gem and asked, "Is this thing still useful?" A ding echoed in his mind. Host, the intrinsic value of this gem exceeds that of diamonds. Estimated price, 200 million. Money held no interest for Xiao Wuye. An extra 200 million was just a change in numbers. He tossed the gem into his bag with a shrug. Though it was a pity that the perfect crime system had absorbed the ytterbium, he hadn't yet figured out what it truly was. The 50 to all attributes was some compensation along with the new skill. While brewing coffee, Xiao Wuye asked, "Xiaomei, what's the use of the god-level replication skill?" Xiaomei was the name head given the perfect crime system, though the system didn't acknowledge it. A ding sounded. Host, please call me by my full name, or Azui. The god-level replication skill can replicate any action the host wishes, such as the movements currently playing on TV. As the system spoke, the hotel TV turned on automatically. Xiao Wuye turned to see three beautiful women performing aerobics on the screen. A ding rang out. God-level replication skill in progress. 10 20. 100. Replication complete. God-level brain analyzing. 10 20. 100 analysis complete. Congratulations, host, you have learned aerobics master level. Xiao Wuye froze, then let out a curse. The last thing he wanted was to wake up every morning in a pair of leggings doing aerobics. People would think he was a pansy. With 4 days remaining until the next mission scenario commenced, Xiao Wuye chose not to leave Huadu City. He dispatched his ghost servant to infiltrate Sun Xinjia's Justice Society and Taiha Investment Co., Ltd. With spies. Xiao Wuye sought to uncover the true intentions of the nine-headed serpent group. During the day, Xiao Wuye drove around Huadu City, searching for traces of the element Yi. His perfect crime system analyzed that the sapphire containing Yi found within the gem must have originated from a meteorite, and likely more than one fragment had fallen. However, after a full day of driving, the perfect crime system detected no presence of Yi. That evening, Xiao Wuye found a small restaurant to grab some noodles. Suddenly, Austin called. The day before, after discovering the sapphire, Xiao Wuye had sent a photo to Austin tasking him with finding similar clues. Austin had indeed discovered a photo on a girl's social media account. In the image, a girl wearing a necklace adorned with a sapphire sat on the hood of a modified car. Austin forwarded the photo to Xiao Wuye. Along with the photo came the girl's profile. Xiao Wuye studied her image. She appeared to be barely over 20, dressed like a rebellious punk. Her ears were pierced with over a dozen holes, and a diamond stud adorned her lip. She hardly seemed like a child from a respectable family. Around her neck hung a platinum chain beneath, which gleamed as sapphire. The gem closely resembled the one Xiao Wuye had found yesterday, though slightly smaller. Xiao Wuye swiped his phone screen, and the girl's details appeared. Her name was Alicia. Upon seeing it, he mused to himself, some parents these days must have had their brains washed by foreigners. A proper Chinese person, yet they insist on giving their child a foreign-sounding name. Despite her foreign-sounding name, Alicia was thoroughly Chinese. Her father was in Tiezhou, and her mother was Li Xiangwan. Perhaps her parents found their own names too rustic, so they christened their daughter Alicia. Alicia was fairly attractive with decent features and a good figure. According to her profile, she had dropped out of middle school. Due to her passion for car modification, her parents sent her to a technical school to learn the trade. After graduating, she had been working in car modification and was also a racing enthusiast. The modified car in the photo belonged to Alicia. She was also a resident of Huadu City. Using her social media account for geolocation, Austin confirmed that she was currently in Huadu. After reviewing the information, Xiao Wuye left 100 yuan on the table and departed. Following Austin's coordinates, Xiao Wuye drove to a bar along the coastal highway. The 3-story building was covered in graffiti, and outside numerous modified cars and racing motorcycles were parked. Groups of young men and women lingered outside the bar, laughing and chatting over beer as thumping music blared. Xiao Wuye's arrival drew their attention. Most patrons arrived in modified cars while he drove a luxury off-road vehicle. Ignoring the stares, Xiao Wuye parked and stepped out. Suddenly a gasp arose as a few youngsters recognized him. He smiled and waved in greeting. But not everyone admired Xiao Wuye, known as the Divine Xiao. As he searched for Alicia, a sarcastic voice cut through the air. "Hey celebrity, are you lost? That car of yours is something only my dad's generation would drive." The remark drew laughter from the crowd. Xiao Wuye turned his head slightly to see a bare-chested young man with dyed red hair sneering at him. With a light chuckle, Xiao Wuye replied, "Sorry, but I'm not old enough to be your father. Besides, I wouldn't want my son to dye his hair red." The youngsters outside erupted into raucous cheers. They hadn't expected Xiao Wuye, who appeared so refined, to speak with such sharpness. Embarrassed by the mockery and the crowd's reaction, the red-haired young man's face flushed. He lunged at Xiao Wuye, clutching a beer bottle. Xiao Wuye, noting the red-haired youth was half a head shorter, smirked slightly. He reached out, grabbed the youth by the hair, and flung him aside. The onlookers stood stunned. The red-haired youth's face burned with rage. "Let's race a lap," he bellowed. Xiao Wuye was taken aback. By his logic, a fight should have ensued. What was this race a lap nonsense? What happened next nearly made the red-haired youth's neck turn red with fury. Xiao Wuye completely ignored him, not even sparing a glance, and strode into the bar. Spoiled by their parents, as today's youth often are, the red-haired youth, staring at Xiao Wuye's retreating back, was so enraged that he foamed at the mouth and collapsed. Several scantily clad young girls watched Xiao Wuye's back, their eyes sparkling with admiration. At just 22, with his handsome features and gentlemanly demeanor, Xiao Wuye was irresistible to them. While the Divine Xiao is so handsome, he's even more charming in person than on TV. I think him in love. Dream on, he's mine. Does the Divine Xiao like racing too? I'd love to cry in his car. Professional locksmith. Professional locksmith. For just 500 yuan you can cry in the Divine Xiao's car. A sharp-faced young man shouted through a megaphone, drawing a crowd around him. Xiao Wuye sneered faintly at the man's words. It wasn't the locksmith profession he disdained, but the man's skill. His cars were specially modified. If someone could easily pick the lock, he'd have to be more cautious. After all, the enemies Xiao Wuye now faced were formidable. As he stepped into the bar, a thick wave of cigarette smoke assaulted his nostrils. Unlike a nightclub, this was a pure bar with numerous booths and a large television mounted on one wall. The TV was showing a football match, suggesting the bar also dealt in underground betting. As Xiao Wuye entered, he spotted Alicia mixing drinks behind the counter. The moment Xiao Wuye laid eyes on Alicia, he immediately noticed the necklace adorning her neck. A crisp ding suddenly echoed in his mind. Host, the sapphire that girl wears contains yttrium element. A glint of sharp light flickered in Xiao Wuye's eyes. He approached the bar and softly said to Alicia, "Hello, Bloody Mary." Xiao Wuye had a fondness for drinking, especially strong spirits, yet oddly enough, he never seemed to get drunk. Alicia glanced at Xiao Wuye instinctively upon hearing his words. However, she appeared unimpressed by his handsome features. "Do you think this is some fancy city bar?" she said impatiently. "We only have beer here. Take it or leave it." Xiao Wuye wasn't offended and simply ordered a bottle of beer. It turned out Alicia wasn't mixing cocktails earlier, but just rinsing glasses. She opened a cold beer and handed it to Xiao Wuye. After taking the beer, he glanced at the sapphire on her neck and remarked, "Nice necklace. It looks beautiful." Alicia sneered dismissively. "Buddy, you've picked the wrong person to hit on. I have a boyfriend. Try someone else." As she spoke, a burly bald man emerged from a small room behind the bar, appearing to be in his 40s. "Who's hitting on my girlfriend?" Xiao Wuye couldn't help but think such a beautiful flower wasted on a pig. Though he had no interest in Alicia, he never expected her to choose someone like that. Xiao Wuye gave a helpless smile. "Miss, I was just wondering where you bought that necklace." "I'd like to get one for my girlfriend too," he said, making up an excuse. Alicia didn't even look up. "My boyfriend gave it to me. Ask him." Xiao Wuye turned to the bald man. The man had a look of someone always looking for a bargain. When he saw Xiao Wuye staring at him, his eyes shifted slightly. "Forget it, buddy. This necklace has been in my family for generations. There's only one." Xiao Wuye nodded gently and uttered just 2 words, "Is it for sale?" The bald man was taken aback. Alicia frowned at Xiao Wuye. "Are you out of your mind?" Xiao Wuye remained calm. "I really like this necklace." The bald man finally snapped out of it. He stopped Alicia, who was about to lose her temper, and turned to Xiao Wuye. "This necklace is one of a kind. How much can you offer?" Xiao Wuye took a sip of beer. "Name your price." Greed flickered in the bald man's eyes. 100,000. Xiao Wuye was wealthy, but he wasn't about to fall for such a trick. If he agreed too readily, he might end up unable to buy the necklace at all. Xiao Wuye furrowed his brows. He shook his head. "Too expensive. Forget it." The bald man grew anxious. "Then tell me, how much can you offer?" Xiao Wuye pretended to ponder. 8,000. A faint smile crossed the bald man's face. Even 8,000 exceeded his expectations. The sapphire was merely a stone head found on the beach, and the platinum chain was only electroplated. Its total cost was less than $10. Now had stumbled upon a fool willing to pay 8,000, a fortune to him. After all, people living by the sea often picked up strange stones. But the bald man, a seasoned trader, knew 8,000 wasn't Xiao Wuye's final offer. He put on a troubled expression. "Brother, don't joke with me. 8,000 for my family heirloom. That's an insult." Xiao Wuye smiled slightly and shrugged. "Then forget it." He pretended to leave. The bald man panicked. "All right, brother, I can see you're sincere. 20,000. That's the lowest." Xiao Wuye feigned hesitation, then gritted his teeth. "Fine, 20,000 it is. After all, it's for the one I love." The bald man immediately reached to remove the necklace from Alicia's neck. Alicia suddenly pushed the bald man away and stared at Xiao Wuye with disdain. "Why should I give it up just because your beloved likes it?" The bald man quickly kicked her behind the bar. But Alicia ignored him, her eyes fixed on Xiao Wuye with contempt. Xiao Wuye chuckled. "If you want sell, then forget it." He prepared to leave. He had no intention of giving up the sapphire, he was just looking for a cheaper way to obtain it. Seeing Xiao Wuye about to leave, the bald man broke into a sweat. Just then Alicia called out, "You want this necklace? Then race me." A smile crept across Xiao Wuye's face. Xiao Wuye had only 2 passions: killing and street racing. He was a professional racer who had won several championships. Wealthy people seek thrills, and Xiao Wuye loved anything that was exciting. Bungee jumping, skydiving, wingsuit flying, surfing. He reveled in the feeling of teetering on the edge of death. He glanced outside and smiled wryly. "My car today might not be suited for a race." Alicia looked at the surveillance screen behind the bar. "Is that SUV yours?" Xiao Wuye nodded. She sneered. "No problem. I can drive an SUV too. If you win, the necklace is yours. If you lose, you leave the car." Xiao Wuye thought to himself, this girl's a sharp negotiator. That car is worth over 10 million. But he didn't refuse. For a skilled driver, any car could win a race. A triumphant expression spread across Alicia's face. But the bald man was the happiest. He had graduated from a certain technical school, majoring in auto repair. One look, and he knew Xiao Wuye's car was worth a fortune. More importantly, Alicia was the reigning queen of the local streets, undefeated in dozens of races. Just as the young men and women outside the bar were discussing why Xiao Wuye had come here, he walked out of the bar with Alicia. The crowd looked at them with confusion. Unlisha then walked over to the garage and pulled the door open with force. Inside the garage were two modified vehicles, a sports car and an SUV. Both cars bore clear signs of alteration. When Unlisha got into the off-road vehicle, her boyfriend, the bald giant, emerged from the bar, holding a microphone, and shouted excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for an electrifying moment. Today a fearless young man challenges our road king, Unlisha." The crowd began to jeer. In the past, everyone would have sided with Unlisha, for she had never lost a race here since her arrival. But this time many stood with Xiao Wuye, especially young women who had watched the Global Wanted live show and knew that despite his delicate appearance, he was formidable. The bald giant, standing on a car roof with a microphone, announced, "Everyone, it's betting time. Let's get hyped." After his words, many rushed to place their bets before the bald giant. Unexpectedly, the betting rates for Xiao Wuye and Unlisha were nearly equal. Then the roar of an engine sounded as Unlisha slowly drove her modified SUV out of the garage. Xiao Wuye drove his multi-million-dollar SUV onto the road. The two cars had distinct features, one exorbitantly expensive, the other extraordinarily modified. A group of young girls cheered excitedly for Xiao Wuye, more thrilled than seeing a celebrity. The bald giant spoke into the microphone. "The race route is the loop around the coastal highway passing through Philadelphia and back here. First to return wins." Philadelphia was merely an abandoned, unfinished building complex. Xiao Wuye saw an electronic map displayed on a large screen by the roadside showing the race route. His divine-level brain activated instantly, imprinting the map in his mind while analyzing it. After his divine-level brain finished its analysis, a provocatively dressed woman stepped onto the road. She reached into her clothes and pulled out her bra. Waving her sexy undergarment, she signaled to Xiao Wuye and Unlisha, asking if they were ready. When both nodded, the woman tossed her bra into the air. The screech of tires burning echoed as Xiao Wuye's SUV and Unlisha's SUV started almost simultaneously. Unlisha's SUV with its modified chassis was exceptionally stable at the start. Although Xiao Wuye's SUV was heavy, its V12 engine was no joke. He floored the accelerator and the front of his SUV lifted. To the crowd's excitement, both cars matched each other's speed from the start. Civilian drones took off to film the race, and the large screen outside the bar displayed the two cars speeding. Shortly after Xiao Wuye and Unlisha drove off, two more cars pulled up outside the bar. 6 grim-faced men got out. They pulled out a photo and looked at it. It was a picture of Unlisha. Everyone inside and outside the bar was engrossed in the race, paying no attention to the 6 men. The leader gestured to the others, who nodded and split up to search for Unlisha. Unaware that she was racing with Xiao Wuye, they searched, but found no trace of her. Then one of them overheard people discussing Unlisha's driving skills and realized she was in a race. The 6 men stayed hidden in the crowd, waiting for her return. They were Sun Zingius men. The Hydra group had long known that the carrier of the rhenium element was a sapphire. They had been searching for the lost eye of Santiago. The 6 men watched the big screen as Xiao Wuye's and Unlisha's cars raced nearly neck and neck. Unlisha glanced at Xiao Wuye with a hint of disdain and said, "Let's see if you can keep up once we reach Philadelphia." Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye's divine-level brain had already analyzed the entire route layout. A zaped curve appeared ahead. As Unlisha approached, she slammed on the brakes. Xiao Wuye, noticing her braking out of the corner of his eye, smirked. He neither braked nor eased off the accelerator. With a screech, Xiao Wuye began drifting 20 meters before the curve. His car slid sideways, then he floored the accelerator at the turn, changing direction to continue the drift. Unlisha's face tightened as she cursed, "What a lunatic. An SUV has such low grip. Isn't he afraid of rolling over?" Back at the bar, the spectators were stunned, witnessing an SUV drift so gracefully, even more beautiful than a sports car. Xiao Wuye executed 3 consecutive drifts and sped out of the zaped curve. 100 meters past the curve lay Philadelphia, filled with unfinished buildings, overgrown weeds, and many obstacles. Those unfamiliar with the route could easily end up in dead ends. Though Unlisha was behind, she waited to enter Philadelphia, where her familiarity would allow her to overtake Xiao Wuye. But as Xiao Wuye drifted into Philadelphia, he cut through the weeds on a path with no tire tracks. Unlisha, chasing behind, smirked contemptuously, thinking he was lost. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Wuye's route was calculated by his divine-level brain. Despite weeds and obstacles, it was the shortest path. He sped through the weeds, drifting and accelerating. While Unlisha wandered through Philadelphia, Xiao Wuye burst out of it. The bald giant's face fell with despair as he muttered, "I said we should have sold the necklace for $200 instead of coveting his car. Now we've got nothing." A cold voice came from behind the bald giant, asking, "You mean the person racing Unlisha also wants the sapphire necklace around her neck?" Unlisha's boyfriend, the bald burly man, was complaining that Unlisha had insisted on racing and lost $200. Just then a man's voice suddenly came from behind him, asking, "Are you saying the person who raced against Unlisha also wanted that sapphire necklace?" The bald burly man turned his head and saw a man dressed entirely in black, standing behind him, staring intently. "Who are you?" Most of the people who came here were his regulars whom he knew well, but this man in black was clearly a stranger. The man in black stared expressionlessly at the bald, burly man and said, "You haven't answered my question. Did the person who raced Alicia also want the sapphire necklace she was wearing?" The bald, burly man frowned, thinking to himself, "Could this guy be after that necklace too? Is that blue stone really that valuable?" The man in black, reading the expression on the bald, burly man's face, already had his answer. He said coldly, "Whatever that person offered, I'll pay double." Upon hearing this, the bald, burly man was filled with regret. Although the bald, burly man was greedy, the rules here were clear. Once a race was on, there was no backing out, or he wouldn't be able to run his bar anymore. He could do the math. Even if the necklace sold for 100,000, it wouldn't match the profits from his bar. The bald, burly man looked at the man in black and said, "You're too late." As he finished speaking, a burst of cheers erupted, accompanied by the screech of brakes. Xiao Wuye had won, and without any pressure at all. Xiao Wuye's fans, both male and female, saw his car return first and gathered around it ecstatic. Their excitement stemmed partly from his victory, and partly because for the first time in years someone had managed to beat Alicia. Xiao Wuye opened the car door and stepped out, surrounded by his excited fans. However, his eyes swept subtly across the surroundings. He had noticed the two off-road vehicles driven by the men in black when he drove back. Off-road vehicles were simply out of place at such an event, especially those formal black commercial SUVs. So Xiao Wuye deduced that those men weren't here for fun, they had another purpose. The only thing he could think of was Alicia's necklace. In Huadu City, perhaps only the Hydra Group would be so interested in that blue gemstone. Xiao Wuye thought. It seems the Hydra Group must have once found a sapphire containing the element yttrium, or at least seen one. Activating his godlike brain, Xiao Wuye quickly pinpointed the locations of the 6 men in black. They were slowly approaching him. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'm about to be exposed." With that thought, a flicker of killing intent gleamed in his eyes. He didn't want to reveal himself so soon. He took a black mask from the car and put it on, then called Austin to have his image erased from the surrounding surveillance footage. By the time Xiao Wuye had donned the mask, Alicia's car had pulled up beside his. Xiao Wuye walked to Alicia's window and tapped lightly twice. Alicia glared at him with fury. She never expected that her undefeated myth as the Road King would be shattered today by a man in a tailored suit driving an SUV. Alicia rolled down the window and roughly yanked the necklace from her neck, throwing it at Xiao Wuye. As he caught it, a ding sounded in his mind. Post appraisal complete. The sapphire contains the element yttrium. Xiao Wuye thought back. Don't absorb the yttrium this time without my permission. However, the perfect crime system too. Zero didn't seem particularly interested in the yttrium stored in that sapphire. Sensing the system's disdain, Xiao Wuye cursed in his mind. "Azue, I think you're getting too cocky. There's an old Chinese saying, even a grasshopper's meat is still meat. You need to brush up on your history." As soon as he finished, a system prompt sounded in his head. "Host, you should worry about yourself first. You are surrounded." Xiao Wuye glanced around, and sure enough, the 6 men in black had encircled him. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he made a gesture to the bald, burly man standing on the car roof. The bald, burly man was momentarily startled, then his face lit up with excitement as he shouted into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's drinks are on Mr. Xiao." The young men and women outside the bar erupted with joy. Soon a crowd of young people swarmed around Xiao Wuye, forming a tight circle around him and pushing the 6 men in black out. Xiao Wuye then took 10 stacks of crisp 100 yuan notes from his bag and tossed them into Alicia's car. Alicia stared at the stacks of money, momentarily stunned. Xiao Wuye nodded to the people in front of his car, and they quickly moved aside. He floored the accelerator and sped off. Many young women watched his car disappear, a hint of reluctance on their faces. Then Xiao Wuye's window rolled down, and he took out a stack of 100 yuan bills, flinging them out of the window. The bills scattered everywhere like falling petals. Not all the young men and women were wealthy, and many of them didn't have much money. Instantly, the excited crowd rushed into the street to pick up the money. The 6 men in black saw Xiao Wuye drive off, and quickly got into their vehicles to pursue him. But the streets were now crowded with people. They honked their horns, but the young people busy collecting the cash paid them no heed. The leader slammed the car window in rage. By the time they finally pushed through the crowd, Xiao Wuye's car was long gone. The leading man in black shouted coldly after him, "If we don't catch him today, we're all dead." The 2 vehicles accelerated, instantly chasing in the direction Xiao Wuye had gone. After they passed the zaped curve, the leader suddenly spotted a car parked inside an abandoned city district. A cold smile crept onto his face. "Thinking you can hide there and fool us? You're still too green." After speaking, the leader made a gesture, and the 2 off-road vehicles turned directly into the abandoned district. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye, gripping his crimson blood dagger, was watching the 2 off-road vehicles enter from a half-finished building. A slight smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. He was ready to kill. The 6 black-clad figures pursued Xiao Wuye's car into Philadelphia. Before their vehicle had even come to a halt, they leaped out and rushed to Xiao Wuye's car. However, upon opening the car door, they discovered that Xiao Wuye was not inside. The leader of the black-clad figures drew a military knife from his chest and commanded, "Search." The remaining men also unsheathed their knives and scattered to hunt for Xiao Wuye. At that moment, Xiao Wuye stood by a window on the third floor of a derelict building watching them. When the black-clad men produced their military knives, Xiao Wuye's eyebrows twitched slightly. Those knives were clearly no ordinary weapons. They were military-grade. From their movements, it was evident they had undergone long-term professional training. Sun Zhenjia's underlings were utterly incomparable to these 6 men. The black-clad figures seemed supremely confident in their abilities, each splitting off alone to search for Xiao Wuye. One of them even climbed through a window into the very derelict building where Xiao Wuye was hiding. Xiao Wuye's lips curled into a faint smile. His current attributes were far stronger than before. Ordinary people stood no chance against him. Moreover, Xiao Wuye had experience. Killing and combat were ingrained in his very bones. The black-clad men did not use flashlights, but relied on the faint moonlight to search. One of them methodically checked room after room, soon reaching the 3rd floor. Xiao Wuye was leaning against the wall beside a door in one of the rooms. With the aid of his divine-grade brain, Xiao Wuye had the movements of all 6 men under his complete control. When that black-clad man entered the room where Xiao Wuye was hiding, he had just stepped through the doorless opening. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light streaked through the air. That black-clad man was clearly a veteran. As Xiao Wuye swung the crimson blood toward his throat, the man suddenly rolled forward to evade the attack. The blade grazed past his scalp. After rolling aside, the black-clad man, still off balance, sprang up and thrust his knife at Xiao Wuye's abdomen. Xiao Wuye's divine-grade brain had already analyzed the trajectory of the man's strike. He reached out and grabbed the man's wrist while his other hand, wielding the crimson blood, slashed fiercely. With a soft puff, the wrist holding the military knife was sliced open, a deep gash carved by the crimson blood. The black-clad man opened his mouth in pain, about to cry out. Xiao Wuye flipped his blade and thrust the tip viciously toward the man. Xiao Wuye was so swift that before the black-clad man could utter a sound, the crimson blood plunged into his mouth and pierced through his face. The man was half-crouching, and Xiao Wuye lacked the proper angle to cut his throat. After driving the crimson blood into the man's mouth, Xiao Wuye's movements continued. He grabbed the man's jaw and twisted it with force. A sharp crack echoed as the black-clad man's neck was snapped cleanly. Seeing the man lifeless, Xiao Wuye flicked his arm, withdrawing the crimson blood from the corpse. He lightly shook off the residual blood, then turned his gaze through the derelict building toward the remaining 5 black-clad men. Just then, the intercom on the ear of the slain black-clad man crackled to life. The leader's voice came through. "Any findings on your end?" Other team members responded over the device. The leader then asked in a stern tone, "Lao Lu, what's your situation?" Xiao Wuye picked up the portable intercom from the corpse and said, "No need to call. You won't hear his voice again." Hearing Xiao Wuye's voice, the leader's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "I didn't expect you to have some skills killing Lao Lu," he said as he sprinted toward the derelict building where Lao Lu had gone. The other black-clad men also converged on the building from all directions. A faint smile played on Xiao Wuye's lips. One of the men nearby entered the building first. When he reached the room where Xiao Wuye had been, he saw a body lying on the floor. The man scanned the room warily, but found no trace of Xiao Wuye. He knelt beside the corpse, his voice choked with rage. "Lao Lu, don't worry. He'll avenge you." Yet as he finished speaking, the corpse on the floor suddenly stirred. A flash of crimson light streaked through the air. The man's expression froze instantly. The corpse slowly rose to its feet and murmured, "I'm sorry, but it seems you won't get the chance to avenge Lao Lu." The black-clad men all wore black suits, though of different materials. In the pitch darkness, they were hard to distinguish. A soft puff sounded and a gash like a small mouth opened on the man's neck. Blood spurted from the wound, and he collapsed to the ground. The man's eyes were filled with defiance. Just then the leader reached the base of the derelict building. As he was about to climb inside, he suddenly looked up. A corpse, its neck tangled in an electrical wire, swayed slightly outside the building. The leader squinted at the corpse. In the faint moonlight, he recognized it as Lao Lu, the first to rush into the building. A foreboding sense of dread seized him. At that moment, the wire seemed unable to bear Lao Lu's weight. With a bang, it snapped, and the body crashed down beside the leader, splattering blood across his face. Rage blazed in the leader's eyes. He pressed his intercom and ordered, "Do not act alone." The others acknowledged. Then a voice came through his earpiece. "Boss, I found him. In the corner room on the 2nd floor." A glint of sharp light flashed in the leader's eyes. He vaulted into the derelict building. The other men also rushed toward the 2nd floor. But as the leader entered, a loud bang sounded behind him. The leader spun around to see Xiao Wuye, who had jumped down from the 2nd floor, staring at him with a smile. The black-clad leader stared at Xiao Wuye, who had just jumped down from the 2nd floor, and asked in a low voice, "Who are you exactly? Why do you want that blue gem?" Xiao Wuye let out a faint chuckle and replied, "Are you interrogating me?" As he finished speaking, Xiao Wuye suddenly flicked his wrist, and a streak of cold light shot toward the black-clad leader. The leader swiftly dodged to the side. A loud bang echoed as a military knife embedded itself deep into the wall of the unfinished building, a testament to Xiao Wuye's immense strength. The black-clad leader's eyes flickered with a strange glint as he gazed at the knife, now only its hilt visible. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he spun around abruptly, thrusting his own military knife backward. Xiao Wuye had somehow appeared behind the black-clad leader as if his reaction was entirely anticipated. He sidestepped, then swung his arm sharply, sending a crimson beam hurtling toward the leader. The black-clad leader swung his knife to meet the crimson beam. A metallic clang rang out as Xiao Wuye's crimson blood was deflected. Yet the impact left cracks spiderwebbing across the leader's blade. Seeing crimson blood parried, Xiao Wuye immediately kicked out, aiming for the leader's waist. The leader, caught off guard by the speed of the attack, was sent crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. After falling, the black-clad leader executed a tactical backward roll, landing on one knee to guard against further assault. Strangely, Xiao Wuye did not advance. Instead, he stood still, extending one hand and rapidly changing finger gestures reminiscent of a ninja forming hand seals. The black-clad leader frowned, uncertain of Xiao Wuye's scheme. Just as he prepared to strike, first a subtle smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. That smile filled the leader with a foreboding sense of dread. Then a look of terror crept into the black-clad leader's eyes. For a trained professional to show such fear, it could only be the specter of death. His gaze slowly drifted to the ground beside him. There, the crimson blood he had knocked away was moving on its own. Of course, this wasn't sorcery. The blade moved because it was connected to an invisible silver thread finer than a spider's silk. Xiao Wuye hadn't been forming seals, he had been manipulating the thread with his fingers, silently entangling the black-clad leader. The thread was so thin that the leader felt nothing at all. He only realized his neck was ensnared when he tried to charge forward. With a faint smile, Xiao Wuye asked softly, "Are you from the Hydra Corporation?" Upon hearing the name, the black-clad leader's gaze turned icy. "You know of Hydra. Who are you?" As he spoke, a thin line of blood appeared on his throat. Xiao Wuye twitched a finger and said calmly, "Answer my questions, or you might not live long enough to ask yours." The black-clad leader felt the chill on his neck, realizing the silver thread was razor-sharp. Even the slight vibration from speaking had cut his skin. In truth, his question had been a stalling tactic. Just then, light footsteps echoed from upstairs. Though the other black-clad men moved quietly, they couldn't escape Xiao Wuye's keen hearing. With his god-level mind, he tracked every movement of the enemies. One of them slid down from the second floor, attempting to ambush Xiao Wuye from behind. The leader's eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction as he watched. But Xiao Wuye suddenly spoke. "I'm not a patient man. Since you won't talk, there's no need. Kill him," the leader roared. The black-clad men behind and from upstairs charged at Xiao Wuye with knives drawn. Yet to the leader's dismay, Xiao Wuye remained unmoved, his smile only widening. A sense of alarm struck the leader. "No." But before he could stop them, the three attackers froze in place. The leader's eyes filled with tension as he stared at them. Xiao Wuye whispered, "Depart together." With a swift motion, he pulled his hand back, and the silver thread retracted into his sleeve. The crimson blood also returned to his grasp. A series of thuds followed as the heads of the three black-clad men slowly slid off their necks and hit the ground. Blood spurted like fountains from their severed throats. Meanwhile, the leader's face was etched with numerous bloody lines. As Xiao Wuye turned to leave, the leader's head split into a dozen pieces and scattered on the floor. His body collapsed with a thud, twitching uncontrollably. Emerging from the unfinished building, Xiao Wuye drove back to the hotel. Lying in the hotel bathtub, he gazed at the necklace in his hand and murmured, "How did my parents forge the ytterbium element into a formless system back then?" He could distinctly feel a blue glow fused with his brain. That blue glow was likely the perfect crime system his parents had created from ytterbium. Though he had seen their equations, his lack of expertise in artificial intelligence left him baffled. Even his god-level mind failed to compute a result from those formulas. A faint smile played on his lips as he thought, "I wonder how much Hydra will pay for that village tomorrow." He then closed his eyes, relaxing fully in the bath. On his wrist, the crimson blood clung to his skin like a birthmark. It had been with him since his earliest memories, and the silver thread connecting it was actually embedded within his body. The night passed quickly, and remarkably, the perfect crime system indeed did not absorb the ytterbium element from the sapphire. It seemed he was getting carried away. Upon waking, Xiao Wuye had the hotel deliver breakfast to his room. He planned to stay in for the morning. That morning, the bid for Haiding New Village was scheduled. Zhao Zilong had intended to attend the tender meeting in person, but Xiao Wuye stopped him. Furthermore, Xiao Wuye instructed Zhao Zilong to send a shell company with no ties to them to participate in the bidding. That shell company was merely an entity responsible for financial transfers. It was common for large enterprises to have such a subsidiary. Xiao Wuye knew the Hydra Group was formidable, so the more he remained hidden in the shadows, the more advantageous it was for him. Just then, a live video appeared on Xiao Wuye's laptop. A woman was sitting in a luxury car. Xiao Wuye could not see her face as the live streaming device was concealed within her glasses. Thus, Xiao Wuye was seeing everything from the woman's perspective. She arrived at the bidding venue by car. As she entered, Xiao Wuye noticed that there were not many bidders, and among them was Sun Jingyi. Sun Jingyi was also staring at the woman not out of lust, but to speculate on her origins. The Hydra Group had issued a strict order that Haitang New Village must be secured. Sun Jingyi dared not defy the Hydra Group, so he scrutinized every bidder, wondering if they would cause trouble for his bid. At 10 a.m., the bidding officially began with only about 20 participants. This was an open bid akin to an auction. Everyone had their own calculations, knowing the potential profit margins. If the returns were insufficient, they would not bother with such thankless work. A middle-aged woman stepped onto the stage and said, "First, I thank everyone for their contributions to Huadu City. Today 3 land parcels are up for bidding: the shantytown renovation of Zhenghe Village, the vegetable basket development plan in the Southern District, and our city's key project, the Haitang New Village dock plan." The bidding commenced, and the first 2 projects went smoothly with modest amounts, as the dock required specialized building materials and underwater work, driving up costs. After the first 2 rounds, the final highlight arrived. Xiao Wuye swirled a glass meant for foreign liquor, but it contained 53 proof Chinese baijiu. He preferred strong spirits, favoring China's own distilled liquor over blended foreign drinks. When the middle-aged woman on stage announced the base price for the Haitang New Village project at 30 billion, Sun Jingyi immediately raised his paddle to bid 30 billion. A faint smile curled on Xiao Wuye's lips as he murmured, "Add 10 billion. The woman heard and raised her paddle softly, saying 40 billion. Sun Jingyi whipped his head around to stare at her, his eyes narrowing slightly as he raised his paddle and shouted 41 billion. After placing his bid, Sun Jingyi quietly instructed an associate, "Check that woman's background and see if she's connected to what happened in Haitang New Village the night before last." A henchman nodded and left. Seeing Sun Jingyi increase by 1 billion, Xiao Wuye scoffed and said, "Add another 10 billion. The woman, hearing Xiao Wuye's voice in her earpiece, raised her paddle and declared 51 billion. Sun Jingyi's eyes blazed with undisguised killing intent. The true value of the Haitang New Village project was at most 60 billion, with surrounding construction adding little more. Substituting inferior materials was risky under strict supervision, making it nearly impossible to cut corners. The woman's aggressive bidding could only mean she knew about the ytterbium element beneath Haitang New Village. Realizing this, Sun Jingyi raised his paddle and shouted 60 billion. The crowd gasped as 60 billion left almost no profit margin. At most there was a profit of a few billion, a risky venture few would undertake. Yet before the astonishment subsided, the woman raised her paddle again, saying 80 billion. Everyone present was stunned, unable to fathom why she would raise the bid despite knowing it meant a loss. Some began to suspect foul play. Is there something fishy about Haitang New Village? Why else would someone throw money away? Damn, did we miss some news? I heard whoever gets this project will manage the dock for 10 years. Really? Even so, that's a huge capital tie-up. As the murmuring continued, the middle-aged woman on stage glanced at Sun Jingyi. He responded by raising his paddle and shouting 90 billion. Xiao Wuye took a sip of his drink and whispered, "It seems the woman on stage is no simple character either. Interesting. Raise it to 100 billion. Honestly, even top-tier companies on China's rich list would struggle to produce 100 billion. Many firms had high market valuations, but lacked such liquid cash. In China, several enterprises could readily come up with 100 billion, but they were rarely on the rich list, because they were too wealthy to need public listings. Thus the rich list had no data on them. Upon hearing Xiao Wuye's command, the woman shouted the 100 billion bid. Sun Jingyi's eyes reddened with rage. He then looked at the middle-aged woman on stage. She blinked rapidly twice. Sun Jingyi raised his paddle and shouted 120 billion. After his bid, he glared at the woman who had been driving up the price. The beautiful red-haired woman met his gaze and even clapped, as if celebrating his winning bid of 120 billion for Haitang New Village. Just then Xiao Wuye's voice came through her earpiece, "Enough, Fire Phoenix. Stop playing and come back." A seductive smile curled on Fire Phoenix's lips as she rose and walked out. Sun Jingyi signaled his henchman with a glance. After all, Fire Phoenix had cost him tens of billions. He could not let her go easily. Noticing the men rising beside Sun Jingyi, Fire Phoenix flashed a tempting smile and murmured, "Boss, it seems I'm being watched." Back in the hotel, Xiao Wuye showed no sign of concern. Instead, a grin spread across his face as he said, "Enjoy yourself. They'll have someone clean up after you." Fire Phoenix's smile grew even more alluring. Xiao Wuye was unworried because Fire Phoenix was a top-tier assassin ranked 3rd on the global list of 10 deadliest killers. Upon witnessing Sun Jingyi's successful bid of 12 million for Haitang New Village, Xiao Wuye downed the liquor in his cup, checked out of his hotel, and departed Huadu City. Meanwhile, after emerging from the bidding venue, Hofeng's car was intercepted by 2 vans just as it reached an overpass. Seated in the back, Hofeng cast a cold smile at the dozen men alighting from the vans. "Killing comes at a high price, you know," she remarked. As she spoke, the driver glanced at her through the rearview mirror and said, "Sister Phone, allow me to handle these men." Hofeng nodded with a faint smile. The driver unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. One of Sun Xinjia's underlings, seeing the bald driver, barked arrogantly, "Tell the woman in the car to get out." As the thug finished speaking, the driver slowly removed his suit jacket. The thug sneered, thinking, "So he wants a fight." With a slight nod from the leaders, several underlings brandished machetes and charged at the driver. But as one thug closed in, the driver struck with lightning speed, his fist connecting with the man's throat. A sharp crack echoed. The thug crumpled to the ground, convulsing, his face contorted in suffocation as bloody foam gushed from his mouth. The leader roared, "Get 'em, all of you." A dozen thugs surged forward. Unfazed, the driver calmly pulled a spiked steel knuckle duster from his pocket and slipped it onto his hand. When a thug swung his machete, the driver seized his wrist, then drove his gauntlet fist into the man's chest. Another sickening crack. The chest caved in and blood sprayed from the thug's mouth. Two more thugs attacked. The driver used the first thug's machete to parry one blade, while punching the second thug squarely in the face. Another crack. The man's face collapsed into a grotesque ruin. Standing nearly 190 centimeters tall, with a powerful build, the driver moved with devastating speed and ruthlessness. Each punch was lethal. Amid a symphony of cracking bones, all a dozen thugs lay dead within minutes. Only the thug leader remained staring in shock at the driver. Regaining his senses, he turned to flee. The driver kicked a machete from the ground into his hand and hurled it. A flash of cold steel sliced across the thug leader's neck. His body continued running, but his head had already separated from it. After the slaughter, the driver removed the knuckle duster, tucked it away, meticulously adjusted his suit, and returned to the car. Huofeng smiled approvingly at the bald driver. "Xiangzi, your skills have improved," she said. Xiangzi chuckled sheepishly. "The young master has been busy and hasn't needed me to drive, so I've been training every day." Huofeng nodded. "Let's head back to Moda City. The boss still owes me that hot pot he promised." Xiangzi grinned. He had grown up in the Shaolin Temple as a martial monk. Even in 2049, the temple remained a bustling destination, drawing endless pilgrims. Among the visitors were troublemakers. One year, some rowdy youths insulted the Buddha with foul language, sparking a conflict. Xiangzi tried to mediate, but the youths attacked him. Unable to hold back, Xiangzi punched one of them, causing severe brain damage that left the youth mentally disabled. For this, the temple expelled him, a protective measure to shield him from further punishment. Having lived in the temple his whole life, Xiangzi had no survival skills outside. He resorted to street performances, showcasing martial arts. But people had grown enamored with so-called performance art, dancers and revealing clothes displays of physical prowess. Few cared for traditional martial arts anymore. On the brink of starvation, a figure appeared before him, Xiao Wuye. Recognizing Qiangzi's genuine skill, Xiao Wuye took him in. Xiangzi would never forget the young Xiao Wuye's eyes, bright as stars, and his reassuring smile. From then on, Xiangzi stayed by Xiao Wuye's side, earning a driver's license to serve as both chauffeur and bodyguard. A small aside, during driving school, Xiangzi was the star of the class, while others bought second-hand or cheap cars to practice Xiangzi. Upon getting his license, Xiao Wuye gifted him a multi-million-dollar off-road vehicle. His classmates assumed he was a billionaire's son. From then on, his phone never stopped ringing. Invitations for meals, romantic advances. Finally, Xiangzi had to change his number to find peace. As Xiao Wuye drove toward Moda City, his phone, glancing at the caller ID, he answered, "All settled." Huofeng's voice came through. "Boss, it's done, but..." Xiao Wuye asked curiously, "But what?" Huofeng laughed. "When will you make good on that hot pot promise?" Xiao Wuye chuckled helplessly. "No time like the present. Tonight, I'll gather the brothers for a feast." Huofeng cheered like an excited child. All of Xiao Wuye's subordinates were deeply devoted to him. Though not the eldest, he was like a patriarch to them. No matter the challenge, as long as Xiao Wuye was there, they felt secure. Such was the charisma of a true leader. When Xiao Wuye returned to the manor, it was a little past 2 in the afternoon. After returning, he sent a message to Baijian and the others, inviting them over for hot pot in the evening. Baijian and the others were excited upon receiving the message and quickly agreed. Zhao Zilong even postponed the mayor's dinner just to dine with Xiao Wuye. This shows the importance of Xiao Wuye in their hearts. When Xiao Wuye arrived at the villa, Uncle Fu was already waiting at the door along with 4 servants. After Uncle Fu opened the car door for Xiao Wuye, he stepped out and instructed Uncle Fu to take out the Inner Mongolia lamb from the refrigerator, as they planned to have lamb hot pot for dinner. After giving the instructions, Xiao Wuye went upstairs to change into more casual clothes and began preparing the ingredients himself. This was also a tradition every time he gathered with his brothers. Although they had agreed to eat at 6 in the evening, people started arriving around 4 in the afternoon. The first to arrive was Austin, driving a multi-million-dollar supercar. One reason Austin is considered the world's most formidable hacker is that apart from Xiao Wuye and a few others, no one knows he is the best hacker in the world. The second to arrive were Huofeng and Changzi. Then Baijian showed up, driving a rugged off-road vehicle worth tens of millions. Soon after, Zhao Zilong and Gui Pu also arrived at Xiao Wuye's manor. Just as they were preparing the hot pot ingredients in the yard, a loud roaring sound suddenly echoed from the sky. They saw a military helicopter flying low, eventually landing slowly in the courtyard of Xiao Wuye's manor. From their demeanor, it seemed they had already gotten used to this. At that moment, a figure dressed in a black combat suit jumped down from the helicopter. That person was none other than Murray, the captain of the Tianlang mercenary group. Although Murray is from country Y, he is also one of Xiao Wuye's subordinates responsible for operations in the Middle East and Southeast Asia, training talents for Xiao Wuye. As Xiao Wuye would say, a person who has not experienced life and death cannot become a true powerhouse. Recently, Murray happened to be on a mission in Myanmar. When he heard that Xiao Wuye was inviting him for a meal, he flew directly to Magic City. Of course, how Murray flew over the border is a matter worth pondering. After arriving, he immediately gave Xiao Wuye a big hug. Xiao Wuye helplessly said, "How many times have we hugged today?" Sigh, and it's mostly men. At that moment, Horfeng directly linked her arm with Xiao Wuye's, almost pressing her entire body against him, saying, "Hey boss," saying that hurts my feelings a bit. Xiao Wuye helplessly shook his head and said, "Alright, stop the act." Horfeng rolled her eyes, but didn't let go of Xiao Wuye, still clinging to him. Xiao Wuye looked at her and said, "If you're going to help, at least let me work. How about you cut the meat?" Horfeng shot a fierce glare at Baijian upon hearing this. Baijian shook his head and said, "Young master, cutting the meat for us is a tradition for our gatherings. We can't let that slide." Horfeng then raised her middle finger at Baijian, who simply turned his head away, pretending not to see. At this moment, Xiao Wuye gently patted Horfeng's hand and said, "Alright, enough messing around. I'm going to prepare the lamb chops and legs." That evening, Xiao Wuye cut 20 pounds of lamb slices and 20 pounds of beef brisket, grilled a lamb leg, and a rack of lamb along with tripe vegetables, and more. All 8 of them indulged in the feast. They also drank 20 bottles of 53-degree white liquor. They started eating at 6 and continued until 5 in the morning the next day. Thankfully, Xiao Wuye's manor was large enough to accommodate them. They ate and drank a lot and slept soundly. They slept from 5 in the morning until past noon the next day. When they got up to eat in the dining room, Xiao Wuye suddenly took out a sapphire necklace. The sapphire necklace was what he had won back from Alicia. Holding the necklace, Xiao Wuye said, "Everyone look at the sapphire on this necklace. It contains a very special element known as the Y element. Preliminary assessments suggest that this sapphire comes from outer space. After you return, investigate through any means whether there are similar sapphires in the world and inform me of any findings immediately." "Understood." Zhao Zilong and the others immediately replied, "Understood, boss, young master." Although they usually joked around with Xiao Wuye, they became very serious whenever he had something to assign. At this moment, Xiao Wuye glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, then suddenly looked up at Austin and said, "In 2 days, I will be streaming live on a global wanted show again. You need to use this opportunity to investigate whether those competition scenarios are replicated by them, or if they genuinely utilize time travel." Austin nodded, then took out a small box and said, "Boss, this is the signal transmitter I developed recently. Once you wear it, I can analyze the mission scenarios you go to." Xiao Wuye nodded. Austin then walked over to Xiao Wuye and opened the small box. Inside, there was actually a strand of hair. Austin carefully picked up the hair with tweezers and gently implanted it into Xiao Wuye's scalp. After the implantation, Xiao Wuye lightly tossed his hair, and even Austin couldn't discern which strand was the one he had implanted. The hair was made of special materials undetectable by even the most advanced detectors. Finally, Xiao Wuye looked at Guo Pu and said, "Investigate the wealthy Carlos for me. I suspect he might have orchestrated the theft of his own Santiago 10 years ago to claim a hefty insurance payout." Guo Pu respectfully nodded. They all left. Xiao Wuye went to the underground chamber and locked himself in his parents' laboratory to study the materials they had left behind. Through several days of research, Xiao Wuye realized that his parents' incident might have implicated many powerful forces. If one day Xiao Wuye's identity were exposed, he might be able to protect himself, but his brothers would be in danger. Thus, he conceived a bold idea to utilize the Y element to develop a system and implant it in his brothers. At the very least, this would give them a better chance of survival. 2 days quickly passed. On this day, Xiao Wuye did not go to his parents' study, but instead changed into a tailored blue suit, waiting at the manor for the plane from the Global Wanted program to pick him up. When a roar echoed above the manor, Xiao Wuye, who was meditating with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Finally here. Over 6 billion people worldwide were glued to their television screens, eagerly awaiting the live broadcast of the 2nd episode of the 1st season of Global Manhunt. Amidst the anxious anticipation, the host Chen Luffy's sweet smile finally appeared on the screen. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2nd episode of the 1st season of Global Manhunt. After a week of waiting, we meet again. Over the past week, many viewers have left us messages with questions. The most frequently asked question is whether our mission scenarios are meticulously recreated real environments, or if we use a time machine to go back to the past. Regarding this, I'd like to leave the answer for the audience to discover on their own. Perhaps you will uncover unexpected results." Of course, aside from questions about the mission scenarios, what concerns everyone most is the god Xiao. One viewer asked if the other contestants in the 2nd episode will receive the same prize money as the god Xiao. On behalf of the Global Manhunt Live reality show team, I'd like to explain that the prize money is calculated based on the number of episodes cleared. Simply participating in the second episode does not grant you the prize money for it. Alright, well, address these questions for now. If you have more, feel free to leave a message on our official Global Manhunt platform. Next, let me introduce the mission for the second episode of the first season of Global Manhunt. The mission scenario for this episode is Gotham City. As host Chen Lufei announced the mission scenario, the live audience erupted with excitement. Holy crap, Gotham City. Does that mean Batman is coming out? You only know Batman. The Joker is the eternal god. You two little losers, do you even consider the Penguin? The Penguin means nothing. Is the Riddler better? As the live audience buzzed with heated discussion, host Chen Lufei continued, the mission objective for this episode is conquer Gotham City. Xiao Wuye is participating for the second time. If he wins this time, he will receive a reward of $10 million. The other contestants, being first-timers, will receive $1 million if they win. Dear viewers, are you tempted? If so, hurry and call the hotline on your screen to sign up. The second episode of the first season of Global Manhunt will no longer be in team format. The 10 contestants this time will portray 10 heavyweight gangsters of Gotham City. They must each develop their own power, and whoever conquers Gotham City first will be the winner. There are 3 conditions to conquer Gotham City. First, kill Batman. Second, capture the Gotham City Police Department. Third, kill the mayor of Gotham City. Announce yourself as the new mayor, live, and hold the position for 15 days to complete the mission. As host Chen Lufei said this, the live audience erupted again. Holy crap, aren't these conditions a bit too harsh? Kill Batman. Are you kidding? Batman may not have superpowers, but the guy has money. Batman's gear is no joke. And there's Catwoman. And Gordon. With him guarding the police station, taking it down won't be easy. Host Chen Lufei looked into the camera and continued. Now let me introduce the 10 contestants for the second episode. First up, the suit-clad thug who became a legend in the last episode, the god Xiao from China, Xiao Wuye. Xiao Wuye ranked first on the Global Manhunt popularity chart. His fan base exceeded 3 billion. As host Chen Lufei introduced him, the live audience immediately became excited. The comment section was flooded with the words God Xiao. Second from country H, a severe psychotic patient from the National Psychiatric Hospital, Li Jinju. Third from Dama, known as the Nightmare of Dama, the lethal poison master, Dolays. Fourth from country F, who once ruined over 40 young women, known as the flower thief, Bach. Fifth from country M, suffering from a strange disease that prevents him from seeing sunlight, living in the sewers daily, known as the rat, John. Sixth, also from country M, once a nun, but with Satan dwelling in her heart, known as the demon nun, Serena. Seventh from country R, appearing as a cute little girl next door, but actually a madwoman obsessed with human anatomy, Yumiko Kata. Eighth, the heretic from Edo who walks the streets daily. If anyone makes eye contact with him, he believes they need purification, once killing 17 people in a single day, Sher Milton. Ninth, with an IQ reportedly of 165, surpassing even Einstein. She's a genius, but a paranoid one. She loves to give riddles, and if you can't solve them, you die. She's a young girl from Bexy, Maria. 10th, known as the man who crawled out of hell. Born with dwarfism, abandoned by his parents, and scorned by other children in the orphanage, one rainy night, he killed all 127 orphans and staff. When the police found him, he was feasting on a corpse. He is from country Y, Matthews. After host Chen Lufei finished introducing everyone, the live audience felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing the contestants' backgrounds. Apart from Xiao Wuye, all others were from maximum security prisons and severe psychiatric hospitals. They were truly worried for Xiao Wuye, as from the host's introduction, aside from him, the remaining 9 were all criminal geniuses. Then host Chen Lufei continued. Dear viewers, are you also breaking into a cold sweat for Gotham City? Now let me introduce the roles these 10 contestants will play. First, of course, is the nightmare of Gotham City and the most beloved villain, the Joker Jerome. As expected, when host Chen Lufei introduced the Joker, nearly half the audience erupted with excitement, creating portraits of Jerome in the comments. Second, he grew up filled with insecurity, which drove his ambition to become the king of Gotham's underworld, the Penguin. The Penguin, a core figure in Gotham, evoked both fear and affection from many. Third, with a handsome appearance and a mind beyond the ordinary, he is a master of mischief, the Riddler. Fourth, a terrifying chef who uses human flesh as ingredients, Professor PYG. Fifth, who spreads fear and toxins throughout Gotham, Scarecrow. Sixth, an expert in crafting poisons, Poison Ivy. Seventh, a psychologically twisted death doll, Harley Quinn Barbara. Eighth, whose viruses strike terror into hearts, the Mad Hatter. Ninth, a member of the St. Dumas Order sworn to take over Gotham City, Tigress Tabitha. 10th, an ambitious and arrogant crime lord, Fish Mooney. Alright, dear viewers, we will now proceed to random selection. Let's see which roles these 10 contestants will be assigned. After boarding the aircraft transporting contestants to the island where the global Manhunt program was located, Xiao Wuye's first task remained undergoing inspection. Meanwhile, the hair implanted by Austin atop Xiao Wuye's head began collecting data. During the inspection, the beautiful doctor placed a metal helmet on Xiao Wuye's head. She claimed it was for a brain scan, but as soon as she pressed the start button, darkness engulfed Xiao Wuye's vision, and he collapsed. Before losing consciousness, Xiao Wuye wondered, was my body not transported through time, but only my brainwaves? Meanwhile, Austin detected an abnormal fluctuation in Xiao Wuye's brainwaves. When Xiao Wuye awoke, he found himself lying in a cramped space. It was pitch black and bitterly cold. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot across his face. Reaching up, he touched a thick layer of gauze wrapped around his features. Xiao Wuye immediately activated his supreme intellect to analyze his surroundings. After the analysis, his eyes narrowed slightly. He realized he was lying in a refrigeration drawer in the morgue. He thought to himself, am I playing a corpse? Curling his body, he abruptly kicked against the rear wall of the refrigeration unit. With a loud bang, the metal stretcher beneath him burst open the drawer's door. He rolled out with agile grace. A chill crept up his spine. Turning his head, he noticed he was wearing a surgical gown with nothing beneath it. His entire back was exposed. The livestream audience erupted into frenzy. Xiao Shun is exposed. Wow, so exciting. This episode is totally worth it. Damn, something's wrong with the crew. Why the mosaic? Who is Xiao Shun playing? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Xiao Wuye spotted a mirror on the wall of the morgue. His body stiff as he shuffled toward it. Is it because of my role? Why do I feel so rusty? Flexing his unfamiliar form, he reached the mirror and saw a figure clad in surgical attire, its entire head swathed in gauze. The figure stood over 6 feet tall, lean yet well-muscled. From his complexion, he appeared Caucasian. Without hesitation, Xiao Wuye unwound the gauze layer by layer, revealing a face covered in raw, horrifying granulation. Gazing at the grotesque visage, a faint smile crept onto his lips. Yet his smile was deeply unsettling. Who is Xiao Shun playing? I don't recall anyone in Gotham without a face. Many viewers voiced doubts upon seeing his face. However, Xiao Wuye seemed rather satisfied with his new look. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching outside. He moved his stiff body and hid behind the door. A doctor in a white coat entered. The doctor immediately noticed the open refrigeration drawer where Xiao Wuye had lain. Starting momentarily, he turned to call for help, only to be confronted by a bloodied, mangled face. The doctor recoiled sharply. Xiao Wuye lunged forward, seizing the doctor's throat. The doctor's mouth gaped, terror etched across his face. Xiao Wuye whispered, answer a few questions, and if I'm satisfied, I'll let you go. The doctor nodded frantically. Xiao Wuye noticed that the fear in the doctor's eyes stemmed not from his gruesome face, but from the persona he embodied. Xiao Wuye slowly released his grip. The doctor stumbled back 2 paces. Blocking the door, Xiao Wuye fixed his gaze on him and asked softly, where is my face? Swallowing hard, the doctor stammered, it was taken by a fervent admirer of yours. Xiao Wuye's eyes narrowed. The doctor hastily pulled out his phone and showed him a video. Taking the phone, Xiao Wuye saw a figure wearing a stiff, sinister face, shouting the name Jerome. Having noticed the scarred corners of the mouth on his own character, Xiao Wuye had already guessed he was playing the Joker Jerome. Smiling faintly at the video, he remarked, it seems I have quite a few fanatical admirers in Gotham. Trembling uncontrollably at Xiao Wuye's smile, the doctor thought in despair that Joker Jerome is resurrected. Handing back the phone, Xiao Wuye said softly, take off your clothes. The doctor froze, then a blush of embarrassment crept across his face. Xiao Wuye sighed inwardly, are people in this country always so complicated? Yet the shadow cast by Jerome the Joker over Gotham's citizens was immense. Daring not to defy Xiao Wuye, the doctor stripped piece by piece. No need for the underwear, Xiao Wuye interjected. He was fastidious by nature, and wearing someone else's clothes was already a struggle. Underwear was out of the question. Xiao Wuye stared at the discarded clothes, wrestling with himself, then said, turn around. The doctor reluctantly complied, even bending over voluntarily. Xiao Wuye nearly trembled with irritation. But the doctor received no favor. He only heard the rustle of clothing, then felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck before blacking out. When he awoke, he found himself lying in the same refrigeration drawer. Having changed into the doctor's clothes, Xiao Wuye left the morgue. His mission now was to reclaim his face. Meanwhile, the other 9 contestants had also awakened, heralding a looming catastrophe for Gotham. Stepping out of the morgue, Xiao Wuye found the night sky dark and drizzling with a light rain. The oppressive atmosphere was strangely soothing to him, not from Jerome's influence, but from his own affinity for such environments. Xiao Wuye walked along the main street. The night in Gotham City was chaotic, so there were few pedestrians. Most who roamed the streets were thieves or thugs seeking targets to rob. Having just arrived in Gotham, Xiao Wuye was also disoriented, but his superhuman mind was searching through the video the doctor had shown him to identify the person who had cut off his face. Suddenly, Xiao Wuye stopped and turned to look at a clothing store. Due to Gotham's disorder, the shop had closed early. He gazed at a tailored suit in the window, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Xiao Wuye was obsessed with tailored suits, a remnant of the lingering image of his father wearing such attire which had fostered his own love for them. After discovering the underground bunker, he also saw in his parents' photos that his father wore a suit in every picture. For Xiao Wuye, the locks of Gotham City were no obstacle. About 10 minutes later, the door of the clothing store he had seen earlier swung open. Xiao Wuye stepped out wearing a deep blue tailored suit and a matching fedora. He usually disliked hats, but his face was too horrifying now and he needed the fedora to conceal it. Nevertheless, his current attire was undeniably dashing. Many girls passing by couldn't help but steal a few extra glances at him. Just then a ding sounded in Xiao Wuye's mind. Host, the location of the person who skinned your face has been identified. Xiao Wuye found the phrasing somewhat odd, but the perfect crime system statement was technically accurate. After all, he was now the Joker Jerome. Following the coordinates provided by the perfect crime system, Xiao Wuye arrived at Gotham's old district. As soon as he entered, he could distinctly sense the aura of crime. However, compared to the new district, the old one was livelier, with young men and women wandering the streets. Their gazes were far from friendly. Especially upon seeing Xiao Wuye in his expensive tailored suit, someone shouted, "Hey, rich guy, you looking to die?" After his words, the surrounding crowd burst into raucous laughter. A slight smile tugged at Xiao Wuye's lips, but his current appearance was somewhat terrifying. Eager to find his face, he ignored the man. The man, however, took offense and strode directly toward Xiao Wuye. The crowd began to jeer. The man, seemingly young, was a Caucasian in sportswear holding a bottle of beer. He blocked Xiao Wuye's path. Since Xiao Wuye wore a fedora and kept his head down, the young man couldn't see his face. Xiao Wuye slowly came to a halt. The young man sneered, "Didn't you hear me talking to you?" Xiao Wuye chuckled softly and said in a low voice, "So eager to die?" The young man was taken aback, not expecting Xiao Wuye to be unafraid and even so arrogant. Yet for some reason, hearing Xiao Wuye's voice filled him with an intense fear. The crowd started jeering again. Feeling his pride on the line, the young man forced himself to stare at Xiao Wuye and say, "Do you know where you are? This isn't a place for rich folks like you." A smile crept across Xiao Wuye's face. Suddenly, he pulled out a phone, the one belonging to the doctor from the morgue. He opened a video and said in a low voice, "Where is this person?" The young man looked at the phone, his face turning pale. "You're looking for Dwight," he exclaimed in terror. At the mention of Dwight's name, the previously boisterous young crowd fell silent. Xiao Wuye chuckled. "Dwight? Seems he's quite famous." The young man turned to leave, but as he did, a sharp pain shot through the back of his neck. Xiao Wuye's slender hand gripped his nape, and he said softly, "You haven't answered my question." The young man looked back at Xiao Wuye and saw his bloody, mangled face, nearly screaming in fright. Xiao Wuye whispered, "I don't like repeating myself." The young man now realized he had crossed paths with a ruthless individual, but his mind seemed to freeze from the horror of Xiao Wuye's face. He remained speechless. Losing patience, Xiao Wuye applied pressure, and a sickening crack echoed. The young man's neck was snapped cleanly. Xiao Wuye casually tossed the corpse aside, landing it in front of the jeering crowd. They shuddered in terror, a stark contrast to their earlier bravado. Xiao Wuye looked at the frightened youths and sneered, "With such little courage you dare provoke others. Ridiculous." He then continued deeper into the old district. Just then a cold voice rang out, "What business do you have with Dwight?" Xiao Wuye turned his head slightly to see several fierce-looking Caucasians in black leather jackets emerging from a bar, their eyes fixed on him. Their expressions flickered when they saw his bloody face. But they were tougher than the youths. A smile played on Xiao Wuye's lips as he said, "I've come to retrieve what's mine." They were momentarily stunned, then the leader cried out in terror, "You're Jerome. The Joker Jerome." At his words, the surroundings fell silent. Fear radiated unabashedly from the group. Xiao Wuye's terrifying eyes swept around, and he smirked, "Seems quite a few people still remember me." With that, he slowly removed his fedora, revealing his grotesque face. When they saw his torn lips, they trembled uncontrollably. They couldn't believe that the deceased Joker Jerome had returned, standing before them. A sinister grin spread across Xiao Wuye's face as he asked the thugs, "Now can you tell me where Dwight is?" The man then rushed forward and knelt before him. "Great Jerome, you're truly back. I am your follower, let me stand by your side," he exclaimed fervently. After his words, the surrounding people also ran over, kneeling before Xiao Wuye, shouting with excitement to follow the Joker Jerome. A strange, eerie smile curled at the corners of Xiao Wuye's mouth. Xiao Wuye gazed at the frenzied followers surrounding him, and a surge of exhilaration stirred within his heart. At that moment, he mused inwardly, could it be that after a contestant assumes a role, they become assimilated by the personality of the one they imitate? If so, then let Gotham descend into chaos. Xiao Wuye's mission this time was to seize control of Gotham City. To conquer an industrial metropolis like Gotham through sheer individual effort was impossible. He needed allies. Yet now the multitude feared and revered him solely because of the sheer ruthlessness and madness of the Joker Jerome in his former days. With this thought, Xiao Wuye drew a deep breath, then slowly reached up, removed his top hat, and cast it aside. Onlookers, catching sight of his bloodied and mangled face, erupted in excitement. They knew their idol had returned. Xiao Wuye looked upon the kneeling crowd, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He asked softly. Now can any of you tell me where the man who took my face is? A burly man in a leather jacket promptly replied, I know. Hearing this, Xiao Wuye turned his gaze to the man and gave a slight wave of his hand. The kneeling figures scrambled to their feet, their faces now revealing the malice they had concealed during the day. The leather-clad man led Xiao Wuye into a bar. Inside the bar, a crowd had gathered watching a television with rapt excitement. The man in the leather jacket pointed at the screen. Xiao Wuye looked up in curiosity, only to see Dwight on the television, Jerome's face plastered onto his own broadcasting live. A faint amused smile touched Xiao Wuye's lips as he asked softly, Where is this? At the sound of his voice, the engrossed viewers turned around. The moment they saw Xiao Wuye, they froze in stunned silence. Then a roar of cheers erupted, as if welcoming the Joker Jerome back to Gotham City. Learning that Dwight was at the Gotham City News building, Xiao Wuye donned his top hat once more, a signature Joker grin spreading across his face, and turned to leave the bar. After Xiao Wuye departed, the bar patrons excitedly followed suit. Their mission now was to spread the word across Gotham. The Joker had returned, and their era was dawning. Xiao Wuye stole a car and drove to the vicinity of the Gotham City News building. The building was surrounded by police cars. Xiao Wuye surmised the officers were there to apprehend Dwight. Just as he pondered how to reach Dwight first and reclaim his face, a policeman approached and knocked on his car window. Xiao Wuye turned his head slightly, and a hint of a smile crept across his lips as he saw the officer. He slowly rolled down the window. The policeman, looking down at the hat-wearing Xiao Wuye, said, Sir, we are conducting an investigation. Please leave the area immediately. Xiao Wuye kept his head low and replied softly, Officer, could I trouble you for a favor? The policeman, noticing Xiao Wuye's expensive suit, let his guard down. Truly clothes make the man, as the saying goes. Curious, the officer leaned closer to the window and asked, What's the matter, sir? Do you need assistance? A smile played on Xiao Wuye's lips as he murmured, You've already helped me. The policeman looked utterly bewildered. Before the officer could react, Xiao Wuye shot out a hand, seized him by the throat, and yanked his head into the car. A sharp crack followed. The policeman's neck was snapped cleanly. Elsewhere, Dwight was broadcasting live from a studio. The walls behind him scrawled with haha in blood, a symbol of the Joker Jerome's iconic laughter. As Dwight preached the spirit of the Joker to the cameras, gunfire suddenly erupted outside the studio. Outside the studio, Police Commissioner Gordon and his officers were engaged in a firefight with Dwight's henchmen. Yet the sound of gunfire did not frighten Dwight. Instead, he grabbed a submachine gun and laughed with excitement. But his laughter was stiff and unnatural, for the face of the Joker Jerome was stretched across his own. Dwight was a gang leader who idolized the Joker. After Jerome's death, Dwight had conceived a reckless plan to resurrect him. Dwight was a madman through and through. Though many knew of his insane ambition, no one anticipated he would actually lead his men to steal Jerome's corpse from the morgue. A former top student, Dwight had abandoned his old life under the oppression of the wealthy, becoming a Gotham crime lord. His spiritual guide was none other than the Joker Jerome. But his experiment failed. Jerome did not rise again. Yet Dwight's madness did not cease. To perpetuate the Joker's reign of chaos, he went so far as to cut off Jerome's face. He aimed to spread the Joker's insanity in his stead. Just then the gunfire outside ceased. As Dwight released the safety on his submachine gun, Gordon kicked open the door and stormed in with a squad of officers. Faced with a dozen guns trained on him, Dwight's courage faltered. If he so much as aimed his weapon at the police, he would be riddled with bullets. Dwight was no Joker Jerome. He lacked that absolute fearlessness. Gordon handcuffed Dwight and handed him over to an officer, instructing him to escort the prisoner to the patrol car. The officer nodded and led Dwight away. But after shoving Dwight into the police car, the officer himself got behind the wheel, floored the accelerator, and sped off. Dwight was baffled as to why the officer was driving away alone when the man suddenly spoke. Does my face fit you comfortably? Dwight's eyes widened in shock. Then he saw the officer reach up, grip his own face, and peel off the skin. A look of terror dawned on Dwight's face. Xiao Wuye adjusted the rearview mirror of the police car. When Dwight saw Xiao Wuye's bloodied, faceless visage reflected in the mirror, his entire body trembled. Xiao Wuye stared at Dwight with a serene smile, then suddenly slammed on the brakes. The abrupt stop nearly sent the face mask plastered on Dwight's own flying off. As Dwight looked up at Xiao Wuye again, Xiao Wuye lunged forward and tore the face mask from Dwight's face in one swift motion. Xiao Wuye gently smoothed out the skin of the Joker Jerome, then under Dwight's horrified gaze slowly pressed it onto his own face. When Dwight saw Xiao Wuye's now familiar visage in the rearview mirror, he stammered, "The Joker, Jerome, has returned." After Xiao Wuye took Dwight away, Gordon sensed something amiss. Rushing down from the news building, he found behind a police car the officer whose face Xiao Wuye had slashed. Gordon immediately ordered a citywide search for Dwight. Just then Gordon received word of a riot at Arkham Asylum, where the Penguin, Scarecrow, and other mad criminals were held. All inmates had escaped. Gordon swiftly redeployed his forces to pursue the Penguin and his ilk, knowing their freedom would spell a nightmare for Gotham City. As the police departed, a crimson gleam flashed in Gordon's pupils. Meanwhile, under Dwight's horrified gaze, Xiao Wuye used a stapler to reattach his own face. Gazing at the Joker Jerome's face in the rearview mirror, Xiao Wuye felt it was quite attractive, far better than his previous bloody mangled visage. After fixing his face, he looked at Dwight in the mirror and asked softly, "You really enjoy live streaming?" Dwight was taken aback by the question. Xiao Wuye restarted the police car and brought Dwight to a warehouse. Inside stood several people, the new followers he had recruited that very night. When Xiao Wuye stepped out of the car, his followers saw his reattached face and broke into excited expressions. He gave a slight nod. Several burly men in leather jackets nodded in return, then dragged Dwight out of the vehicle. Dwight stared at Xiao Wuye in terror, ventured hesitantly, "Hey, Mr. J.I. cut off your face just to spread your spirit. You're not mad, are you?" Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, but the stapled face made his expression eerily sinister. "Of course not, my friend," Xiao Wuye said softly. He walked over to Dwight, who expected his handcuffs to be removed. Instead, Xiao Wuye gently led him to a chair and seated him. Dwight looked bewildered. A burly man approached with a camera. Xiao Wuye glanced at him, and the man nodded, setting up the camera. Two other men came forward carrying detonators and explosives. At the sight of the detonators and explosives, Dwight's face twisted with terror. As he opened his mouth to speak, Xiao Wuye slowly raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Terrified, Dwight watched Xiao Wuye strap the detonators and explosives onto his body. Tears streamed down his face. When finished, Xiao Wuye admired his handiwork with a satisfied nod. Then he leaned in and whispered, "Sorry, but our relationship isn't close enough for me to forgive you for cutting off my face." At that moment, viewers of the Global Manhunt live show felt a chill run down their spines. Though Xiao Wuye maintained his gentlemanly demeanor throughout, his polished style, combined with extreme madness, made the audience almost forget that he was merely playing the Joker Jerome. In their minds, Mr. J should be exactly that, refined on the outside, bloodthirsty within. Xiao Wuye's portrayal perfectly embodied the image the audience held. The burly man who had adjusted the camera said, "Mr. J, the camera is ready for the broadcast." A faint smile crept across Xiao Wuye's lips, seemingly gentle yet enough to make one's hair stand on end. He reached out, brushed the dust off Dwight's shoulder, and murmured, "Enjoy this glorious moment." With that, Xiao Wuye made an okay gesture. The burly man immediately activated the live streaming equipment. Across Gotham City's televisions, Xiao Wuye's back appeared. As confusion spread, he slowly turned to face the camera. When Gotham's citizens saw the Joker Jerome's chilling face, many felt panic while more cheered with excitement. Xiao Wuye adjusted his hair slightly and said to the camera, "My friends of Gotham, Jerome is back." Those few words moved many to tears, for the Joker Jerome had become their spiritual anchor, their leader. Xiao Wuye continued, "My friends, what are you doing now? Driving for the rich? Holding doors for them in restaurants? Have you never wondered why you serve the wealthy? Is it because you were born inferior?" These words struck a chord with those at the bottom of society. After all, who among the downtrodden hasn't asked themselves the same question? How many have cursed the heavens for their unfair fate? Xiao Wuye stared into the lens and went on, "Have you ever humbly picked up spare change tossed by the rich? Have you ever been publicly berated over a trivial matter?" Many in Gotham who held menial jobs fell into deep thought at his words. Memories of their dignity being trampled by the wealthy surged within them, filling their hearts with rage. Not just in Gotham. Even viewers of the Global Manhunt live show found themselves swept up in the emotion. In 2049, with the world's population ever-growing, countless people were forced into lowly work to survive. They suffered constant abuse from their bosses, even physical attacks. Yet to stay alive, they suppressed their anger. Now, hearing Xiao Wuye's words, their fury boiled over. He continued, "My brothers and sisters, have you ever wondered what caused all this? It's because the rich control the economy, they control your lives, and they flaunt their superiority." At this, many from the lower classes trembled with rage. Xiao Wuye took a deep breath, stepped close to the camera, and gazed into the lens with pity. "Is this truly the life you want?" "No," roared many in anger. As if sensing their fury, Xiao Wuye leaped back and shouted, "I know it's not. That's why Jerome is back. I will purify Gotham. I will make them see that we are the true masters of this city." The enraged masses erupted in ecstatic cheers while Gotham's wealthy were consumed by terror. While Xiao Wuye was live streaming, the other contestants were also watching. The Penguin sneered at Xiao Wuye on the television, remarking, "This guy sure knows how to play. This puts the other contestants at a disadvantage." However, the Penguin was not worried, as he also had a group of loyal underlings. Moreover, each of the characters they portrayed had their own methods. After speaking, Xiao Wuye slowly stepped back, revealing Dwight, who was strapped with detonators and explosives. It was only then that Gordon, watching the livestream, realized that the person who had kidnapped Dwight was none other than the Joker Jerome. Xiao Wuye smiled at the camera and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, as a token of my sincerity, I will present a grand gift to Gotham City." After saying this, he left with his people. Just as everyone was nervously staring at Dwight, the television screen suddenly went black. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed. The sound reverberated throughout all of Gotham City. Then a citywide blackout began. It turned out that Xiao Wuye had tied Dwight up in the warehouse of the Gotham City power plant. The explosion had completely destroyed the power plant. Gotham City was instantly plunged into darkness. Seeing this, Gordon felt a sense of dread. He pulled out his walkie-talkie and said, "All units patrol the entire city. Prevent a full-scale riot." After Gordon's command, police cars drove out from every precinct patrolling the streets. However, when a police car reached the intersection of the Old Town, it was shocked to find the road blocked by several vehicles. The police could not enter the Old Town. At that moment, someone threw a Molotov cocktail at the police car. The two officers inside quickly reversed the car. Fortunately, they were fast enough, or they would have been trapped by the flames. The person who threw the Molotov cocktail had a painted clown face, a clear sign of being a loyal follower of the Joker Jerome. Xiao Wuye now stood on the rooftop of a tall building, smiling as he watched the people below unleashing their anger. Those people now worshipped Xiao Wuye like a god, their faces painted as clowns. Perhaps only in this way could they dispel their fear. Xiao Wuye looked at Gotham City filled with the sounds of fire and sirens and whispered, "This is just the beginning." After speaking, Xiao Wuye said to several of his followers behind him, "I want information on Bruce Wayne." His followers nodded and left. Xiao Wuye looked at Gotham City and murmured, "Killing Bruce Wayne and capturing the police station. These two tasks aren't hard. But becoming mayor for 15 days can't be achieved through riots alone. I need to think of another way. It seems the only person who can help me now is him." After saying this, Xiao Wuye slowly tilted his head back, savoring the atmosphere of chaos and rage. Then a shout rang out. Xiao Wuye looked toward the source of the sound and saw several police officers wielding batons chasing a dozen rioters dressed as clowns. When the officers cornered the rioters in a dead-end alley, they swung their batons at them. They didn't look like police at all, but rather like thugs themselves. A faint smile curled on Xiao Wuye's lips as he watched them. "Wearing human skin still can't hide the scent of machinery," he said. It turned out that not only were Xiao Wuye and the 10 players in Gotham City, but the hunters had also entered. However, they were not in their usual mechanical forms. Instead, they had taken on the roles of Gotham's police. Xiao Wuye smirked at the officers who were more violent than the rioters, then turned and left. Xiao Wuye calculated in his mind that even if he gathered all the rioters, it would still be difficult to take over Gotham City. The only way to truly conquer it was to turn everyone in Gotham into clowns. And there was only one person who could do that. That person was Jerome's twin brother Jeremian. In Xiao Wuye's memory, Jeremian was even more insane and more rational than Jerome. Moreover, Jeremian was a top chemistry student. For Xiao Wuye to rule Gotham for 15 days, the best plan was to turn its entire population into clowns. To achieve that, he needed to develop the maddening laughing gas. In Gotham, only two people could create it: Scarecrow and Jerome's twin brother Jeremian. Scarecrow was out of the question, as he was also a contestant. The only one he could count on now was Jeremian. However, there seemed to be some misunderstanding between Jerome and Jeremian. Xiao Wuye slowly walked downstairs. By now, Gotham City was in complete chaos. Gordon stood on the rooftop of the police station looking at the city filled with explosions and screams. There was no trace of pity in his eyes. His mission was to kill the 10 contestants. And the one he wanted to kill most right now was Xiao Wuye. Because the player behind Gordon was Reeves, the hunter leader. Xiao Wuye had killed Reeves' brother, and this anger had been festering inside him. Reeves looked at the chaotic Gotham City and said coldly, "Xiao Wuye, Gotham City will be your burial ground." But Reeves still didn't know who Xiao Wuye was playing. Although he had watched Xiao Wuye's livestream, Xiao Wuye was currently in the form of the Joker Jerome. With Jerome's terrifying appearance, Reeves couldn't guess who was behind the mask. Meanwhile, in a warehouse, Jeremian was deeply absorbed in his research. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded behind him. "Jeremian, do you want to rule Gotham City?" Jeremian seemed to have already guessed someone had entered. He didn't react, continuing his experiment as he said softly, "I thought my twin brother would be the first to find me. I didn't expect it to be you." As Jeremian finished speaking, the Scarecrow, played by the lethal poison master Dulles, emerged from the darkness. In the film's plot, the Joker Jerome's laughing gas was created by the Scarecrow. The Scarecrow, with a burlap sack over his head, stared at Jeremian and said in a deep voice, "I came here to seek an alliance. I can produce the laughing gas, and you have the raw materials and containers. If we join forces, we can turn Gotham City into a criminal paradise. That's what you want, isn't it?" Almost all 10 contestants knew that Jerome's twin brother Jeremian was even more terrifying than Jerome. So after escaping from Arkham Asylum, the Scarecrow came straight to Jeremian, hoping to form an alliance. However, upon hearing the Scarecrow's proposal, a chilling smile crept across Jeremian's face. "An alliance with me? Do you think you're worthy?" Jeremian said softly. When Scarecrow came to Jeremiah, he thought he could join forces with him using his superior poison-making skills. However, from Jeremiah's words, Scarecrow could clearly sense Jeremiah's disdain. With a burlap sack over his head, Scarecrow couldn't see the expression on his face. But his voice had grown noticeably darker than before. Jeremiah, I know you want Gotham to become a city of darkness to be its king. If we cooperate, I can easily make that wish come true. Scarecrow stared at Jeremiah as he spoke. At that moment Jeremiah looked at the purple potion he had prepared, a faint sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. Slowly turning to face Scarecrow, the audience watching the global Manhunt live reality show was utterly shocked by Jeremiah's demeanor. Although they knew Jerome and Jeremiah were twins, they hadn't expected their expressions when smiling to be identical, both filled with an air of terror. Jeremiah smiled at Scarecrow and said softly, "Do you think you're the only one in all of Gotham who can make laughing gas?" After speaking, Jeremiah picked up the purple liquid. The warehouse lights cast a glow on it, dyeing his white lab coat purple. When Scarecrow saw the liquid, he said in a puzzled voice, Is this laughing gas? You've liquefied laughing gas." Jeremiah smiled at Scarecrow and said, "Since I can also produce laughing gas, why would I need to join forces with you?" Scarecrow was left speechless for a long time. Then Scarecrow suddenly said coldly, "Aren't you afraid he'll kill you right now if you don't cooperate?" Jeremiah shrugged slightly and said softly, "Then you'll have to ask the person behind you if they agree." Scarecrow's body trembled slightly, but then he gave a disdainful laugh and said, "You can use such childish tricks. Jeremiah, I overestimated you." However, Jeremiah just laughed. Scarecrow suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Scarecrow spun around abruptly. There stood Xiao Wuye dressed as Jerome, leaning against the wall watching him with a faint smile. Xiao Wuye had actually found Jeremiah before Scarecrow arrived. Having studied the relationship between Jerome and Jeremiah while watching the Gotham TV series, Xiao Wuye knew that Jeremiah had always seemed to want to kill Jerome because he looked down on him, seeing him as merely a violent madman incapable of achieving great things. Simply put, they were incompatible in their worldviews. Jeremiah wanted to rule Gotham, to turn it into a city of sin, not to destroy it. In his mind, Gotham was his, and when Jerome destroyed it, it was like destroying his own city. So when Xiao Wuye came to Jeremiah, they didn't fight. Instead, he laid out his plan. After all, Xiao Wuye was playing the role of Jerome, but still had his own mind. When Xiao Wuye finished explaining his plan, Jeremiah's first feeling was that he had found a kindred spirit. Xiao Wuye aimed to complete the mission, not to cause destruction. For him, killing was just a pleasure. Using his mind to bring about someone's death was the true enjoyment. Jeremiah immediately decided to join forces with Xiao Wuye. This move thrilled the audience watching the global Manhunt live reality show. The two of them joining forces meant that Gotham's two most formidable villains were now allied. Xiao Wuye's followers already occupied half of Gotham, and Jeremiah's expertise in chemical engineering could easily turn Gotham into a city of darkness. Together they evoked only one word: invincible. When Scarecrow saw Xiao Wuye dressed as Jerome, he looked at Jeremiah in disbelief and said, "Haven't you always despised him and wanted to kill him?" "You too." Scarecrow tried to drive a wedge between them, but as he spoke he could see from Jeremiah's expression that nothing he said would matter. Just then Xiao Wuye looked at Jeremiah and said softly, "Has the laughing gas research succeeded?" Jeremiah let go, and the bottle containing the purple liquid fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Scarecrow quickly covered his nose. The purple liquid reacted with the air, emitting a cloud of purple smoke. Seeing that Jeremiah showed no fear, Xiao Wuye knew the laughing gas experiment had failed. His gaze slowly shifted to Scarecrow. Noticing Xiao Wuye's look, Jeremiah's lips curled into a chilling smile. Seeing Jeremiah's expression, Scarecrow was filled with a sense of dread. Just as he was thinking of a way to escape, Xiao Wuye's voice suddenly sounded in his ear saying, "It seems he'll need your help." Scarecrow spun his head sharply. There was Xiao Wuye appearing behind him without a sound, holding a red dagger pressed against his spine. The actor playing Scarecrow Dures had been a doctor before becoming a chemist, and he knew that the spot where the dagger was pressed was the central nervous system. If Xiao Wuye plunged the dagger in, he would be completely paralyzed. In the mission scenario, everything was real. If he became paralyzed there, he would be paralyzed in reality. Scarecrow stared at Xiao Wuye and said in a low voice, "You want me to help you make laughing gas, don't you?" Xiao Wuye didn't speak, just smiled faintly. After a moment of hesitation, Scarecrow said in a low voice, "If I help you research laughing gas, what's in it for me?" Xiao Wuye gave a slight smile and said softly, "The benefit is that you get to live." The Gotham mission only stated that the winner would receive a prize, not that the loser would die. If Scarecrow helped Xiao Wuye, he might not get the prize, but at least he wouldn't die. If he chose not to help, he would surely die. It wasn't just Xiao Wuye and Jeremiah who would kill him, but also the pursuers. Reeves had issued a kill order. Ever since his brother was killed by Xiao Wuye, he had chosen to show no mercy, killing any contestants on sight. This was also the intention of the top 10 security companies worldwide, because with difficulty people would be tempted to challenge the high prize money. After hesitating, Scarecrow finally nodded and said, "I can help you make laughing gas, but you have to guarantee my safety." Xiao Wuye patted Scarecrow on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't worry, as long as you wholeheartedly help us, I'll still give you your $1 million. Scarecrow was stunned. It was only then that he fully understood why Jeremiah had helped Xiao Wuye. Because Xiao Wuye was meticulous in everything he did, leaving no stone unturned. The most important aspect of winning hearts and minds is understanding what the other party desires. Among those who sign life and death contracts to participate in a global manhunt, 95% do so for money. The remaining minority seek thrills. Xiao Wuye was uncertain what Dulays, the player behind the scarecrow, truly wanted, so he decided to fulfill every possible need. Xiao Wuye gave Dulays the money he deserved and provided him with the space to showcase his abilities. By satisfying the other's needs, what reason could he have not to follow Xiao Wuye? This might be Xiao Wuye's greatest strength, the ability to make others willingly pledge their allegiance. Xiao Wuye sheathed the crimson blood dagger, then smiled and extended his hand to the scarecrow, saying, "Welcome aboard." Without a moment's hesitation, the scarecrow grasped Xiao Wuye's hand. He himself did not understand why he trusted Xiao Wuye so implicitly. At that moment, Jerome gently tapped the table and said with a smile, "It seems we have more guests." Xiao Wuye turned his head slightly to glance at an old-fashioned screen displaying the warehouse entrance. Jerome, a scientist of sorts, had equipped his warehouse, his laboratory, with its own power generation and surveillance. In the Gotham of that era, surveillance was not widespread, found only in the homes of the wealthy and key locations. Through the monitor, Xiao Wuye saw a group of people standing at the warehouse entrance, apparently attempting to pry open the door. Jerome's warehouse was within a factory complex, a labyrinthine space he had chosen for the convenience of his research. The factory gate was somewhat sturdy, and the intruders struggled for a while to force it open. Xiao Wuye chuckled softly and said, "Focus on your laughing gas research, I leave them to me." Jerome shrugged, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Though more unhinged than his brother Jeremiah, Jerome had no taste for killing. He merely reveled in spreading terror. The one seeking Jerome was none other than Fish Mooney, the crime lord of Gotham, known as the She-Devil. Fish Mooney and the Penguin had come to dominate Gotham's entire underworld. Unlike the followers of the Joker, Jerome, Gotham's criminal underworld was of a higher caliber, uniform in attire, and better equipped. By comparison, Jerome's followers were little more than thugs. Fish Mooney was portrayed by the evil nun Serena from Country M. Serena's personality closely resembled Fish Mooney's, though the latter was somewhat more astute. Had it been the real Fish Mooney, she would never have sought out Jerome. Fish Mooney already commanded formidable resources. In terms of sheer power, she surpassed both Jerome and his brother Jeremiah. Moreover, she possessed an extraordinary ability. She could see into people's hearts. Given her resources and abilities, conquering Gotham was not beyond her reach. However, Serena, the player behind Fish Mooney, failed to leverage her assets. Driven by her own madness, she sought only to collaborate with Jerome to produce poison gas and turn Gotham into a graveyard. Just as Fish Mooney's men knocked, the warehouse door swung open. Her men tensed, immediately raising their guns toward the entrance. With a creak, the door slowly opened. There stood Xiao Wuye, speaking softly from behind the door. "Gentlemen, if you wish to enter, you could have simply knocked. Why go to all this trouble?" Upon seeing Xiao Wuye, Fish Mooney's face twisted into a maniacal grin. Her voice trembled with excitement as she shouted, "The Joker! You must be a contestant. Ha ha, an unexpected prize. Kill him." Xiao Wuye's lips curled slightly as he murmured, "Truly a mad woman." Yet he understood Fish Mooney's reasoning. The competition had no time limit, and under such rules the safest strategy was to eliminate all other contestants first before taking one's time. Xiao Wuye had once entertained the same idea, but deemed it too crude. Fish Mooney's men raised vintage submachine guns and opened fire on Xiao Wuye. A hail of bullets flew toward him, but Xiao Wuye did not dodge. As the bullets struck Xiao Wuye, a loud crash was heard. A pane of glass shattered. A flicker of rage crossed Fish Mooney's eyes. Just then Xiao Wuye's soft laughter reached her ears. Fish Mooney waved her hand, and her men charged into the warehouse. However, the first two who rushed in suddenly froze in their tracks. "What are you standing there for? Kill that clown," she barked coldly. But no sooner had she spoken than a thin line of blood appeared on the necks of the two men. With two dull thuds, their heads slid from their shoulders and hit the ground. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. As the blood sprayed on his silver threads, Fish Mooney finally noticed that behind the warehouse door the space was crisscrossed with fine lines like a spider's web. Xiao Wuye's voice drifted from within, tinged with amusement. "What a pity that's two down." Fish Mooney's face darkened. The silver threads swiftly retracted, vanishing back into Xiao Wuye's body. Seeing them disappear, she gestured for her underlings to advance again, but this time, they moved with caution, their earlier arrogance gone. When they reached the corner of the warehouse corridor, their expressions changed. Beyond the bend lay a hall filled with mirrors, each reflecting the image of the Joker. As one man prepared to fire, Xiao Wuye's lips curved upward. "I suggest you don't shoot." Xiao Wuye pointed to a balloon hanging above the mirrors. "See that balloon? It's filled with poison gas. Don't underestimate it. The gas inside is enough to kill every one of you." Fish Mooney stepped forward, studying the green balloon reflected in the glass, then fixed her gaze on Xiao Wuye's image in the mirrors. She tried to read his mind to see if he was bluffing. To her astonishment, her ability to see into people's hearts failed completely against Xiao Wuye. Fish Mooney attributed the failure to the mirrors, unaware that Xiao Wuye's body housed a perfect crime system. Not even the cutting-edge technology of the world's top 10 security conglomerates could penetrate his defenses. Xiao Wuye drew his crimson blood dagger and said lightly, "Since you're here, let's play a game." As he spoke, the warehouse door slammed shut with a loud bang. Watching the monitor, Jerome smiled and murmured, "I hope they don't all die in the mirror maze. That would spoil the games to come." The Scarecrow thought to himself, "They say Jerome is the true Joker. No lie there." He had noticed upon entering that Jerome had transformed the entire factory into an indoor amusement park. And the Joker's destiny is the amusement park. After Xiao Wuye declared that the balloons contained poisonous gas, Fish Mooney's underlings turned their gazes toward her. Though a madwoman, Fish Mooney also feared death. Staring at the green balloons reflected in the mirrors, she said coldly, "Put away your guns. He's alone. Charge in and kill him." Upon hearing this, Fish Mooney's henchmen slung their rifles over their backs and cautiously entered the glass labyrinth. Fish Mooney walked up to a mirror, standing face to face with Xiao Wuye. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's lips. Fish Mooney fixed her gaze on Xiao Wuye and said coldly, "Soon I will cut your throat with my own hands." Xiao Wuye merely chuckled in response. For him, killing required no words. After speaking, Fish Mooney reached out to touch the balloon on the mirror, but her hand grasped nothing. At that moment, Xiao Wuye suddenly moved. He slowly shifted, his eyes locked on Fish Mooney. Her underlings, watching his reflection in the mirrors, dared not act rashly lest they shatter the glass and burst the balloons, releasing the poison and killing them all. Meanwhile, Fish Mooney's henchmen soon became separated as they wandered through the mirror maze. With his god-level intellect, the labyrinth posed no challenge to Xiao Wuye. When Fish Mooney saw him draw the crimson blood dagger, she shouted, "Everyone be careful." Fish Mooney's men wished they could be cautious, but within the mirror maze their reflections surrounded them from all sides, leaving them uncertain where to guard. Using his god-level mind, Xiao Wuye slowly approached one of the henchmen from behind. The man glanced back at Xiao Wuye, then turned his head away again. He mistook Xiao Wuye for a mere reflection in the mirror. Noticing this, Xiao Wuye's lips curled slightly. In a sudden move, he stepped behind the henchman and drove the crimson blood dagger into the back of his skull, piercing straight into his brain. The henchman's face twisted in agony, his mouth gaping wide as drool trickled from the corner of his lips, yet he could not utter a single word. The others, watching Xiao Wuye slay their comrade in the mirrors, could only fume helplessly. They had no idea where Xiao Wuye and the victim actually were. After the henchman fell, Xiao Wuye casually flicked the blood off the crimson blade, then chuckled softly at the mirror and said, "You're next." Nash Mooney stared at Xiao Wuye's face and shouted coldly, "Check the mirrors around you. If they're fine, smash them all." At that moment in the laboratory, Jerome, who was studying laughing gas with Scarecrow, heard Nash Mooney's words through the monitor. A smirk crept across his face as he muttered, "Tisk, if you don't like playing, you don't have to destroy everything. I installed those mirrors with my own hands." Scarecrow overheard and thought to himself, "These two lunatics together. Gotham is in for trouble." Nash Mooney's men began smashing the glass. Yet Xiao Wuye's expression remained unchanged. He simply toyed with the crimson blade and strolled leisurely. When a henchman checked the mirror before him, finding it intact, and punched it to pieces, a streak of red light flashed. Before he could react, a bloody gash appeared on his throat. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering all over Xiao Wuye. Xiao Wuye looked down at the mess, frowned slightly, and murmured, "I should bring an umbrella next time." He then continued moving. Within minutes, he had killed several more. Now only 2 henchmen remained in the mirror maze. Nash Mooney's gaze grew colder. The 2 surviving henchmen were overwhelmed with terror. They had no way to escape. Suddenly, one of them, as if driven mad, grabbed his vintage submachine gun and opened fire on the surrounding glass. Nash Mooney cursed coldly, "You fool. Are you trying to kill me?" A cacophony of gunfire and shattering glass erupted. The mirror maze was nearly destroyed in moments. Then a loud bang echoed. One of the green balloons had actually burst. Nash Mooney's face changed instantly as she quickly covered her mouth and nose. The 2 henchmen froze, then followed suit. Just then Xiao Wuye's laughter rang out. Nash Mooney stared at Xiao Wuye's reflection in the mirror. He wore a broad smile and said, "My apologies. That was just an ordinary balloon. I was only joking earlier. Sorry for startling you all." Nash Mooney was so enraged, she nearly spat blood. She screamed furiously, "Fire! Kill him!" The henchman who had shot earlier immediately raised his gun to fire. But before he could pull the trigger, faint footsteps came from behind him. The henchman's face turned pale. In the next instant, a sharp pain exploded at the back of his head. His vision went black, and he collapsed dead. Xiao Wuye stood behind him, fresh blood still dripping from the crimson blade. After killing the henchman, Xiao Wuye said softly, "You're next." Upon hearing this, the last surviving henchman nearly fell to the ground in fear. He knew Xiao Wuye was referring to him, as Nash Mooney had never entered the mirror maze. "Shoot! Shoot now!" Nash Mooney roared coldly. The henchman gritted his teeth, and opened fire in all directions. Soon, every mirror in the maze was shattered. He looked around, confusion filling his eyes. He realized Xiao Wuye had vanished. Turning to face Nash Mooney, he tried to speak. But when he saw the icy stare in her eyes, a terrible foreboding washed over him. Xiao Wuye hadn't disappeared at all. He was still standing right behind the henchman. The man uttered a desperate "fuck" before his throat was sliced cleanly by Xiao Wuye. As the body crumpled to the floor, Xiao Wuye smiled at Nash Mooney and said gently, "It's just the two of us now. I have things to do later, so let's end this here." Nash Mooney stared at him in confusion and asked, "You're not going to kill me?" Xiao Wuye smiled warmly and replied, "Don't misunderstand. Of course I'll kill you. I just don't want to waste too much time." As Nash Mooney was about to speak again, Xiao Wuye raised a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture. He then flicked his finger lightly through the air. A bloody gash suddenly appeared on Nash Mooney's face. Feeling a chill on her cheek, Nash Mooney glanced around and realized that countless silver threads had silently surrounded her. At that moment, the threads at Xiao Wuye's cuff retracted swiftly back into his sleeve. Nash Mooney stood frozen, her eyes locked on Xiao Wuye. A faint smile crossed his lips as he made a bye-bye gesture toward her. Then came a splash. Nash Mooney's body collapsed into a heap of flesh and blood on the floor. With the Scarecrow's assistance, Jerome soon concocted a small vial of laughing gas. He then injected the gas into a tube. Pressing a button on the table, he heard the hum of a hydraulic mechanism as a wall slowly rose, revealing a room enclosed by a glass barrier. Inside the room stood a portly man in a suit. Upon seeing Jerome and Xiao Wuye, who was playing the Joker, his face twisted with sheer terror. Jerome smiled at him and said, "He's the director of the Gotham City newspaper, the very one that reported your death back then." Xiao Wuye remained indifferent. The Scarecrow, observing the terrified fat man, inwardly cursed Jerome for his madness, knowing full well that his capture wasn't for Jerome's sake, but merely to secure live subjects for experiments. Jerome approached the tube connected to the laughing gas, and with a smile said to Xiao Wuye, "Gentlemen, let the first laughing gas experiment commence." He twisted the valve, and with a hiss the purple gas flowed into the room behind the glass. Panic seized the fat man as he saw the purple fumes filling his chamber. The room was soundproof, so despite his frantic shouts, Xiao Wuye and the others could only see his expressions, not hear his cries. Soon the gas enveloped the entire space. As the fat man inhaled the gas, he began to choke. After about 10 seconds, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently. Xiao Wuye and the others watched. The Scarecrow's expression was hidden behind his burlap mask, but neither Xiao Wuye nor Jerome showed any excitement or tension. Half a minute later, the fat man's trembling ceased. Jerome smiled and said, "The real show is about to begin." As he spoke, the fat man wobbled and rose unsteadily to his feet. With his back to them, his face was hidden. After 3 seconds, he burst into hysterical laughter, whipping his head around to stare at Xiao Wuye and the others. Xiao Wuye chuckled softly. "It seems we have success." The fat man's lips twisted into an unnatural grin stretched almost to his ears. The strain caused blood to seep from his mouth, and the whites of his eyes had turned a deep red from burst capillaries. He lunged at Xiao Wuye and the others, but the glass wall held firm. Emitting wild laughter, he pounded the glass with both hands, appearing utterly deranged. Xiao Wuye watched with a faint smile. Jerome, still unsatisfied, pressed another button on the table. A cage slowly descended into the fat man's room, containing a muscular black man, nearly 2 meters tall. Jerome turned to Xiao Wuye, grinning. "Guess who will kill him first?" Xiao Wuye replied calmly, "I bet $1 on the black man." Jerome seemed surprised by his choice. Recovering, Jerome stared at Xiao Wuye and said, "Fine, $1 it is. He'll bet on the fat man." They both turned to the Scarecrow, who cursed inwardly, "Damn it. They've left me with the hard choice, both of them bastards." After hesitating, the Scarecrow finally said, "They'll go with the fat man. I have absolute faith in the laughing gas." Xiao Wuye shrugged slightly. Jerome slammed the button on the table, and the cage holding the black man sprang open. The gas-infected fat man, seeing his opponent, let out a mad cackle and charged forward. He looked like a ravenous wolf spotting its prey, but the black man was no pushover. As the fat man rushed in, he threw a punch, landing a dull thud. The fat man stumbled back 2 meters and fell. Yet without any pause, he sprang up and charged again. The black man threw another punch. This time the fat man was cleverer. He grabbed the black man's fist and kicked him in the groin. Xiao Wuye nodded approvingly, not bad, adapting on the fly. The kick landed squarely, and the black man's face contorted in pain. But the fat man didn't stop. He opened his mouth and bit down hard on the black man's arm. The black man's agony was palpable even through the glass. He punched the fat man in the head, sending him sprawling. Yet the fat man kept laughing maniacally. Enraged, the black man kicked the fat man's stomach repeatedly. Still the fat man laughed, showing no pain. Just as Xiao Wuye thought the fat man was finished, Jerome suddenly smiled and said, "The real show is only beginning." Xiao Wuye murmured, "Is there a bonus round?" Before Jerome could answer, the Scarecrow chimed in, "Of course. This is my latest creation." Xiao Wuye looked back at the 2 figures behind the glass. After 5 seconds, the black man, while pummeling the fat man, suddenly staggered. Xiao Wuye narrowed his eyes as he noticed the black man's eyes beginning to redden. They looked just like the fat man's. The black man's lips uncontrollably stretched into a smile. Xiao Wuye remarked, "Infectious. Those infected with the laughing gas can spread it through biting. A clever design indeed." The scarecrow puffed out his chest with pride. But before he could revel, a sudden change occurred. The fat man coughed a few times, spat out a mouthful of purple blood, and then collapsed dead. Xiao Wuye looked at the fat man, who had already stopped breathing, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said, "You each owe me $1. After he spoke, Jerome directly pulled $1 from his pocket and tossed it to Xiao Wuye. Scarecrow, on the other hand, fumbled around for a long time, but failed to find a single cent. Xiao Wuye watched the black man who had been infected by the laughing gas. After about 5 minutes, that black man also died. Xiao Wuye turned his head to look at Jerome. Jerome shrugged slightly and said, "Without a stabilizer lasting 5 minutes is already a success." Xiao Wuye said softly, "You wouldn't want Gotham City to become a dead city, either, would you? Can the stabilizer be made?" Jerome nodded slightly and replied, "It's possible, but it will take a long time and the extraction is very difficult." When Jerome said this, he suddenly stared at Xiao Wuye with a slightly excited expression and exclaimed, "I know a place that has stabilizers and plenty of them." Xiao Wuye's lips curled up slightly as he asked softly, "Where?" Jerome's eyes gleamed with excitement as he said, "Wayne Industries." Xiao Wuye looked at Jerome and asked quietly, "The business of Bruce Wayne's family?" Jerome nodded excitedly, then provocatively asked, scared, "After all, Bruce Wayne was the wealthiest family in Gotham City, and Bruce Wayne's butler was a formidable figure. Many who had provoked Bruce Wayne had died under mysterious circumstances, and it was rumored that his butler Alfred was responsible. It was said that Alfred was once an agent of MI5, ruthless and cold-blooded in dealing with enemies. Many dared not touch the Wayne family because of Alfred's presence." Xiao Wuye looked at Jerome and chuckled, "Though there's no personal grudge, one of my recent goals is to kill Bruce Wayne." Hearing this, a smile crept across Jerome's face. He walked up to Xiao Wuye and said excitedly, "Need my help?" Xiao Wuye patted Jerome on the shoulder and said, "Focus on perfecting the laughing gas. He'll handle the killing, little brother." After Xiao Wuye spoke, Jerome's eyes narrowed sharply. Then with a sudden grin, he said, "We're twins. What makes you think you can call me little brother?" Xiao Wuye shrugged slightly and asked, "When do we set off?" Jerome glanced at his watch and said with a smile, "Now." He then laid out his plan to Xiao Wuye. In the factory of Wayne Industries, there was a polymer material that contained a large amount of stabilizer. To obtain the stabilizer, they would need to extract it from those polymer materials. Jerome already had the extraction equipment. All that remained was to bring the equipment to the Wayne Industries factory and extract the stabilizer. After speaking, Jerome turned to prepare the extraction equipment. Xiao Wuye looked at him and said softly, "No need to go to all that trouble." Jerome looked at him in confusion. Xiao Wuye said quietly, "Why bother hauling the equipment over there for the stabilizer? Just have Wayne Industries deliver the materials here." Jerome and Scarecrow stared at Xiao Wuye in bewilderment. Xiao Wuye told Jerome to wait there, then left with Scarecrow. They headed straight to the old district. The old district was now in chaos, and with the power still out, people couldn't work, making the situation even more tumultuous. Xiao Wuye arrived at a bar in the old district. Several fervent followers of Joker Jerome were already waiting inside. Upon entering, Xiao Wuye looked at a bearded man and asked, "Is everything ready?" The bearded man nodded excitedly and waved his hand. Several people immediately brought out a few large cases. When the cases were opened, they were filled with firearms. Xiao Wuye nodded in satisfaction, then loaded the weapons and men into 2 old-style vans and headed toward a bank. Wayne Industries stood firm in Gotham City not only because of its wealth, but also because Alfred had trained a group of operatives comparable to secret agents to guard it. That was why no one dared to cause trouble there. Xiao Wuye had calculated with his superbrain. The odds of successfully robbing a bank were more than 10 times higher than those of robbing Wayne Industries. Moreover, the reason so many were willing to follow Joker Jerome was that he did things they both desired and feared to do. To take over Gotham City, Xiao Wuye needed the support of followers, and the way to gain more support was through crime. Xiao Wuye arrived outside an old 3-story building that looked very vintage. The building was a bank, not the largest in Gotham City, but it had many merchant clients and an underground vault for storing personal valuables. Its worth was undoubtedly substantial. Xiao Wuye looked at the bank and then said in his mind, "Azue, scan that bank." As soon as he finished, a ding sounded in his head. Super brain scanning in progress. 10, 20, 100. Scan complete. When the system prompt ended, a 3-dimensional hologram of the bank appeared before Xiao Wuye, including the distribution of people inside. Due to the power outage, there were few people in the bank. Xiao Wuye had changed into a clean-fitted suit and a fedora. He looked at the others and said, "I'll go in first. Wait for my signal before entering." After he spoke, the others quickly nodded, their faces showing excitement. Xiao Wuye got out of the car, straightened his suit, picked up a black crocodile leather briefcase, and walked toward the bank. Although the bank couldn't conduct business due to the power outage, it wasn't closed, though a sign reading "temporarily closed" hung on the door. Xiao Wuye pushed open the door and walked straight into the bank. A security guard immediately approached to block him, saying, "Sorry sir, we're closed today." Xiao Wuye wore a fedora, so the guard couldn't see his face. Upon hearing the guard's words, Xiao Wuye said softly, "I'm here to rent a safe deposit box." The guard was about to say something more when a severely balding middle-aged man suddenly approached with a smile and said, "Sir, safe deposit boxes are available for rent. You just need to go through the formalities." A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. The bank manager then said to him, "Sir, please come this way to handle the procedures." Xiao Wuye nodded and followed the manager to the counter. The manager invited Xiao Wuye to sit down, then took a form from a cabinet and handed it to him, saying, "Sir, you can take a look. If everything's fine, just sign and pay a 1000 deposit." The manager then handed Xiao Wuye a pen. Xiao Wuye chuckled and said, "I prefer to use my own pen." As he spoke, he took a fountain pen from his bag. When he uncapped the pen, a faint fragrance emanated from it. Upon smelling the fragrance, a subtle smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. As Xiao Wuye uncapped the fountain pen, a faint fragrance wafted into the air. The bank manager's eyes gradually grew dazed upon catching the scent. Due to the power outage, the bank held only 2 security guards, 2 receptionists, and the manager attending to Xiao Wuye's business. Observing the manager's gaze, Xiao Wuye handed him the pen and said, "Let the tellers have a sniff too." The manager without hesitation reached out and took the pen, then walked stiffly to the counter. In a blurred voice he murmured, "Take a whiff. It's fragrant." The 2 bank employees exchanged puzzled looks at the manager before leaning in to smell the pen. A subtle fragrance instantly invaded their nostrils. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth as he pulled a walkie-talkie from his bag and said, "Come in." By now, aside from the 2 guards, the other 3 had fallen under the toxin's influence. The pen was the scarecrow's creation, its faint scent a neuroparalytic agent capable of rendering people docile within moments. Upon Xiao Wuye's command, those remaining in the car grabbed black backpacks and strode directly toward the bank. As they entered the bank, the 2 guards sensed something amiss. But before they could react, Jerome's zealous followers drew guns and subdued them. Xiao Wuye cast a glance at the group and gave a slight nod of his chin. One man immediately nodded and stepped outside, locking the bank's doors. Then the group approached the counter, instructing the manager to open the vault and safe deposit room. Like a walking corpse, the manager turned and shuffled toward a locked work area. Xiao Wuye did not lift a finger. Instead, he sat leisurely by the window, gazing at the street view outside. About 10 minutes later, Jerome's followers emerged from the work area, their backpacks bulging with excitement. A slight smile graced Xiao Wuye's lips as he straightened his suit and walked out. It was only after Xiao Wuye had been gone for over 20 minutes that the bank manager's consciousness slowly returned. Seeing the guards bound on the floor, a sense of dread washed over him. He quickly hit the alarm. But by then, Xiao Wuye and his crew had already returned to the old district. When Reeves arrived at the bank with his team and reviewed the surveillance footage, he sighed helplessly. This might be the most peaceful bank robbery ever, like they were just picking up cash from their own home. Despite his grumbling, the slick execution sparked a name in his mind: Xiao Wuye, the man who killed his brother. Xiao Wuye sat in the car studying his attribute panel. Just as they were leaving, a ding had echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. 200 million crime points, earned upgrade value, 3, 50 million, 1 billion, perfect crime system 2. 0, level 2. He hadn't expected a bank with such lax security to hold assets worth 200 million. Just then a knock on the window drew his attention. Rolling it down, a follower looked at him with reverence and said, "Mr. Joker, as you instructed, the money is loaded into the vehicles." Xiao Wuye nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Let the action begin." A gleam of excitement lit up the man's face. Soon several beat-up trucks fanned out in different directions. Each was fitted with loudspeakers blaring, "Hail the Joker." As they drove, a figure with a face painted like a clown tossed money from the back of each pickup. The residents of the old district Gotham slum, where the city's most destitute lived, scrambled excitedly to scoop up the cash. For people like these, nothing bought loyalty better than money. A serene smile lingered on Xiao Wuye's face as he patted the driver's shoulder. "Let's go." He had already switched to a different sedan, one of course stolen by his followers. Xiao Wuye arrived at Jarima's warehouse. Inside, rows of large barrels held chemical raw materials for extracting stabilizers. None of these were stolen. He had paid for them with hard cash. Cash that was admittedly robbed. Jarima gazed at the materials with undisguised excitement. Xiao Wuye approached and asked softly, "Is this enough?" Jarima nodded eagerly. With a slight gesture, Xiao Wuye summoned 4 of his followers. "These are my men. Anything you need you can assign to them." Jarima studied the 4 burly men, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. The men, however, couldn't hide their shock at seeing Jarima. Few knew that the Joker Jerome had a twin brother. Their astonishment was understandable. Jarima ordered them to unload the machines for extracting stabilizers. Just as Xiao Wuye prepared to leave, Jarima called out, "Hey brother, the laughing gas is ready, but we need a delivery system." Xiao Wuye chuckled softly. Don't worry. I already know who has the right container for the job. With that he turned and walked away. Jerima watched his retreating figure murmuring, when did my twin become so rational? Did dying once change his personality? A sinister grin spread across Jerima's face before he turned and headed upstairs. He had always looked down on Jerome, finding him too impulsive, obsessed only with destruction. But this time he sensed a profound change in Jerome, as if he had become a different person entirely. Still, it made no difference to Jerima. Their goals aligned for now, and even if they weren't twins, mutual utility was enough. As Xiao Wuye exited the warehouse, a follower quickly opened the car door for him. Once seated, the follower asked respectfully, Mr. Joker, where to? Xiao Wuye tapped his fingers rhythmically on the armrest, producing a soft thump-thump. A slight laugh escaped him. I'm a bit hungry. I hear the Iceberg Lounge serves decent food. Let's go grab a bite. The driver turned back, a note of caution in his voice. Mr. Joker, are you sure about the Iceberg Lounge? That's Penguin's turf. It was common knowledge that the Penguin and the Joker had clashed before, which is why the follower dared to question the order. Xiao Wuye let out a soft laugh. Let's go. The Iceberg Lounge it is. The Penguin can be considered one of Gotham City's greatest villains. He was born into the Cobblepot family, one of the 4 prominent families of Gotham. Hearing about these 4 families implies their extraordinary power. The Penguin is also the crime lord of Gotham City, famously known as the King of Cash. Xiao Midnight seeks out the Penguin not to create trouble, but to borrow a container capable of holding laughing gas. The only one who possesses such a container is the Penguin himself, Gotham City's unique airship. However, borrowing the airship is unlikely to be simple. One reason is that Joker Jerome has a history with the Penguin, and another is that the Penguin is also a competitor. To persuade the Penguin to assist him, Xiao Midnight will need to put in some thought. Just a moment after Xiao Midnight's car drove away, a black bird suddenly flew off from a nearby tree. Xiao Midnight arrived outside the Iceberg Lounge, where the doorman professionally opened the car door for him. After stepping out, he gazed at Gotham City's most popular restaurant, a faint smile surfacing at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly understood why the restaurant was named Iceberg Lounge. Because penguins live on icebergs, the Penguin likely seeks a sense of home. Xiao Midnight entered the restaurant. Although Gotham City was experiencing a citywide blackout, the Iceberg Lounge had its own power supply, allowing it to continue operations. Guided by the waiter, Xiao Midnight reached a table. The service at the Iceberg Lounge was exceptional, and the waitstaff was polite. After casually ordering some of the restaurant's signature dishes, he activated his brilliant mind to scan the Iceberg Lounge. The waiter who had just taken Xiao Midnight's order hurriedly called the Penguin after leaving. After all, Xiao Midnight was a celebrity now, and with his face literally stapled together, anyone who glanced at him would recognize him as Joker Jerome. Xiao Midnight did not disguise his identity as he came to the Penguin with sincerity today. At that moment, the Penguin lay greedily on a bed made of cash, inhaling the scent of the bills. The actor portraying the Penguin, John, had suffered from a strange illness since childhood, fearing sunlight and having lived in the sewers. John's character is quite similar to the Penguin. Both were deeply insecure and sought recognition, but were never validated. This resulted in a deeply twisted psyche. Xiao Midnight, through his brilliant mind, saw the Penguin lying on the cash bed in the basement. He looked at the Penguin, whose face was filled with happiness, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. However, Joker Jerome's face was terrifying. The patrons at nearby tables displayed fear when they caught sight of his stapled visage. At that moment, the Penguin received the waiter's call and reluctantly got off the cash pile, grabbing a black umbrella as he exited the basement. Viewers watching the Global Wanted live reality show were puzzled by the umbrella in the Penguin's hand. Is the Penguin sick or something? Why is he carrying an umbrella indoors? What do you know? Haven't you seen the series? The Penguin carries an umbrella because of his father. I saw that episode too. The Penguin's father died of a heart attack after getting caught in the rain. Since then, the Penguin has carried an umbrella every day. Some of what the viewers said was reasonable. The Penguin indeed started carrying an umbrella after his father died from a heart attack in the rain. However, the reason John, the actor playing the Penguin, also carries that black umbrella every day is that he is afraid of sunlight and crowds. Having the black umbrella gives him a sense of security. When the Penguin arrived at the restaurant, the previous waiter pointed out Xiao Midnight's seat. The Penguin, with his ailing legs, used the black umbrella as a cane to walk towards Xiao Midnight. When he approached Xiao Midnight, he unexpectedly extended his hand for a handshake. Xiao Midnight looked at the Penguin and noticed a hint of anxiety in his expression, not due to fear of him, but because the actor John suffers from severe social anxiety. Moreover, Xiao Midnight observed that though the Penguin's gaze appeared somewhat insecure, it was sincere. Seeing this, Xiao Midnight smiled slightly and stood up to shake hands with the Penguin. The Penguin seemed genuinely happy that Xiao Midnight was willing to shake his hand. Despite being young, Xiao Midnight had a keen eye for people. He sensed that the Penguin bore no malice towards him, especially after shaking hands, seeing that the Penguin was genuinely happy. Like his actor, the Penguin had been friendless since childhood due to insecurity, never having been treated sincerely by anyone. This is why Xiao Midnight's earlier gesture made the Penguin so happy. At that moment the Penguin gestured for Xiao Midnight to take a seat, and they both sat down at the table. Just as Xiao Midnight settled in, the Penguin spoke first. He earnestly said, "I want to compete with you for the first." Xiao Midnight, upon hearing this, seemed unfazed. After all, he had just seen the Penguin lying among stacks of cash, a picture of satisfaction. Xiao Midnight nodded at the Penguin and smiled gently, saying, "Do you really like money?" The Penguin excitedly nodded, replying, "Yes, because money can buy friends." Xiao Midnight chuckled softly, asking, "But what if you run out of money?" The Penguin replied eagerly, "I could go rob." Xiao Midnight, looking at the Penguin with a smile, said, "Have you ever thought that those friends you bought with money, when you run out or face trouble, will they still consider you a friend?" Xiao Midnight's words reflect the harsh reality of society. When you have money, people surround you, but when you're broke, they may consider speaking to you a waste of time. Xiao Midnight smiled at the Penguin and asked, "Haven't you thought about making a few friends with your heart?" The Penguin looked up at Xiao Midnight, his gaze gradually dimming, and finally revealed a bitter smile, saying, "No one would genuinely want to be friends with me." Xiao Midnight, looking at the Penguin, suddenly extended his hand, saying, "Xiao Midnight." The Penguin stared at Xiao Midnight in shock and disbelief. Then, realizing, he grabbed Xiao Midnight's hand and excitedly exclaimed, "To M. John." Xiao Midnight smiled at John and said, "Now we are friends." Upon hearing this, the Penguin trembled with excitement, his face twitching, while others looked at him with disdain. Xiao Midnight reached out to pat the Penguin's head, trying to help him calm down. At that moment, viewers of the Global Wanted live reality show seemed to already foresee the conclusion. Penguin felt an unprecedented joy in Xiao Wuye's company, a happiness he had never known before, all because of Xiao Wuye's sincerity. Both Penguin and John were essentially simple souls, their psychological distortions and brutality merely a protective facade. When they encountered someone who genuinely treated them, well, they would have gladly given their hearts away. Through their recent interaction, Penguin had wholeheartedly accepted Xiao Wuye as his best friend. Without a moment's hesitation, he agreed to lend Xiao Wuye his airship. Immediately, he took Xiao Wuye's hand, eager to fetch the airship. Xiao Wuye smiled at Penguin's earnest demeanor and said, "No rush, leave it for now. They'll collect it after I've completed my first 2 tasks." Penguin nodded, then cast a wary glance around before whispering, "Are you going to kill Batman?" Xiao Wuye gave a slight nod. He wasn't fond of killing, but once he decided someone must die, their fate was sealed. Seeing Xiao Wuye's affirmation, Penguin whispered without hesitation, "It'll help you." Xiao Wuye let out a soft laugh. "No need, I can handle this myself. You enjoy your current life, don't you? Just savor it." Penguin's expression wavered. He did cherish his present circumstances, yet Xiao Wuye was the only one who had ever treated him with genuine kindness, and he truly wished to assist. Just then Penguin looked at Xiao Wuye with hopeful anticipation and asked, "After we leave here, can I come find you?" Xiao Wuye smiled slightly. "Of course." A childlike, joyful grin spread across Penguin's face. But as Penguin was about to speak again, Xiao Wuye's brow furrowed. He sensed a creeping danger. He sharply looked outside the restaurant and saw Gordon stepping out of a police car with 4 officers. Xiao Wuye perceived a fierce, murderous intent in Gordon's expression. Suddenly, Gordon and the 4 officers raised their submachine guns and opened fire on Xiao Wuye. Reacting instantly, Xiao Wuye threw himself to the ground, pulling Penguin down with him. Before Penguin could comprehend what was happening, hundreds of bullets shattered the glass of the Iceberg Lounge, striking the spot where they had just been. Penguin was stunned, and then the diners in the restaurant erupted in screams. Realizing the situation, Xiao Wuye asked in a low voice, "Are you all right?" Penguin was about to respond when his expression froze. He noticed blood seeping from Xiao Wuye's shoulder. "You're injured," Penguin exclaimed, agitated. Xiao Wuye merely gave a faint smile, his face betraying no sign of pain. He took cover behind a table, and through the restaurant's mirror watched Gordon and the 4 officers advancing with their guns drawn. The diners cowered under their tables, fearing a terrorist attack. But a portly man in a suit, upon seeing that the shooters were police, stood up and angrily pointed at Gordon. "What kind of police work is this? Opening fire in a crowded place. They'll file a complaint." Gordon sneered with disdain. "You won't get the chance." He pulled the trigger and bullets riddled the fat man, turning him into a sieve. Blood sprayed everywhere. Xiao Wuye thought with confusion, "Is this a last-ditch effort? Not even following the script anymore?" Meanwhile, Penguin, frantic over Xiao Wuye's wound, urged, "Wait for me. Don't move." Penguin snatched up his umbrella and, aiming its tip at Gordon, pulled the trigger. To everyone's surprise, the umbrella was a gun capable of automatic fire like a submachine gun. Penguin was now in a frenzy, consumed by guilt. If Xiao Wuye hadn't pushed him down, he wouldn't have been shot. A dozen bullets flew towards Gordon and his men. At such close range, Gordon had no time to react, and several rounds struck him. But to Penguin's astonishment, the bullets clanged against Gordon's body like metal, leaving him unscathed. Gordon glared icily at Penguin. "You're asking for death." He raised his submachine gun and fired at Penguin. Xiao Wuye was about to shout for Penguin to take cover, but instead Penguin opened his umbrella. It was a custom-made item crafted after his father's death, capable of both firing bullets and stopping them. Through the mirror, Xiao Wuye saw Gordon and his men about to enter the restaurant. A cold smirk touched his lips. He was truly angered now. He produced a delicate vial and hurled it towards Gordon. Gordon fired, shattering the vial. A purple gas burst forth. Activate the air purification system. Gordon commanded coldly. Xiao Wuye's lips curled into a slight smile. Still so unfair, he murmured. He didn't dwell on it, for the world was rarely fair. Just then a barrage of gunfire erupted, as over a dozen men in black suits stormed out from the back of the restaurant brandishing vintage submachine guns. They were Penguin's henchmen. Seeing his men, Penguin's face twisted into a savage snarl. Kill them all. Wipe them out. The men opened fire on Gordon and his officers, bullets raining down upon them. Gordon and his men seemed overly confident in their mechanical battle armor and didn't even bother to dodge. As the bullets struck them, the armor flickered into view. Outside, more gunfire and frenzied shouts erupted. Gordon spun around to see a group of people with clown face paint charging and wielding an assortment of weapons. A burly, bearded man aimed a shotgun at Gordon's head and pulled the trigger. With a deafening bang, the shotgun blast hit Gordon's head, which instantly transformed into a metallic helmet. But just as quickly his face reverted. Many had witnessed the change. Suddenly someone shouted, "They're not human. They're aliens." In the current mission narrative, aside from the 10 contestants and the pursuers, all others are real individuals from Gotham City. At that time, surveillance in Gotham was sparse, and the internet still relied on bulky monitors. Thus, when they witnessed Gordon being shot with a shotgun, their first thought was aliens. The followers of the Joker Jerome were startled by Gordon's transformation, yet that did not deter their madness. They began to unleash a torrent of gunfire at Gordon and the other 4 pursuers disguised as police officers. The bullets struck Gordon and the others, producing a series of clang sounds. Seeing someone come to help, Penguin quickly crouched and anxiously said to Xiao Wuye, who was bleeding from his shoulder eye, "I'll take you to see a doctor now. You must hold on." Xiao Wuye looked at Penguin's anxious expression and smiled slightly, saying, "It's just a minor wound. There's no need to be so nervous." After speaking, he tried to move his arm, but the bullet seemed to be lodged in his bone, restricting his movement. Seeing this, Xiao Wuye leaned back against the table leg and sat down again. At this moment, he reached to touch the wound on his shoulder, and then under the gaze of 6 billion global viewers of the live-streamed reality show, he suddenly thrust his finger into the bullet hole in his body. Blood immediately flowed out along Xiao Wuye's finger. Viewers watching the live broadcast felt pain at his actions. However, Xiao Wuye still wore a smile, merely furrowing his brow slightly. After probing the bullet hole for a moment, Xiao Wuye's body suddenly trembled as he managed to force out the bullet lodged in his bone. Despite being human, extracting a bullet from his body without anesthetic was undeniably painful. Seeing the cold sweat emerging on Xiao Wuye's forehead, Penguin quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe it. Xiao Wuye smiled slightly and said, "John, hand me a bottle of liquor." Upon hearing Xiao Wuye call his name, Penguin's eyes gleamed with excitement, for this was the first time someone called him by his name. Previously, people had either called him Mouse or Madman, and no one had ever remembered his name. Xiao Wuye was probably the first. Penguin slowly raised his head and noticed a bottle of whiskey on a nearby table. Taking advantage of Gordon and the others' distraction, he grabbed the bottle and forcefully twisted the cap off, bringing the neck of the bottle to Xiao Wuye's lips. Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, then grasped the bottle and tilted his head back, gulping down half the bottle. It is worth noting that whiskey is a base spirit with a very high alcohol content, especially the bottle of pine nut whiskey in Xiao Wuye's hand, which had an alcohol content of 62 degrees. After downing half the bottle, Xiao Wuye poured the remaining whiskey onto his wound. The burning pain made him furrow his brow slightly. Meanwhile, viewers of the global live-streamed reality show began flooding the comments section. "Wow, it's definitely my God Xiao. Oh, I've only seen such scenes in movies, and I never expected God Xiao to be so tough. I feel so sorry for him. God Xiao must be in agony. God Xiao forever. God Xiao, the eternal deity." Xiao Wuye held the whiskey bottle, looked at Penguin with a smile, and asked, "Do you have a gun?" After a moment of surprise, Penguin nodded vigorously. Seeing this, Xiao Wuye whispered, "Since they have come to bully us, let's play with them properly." After finishing his sentence, Xiao Wuye suddenly stood up, gripping the whiskey bottle and throwing it at Gordon's head. Gordon, who was currently dealing with the Joker's followers, was completely oblivious to Xiao Wuye. There was a loud bang. The whiskey bottle smashed into Gordon's head and shattered. However, bullets could not harm Gordon's helmet, and a bottle would cause even less damage. Gordon sharply turned to look at Xiao Wuye, who had a slight smirk on his lips, then gestured at his own neck with a slicing motion. Seeing this, Gordon swiftly aimed his gun at Xiao Wuye. Just as Gordon pulled the trigger, Penguin stepped forward to shield Xiao Wuye while opening an umbrella. The bullets hit the umbrella, producing a series of muffled bangs. Xiao Wuye and Penguin slowly retreated into a corridor. In that corridor, there was a hidden door, which Penguin opened to reveal a cache of weapons. Xiao Wuye glanced at an old-fashioned heavy machine gun with a drum magazine, a smile creeping onto his face. Meanwhile, the gunfire outside grew increasingly intense. More and more of the Joker's followers arrived outside the Iceberg restaurant. Although the mechanical armor Gordon and the others wore had bulletproof capabilities, they could not simply remain stationary while being shot at as their defenses were limited. Especially when one of the Joker's followers pulled out a rocket launcher, Gordon did not hesitate and immediately dove into the Iceberg restaurant. Penguin's subordinates inside the restaurant were also firing at Gordon and the others. Just as Gordon was about to retaliate, the mechanical armor suddenly emitted a series of mechanical sounds. The mechanical armor's defensive capability has decreased by 19. Upon hearing this, Gordon narrowed his eyes and said to the 4 pursuers, "We can't delay any longer, we must end this quickly." The 4 pursuers nodded in agreement. After they shot down a few of Penguin's subordinates, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted. Xiao Wuye appeared with the old-fashioned heavy machine gun, pulling the trigger at Gordon. At first, Gordon did not pay much attention. However, upon hearing the mechanical armor's alert tone again, a look of panic finally appeared on his face. Warning: the mechanical armor's defensive capability has decreased by 58. After hearing this, Gordon cursed under his breath, "Damn it." He quickly took cover behind a nearby concrete pillar. Xiao Wuye was wielding a heavy machine gun, and its damage output was far beyond that of an ordinary submachine gun. As Gordon hid behind the concrete pillar, Xiao Wuye adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger at another pursuer. Having faced off against the pursuers before, Xiao Wuye knew that the weak points of the mechanical armor were at the joints. This was because during its design, the armor's joint protection was minimized for the pursuer's ease of movement. Xiao Wuye targeted the joints of the pursuers as he fired. Suddenly, there was a bang. Sparks erupted from one pursuer's knee. Accompanied by the pursuer's scream, he collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, a flash of killing intent crossed Gordon's eyes. He then shouted into the intercom of his mechanical armor, "All pursuers come to my location." Since Xiao Wuye awakened the perfect crime system, and it absorbed the Yi element to upgrade to perfect crime system 2.0, his 6 senses had become far more acute than before. If not for that, the shot Gordon fired might have struck, not his shoulder, but something far more lethal. Hearing Gordon call for reinforcements, Xiao Wuye shouted coldly, "Aim for their joints and the back of their heads." Having worn the mechanical battle armor in the first phase, he knew its few vulnerable points. The Penguin repeated Xiao Wuye's command. His men immediately aimed at the pursuer's knees. One pursuer tried to drag a wounded comrade to safety. The Penguin raised a wide-barreled gun and pulled the trigger. A grenade shot from the barrel, striking the pursuer with a thunderous explosion that sent him flying. Mechanical parts scattered through the air. When the pursuer crashed to the ground, half his body revealed the shattered mechanical armor beneath. The man inside seemed gravely wounded. Xiao Wuye turned, seeing the Penguin's still smoking grenade launcher, and gave him a thumbs up with a faint smile. The Penguin trembled with excitement at Xiao Wuye's approval. He aimed at another pursuer and fired, but this one rolled aside, dodging the grenade. Before the pursuer could rise, a shotgun pressed against the back of his head. It was Xiao Wuye's driver who pulled the trigger without hesitation. The blast sent the pursuer flying 2 meters before he fell face down. His helmet flew off and landed at Xiao Wuye's feet. Xiao Wuye glanced at the blood inside, a slight curl to his lips. "Captain Gordon." "No, I should call you Captain Reeves, shouldn't I?" Gordon's gaze turned icy as he hid behind a pillar. Too many enemies were outside. Charging out now meant certain death. His armor's defenses were rapidly failing, unlikely to withstand many more shots. Xiao Wuye spoke softly toward Gordon's direction. "I'm curious. Why are you so desperate to kill me?" Gordon shouted back, "I'll tell you after you're dead." Xiao Wuye chuckled, pulling a grenade's pin. "Captain Reeves, you should thank me. Without me, you'd never have become captain." He hurled the grenade toward a pillar on the opposite side. The Penguin looked puzzled, but the grenade ricocheted off the pillar and flew straight toward Gordon's position. The trajectory was precisely calculated by Xiao Wuye's genius-level mind. Angle and force perfect. As the grenade reached Gordon, he yelled, "What the?" A deafening blast followed. Gordon was sent flying by the explosion. The grenade's power far exceeded that of the grenade launcher. Half his armor was blown off, his helmet shattered, revealing a bloodied, mangled face. Yet Gordon, bearing a protagonist's halo, somehow survived. As Xiao Wuye approached to finish him, the roar of engines signaled police cars racing in. Xiao Wuye gestured to the Penguin. The Penguin loaded 6 smoke grenades into his launcher and fired into the street. Soon thick smoke blanketed the area. Xiao Wuye signaled his driver. The man nodded and shouted, "Retreat." Jerome's followers scattered. By the time the pursuers arrived, Xiao Wuye and his crew were gone. Instead of heading to Jerima's warehouse, Xiao Wuye went to the Penguin's home. Since his father's death, the Penguin had lived in the old manor. For the first time in this Gotham mission, Xiao Wuye enjoyed a hot bath, though of course it was censored. The Penguin prepared tailored suits and robes in Xiao Wuye's size. After the bath, a doctor was summoned to properly stitch Xiao Wuye's face. Staples were only a temporary fix. The next morning, Xiao Wuye stood by the bedroom window, his face bandaged, gazing at Gotham shrouded in clouds. A heavy industrial city. Even on clear days it was gray. From yesterday's battle, he realized this phase's pursuers were far bolder than the last. They seemed more reckless, engaging in gunfights in crowded districts without restraint. Yet seeing them brought Xiao Wuye some relief. Among the contestants, Scarecrow and the Penguin now followed him. Nashmuni was dead. The remaining individuals, though capable on their own, lacked powerful backing, making it difficult to confront the pursuers. So Xiao Wuye felt no urgency. Instead, he found himself relatively at ease. Gotham's power was restored, but those stirred to fury by inner rage continued their crimes. Some worked as waiters or laborers by day, only to transform into Joker's followers at night, attacking their bosses and arrogant rich. Xiao Wuye hadn't been idle. He had the Penguin investigate Bruce Wayne, learning he would attend an auction that evening. The guest list also included Harley Quinn. Barbara, another name, raised Xiao Wuye's suspicion. After cross-referencing Gotham's wealthy elite, he found no record of that person. He set the list on the table, eyes fixed on the distant sky, a smirk curling his lips. From today there will be no legend of the Batman in Gotham. He slowly unwound the bandages from his face. Through the window's reflection, he gazed at the sinister face of Joker Jerome and murmured, "You really are like the other side of me." Though the citywide blackout and the return of the Joker Jerome had instilled fear, it did nothing to dampen the entertainment of the wealthy. Tonight's auction was hosted by the Black Pearl Jewelry House, a firm that not only sourced the finest gems globally, but also assembled a salvage team to recover treasures from shipwrecks across the world's oceans. The auction this evening would feature artifacts recovered from a sunken vessel. It was rumored that among them were jewels brimming with mysterious powers. The Penguin, standing before the window, looked at Xiao Wuye and asked, "Boss, should we bring more men tonight?" and stormed the auction to take out Bruce Wayne directly. Xiao Wuye had been living in the Penguin's residence for half a month. The Penguin not only regarded Xiao Wuye as a friend, but also as an elder brother. During this time, Xiao Wuye had imparted much wisdom to him, helping to alleviate much of the Penguin's inner inferiority complex. The Penguin was now genuinely devoted to following Xiao Wuye. Gazing out the window, Xiao Wuye said, "Since we're playing tonight, we might as well go big." He then turned to the Penguin and added, "I need to step out for a while. You head straight to the auction tonight." The Penguin looked at Xiao Wuye with concern, saying, "Boss, those police have been lying in ambush outside the estate, probably looking to cause you trouble. Let me go with you." Indeed, as the Penguin had noted, ever since Xiao Wuye arrived at the estate, pursuers had been stationed outside. Fortunately, the Penguin's family was one of Gotham's 4 great houses. Though the pursuers, numbering 100, had reached a point of desperation, a conflict with the Penguin's family would inevitably lead to mutual destruction. Moreover, with so many contestants involved, Gordon's mission was to prevent them from completing their tasks. No matter how great his resentment towards Xiao Wuye, he dared not let personal grudges interfere with the mission. Otherwise, he would soon be reunited with his brother in the afterlife. Xiao Wuye patted the Penguin on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it won't be easy for them to kill me." He then changed into a sapphire blue tailored suit and followed the Penguin to the estate's garage. The wealth of the Penguin family rivaled that of the Wayne family. Upon entering the garage and seeing the rows of supercars, Xiao Wuye chose a superbike. The Penguin then produced a black bag filled with weaponry, including 2 submachine guns, 2 shotguns, and an old heavy machine gun. "Boss, the bullets for these guns have been modified, all replaced with spiral armor-piercing rounds. They should be able to penetrate the pursuers' battle suits." Xiao Wuye nodded and hung the guns from the superbike for easy access in case of a firefight. The Penguin handed Xiao Wuye a pair of sunglasses. Xiao Wuye smiled faintly and shook his head, gently pushing up his black-rimmed glasses. "I don't like sunglasses," he said as he started the motorcycle. "Let's stick to the plan tonight," Xiao Wuye said to the Penguin, who nodded firmly. Xiao Wuye then twisted the throttle, lifting the superbike's front wheel as the engine roared. He shot out of the garage, heading straight for the estate gates. The estate gates had been opened in advance. The pursuers were sitting in their police cruisers when a sudden roar caught their attention. They turned to see a dark figure burst through the gates and vanish down the road in an instant. One pursuer muttered in confusion, "What the hell was that?" Another quickly replayed the footage using his mechanical battlesuit's helmet. After slowing it down dozens of times, he finally made out Xiao Wuye's face. He yelled, "Holy shit," at Xiao Wuye. After him, the 2 police cruisers blocking the entrance roared to life and sped off in the direction Xiao Wuye had taken. But by the time they reacted, he was long gone. One pursuer extended his arm out the window. A panel on his suit's armor opened, releasing several bee-like drones that swiftly took to the sky in search of Xiao Wuye. Another pursuer relayed the news of Xiao Wuye's escape to Gordon. Gordon immediately rushed out of the police station, jumped into his cruiser, and sped off. Xiao Wuye's superbike, customized by the Penguin, resembled the one ridden by Batman. It was not only large, but also incredibly powerful. A slight twist of the throttle felt like taking off. Before the pursuers could even catch up, Xiao Wuye had already arrived at the Old District. The Old District had become a gathering place for the followers of the Joker Jerome. Upon entering the Old District, faces painted like clowns were everywhere. Xiao Wuye rode his bike to a bar where over 100 followers were already waiting for him. Looking at the armed followers, he said softly, "Tonight we will change the history of Gotham. And all of you will be among the creators of that history." The followers erupted with excitement. A faint smile touched Xiao Wuye's lips as he said, Tell everyone. Tonight, don't hold back your emotions. Let's throw a massive party in Gotham. The followers cheered and dispersed. Soon the entire West District was buzzing with excitement. The poor, long suppressed by the rich, painted their faces like clowns walked the streets and lit bonfires. Everyone was visibly exhilarated. Just then 4 police cruisers arrived at the outskirts of the old district. The entrance was blocked by cars driven by the Joker's followers, rendering the vehicles unable to enter. Gordon ordered coldly, "Get out and pursue on foot." They had already pinpointed Xiao Wuye's location using drones. However, as Gordon and his men stepped out, a Molotov cocktail was hurled, landing in front of Gordon. Flames erupted instantly. Looking up, Gordon saw over 20 people with clown-painted faces surrounding them. Their eyes were filled with resentment and anger. Their discontent was not directed solely at the pursuers, but had festered for a long time. They believed the police only protected the rich. Indeed, in the old Gotham, the police prioritized the interests of the wealthy while ignoring the poor. A poor person's report might take a week or longer to be addressed, while even a minor issue for the rich would have the Gotham police acting as if the sky were falling. Just then one of Jerome's followers shouted, "Get out of the old district. We don't need you here, and you're not welcome." The others cheered at his words. But their excitement was short-lived, shattered by the sound of a gunshot. Jerome Valeska's followers were mocking Gordon and his men, only for Gordon to pull out his pistol and blow the head off the man who had just thrown the Molotov cocktail. Seeing Gordon open fire, the other pursuers followed suit, shooting at Jerome's followers. Those followers were no pushovers either. Those who survived the gunfire quickly sought cover and returned fire. One follower even pulled out a flare gun and fired into the sky. A ball of light rocketed upward before exploding with a deafening boom, forming the face of Jerome Valeska in the sky. Hearing the explosion, Xiao Wuye stepped out of the bar. When he saw Jerome's face emblazoned across the sky in fireworks, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his lips. "Looks like Reeves has truly lost his mind. Since that's the case, let's make this a little more fun," he murmured softly. After speaking, Xiao Wuye cast a meaningful glance at a nearby follower. The man nodded in understanding, pulled a remote control from his pocket, and pressed a button. In an instant, the maddening laughter of Jerome Valeska echoed throughout the old district. The sound of Jerome's laughter electrified all his followers. That laughter was the signal announcing that the era of the Joker was about to descend. The followers engaged in a firefight with Gordon, and his men grew frenzied with excitement as a horde of followers, their faces painted like clowns, surged toward them. A cold expression hardened Gordon's face as he said, "Xiao Wuye is trying to incite a riot, is he? Kill them all." With that, Gordon pulled the trigger on his followers. The weapons of the pursuers were more advanced than those of Gotham's era. However, the pursuers' weapons had also been disguised, so they appeared similar to Gotham's armaments. A barrage of gunfire erupted and several followers were shot dead by Gordon and his pursuers. One follower shouted, "Use grenades." As the follower finished speaking, several grenades sailed through the air toward Gordon and his men. The grenades' explosive power was enough to destroy their mechanical battlesuits. Seeing the grenades, Gordon and his men abandoned their bravado and scrambled for cover. A series of explosions thundered. One grenade landed directly at a pursuer's feet, and with a deafening blast the man was hurled into the air dead before he hit the ground. Gordon cursed, "Why are these grenades so damn powerful?" Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Wuye had spent the past half-month not only recovering from his injuries, but also gathering many skilled craftsmen from the old district to specifically modify weapons to counter the pursuers. As the saying goes, genius lies among the people, and this was no empty adage. The old district was home to many masters of weapon modification. Meanwhile, a large number of followers were streaming out of the old district through other exits. Their goal for the day was to conquer Gotham City. Xiao Wuye checked the time, then mounted a heavy racing motorcycle and sped out of the old district. The young girls watching the global Manhunt live broadcast were ecstatic at the sight of Xiao Wuye on his bike. Comments praising Xiao Wuye flooded the screen. This also drew sour remarks from many single men. Elsewhere, the auction had already begun. Most of Gotham's wealthy elite had gathered at the auction, eager to see what jewelry imbued with mysterious power looked like. With the auctioneer's entrance, the auction officially commenced. Unlike the auction Xiao Wuye had robbed, this one felt more like a cocktail party. Everyone was at ease. Penguin, holding a glass of wine, surveyed the crowd. When his gaze fell upon a woman, his eyes narrowed in surprise. The woman was strikingly beautiful, dressed elegantly, and appropriately radiating an air of sophistication. But Penguin noticed that she had been glancing surreptitiously at Bruce Wayne, who appeared to be no more than 17 or 18. Though she smiled, there was a flicker of murderous intent in her eyes. A grin spread across Penguin's face. He was now certain that the woman was Harley Quinn. He then scanned the room, recalling Xiao Wuye's warning that many participants would seize this opportunity to kill Bruce Wayne. True to his suspicion, Penguin noticed that the chef preparing the dishes also seemed peculiar. Watching the chef's excited expression as he handled the meat, Penguin deduced that he was likely Professor PYG, who had a penchant for using human flesh as an ingredient. Just then the auction began, and the crowd surged forward. Penguin withdrew his gaze. However, even as the auction started, Xiao Wuye had yet to appear. The auctioneer smiled at the audience and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. All the jewelry up for auction today comes from the sunken treasure ship Wanbalan. As many of you know, the Wanbalan was once hailed as the unsinkable ship alongside the Titanic." Penguin burst into laughter at that. The unsinkable ship ended up sinking. How ridiculous, he said without restraint. The others glared at him in disdain. Despite being the head of one of Gotham's 4 great families, Penguin still failed to earn their respect. To ease the awkwardness, the auctioneer continued. "You've all heard the legends. When the Wanbalan sank, it carried billions worth of jewelry, all from the Nine Palaces Church, which had vanished for nearly a century. The Nine Palaces Church once collected jewelry imbued with mysterious power from around the world. Many believed it was merely a myth, but today these mystical jewels will appear before you." As the auctioneer finished, the wealthy audience applauded. Their expressions betrayed curiosity mixed with skepticism. The auctioneer then exclaimed excitedly, "Now let us witness these legendary jewels together." As he spoke, a dozen top models walked in adorned with various pieces of jewelry. The craftsmanship and quality of the jewelry were such that even without any mystical power, they were priceless. The wealthy onlookers' eyes lit up. One model even carried a scepter topped with a sapphire. After the models had displayed the jewelry, the auctioneer announced passionately, "I now declare the auction officially open." Just as the audience prepared to applaud, a voice rang out, silencing the entire room. "My apologies, everyone, but I'll be taking all of these jewels." The crowd turned to see Xiao Wuye dressed in a tailored suit, smiling at the wealthy attendees. Yet in their eyes, that smile was nothing short of terrifying. Every gaze at the auction fell upon Xiao Wuye. The jester Jerome had become the nightmare of the wealthy. When the rich saw Xiao Wuye, the one who had played the jester Jerome, fear and caution naturally arose within them. Xiao Wuye stepped forward slowly. As the wealthy watched Xiao Wuye approach, they instantly parted to make a path. Even the mayor of Gotham City couldn't command such reverence. Xiao Wuye walked over to the supermodel holding the scepter. When his eyes fell upon the sapphire atop it, his brow furrowed slightly. He sensed the element of E within that sapphire. Yet by all logic, Gotham City was not a real place. How could E element appear in such a mission scenario? It was utterly unreasonable. For now, all mysteries could only await the data from Austin. After a brief moment of thought, Xiao Wuye said in his mind, "You are in luck, devour it." Of course, he was speaking to the perfect crime system too. 0. To Xiao Wuye, Gotham City was merely a fictional city, unlike Luo City, which was at least real. Moreover, the people there could be matched. Besides, once he left the mission script, he couldn't take the E element with him. He decided to let the perfect crime system 2.0 devour it, allowing it to upgrade further. The system didn't stand on ceremony. When Xiao Wuye placed his hand on the sapphire, the perfect crime system 2.0 directly absorbed the E element within. A ding sounded in Xiao Wuye's mind. E element value 500, system upgrade value 15001000, perfect crime system level 2.0. Xiao Wuye's brows twitched slightly. He hadn't expected upgrading the system would require so much E element. Yet he didn't begrudge it since he couldn't take it anyway. Then he asked in his mind, "Azue, check if there's any E element in these jewels." The perfect crime system 2.0 instantly scanned the treasures. A ding echoed in Xiao Wuye's mind. Host, no E element exists in these jewels, but they harbor some other unknown energy. Xiao Wuye asked in his mind, "Is it useful?" Scanning in progress. Xiao Wuye hadn't expected those jewels to contain mysterious energy. He grew curious about what the Nine Palaces Church truly was. Just then a voice reached his ears. "These things need to be bought with money. Do you have any?" Xiao Wuye turned his head to look at the speaker, Bruce Wayne. He had watched Gotham City TV series before and had always found the young Batman Bruce Wayne somewhat annoying. Hearing Bruce Wayne's tone, he felt the man wasn't just a little annoying. He was fucking annoying. Bruce Wayne's tone dripped with arrogance and pride. Xiao Wuye stared at him, then shifted his gaze to a man in his 50s beside him. That man was likely Bruce Wayne's butler, Alfred, a former MI5 agent. When Xiao Wuye looked at Bruce, Alfred's hand slid into his coat. Xiao Wuye was certain that if he made a move, Alfred would fire without hesitation. Just then a ding sounded in his mind. Host detection reveals that crystal goblet contains thunder element. Absorbing it into your body can strengthen your physique. Xiao Wuye ignored Bruce Wayne and turned his gaze to his supermodel holding a crystal goblet. He walked over, gently picked it up, and asked in his mind, "Will absorbing this into my body have any side effects?" A ding echoed in his mind. "No side effects, but the absorption may cause slight pain." Xiao Wuye said in his mind, "Absorb." Pain meant nothing to him. Yet as he finished speaking, the thunder element within the goblet surged into his body. Under everyone's gaze, his body began to tremble. He roared in his mind, "You call this slight pain?" The reason he roared was the sheer agony. It felt as though his body was being torn apart bit by bit. The pain made his very soul quiver. A ding sounded in his mind. "Host, I am merely a system. I have no concept of pain." Xiao Wuye was so furious he nearly spat blood. The others watched him in confusion. Suddenly Xiao Wuye burst into laughter, wild and manic. A complete departure from his usual demeanor. Laughing loudly, he slowly turned to fix his gaze on Bruce Wayne, then let go of the goblet, which plummeted to the ground and shattered into pieces. Bruce Wayne's face twisted in shock. Xiao Wuye's action was a clear retort to Bruce's earlier words and a slap in the face. His wild laughter stemmed from the unbearable pain. He, a refined suit-wearing outlaw, would never allow himself to scream in agony. With no other outlet for the pain, he used laughter to mask his suffering. Ironically, it perfectly matched the jester Jerome's persona. He laughed for over 5 minutes before stopping, his cheeks aching as if they might fall off. The others watching his uncontrollable laughter felt their fear deepen. When the laughter ceased, his body had undergone a tremendous change, though invisible from the outside. But Xiao Wuye could clearly feel his muscles brimming with power, every cell pulsing with strength. He took a deep breath, cursing the perfect crime system too. Zero countless times in his mind. Then looking at the crowd below, he said, "Enough time wasted. Ladies and gentlemen, time to die." As he spoke, the wealthy's faces turned pale. The auction hall doors swung open, and 2 followers wearing gas masks pushed in tanks resembling diving cylinders, then twisted the valves. A purple laughing gas burst forth from the tanks. Penguin and Xiao Wuye donned gas masks as well. Clearly Xiao Wuye had planned this all along. Panic erupted in the hall. Xiao Wuye, wearing his gas mask, watched the terrified faces with a slight curl of his lips. However, when his gaze fell on Bruce Wayne, Alfred beside him suddenly grabbed Bruce and held him tight. Alfred then carried Bruce, sprinted to the window, and with a leap crashed through it and jumped out. But the auction hall was on the 12th floor. Xiao Wuye strode briskly to the window, peering down at Alfred and Bruce Wayne, who had just leaped from it. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed a grappling hook shooting out from Alfred's belt buckle, latching onto the opposite building. Alfred glided through the air like a bird before landing steadily on the street below. Xiao Wuye found Alfred's maneuver oddly familiar. "Isn't that Batman's trick? Interesting," he murmured with a faint smile, turning to regard the wealthy patrons. Suddenly a woman charged at him. The woman was none other than Harley Quinn Barbara. A smirk curled on Xiao Wuye's lips as she launched a flying kick at him. Just as her foot reached him, he shot out a hand and seized her ankle. Barbara was wearing a skirt, so the position left her in an awkward predicament. Fortunately, Xiao Wuye was a gentleman. He fixed his gaze on her and said softly, "I don't enjoy hitting women. But that doesn't mean I want to kill them." With that, he tightened his grip and with a sudden burst of strength hurled her toward the window Alfred had shattered earlier. Barbara's face twisted in panic. She struggled, but her strength was no match for his, especially after his body had been enhanced by lightning essence. His power and reflexes were extraordinary. With a mighty heave, he flung her through the window. Unlike Alfred, Barbara lacked such a belt. A piercing scream echoed as she fell. Xiao Wuye watched her flail in the air before landing with a sickening thud. Her skull shattered. A faint smile graced his lips. Just then a cacophony of mad laughter erupted from the auction hall. He turned to see the wealthy patrons grinning from ear to ear, their laughter uncontrollable. In the next instant, they began attacking each other. Among them, Professor Pyg, also affected by the laughing gas, wielded a knife and slashed wildly, shouting with glee, "So many ingredients! So many ingredients!" Xiao Wuye smirked, then shifted his gaze to Bruce Wayne and Alfred, who had escaped through the window. They climbed into a black sedan. Nodding to the Penguin, he signaled. The Penguin produced a remote and pressed a button. A screech of brakes followed from outside. Xiao Wuye looked out to see Bruce's car crashed into a building, purple laughing gas seeping from the vehicle. Xiao Wuye had planned ahead, instructing the Penguin to tamper with Bruce's car. The door was kicked open and Alfred stumbled out, covering his mouth and nose. But when he pulled Bruce out, Bruce's grin stretched, ear to ear, laughing maniacally as he thrashed at Alfred. Xiao Wuye walked out, pausing by the Penguin. "Kill those pursuers," he ordered quietly. The Penguin nodded firmly. Xiao Wuye drew a submachine gun from his coat and fired at Professor Pyg, killing him instantly. He then aimed at another figure in a dark green suit. The man's face paled as he reached for his gun. But Xiao Wuye had already pulled the trigger. The man grabbed a wealthy patron as a shield, and the bullets struck the hostage, sending up sprays of blood. Xiao Wuye had noted earlier that besides Harley Quinn and Professor Pyg, there was another participant in the auction. From his attire and appearance, he deduced it was the Riddler. The Riddler was always an enigma in Gotham. That he remained unaffected by the gas came as no surprise. Xiao Wuye trained his gun on him and said softly, "I don't have time to waste on you." As he advanced, his submachine gun spat a stream of fire. The Riddler prepared to return fire, but a searing pain tore through his chest. Looking down, he saw a bullet hole in his torso. Xiao Wuye hadn't bothered with armor-piercing rounds. They were too precious. Instead, he had fired multiple shots into the hostage, shielding the Riddler, eventually piercing through. Seeing he was hit, the Riddler knew he had to act. He fired a bullet straight at Xiao Wuye's forehead. The Penguin's face twisted in alarm. A sharp crack rang out. The Riddler expected Xiao Wuye to be dead at such close range. But Xiao Wuye merely tilted his head, dodging the bullet. The Riddler froze in disbelief. Dodging a bullet in reality was impossible, only a movie trope. Even Xiao Wuye was surprised by his own speed. Before absorbing the lightning essence, he couldn't have done it. But now his enhanced body allowed him to evade, even at close range. A volley of gunfire erupted as Xiao Wuye and the penguin fired simultaneously, dropping the Riddler. He convulsed on the ground, eyes fixed on Xiao Wuye. With a chuckle behind his gas mask, Xiao Wuye aimed at his head and pulled the trigger. A single shot left a bloody hole in the Riddler's forehead. Xiao Wuye then raised a walkie-talkie. "Your turn," he said calmly. A mad cackle from Jerome crackled through the device. An airship rose slowly from an empty lot drifting toward Gotham. It belonged to the Penguin, the only one in the city. As it entered Gotham, Jerome's body trembled with excitement. He pressed a red button on the console. A pipe extended from beneath the airship, releasing laughing gas like rain. From that day forward, Gotham would be filled with laughter. After Xiao Wuye rushed out of the auction house, Alfred had already vanished with Bruce Wayne. At that moment, the purple Joker gas surged through the streets like a tide. Xiao Wuye was about to put on the gas mask he had just removed when a ding sounded in his mind. "Host, your current physique renders the gas harmless." Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Through his interactions with the Perfect Crime System 2.0, he had already come to regard it as a friend. The Perfect Crime System 2.0's communication with Xiao Wuye had grown increasingly human-like. Xiao Wuye took off the gas mask and casually tossed it into a nearby trash can. His trust in the Perfect Crime System 2.0 was absolute, so he discarded the mask without a second thought. When the Joker gas surged over and engulfed Xiao Wuye, he found that he was indeed unaffected by it. Standing amidst the gas, he pondered silently. Xiao Wuye mused. When the mission was first issued, the primary objective was to kill Batman. That must have been a red herring. The Batman the mission referred to is likely Alfred, for in the Gotham storyline, young Bruce Wayne has not yet become Batman. A clever word game, isn't it? With this thought, Xiao Wuye mounted his racing bike and sped toward the Wayne residence. Meanwhile, the Penguin led his men in a fierce assault on the police station, engaging in a heated battle with the pursuers. Xiao Wuye arrived at the Wayne family mansion, now shrouded in the pervasive Joker gas that had enveloped all of Gotham. Xiao Wuye found the manor gate open with a taxi parked inside the grounds. He surmised that Alfred must have returned with Bruce Wayne in that very taxi. Riding his heavy racing bike into the Wayne estate, Xiao Wuye saw the villa's front door tightly shut, indicating they had likely entered. As he approached the door and reached for the handle, he suddenly paused. A ding sounded in Xiao Wuye's mind. Host, the superbrain has completed scanning the manor. Through his enhanced perception, he saw a dozen black-suited gas-masked men standing inside the door, their guns trained on the entrance. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. Fortunately, he hadn't opened the door, or he would have been riddled with bullets. Yet he found it strange that neither Alfred nor Bruce Wayne were visible in the villa. Xiao Wuye then turned his gaze toward the woods within the Wayne estate. He recalled that the Wayne family had a hidden cave. Stealthily, he circled to the back of the villa and, using the superbrain, detected a concealed cave entrance leading to a vast underground space. Bruce Wayne and Alfred were in that cave. Perhaps because the cave held many secrets, no one else was present besides the two of them. Xiao Wuye approached the cave entrance and leaped straight in. The shaft was deep and vertical. Fortunately, his enhanced physique allowed him to attempt such a feat. In the secret base below, Alfred had bound the Joker, gas-inhaling Bruce Wayne to his surgical bed. After Alfred prepared a potion and injected it into Bruce Wayne, a dull thud echoed through the underground base. Alfred spun around to see Xiao Wuye landing upright in the base after his descent. A cold glint flashed in Alfred's eyes. "You really are persistent." Xiao Wuye chuckled, but said nothing, instead raising his submachine gun and pulling the trigger at Alfred. The muzzle spat a tongue of fire as a hail of bullets flew toward Alfred. In response, Alfred raised his arm and a bat-like wing extended to shield both him and Bruce Wayne. The bullets struck the bat wing with a series of dull clangs, failing to penetrate it. Xiao Wuye strode toward Alfred, pressing a button on his submachine gun. The magazine dropped out with a click. In less than a second, Xiao Wuye inserted a fresh magazine. As he reloaded, Alfred pressed a spot on his chest which began to glow, revealing a bat emblem at its center. A strange clattering sound caught Xiao Wuye's attention. He turned to see several dark shapes flying toward Alfred, latching onto him. Xiao Wuye's eyes narrowed. "So you are the real Batman." As he spoke, Alfred was now clad in a black armor suit identical to the one worn by Batman in the movies. Xiao Wuye was astonished to find that the Batman armor could autonomously integrate with its wearer, much like Iron Man's suit. This technology was far ahead of anything in Gotham at the time. Viewers of the global Manhunt livestream were stunned. Holy crap, Alfred is Batman. I'm shocked. Was Alfred the first Batman, and did he pass the mantle to Bruce Wayne when he got old? I'm starting to wonder why Alfred became the Wayne family's butler in the first place. An MI6 agent wouldn't just settle for being a butler. I suspect Alfred embezzled Wayne funds to build that batsuit. Amid the flurry of comments, Alfred fixed a cold stare on Xiao Wuye. Since you've uncovered this secret, there's no going back. Xiao Wuye smirked and responded with another burst of gunfire. This time Xiao Wuye had loaded the Penguin's custom spiral armor-piercing rounds. The bullets tore through the bat wing, striking Alfred's Batman armor. To Xiao Wuye's surprise, even the rounds that could pierce the pursuer's mechanical armor failed to penetrate Alfred's bat. Alfred produced a pure black laser rifle, aiming it at Xiao Wuye. Time to end this. He pulled the trigger and beams of light shot toward Xiao Wuye at blinding speed. The lasers were so fast they were upon Xiao Wuye in an instant. Xiao Wuye watched as the lasers approached him, his eyes widening slightly. To Alfred's astonishment, he dodged the lasers with a swift movement of his body. Alfred said coldly, "How can your speed be so fast?" However, his response was once again a burst of bullets. But this time Xiao Wuye did not give Alfred a chance to fight back. He pulled the trigger, aiming at Alfred's chest. Alfred's Batman armor appeared more robust than the one seen in the movies. In the films, Batman's armor left his chin exposed. Alfred's armor was fully enclosed, revealing no skin. Using his superhuman intelligence, Xiao Wuye analyzed the Batman armor on Alfred and found it had almost no weaknesses. The only possible weak point was the energy source-like device on Alfred's chest. Indeed, when Xiao Wuye aimed at that energy source and pulled the trigger, Alfred instinctively raised his arm to shield his chest. The spiral armor-piercing bullets struck Alfred's Batman armor, leaving only a small dent without penetrating it. Nonetheless, it caused Alfred intense pain. Xiao Wuye continued firing while stepping forward toward Alfred. Xiao Wuye reloaded his magazine much faster than before, the gunfire sounding like countless bullets. When he was only about 5 meters away from Alfred, both of them charged at each other simultaneously. Alfred threw a punch directly at Xiao Wuye, who countered with a punch of his own. A loud bang echoed as both of them stepped back 3 paces. Xiao Wuye shook his arm slightly. The impact had numbed his entire arm. Xiao Wuye's body had been enhanced by the perfect crime system 2.0 and thunder elements. His punch now delivered around 300 kilograms of force, and Alfred's punch was comparable. Alfred's reaction speed was also remarkably fast. Both of them had barely steadied themselves after retreating 3 steps before lunging at each other again. Alfred, a former MI5 agent skilled in mixed martial arts, took a big step forward and swung a roundhouse kick at Xiao Wuye's abdomen. Xiao Wuye specialized in lethal combat techniques. As Alfred's kick came toward him, he raised his knee to block it, meeting Alfred's leg with a solid thud. Alfred's leg was deflected. At the same time, the crimson blood dagger appeared in Xiao Wuye's hand. He gripped the dagger between his fingers, clenched his fist, and punched Alfred square in the chest. Alfred reacted swiftly, conjuring a bat-shaped shield in front of his palm. Yet when Xiao Wuye's crimson blood dagger struck the shield, it pierced through with a soft puff. The shield, made of the same material as Alfred's armor, impenetrable by armor-piercing rounds, was easily penetrated by the dagger. Of course, this also required Xiao Wuye's immense strength. Alfred's reflexes were fast enough. Before Xiao Wuye could withdraw the dagger, Alfred kicked him in the abdomen. Xiao Wuye quickly extended his foot, stepping on Alfred's. Alfred tried to move, but couldn't pull his foot free. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye reached behind him with his other hand, drew a submachine gun, and fired at the energy source on Alfred's chest. Alfred quickly raised his arm to shield himself. A burst of gunfire erupted. The muzzle flash illuminated both their faces. Bullets and shell casings flew around them. The audience watching the global Manhunt live reality show was thrilled, as the fight between Xiao Wuye and Alfred was far more exhilarating than any Hollywood action movie. A clacking sound rang out as the submachine gun's magazine emptied. Xiao Wuye tossed the gun behind him with a flick, his move captivating countless young women. He then raised his leg and drove his knee toward Alfred's groin. Many would call Xiao Wuye's move a dirty trick, but for him, fighting wasn't about looking good. It was about killing the opponent. Any effective move would do. A loud bang echoed. Xiao Wuye's knee struck Alfred's groin. However, the armor there was thick, and it felt like hitting an iron plate. As Xiao Wuye was lowering his leg, Alfred suddenly threw a punch at him. Realizing he couldn't throw a punch in time, Xiao Wuye extended his elbow to meet Alfred's fist. A dull thud sounded. Xiao Wuye staggered back 3 steps, his elbow smeared with blood. But the blood wasn't Xiao Wuye's, it was Alfred's. The bullets from Xiao Wuye's submachine gun had struck the same spot, piercing the armor on Alfred's hand. A bullet had lodged into the back of Alfred's hand. Staring at Xiao Wuye, Alfred reached behind him and drew 2 pitch-black katanas. "Since I created this Batman armor, you're the first to wound me. You can die without regret," Alfred said coldly. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. Without a word, he lunged forward, gripping the crimson blood dagger to stab Alfred. His other hand moved as if forming a single-handed seal, fingers shifting rapidly. Alfred swung both katanas at Xiao Wuye. Xiao Wuye blocked one katana with his dagger. He caught the other blade with his bare hand. Alfred roared coldly, "You're asking for death." Alfred tried to pull the katana free, but found it immovable in Xiao Wuye's grip. A sly grin spread across Xiao Wuye's face as he suddenly exerted force with his hand. A sharp crack sounded. Xiao Wuye had snapped Alfred's katana in 2. Alfred froze in shock. The eyes of his Batman armor glowed as he noticed the fine, nearly invisible silver threads wrapped around Xiao Wuye's hand. The silver thread within Xiao Wuye's body had been there since he could remember. It felt like an intrinsic part of him. Xiao Wuye could control the silver thread at will. When he snapped Alfred's katana, he extended his hand, and the silver threads swiftly coiled toward Alfred. When Alfred crafted the Batman armor, he had deliberately installed tracking functions in the eyes. As Xiao Wuye shot the silver thread toward Alfred's Batarmor eyes managed to capture the thread's trajectory. Alfred swung the remaining katana at the silver thread. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's lips. The silver thread, forged from unknown material, could not be severed by any metal. Alfred's katana was no exception. As Alfred brought the blade down, Xiao Wuye's fingers moved rapidly. The silver thread seemed to come alive, shifting direction and entwining itself around the katana. Alfred froze in shock. At that moment, with a flick of Xiao Wuye's finger, the katana in Alfred's hand shattered into a dozen fragments. Alfred's other hand reached behind him, and a sharp clack echoed. Alfred hurled 2 batarangs toward Xiao Wuye. After his body was reforged by lightning elements, Xiao Wuye's reflexes had greatly sharpened. He sidestepped slightly, the batarangs grazing past his skin. Suddenly, Alfred extended his arm, and 3 gun barrels rose from it. Xiao Wuye guessed they were firearms, yet such close range dodging bullets would be difficult. He hurled the bloody dagger toward Alfred's throat. Alfred knew the bloody dagger's lethality and dared not hesitate. For razor-sharp claws akin to Wolverine's emerged from his hand. He clenched his fist and thrust it at the dagger. A metallic clang rang out. The bloody dagger was deflected. After all, Xiao Wuye had thrown it casually without full force. As Alfred knocked the dagger away and prepared to fire, Xiao Wuye was already before him, punching toward the energy source on his chest. Alfred had no time to shield his chest's energy core. He could only hope Xiao Wuye's punch would not damage it. The Batarmor weighed 300 Gene. Without the energy source, Alfred could barely move, let alone control it. As Xiao Wuye struck the energy source, Alfred's clawed fist swung toward Xiao Wuye's head. A thunderous, Alfred's claws halted mere 2 centimeters from Xiao Wuye's temple before dropping in a free fall. The energy source on his chest had been shattered by Xiao Wuye's punch. As Alfred attempted to activate the backup energy source, Xiao Wuye reached out. The bloody dagger, which had fallen to the ground, flew back into his hand. Gripping it, he swung swiftly. A crimson flash streaked across Alfred's throat. Those watching the global Manhunt live broadcast stared in stunned silence at the screen. Xiao Wuye wiped the blood from the dagger with a flick and walked past Alfred. Alfred crashed to his knees with a thud, blood spurting from his throat. The broadcast screen displayed Xiao Wuye's completion of the first task. He had not killed Bruce Wayne. The Batman legend still needed a successor. Xiao Wuye reached the cave entrance, hurling the bloody dagger upward. It embedded itself into the edge. Like Spider-Man, he extended his arm and shot upward. Emerging from the cave, he strode to Bruce Wayne's gate, mounted a heavy sport bike, and sped away. The black-clad men remained in ambush within the manor. Xiao Wuye now had few rivals. Those with some fighting prowess were Tiger Girl, the Mad Hatter, and Poison Ivy. But they kept a low profile. Their only chance to win was to kill Xiao Wuye. A sensible person would choose to lie low until the contest ended. Xiao Wuye radioed the Penguin to ask his location. The Penguin's excited voice crackled back, "Boss, we've taken the police station, but my men say the hunters are regrouping to retake it." Xiao Wuye replied calmly, "They'll be at the station in 3 minutes." He pocketed the radio, twisted the throttle, and the sport bike's front wheel lifted. With a roar, he vanished into the street. A journey that normally took over 10 minutes took Xiao Wuye barely 2. The streets were nearly deserted, thick with laughing gas. Inside the station, the Penguin rushed over, beaming, "Boss, the station is ours." Xiao Wuye patted the Penguin's shoulder with a smile. The Penguin's grin widened. The screech of tires echoed outside. Xiao Wuye gazed out the window and murmured, "Time to end this." He picked up a heavy submachine gun loaded with spiral armor-piercing rounds. After securing the magazine, he and the Penguin ascended to the 2nd floor. From the window, Xiao Wuye saw a dozen police cars pulling up outside. The Penguin had blocked the entrance with vehicles, preventing the hunters from driving closer. As they stepped out of their cars, Xiao Wuye's lips curled. He aimed and pulled the trigger. Bullets rained down on the hunters like a storm. One hunter's helmet took several hits. The specialized rotating armor-piercing rounds pierced through and blood sprayed inside the helmet. The hunters abandoned their bravado and scrambled for cover. Reeves, the actor portraying Gordon, crouched behind a police cruiser, their firepower pinning him and his team down, leaving them no chance to even raise their heads. However, the mechanical armor they wore was immensely powerful. He spoke coldly, "Deploy the mosquitoes." After speaking, Reeves pressed a button on his arm and a hatch on his armor opened. With a buzz, 5 mosquito-sized robots flew out. The other pursuers also released their mosquito robots. Those mosquito robots instantly flew toward the police station. Xiao Wuye, who had been enveloping the station with his divine sense, detected them the moment they appeared. He said coldly, "Stay sharp, they've deployed robots." With that, Xiao Wuye drew a pistol from behind his back and fired at the mosquito robots. Assisted by his divine sense, every bullet struck a mosquito robot. But there were too many, each no larger than a real mosquito, nearly invisible to the naked eye. The mosquito robots swiftly flew into the police station. Each carried a neuroparalytic toxin. A single sting would cause loss of bodily sensation. However, each robot's toxin was only potent enough for one person. Even so, a large number of Penguin's men collapsed instantly. Hearing the fire outside diminish, Reeves roared, "Charge!" The pursuers rushed into the station as being out in the open made them too obvious a target. Once inside, they held the advantage. Xiao Wuye fired at the pursuers below, but his pistol lacked the power to penetrate their mechanical armor from a distance. At close range it might have been possible. By then Reeves and dozens of pursuers had stormed the station. As the remaining pursuers ran toward the building, Xiao Wuye and Penguin each stood at a window gripping heavy submachine guns and opening fire. Specially crafted rotating armor-piercing rounds tore through their mechanical armor. Despite the heavy weaponry, Xiao Wuye's divine sense allowed him to kill a pursuer with every bullet. Of the 100 pursuers who started the contest, over 20 had died attacking the old district, and now Xiao Wuye and Penguin had killed more than 30. Penguin's men had also slain over a dozen. Reeves was left with just over 30 pursuers. Just as Xiao Wuye and Penguin had eliminated all the pursuers, outside gunfire erupted from downstairs. A faint smile touched Xiao Wuye's lips. Once inside the station, those pursuers become a bit more troublesome, he remarked. The gunfire ceased moments later. Through his divine sense, Xiao Wuye saw that all of Penguin's men downstairs had been killed by Reeves and his team. It seemed the pursuers had the upper hand within the station. As they ascended to the second floor, Xiao Wuye pulled a grenade from behind him and murmured, "A little gift for you." He tossed it downstairs. "Grenade. Watch out," the pursuers shouted. The grenade exploded, killing the front ranks instantly. Reeves roared, "Charge! Kill them!" But as he spoke, 2 more grenades flew down from the second floor. Reeves was so furious he nearly spat blood. He yelled a warning, and the pursuers all hit the ground. Cursing inwardly, he thought, "Are these people insane? Playing this rough?" A series of explosions rang out. Several pursuers were blown away. By the time Xiao Wuye and Penguin had thrown all their grenades, only a dozen of Reeves' 30-plus men remained alive. It was the heaviest loss Reeves had suffered in all his years as a pursuer. Reeves then bellowed, "Smoke grenades." 2 pursuers hurled several smoke grenades up to the second floor. Seeing the smoke billow out, Reeves activated his helmet's thermal imaging mode. He signaled to the remaining dozen pursuers and led them quietly up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they found only the bodies of Penguin's men. Xiao Wuye and Penguin were nowhere to be seen. Reeves made a gesture to spread out and search. The pursuers formed teams of 3 to hunt for Xiao Wuye and Penguin. As 3 pursuers checked the fallen men, one of the bodies suddenly raised a gun and fired, blowing a pursuer's head off. The others rushed over. Reeves shouted coldly, "Kill anyone with a heat signature." The pursuers opened fire on the bodies on the floor. Penguin's paralyzed men could only watch helplessly as they were executed. Just then a flashbang rolled out. With a pop, several pursuers screamed in agony. The flashbang contained a large amount of phosphorus, which released intense heat upon contact with air. The sudden burst of heat nearly blinded several pursuers, blood trickling from the corners of their eyes. More flashbangs rolled in. Reeves quickly ordered the thermal imaging to be deactivated. With it off, the smoke on the second floor rendered them blind to their surroundings. Gunfire rang out. Another pursuer was shot in the head. Hearing the shot, Reeves aimed his submachine gun at the source and fired. But after a long burst, he heard nothing. He had missed. Then gunfire erupted from another direction, and another pursuer was killed. Rage filled Reeves' face. He roared, "Xiao Wuye, if you have the guts, come out and fight me unknown." But there was no response. As the smoke began to clear, Reeves looked around, ready to taunt Xiao Wuye again. Suddenly a cold voice sounded from behind him. "When you're killing, don't say such childish things." Hearing Xiao Wuye's voice, Reeves' eyes flew wide, a hint of despair flashing in them. In the next instant, he felt a chill at his neck. He tried to reach up, but his body no longer obeyed him. With a slight movement, Reeves' head slid from his neck and thudded to the ground. After Xiao Wuye killed Reeves, the Penguin and his remaining henchmen appeared and gunned down the remaining pursuers. On the screen of the Global Wanted live reality show, it displayed that Xiao Wuye had completed the second mission, capturing the police station. Now Xiao Wuye had only one final task left: to occupy Gotham City for 15 days. After taking over the police station, he pulled out a walkie-talkie and spoke a few words. Outside the Gotham City Hall building, Mayor Sillet stood by the office window, gazing at the streets below. Xiao Wuye and the Penguin walked down the avenue, followed by a dense crowd of people. It was even more exhilarating than a gangster turf war. When Xiao Wuye reached the base of the City Hall building, he gradually halted and looked up. His gaze met that of Gotham City Mayor Sillet. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's lips. Yet in Sillet's eyes, that smile was filled with terror. By the time Xiao Wuye arrived at the mayor's office, Mayor Sillet had already fled via helicopter from the rooftop of the City Hall building. A countdown appeared on the screen of the Global Fear Live reality show. It was set for 15 days. If Xiao Wuye could control the city government for that duration, he would complete the mission. Seated in the mayor's office, he had no intention of achieving any notable feats during these 15 days. After all, Gotham City did not belong to him. His only goal was to finish the task. Suddenly, a massive painting descended outside the City Hall building featuring the face of the Joker Jerome. Those who followed Jerome erupted into ecstatic cheers upon seeing the colossal portrait of the Joker. The Penguin even procured a camera to conduct a live broadcast for Xiao Wuye. Sitting behind the mayor's desk, Xiao Wuye gazed into the camera and said softly, "My brothers and sisters, our era has arrived. Now you are the masters of Gotham City." The Joker Jerome was now their god, and upon hearing Xiao Wuye's words they burst into cheers. After Xiao Wuye had the Penguin turn off the live stream, the Penguin looked at him joyfully and said, "Boss, we just need to hold out for 15 days to win." Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly, then took a cigar from the desk and tossed it to the Penguin before lighting one for himself. To be honest, he didn't enjoy cigars or red wine. He preferred the Chinese brand Huazi and the liquor Erguotu. Taking a puff of the cigar, Xiao Wuye asked softly, "Still no sign of Tigress and the others?" The Penguin, holding his cigar, replied, "We're searching, but boss, they shouldn't pose much of a threat to us, right?" The Penguin was rather naive, thinking in simple terms. However, Xiao Wuye, having grown up in adversity, thought far ahead. In truth, he was even wary of Jerome. After all, Jerome was an utter madman whose thoughts were beyond the grasp of conventional logic. Xiao Wuye remained at City Hall for 10 days, during which he studied the jewels the Penguin had acquired from the auction. The perfect crime system too. Zero detected a mysterious power within those gems. Yet the nature of that power remained unknown for now, and the perfect crime system too. Zero did not absorb it. Gazing at the jewels, Xiao Wuye pondered, what exactly is the Nine Palaces Court organization? And if Gotham City is an illusion, why does the element ytterbium exist here? With this thought, Xiao Wuye suddenly stood up. He recalled from the Gotham TV series a mysterious bar called the Hexagram Bar. Now that he was the mayor of Gotham City, as long as he remained alive, even if others occupied City Hall, it would be futile. Xiao Wuye took a car to a narrow alley. It was past 10 in the evening, and the alley was dim and nearly deserted. The Penguin was now managing Gotham City on his behalf, and surprisingly, under his rule the city not only avoided riots, but became more stable than before. Citizen satisfaction in Gotham was remarkably high, and the wealthy could operate normally. As Xiao Wuye walked along, he saw no riots, but a scene of tranquility. The laughing gas had been dispersed by the wind, and people no longer needed gas masks when venturing out. After getting out of the car, Xiao Wuye entered the alley. The driver wanted to follow, but Xiao Wuye declined. He was accustomed to being alone, and he only intended to ask some questions, not to engage in violence. One person was enough. As Xiao Wuye ventured deeper into the alley, he spotted a flickering neon sign. A bar in such a remote location likely didn't rely on its revenue for survival, as few would come to such a desolate place to drown their sorrows. Arriving at the bar's entrance, Xiao Wuye saw the neon sign shaped like a hexagram and pushed the door open. Surprisingly, there were indeed a few patrons drinking inside. However, judging by their ferocious appearances, they were far from law-abiding citizens. As Xiao Wuye entered, all eyes turned to him. Yet instead of excitement or fervor, their faces showed wariness. Xiao Wuye thought to himself, this bar is indeed unusual. With that in mind, he approached the counter. A burly black man behind the bar asked in a deep voice, "What will it be, Mr. Mayor?" Xiao Wuye chuckled and said, "Give me a glass of 49 rum." The black man's eyes snapped to Xiao Wuye. This code phrase was something Xiao Wuye had learned from the Gotham TV series. The burly man gestured for him to follow and said, "This way, please." Without hesitation, Xiao Wuye followed him into a room beside the bar. Inside, there was a small cubicle and a single chair. As Xiao Wuye sat down, a low voice emanated from the cubicle asking, "What do you wish to know?" Xiao Wuye replied softly, "I want all the information on the Nine Palaces Court." The person paused for a moment, then said in a deep voice, $1 million with a deposit of $500,000 up front. Xiao Wuye nodded, agreed. "They'll have it delivered now." The voice replied, "After the deposit, come back in 3 days for the files." Xiao Wuye nodded and left immediately. Yet he was deeply shaken, for with his superhuman intellect he perceived that the entity he had just spoken to was not human, but a mass of energy. Xiao Wuye instructed the Penguin to deliver $500 to the Hexagram Bar as a down payment. He believed the other party would not deceive him. After all, money was merely a number to Xiao Wuye. Especially within the mission scenario, currency held even less significance. When Xiao Wuye returned to the mayor's office, he found Jeremiah seated in his chair, wearing an expression of pure enjoyment. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth as he said, "Something on your mind?" Jeremiah blocked Xiao Wuye's path, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Someone recently approached me proposing a partnership to kill you." Xiao Wuye showed no sign of surprise. He chuckled softly, looking at Jeremiah, and asked, "And you agreed?" As he spoke, he walked over to the desk and sat down, then picked up a cigar, lit it, and began to smoke. Jeremiah stared at Xiao Wuye and said, "Their offer was generous." In exchange for your death, they promised to make me mayor. Xiao Wuye blew a puff of smoke toward Jeremiah and replied, and then? Jeremiah shrugged. Of course I agreed. A slight smile appeared on Xiao Wuye's face. He took another drag of his cigar and said, so how do you plan to kill me? Just you and the person behind me. Jeremiah's expression abruptly shifted. At that moment, Tiger Girl, who stood not far behind Xiao Wuye, was also taken aback. The allure of the bounty from the global manhunt was simply too strong for her. Driven by ambition, she had taken the risk to approach Jeremiah, proposing they join forces to eliminate Xiao Wuye. Tiger Girl knew Jeremiah harbored vast ambitions, so she tempted him with the position of Gotham City's mayor. To her surprise, Jeremiah readily agreed. Jeremiah was inherently a madman, and he also harbored grievances against Xiao Wuye. Jeremiah had originally envisioned flooding all of Gotham with laughing gas, transforming it into a city of sin. However, ever since Xiao Wuye took over, the Penguin had managed the city with remarkable order. Jeremiah had once proposed deploying airships to release the gas again, but Xiao Wuye refused. After all, Jeremiah was merely a character within the Gotham storyline, while the Penguin John was a real person. Moreover, since the Penguin was now his subordinate and enjoyed managing the city, Xiao Wuye decided to let him have his fun first. Xiao Wuye smiled at Jeremiah and said, I had planned to serve as mayor for 5 more days before leaving peacefully. After that you could do whatever you wished. Why were you so impatient? Jeremiah burst into maniacal laughter. I've studied laughing gas for years, waiting to become the king of Gotham and turn it into a city of sin. Now that the research is complete, I can't wait another minute. Xiao Wuye nodded gently. I understand. He then looked up at Jeremiah with curiosity. Do you really think the two of you can kill me? Jeremiah laughed outright, his tone arrogant. The cigar you just smoked was laced with poison. The creator of this toxin, as you might know, is the Mad Hatter. He's a genius at crafting poisons, colorless, odorless, and even you failed to notice. Xiao Wuye merely smiled faintly. He was such a meticulous person that he would notice even if someone merely touched his belongings. How could he have missed that the cigar had been tampered with? He simply hadn't been concerned. Ever since the lightning element had transformed his body, it had not only enhanced his speed, strength, and reflexes, but also rendered him immune to all poisons. The Mad Hatter's toxin had no effect on him. Xiao Wuye said softly, Tiger Girl, Mad Hatter, 10 contestants. Now, apart from the Penguin and Scarecrow by my side, only the 2 of you remain. But the Mad Hatter is smarter than you. He knows that if he comes, he'll die. No matter. Since he chose your side, even if he doesn't show up, he still has to die. Jeremiah and Tiger Girl's faces both paled. Suddenly, Tiger Girl drew a submachine gun and aimed it at Xiao Wuye, ready to pull the trigger. But she was a fraction too slow. Without even turning his head, Xiao Wuye flung his arm backward, and the bloodletter dagger shot forth like a flash of light. Before Tiger Girl could squeeze the trigger, a streak of red light flashed, and the bloodletter dagger pierced her throat with a soft thud. Her eyes locked onto Xiao Wuye as a gurgling sound escaped her throat. She tried to fire, but her fingers had lost all strength. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Wuye summoned the bloodletter dagger back. He lightly shook off the fresh blood and said, You're about to die. Any last words? Jeremiah stared at Xiao Wuye with icy fury, suddenly shouting, Why? Why, when I've been superior to you in everything since childhood, do you have so many followers while I have nothing? We look alike, yet they fear you, but feel not a shred of terror when they see me. It'll make them understand that I, Jeremiah, am the one they should truly fear. Xiao Wuye chuckled softly, feeling no sympathy for Jeremiah's words. Achievement required more than mere effort. One also needed leadership, charisma, and the ability to resonate with others through one's actions. When people felt that what you did was what they wished they dared to do, they would naturally support you. Jeremiah was indeed mad, brilliant, and extremely composed, superior to Jerome in many ways. But Jerome dared to act, and he made sure everyone knew what he did. Xiao Wuye had always considered Jerome a madman utterly devoid of reason, while Jeremiah was more of a paranoid. Jerome's unhinged nature made it easier for people to follow him, whereas Jeremiah's temperament suited him more as a leader. Whether his subordinates would truly be loyal to him, however, was another matter. Xiao Wuye looked at the frenzied Jeremiah and said calmly, Are you done? If so, it's time for you to depart. Jeremiah's gaze snapped toward him. Suddenly, Jeremiah produced a steel canister, pressed a button, and roared coldly, You die first. A pink gas sprayed from the canister. Xiao Wuye initially dismissed it, but when he inhaled the pink vapor, a dizzying sensation overwhelmed him. Jeremiah laughed maniacally. This is the super laughing gas I've spent 10 years developing. It enters your body through every pore in your skin. Even a gas mask is useless. Host, your body is generating antibodies. As the super laughing gas entered Xiao Wuye's body, he immediately felt a wave of dizziness. A surge of violent impulse welled up in his heart. Fortunately, Xiao Wuye possessed the perfect crime system too. 0 and a body that had been transformed by the thunder element. Within less than a breath, Xiao Wuye's mind regained its clarity. just as Jerome Valeska believed that Xiao Wuye would be subdued by the super laughing gas, allowing him to replace Jerome as the true king of Gotham City. Xiao Wuye suddenly spoke softly. All right, the game is over. Time to hit the road. Jerome Valeska was startled by this. However, Xiao Wuye did not give him another chance to speak. With a flick of his hand, the crimson blood dagger pierced directly through Jerome Valeska's throat. Jerome Valeska's eyes were fixed tightly on Xiao Wuye, filled with unwillingness. Xiao Wuye waved his hand, and the crimson blood dagger retracted into his sleeve. Then he picked up the phone on the table and called the Penguin, ordering a citywide manhunt for the Mad Hatter. Anyone captured was to be killed on the spot. Such was Xiao Wuye's character. He would not trouble others unless troubled. If provoked, he would retaliate without mercy. He ordered his men to dispose of the bodies of Tigress and Jerome Valeska. However, as a few followers threw Jerome Valeska's corpse into a vat of chemical solution in a factory to dissolve it, the chemical solution seeped into Jerome Valeska's body, and he suddenly opened his eyes. On the 13th day of Xiao Wuye's tenure as mayor, he took a car to the Hexagram bar at night. As soon as he entered the bar, the black giant behind the counter brought out a file folder. Xiao Wuye gestured slightly, and a follower placed a briefcase on the counter. Opening it revealed stacks of US dollars. Seeing this, the black giant handed the file folder to Xiao Wuye. Xiao Wuye took the file folder and walked out directly. As he left the Hexagram bar in the corpse disposal factory, a green rotting hand suddenly grabbed the edge of the chemical vat. Then a burst of maniacal laughter echoed through the factory. After returning to the mayor's office, Xiao Wuye sat in the chair behind the desk and opened the folder. Inside were only a few thin pages. Selling information in the underworld was lucrative. These few pages cost $1 million. Xiao Wuye read the information on the pages, and his brow slightly furrowed. The documents stated that the Nine Palaces Church originated in Germany, founded in 1921, with its supreme leader calling himself the Pope. The file also contained the emblem of the Nine Palaces Church. When Xiao Wuye saw it, he felt a sense of déjà vu. The emblem consisted of 9 right-angle lines forming a circle that expanded outward, resembling a sun. After its founding, the Nine Palaces Church rose rapidly and attracted numerous followers. The church believed in the existence of supernatural abilities in the world, and from its inception, it began searching globally for items imbued with such powers. However, after World War II, the Nine Palaces Church suddenly vanished. Overnight, there was no news of the church in the world. Yet some individuals continued to seek items with mysterious powers, but they operated in secrecy, and no one knew their identities. After reading the information, Xiao Wuye inexplicably kept thinking of the Hydra Group. The emblem of the Nine Palaces Church, if the straight lines were replaced with serpents, would be almost identical to that of Hydra Group. Moreover, according to Austin's investigation, Hydra Group also originated from Germany. Its rise was astonishingly rapid. Coupled with Hydra Group's understanding of the element rhenium, it was highly likely that Hydra Group was the former Nine Palaces Church. However, what puzzled Xiao Wuye was that Gotham City should be a fictional city. Yet why did the element rhenium appear here, and how were the Nine Palaces Church and Hydra Group so similar? Xiao Wuye walked to the window overlooking all of Gotham City and thought to himself, could Gotham City be real? Just then the phone on his desk suddenly rang. He walked over and answered it. A panicked voice from a follower said, "Mr. J, someone has forcibly broken into the City Hall building." Hearing this, Xiao Wuye pressed the remote control for the television. The TV screen displayed the surveillance footage from within the City Hall. In one frame, a figure appeared wearing a green suit wrapped entirely in bandages and sporting a green top hat. The surveillance showed that the figure was impervious to bullets, and anyone who approached him would inexplicably collapse to the ground. Xiao Wuye watched the figure on the monitor and murmured, "Seems like a tough opponent." The figure moved like an invincible force, never lifting a hand, yet all the followers who neared him fell. The figure reached the door of Xiao Wuye's office without any hindrance. As he pushed open the door, Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly and said, "My dear brother, you have a very tough life." After Xiao Wuye spoke, the figure stared at him with a hoarse voice and growled, "Thanks to you, I've become this. But because of you, I've finally understood what it takes to make people willing to follow me." Xiao Wuye chuckled again and said, "So you've come to thank me?" Jerome Valeska burst into maniacal laughter, then glared at Xiao Wuye and roared, "I've come to skin you alive and wear your hide. I will completely replace you and become the king of Gotham City." A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth as he looked at Jerome Valeska and said, "This time, I'll make sure you die completely." Upon hearing this, Jerome Valeska's bulging eyes twisted with ferocity as he stepped toward Xiao Wuye. At that moment, a ding sounded in Xiao Wuye's mind. "Host, a virus is invading your body. Your body is developing immunity." Xiao Wuye's lips curled slightly, and he whispered, "My dear brother, are these viruses your last resort?" Jerome Valeska's eyes locked onto Xiao Wuye. He hadn't expected Xiao Wuye to be immune to his virus. But he didn't panic. Instead, he rasped, "I didn't come alone today. I brought a friend for you." As Jerome Valeska finished speaking, the window behind Xiao Wuye suddenly shattered with a crash. Xiao Wuye leaped aside and looked back at where he had been sitting. A figure clad in Batman's armor stood by the window staring at him. Xiao Wuye saw this, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Bruce Wayne. After being administered an antidote by Alfred in the underground base, Bruce Wayne took nearly a day to regain consciousness. When he awoke, the first thing he saw was Alfred, who had been killed by Xiao Wuye. Since the death of his parents, Alfred had become the only person Bruce Wayne trusted. In Bruce Wayne's heart, Alfred was his sole family. Reviewing the surveillance footage, Bruce witnessed the entire process of Xiao Wuye disguised as the Joker Jerome murdering Alfred. A flame of vengeance ignited in Bruce Wayne's heart. From that moment on, Bruce Wayne truly became the Batman. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Bruce could tell from the footage that Xiao Wuye was formidable, so he sought allies. At that moment, the mutated Jerome appeared, and the two quickly reached an agreement to join forces against Xiao Wuye. Xiao Wuye looked at the mutated Jerome and Bruce Wayne in his Batman suit, letting out a helpless chuckle. Only 2 days left, and you still won't let me have peace. Bruce Wayne stared coldly at Xiao Wuye. I'm afraid you won't survive today. Xiao Wuye's lips curled slightly. Let's finish this quickly. As Xiao Wuye spoke, Jerome prepared to charge at him, his mutated body, now his greatest weapon. But just as Jerome was about to move, Bruce Wayne suddenly shouted, "Don't move." Jerome froze, looking at Bruce in confusion. The eyes of Bruce's Batman suit began to glow. He saw that Xiao Wuye's office was filled with silver threads finer than spider silk. Xiao Wuye had set these threads in advance, a trap for anyone who approached. Though young and impulsive, Bruce Wayne became meticulous when the situation demanded it. Bruce had studied Xiao Wuye's killing methods carefully. He knew Xiao Wuye often used a single silver thread to kill, so when he saw Xiao Wuye's confident demeanor, he remained vigilant. As it turned out, his caution was justified. Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly. Found out, have you? He suddenly extended his palm, and the silver threads in the room came to life, snaking toward Jerome and Bruce. Jerome's eyes lacked Bruce's high-tech capabilities. His only reliance was the virus within him, but Xiao Wuye's silver threads were impervious to it. In an instant, the threads wrapped around Jerome's body. As Jerome tried to think of a way out, Xiao Wuye moved his fingers. Dozens of silver threads sliced through Jerome's body in a flash. Jerome stood frozen. Just then, the Penguin and his henchmen rushed in wearing gas masks. The moment the Penguin opened the door, Jerome's body shattered into hundreds of fist-sized chunks of flesh. Neither the Penguin nor his men had ever witnessed such a scene. They immediately vomited, forgetting they wore gas masks, so they choked on their own vomit. The gore didn't disgust Xiao Wuye, but the Penguin's reaction nearly made him vomit. Meanwhile, Bruce Wayne drew a pitch-black blade, twirling it to deflect the silver threads Xiao Wuye sent toward him. Bruce then extended his arm, firing a grappling hook toward the opposite building. Xiao Wuye sneered, trying to run. He lunged forward with explosive force. Just as the hook lashed onto the wall, a red flash streaked through the air. When Bruce pulled the rope, he found it severed. A dull thud followed. Xiao Wuye had cut the rope and drove his knee into Bruce's stomach. Xiao had intended to target his groin, but Bruce had installed a spike plate there. If Xiao had struck true, he would have spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Bruce, lacking Alfred's resilience, nearly vomited from the knee strike. Before Bruce could steady himself, Xiao charged forward, aiming the crimson blood dagger at his throat. A sharp clang rang out. Xiao's eyes flickered with surprise. The dagger hadn't penetrated. Xiao looked closely and saw that Bruce's Batman suit had been reinforced at the neck. Bruce had clearly prepared extensively to counter Xiao. Just as Xiao prepared to strike again, Bruce suddenly coughed up blood. The Batman suit had a breathing apparatus near the mouth and nose. Seeing blood seeping from it, Xiao smirked. Since the crimson blood can't pierce your armor, it'll just kill you inside it. With that, Xiao lunged forward and kicked Bruce in the head. A heavy thud echoed. Bruce's body skidded over. Trapped inside the armor, Bruce nearly died from the kick. Though it protected him from external injuries, the internal damage was severe. Xiao's blow made Bruce feel as if his brain had been rattled. Xiao didn't stop. He appeared before Bruce again and stomped hard on his chest. Blood gushed from Bruce's mouth. Viewers of the global Manhunt live stream commented, "Damn, is Xiao God going to beat Bruce Wayne to death inside his armor? So brutal, but I love it. Wow, first time seeing Xiao God this fierce. Nonsense, isn't Xiao God always fierce? Usually Xiao God isn't this violent. He just kills in one move." Meanwhile, Xiao relentlessly struck Bruce's vital points until the energy source on his chest dimmed and finally went out. Only then did Xiao stop. A hiss of hydraulic pressure sounded, and Bruce's Batman suit automatically disassembled, revealing his body. Bruce lay dead, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Xiao Wuye lingered in Gotham City for 2 more days until the countdown reached 0. The victor had emerged. Gazing at Penguin John and Scarecrow Duras, Xiao Wuye declared, "I won't short you a single cent of the promised $1 million. Of course, if you have nowhere to go, you can come find me in Motor City." Penguin John nodded excitedly, saying, "I don't want the money. I only wish to follow by your side, boss." Xiao Wuye smiled gently at Penguin John, nodding as he replied, "Rest assured, once we get out of here, he'll have you picked up in Cleveland." John had feared sunlight since childhood and suffered from severe autism, making it impossible for him to travel from the United States to find Xiao Wuye in Huaxia. Thus Xiao Wuye planned to send someone to retrieve John. Despite his autism, fate had been fair to John. He possessed extraordinary talent in management capable of governing an entire city with impeccable order. Was this not a man of talent? Scarecrow Duras looked at Xiao Wuye with some hesitation and said, "I only know how to make poison." Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly and replied, "If you wish to join me, you are always welcome." The Scarecrow nodded firmly in response. For Xiao Wuye, he never worried about having too many talented individuals. He believed the more capable subordinates he had, the greater the horizons he could conquer. Just then the wristbands of all three lit up simultaneously. Their vision went dark and they knew nothing more. When Xiao Wuye awoke again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. A screen across from him displayed data on his current physical condition. Having been here once before, he felt no anxiety. At that moment Xiao Wuye asked in his mind, "Azui, why did I faint? Is there no way to stop it?" After he spoke, a ding sounded in his mind. "Host, your earlier fainting was caused by an external force not from within your body. I am currently unable to prevent it." Xiao Wuye furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing this. Subsequently, he was sent back to his estate. However, during this flight, Xiao Wuye kept his god-level brain activated. He intended to record the route of this island so that he could use it in the future should any real trouble arise. When the plane returned to Xiao Wuye's estate, Butler Fu, having been notified in advance, was already waiting on the helipad. After the plane landed, Xiao Wuye stepped off and smiled faintly at Butler Fu. Once in the car, he directly dialed Austin's number. When the call connected, Xiao Wuye asked softly, "How is it? What information have you gathered?" Austin's voice came through the phone saying, "Boss, the information I've received isn't much, just some fragmented data. However, I installed an auto-analyzing nanobot on that strand of hair. Once I extract the data from it, I should have some gains." Xiao Wuye gave a helpless chuckle and said, "Are you sure you can still find that strand of hair?" He was genuinely worried that Austin might end up bald from searching for that hair, especially since it looked so much like his own. It had even been injected with his DNA. Now, even with the god-level brain, it was difficult to locate that strand of hair, let alone detecting it with technology. After returning to the villa, Xiao Wuye called the United States to arrange for someone to bring John to Huaxia. Xiao Wuye also had Zhao Zilong transfer $1 million to Duras' account. After giving all the instructions, Butler Fu approached Xiao Wuye and said, "Young master, this Saturday is Miss Mu Wang's birthday banquet. You promised you would attend." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuye felt a headache coming on. Back when Butler Fu had first found him, Xiao Wuye, along with Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong, had once saved Mu Wang's father Mu Xingyang while they were roaming the underworld. Mu Xingyang was the chairman of the Mu Group. Back then, before his business had grown so large, he had incurred the wrath of a gang due to conflicts of interest, and the gang members had been hunting him down. Once when Mu Xingyang was cornered in a small alley by the gang, he thought he was done for. Suddenly Xiao Wuye and his men burst in and killed the gangsters. It was then that Mu Xingyang became acquainted with Xiao Wuye, and later he had often helped them. It was also because of that business deal that Mu Xingyang's company grew large. Xiao Wuye and Mu Xingyang had always maintained a very good relationship. So when Mu Xingyang had invited Xiao Wuye to Mu Wang's birthday banquet a month ago, he agreed without hesitation. To be honest, Xiao Wuye detested attending such social gatherings, especially since Mu Xingyang had tried countless times to set him up with his daughter Mu Wanga. Of course, Xiao Wuye had never agreed, not because Mu Wanga was unattractive. On the contrary, she was exceptionally beautiful enough to captivate a nation. But Xiao Wuye currently had no interest in women. Primarily, he had many unfinished tasks, and he did not want romantic entanglements to hinder his ambitions. Upon hearing Butler Fu's words, Xiao Wuye closed his eyes slightly and asked softly, "What day is it today?" Having just emerged from the mission scenario, Xiao Wuye hadn't adjusted to the time difference yet. Butler Fu looked at Xiao Wuye and said, "Young master, today is Friday." Xiao Wuye's eyes snapped open and he smiled helplessly, saying, "Today is Friday, meaning tomorrow is Mu Wang's birthday banquet." Butler Fu nodded and said, "Yes, young master." Xiao Wuye looked at Butler Fu and said resignedly, "Then you could have just said we're going to Mu Wang's birthday banquet tomorrow. I should have stayed in the mission scenario for 2 more days." After saying this, Xiao Wuye went upstairs to catch up on sleep. He hadn't rested well in the past few days. The next morning after breakfast, Xiao Wuye went to find Austin to have the implanted strand of hair removed. But Austin searched for over 3 hours, nearly plucking all the hair from the area where the strand was implanted before finally finding it. However, transferring the data would take a long time. Seeing Austin connect the hair to the computer, Xiao Wuye picked up his phone and started playing a game. He asked tentatively, "So we just leave it like this and don't need to do anything?" Austin, while playing a game himself, replied, "Yeah." A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. Austin happened to look up and catch that smile. Without a second thought, he abandoned his teammates in the game and quit immediately, then looked at Xiao Wuye and asked, "Boss, is there anything else you need? Just say the word." Seeing Austin's reaction, Xiao Wuye nodded approvingly and said with a smile, "Good performance. You deserve a reward." Austin's eyes lit up instantly. He pulled up a picture of a supercar on his phone and showed it to Xiao Wuye, saying, "Boss, I want this car." Xiao Wuye glanced at the price. That supercar was a limited edition model with only 10 units worldwide, priced at 120 million Huaxia yuan. He tossed the phone back to Austin and said with a smile, "Buy it." Xiao Wuye instructed Austin to investigate the archives of the Nine Palaces Church, suspecting that the predecessor of the Hydra Corporation might be this very church. He also tasked Austin with searching for cities around the world that resembled Gotham, as he harbored a persistent feeling that Gotham might actually exist. By late afternoon around 4 o'clock, Xiao Wuye exited the club and drove toward the Mu residence. Having known Mu Xingyang for quite some time, Xiao Wuye was always cautious, never revealing all his cards. Thus Mu Xingyang was only aware of Baijian and Zhao Zilong's existence. He knew nothing of the others. Both Baijian and Zhao Zilong were now public figures in Modu City, and Xiao Wuye preferred to keep their association discreet, so they arrived separately. Xiao Wuye and his companions maintained a low profile, driving a top-tier SUV worth tens of millions toward Mu Xingyang's home. Mu Xingyang's conglomerate had gained some renown in Modu City, earning considerable wealth over the years, though he hadn't yet flaunted it by purchasing a mansion estate. Nevertheless, Mu Xingyang's villa was spacious, considered quite impressive by Modu City's standards, complete with a large garden outside. The wealthy loved grand displays, and today was not only Mu Wang's birthday, but also her college graduation celebration. That evening a multitude of guests arrived, mostly merchants from Modu City with vested interests in Mu Xingyang. Some came with ulterior motives, as the business district favored commercial marriages. Many entrepreneurs brought their sons, hoping to forge a marital alliance with the Mu family. Others were Mu Wang's classmates. Upon reaching the Mu family villa, Xiao Wuye parked to the side, retrieved his invitation and gift, and entered. The villa was among the larger estates in Modu City. Comprising 2 connected townhouses linked by a corridor, the villa teemed with people, resembling a joyous wedding celebration rather than a birthday banquet. Inside, Xiao Wuye spotted Baijian sitting alone on a corner sofa, drinking in solitude. While other sofas held groups, Baijian sat empty save for him. As the underworld king of Modu City, few present didn't recognize him, yet few wished to associate with him at such an event, fearing the stigma of the underworld amidst the business elite. Association would inevitably invite scrutiny. When Xiao Wuye saw Baijian, their eyes met. In that instant, Xiao Wuye perceived loneliness, grievance, and resentment in Baijian's gaze. Shaking his head helplessly, Xiao Wuye headed toward the rear of the villa, seeking a corner to hide, but knew he must first greet Mu Xingyang. Crossing the corridor to the rear villa, Xiao Wuye found Zhao Zilong surrounded by a crowd, their faces ingratiating as they conversed with him. Zhao Zilong now managed Xingye Group, one of Modu City's top 3 conglomerates, and ranked 26th on the global billionaire list. Rumors had long circulated about Mu Xingyang's connection to Zhao Zilong, but they remained mere hearsay. Yet when Zhao Zilong suddenly appeared, the scene erupted. No one expected Mu Xingyang to indeed know Zhao Zilong or to invite him to his daughter's birthday celebration. Upon Zhao Zilong's arrival, merchants and entrepreneurs vied to curry favor. Accustomed to such small-scale occasions, Zhao Zilong handled them with ease and composure. Xiao Wuye shook his head helplessly, finding such spectacles unbearable. Fortunately, he soon spotted Mu Xingyang and the evening's protagonist, Mu Wanga. Yet they too were surrounded. Basking in Zhao Zilong's reflected glory, many sought to ingratiate themselves with Mu Xingyang, hoping to connect with Zhao Zilong through him. Mu Wanga, meanwhile, was encircled by a group of slick, foppish, wealthy young men. These suitors sought her favor, hoping to win her affection. Yet the lustful glint in their eyes betrayed impure intentions. Just then a visibly impatient Mu Wanga spotted Xiao Wuye in the crowd. A sweet smile instantly lit her face as she pushed past the wealthy suitors and ran toward him. Without hesitation, she threw her arms around him. The young men, burning with desire for Mu Wanga, saw her embrace another man, and a shadow of malice flickered in their eyes. Xiao Wuye caught every nuance of their gazes, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He patted her bare jade-like back and said, "All right, you're all grown up, still acting like a child." Hearing this, Mu Wanga only clung tighter. A helpless wry smile crossed Xiao Wuye's face, for he had always regarded her as a sister. All eyes in the room now turned to them. The banquet guests, all businessmen as shrewd as foxes, were eager to see which family scion would ultimately win Mu Wang's hand, hoping to build an early connection. Yet when they saw Xiao Wuye, they mentally scrolled through Modu City's wealthy and influential families, finding none that matched him. Mu Xingyang also spotted Xiao Wuye. Seeing Mu Wanga in his arms, his face lit up with delight. Others might not know the true relationship between Baijian Zhao Zilong and Xiao Wuye, but Mu Xingyang did. Having navigated the business world for years, Mu Xingyang possessed a keen eye. He knew that despite Xiao Wuye's low profile and seemingly idle demeanor, he was the true underworld king and business titan of Modu City. Xiao Wuye simply preferred to remain behind the scenes. That's why Mu Xingyang was so delighted to see Mu Wanga embracing him. Frankly, if not for his own pride, he would have drugged Xiao Wuye and forced a union with his daughter. At that moment, a middle-aged man with eagle-sharp eyes fixed on the embracing pair and asked in a low voice, "President Mu, who is that young man? I've never seen him before." Ever shrewd Mu Zhengyang sensed the man probing Xiao Wuye's background. Since Xiao Wuye preferred to stay in the shadows, he wouldn't expose him. Mu Zhengyang merely chuckled and replied, "Oh, he's a young friend, a close acquaintance despite our age difference." A glint of calculation flickered in the middle-aged man's eyes, his thoughts inscrutable. Just then a sarcastic voice rang out behind Mu Wanga. "Well, Wanga, who's this? Aren't you going to introduce us?" As Xiao Wuye was pondering how to get Mu Wanga to release him, a sarcastic voice rang out from behind her. He turned toward the source and saw a woman in a sexy evening gown, her face heavily made up with eyes as sly as a fox's, standing behind Mu Wanga. When Xiao Wuye had entered the Mu family villa earlier, he had habitually scanned everyone inside, using his divine-level mind. He had already noticed this woman exchanging flirtatious glances with a wealthy young man whose eyes flickered with malice. That wealthy young man had been staring at Mu Wanga, his gaze burning with lust. Indeed, Mu Wanga was the kind of woman who, whether by appearance or figure, made anyone want her at first sight. However, when Xiao Wuye looked at the woman, she was also staring at him, but with contempt in her eyes. Seeing this, Xiao Wuye curled his lips slightly. He had seen such looks countless times. It wasn't because of his demeanor, rather it was his attire. Xiao Wuye usually preferred tailored suits, but his were not bought from high-end brand stores. Instead, they were custom-made by world-class designers, sewn by the finest tailors using the rarest snow silk from snow silkworms, all handcrafted. Not to mention the design and tailoring. The price of snow silk alone was 10,000 RMB per gram. One could imagine how much a tailored suit cost Xiao Wuye. However, because his suits were custom-made, many who only recognized brand names assumed they were knockoffs and looked down on him. After all, snow silk, the world's top-tier material, was only known to the wealthiest elites, as it wasn't something money could easily buy. Ordinary people had never seen it and wouldn't recognize it. This often led to Xiao Wuye being despised due to his low-key nature. But he didn't mind as long as no one provoked him. Upon hearing the woman's voice, Mu Wanga reluctantly pulled away from Xiao Wuye's embrace. The woman's sarcastic tone rang out again. "Wanga, who is this? I haven't seen him before." Mu Wanga immediately linked arms with Xiao Wuye and said happily, "Linda, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Wuye." She trailed off, unsure how to describe him. In her heart, she wished he were her boyfriend, but Xiao Wuye always treated her with gentle warmth, like an older brother, unlike others who seemed eager to devour her. Xiao Wuye smiled lightly at Mu Wanga and said happy birthday. He ignored the woman named Linda entirely, instead pulling out an exquisite little box. Linda's face instantly flushed with anger. Her stunning figure and beautiful face usually made men eager to know her and hover around her, but Xiao Wuye, by cutting off Mu Wang's unfinished words and shifting to the birthday gift, completely disregarded her. This was an unbearable slight for Linda, who was used to playing men like puppets. At that moment, everyone around was watching them. When Linda saw others laughing in their direction, she felt they were mocking her for being ignored. Perhaps this was the twisted perception of a proud person. Then Linda's eyes flickered with mockery as she looked at the exquisite little box in Xiao Wuye's hand. She deliberately raised her voice and said sarcastically, "Oh, such a tiny box. What's inside?" Linda emphasized the word tiny loudly. She was certain that Xiao Wuye, dressed in a so-called knockoff suit, wouldn't give anything valuable. Though this event was nominally Mu Wang's birthday party, it was essentially a business networking gathering, and the guests brought gifts of considerable worth, especially the wealthy young men vying for Mu Wang's attention. Their gifts were priceless, often worth hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Hearing Linda's mocking words, the already frustrated young men perked up. Those rich young men each had their sycophants whose primary skill was reading the room. A slick-haired, greasy-looking young man smirked at Xiao Wuye and said mockingly, "Everyone's gifts are so grand. For example, Mr. Wang Zhen's diamond necklace, reportedly auctioned from the Caribbean for over 3 million specially for Miss Mu Wanga. I'm really curious what precious gift is hidden in that tiny box." The young man spoke, cleverly elevating Wang Zhen while putting Xiao Wuye on the spot. Another young man snorted disdainfully and said, 3 million is nothing. My brother Chen Yes jade bracelet is worth 6 million, made from raw jadeite. He personally bought in Myanmar and custom ordered for Miss Mu Wanga. But honestly, this brother's gift seems a bit stingy. What's in that tiny box? Let us have a look. After he spoke, many rich young men and their sycophants burst into laughter. Mu Zhengyang, hearing the taunts directed at Xiao Wuye, broke out in a cold sweat. Others might not know Xiao Wuye, but Mu Zhengyang knew exactly who he was. Yet what he feared most wasn't Xiao Wuye's anger, since Xiao Wuye was his friend and would likely show restraint at the banquet. What Mu Zhengyang truly dreaded was Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong, especially when he saw the murderous intent in the eyes of Zhao Zilong and Bai Zhan, who stood in the corner. Mu Zhengyang knew how much Xiao Wuye meant to them. If anyone angered Xiao Wuye, Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong would not care about the occasion or who the person was. They would immediately strike down those who provoked him. As the saying goes, what you fear comes to pass. When Mu Zhengyang looked anxiously at Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong, they began to move. They slowly approached the young men, their murderous intent radiating without restraint. Mu Zhengyang cursed inwardly. Damn it. These little bastards had to mess with the wrong person. This is a disaster. Looks like someone's going to die today to liven up Wang's birthday party. When Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong heard those people taunting Xiao Wuye with sarcastic remarks, a murderous intent surged within them, chilling the very air around them. You see, Xiao Wuye was not just their leader, he was their faith. Those who followed Xiao Wuye believed in neither heaven nor earth, only in him. Everything they had now was given to them by Xiao Wuye. Without him, they couldn't fathom what they would have become. Many of them owed him their very lives. In truth, Xiao Wuye's most terrifying aspect wasn't his ruthlessness, but the band of brothers willing to die for him. Brothers of absolute loyalty. Just as Mu Zhengyang was consumed by despair, Xiao Wuye's voice reached his ears. Hearing him speak, the heavy stone in Mu Zhengyang's heart instantly lifted. Because Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong knew Xiao Wuye all too well. If Xiao Wuye had remained silent, it would have been tacit permission for them to kill those people. But since he spoke, it meant he was telling them to hold back for now. At that moment, Xiao Wuye let out a soft chuckle, then looked at Mu Wanga and said, "This necklace was made by my own hands. See if you like it." Upon hearing Xiao Wuye's words, a radiant smile of happiness bloomed on Mu Wang's face. Meanwhile, Linda and those wealthy young masters sneered disdainfully at his remark. Linda scoffed, "People still give DIY gifts these days. Don't tell me it's a folded paper crane. Ha ha." Those rich brats and their lackeys joined in the mockery. Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong clenched their fists tightly, burning with the urge to slaughter them all. Xiao Wuye, hearing their laughter, slowly curled the corners of his mouth. Those familiar with Xiao Wuye knew this smile meant someone was about to die. Mu Wang's face also turned cold at the jeers, but she held back her anger and carefully opened the exquisite box. When Mu Wanga saw the necklace inside the box, her face froze in shock. The necklace was crafted from platinum, its chain exquisitely delicate, but what stunned her most was the pendant beneath it. That pendant was a gem no larger than a thumbnail, yet it was crystal clear and emitted a faint shimmering light, captivating anyone who laid eyes on it. However, as Mu Wanga lifted the necklace, Linda let out a disdainful laugh and said, "I thought it was something precious. Turns out it's just a diamond necklace. I bet the diamond is fake." But no sooner had Linda spoken than a cold voice rang out, cursing, "Shut your stinking mouth. A person may be ignorant, but it's best not to show it." When everyone heard that voice, they all fell silent. Linda stared at Zhao Zilong, who had just scolded her, with fury and confusion in her eyes. Though most present didn't know Xiao Wuye, everyone knew Zhao Zilong. Zhao Zilong controlled one of the top 3 giant conglomerates in Moda City and was the youngest person on the global rich list. Few in all of China, even the world, didn't know his name. Linda dared not talk back to Zhao Zilong, but that didn't mean she wasn't furious. At that moment, several jewelry merchants, intrigued by Zhao Zilong's words, turned their curious gazes to the gem. Honestly, they hadn't thought much of it at first, but Zhao Zilong's keen eye was legendary in the business world. If Zhao Zilong deemed the gem special, then it must be extraordinary. Suddenly, a titan of the jewelry industry walked toward Xiao Wuye with an astonished expression. Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong instinctively closed in, guarding him. Those with sharp eyes noticed how Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong seemed to care deeply about Xiao Wuye. Their interest in his identity piqued instantly. There had long been a rumor in the business district that Zhao Zilong wasn't the true owner of Xingye Group, that someone else was the real boss. Seeing Zhao Zilong's behavior, they first guessed that Xiao Wuye might be the hidden owner of Xingye Group. Still, they were puzzled. Xiao Wuye was far too young. According to business circles, the mastermind behind Zhao Zilong should have been at least in his 50s, a master strategist. Yet Xiao Wuye appeared to be only in his early 20s. Bai Zhan's actions also drew attention. Many who had researched Zhao Zilong knew he frequented Bai Zhan's nightclub to drink. Bai Zhan, after all, was the underworld king of Moda City, a man even business tycoons dared not provoke. Thus, when they learned of Zhao Zilong and Bai Zhan's deep friendship, they had speculated that Bai Zhan might also have a backer, perhaps the same person behind Zhao Zilong. Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong's recent behavior made many observant individuals take notice of Xiao Wuye. But was Xiao Wuye afraid of being noticed? Of course not. He kept a low profile, not because he enjoyed pulling strings from the shadows, but because he cherished peace and loathed socializing. He didn't mind at all if people knew of his ties to Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong. At that moment, the jewelry titan looked puzzled at Zhao Zilong, who stood blocking Xiao Wuye, and asked, "Chairman Zhao, this is?" Zhao Zilong said nothing. Then Xiao Wuye spoke softly. "Zilong, let him come over." Upon hearing Xiao Wuye's words, everyone present, except Mu Zhengyang and Mu Wanga, was utterly stunned. They couldn't believe Xiao Wuye addressed Zhao Zilong as Zilong, revealing their extraordinary bond. Yet an even greater shock awaited them. When Zhao Zilong heard Xiao Wuye, he replied with utmost respect, "Yes, young master." That single young master made jaws drop. Who was Zhao Zilong? He actually called Xiao Wuye young master. Xiao Wuye's background. was beyond their imagination. Zhao Zilong then stepped aside slightly. The jewelry titan nodded respectfully as Zhao Zilong approached Xiao Wuye and said with deference, "Sir, I am Jinwu, owner of Jinsheng Jewelry. May I have the honor of appraising the gem on this necklace?" Xiao Wuye smiled lightly and made a pleased gesture. Jinwu nodded in thanks, then pulled a pair of gloves from his pocket. For those in the jewelry trade, gloves and a magnifying glass were their tools of the trade, a tradition passed down through generations to always carry them. Jinwu lived up to that. Donning the gloves, he carefully lifted the gem and examined it for a moment, then his body began to tremble. He exclaimed excitedly, "Divine grade. Truly divine. This gem is crystal clear, flawless, and emits its own fluorescence. In all my years I've never seen such quality. It is absolutely priceless." Priceless. When Linda and those who had mocked Xiao Wuye heard Jinwu's words, they felt as if dozens of slaps had landed on their faces. Jinwu was a titan in the jewelry world. If he said the gem was priceless, its value was beyond measure. At that moment, Linda, who had just ridiculed Xiao Wuye, wished she could crawl into a hole and escape immediately. But after all her insults, did she think she could leave alive? Was that even possible? After appraising the gem, Jinwu carefully returned it to Mu Wanga. Mu Wanga hadn't expected Xiao Wuye to gift her something so precious. Her heart fluttered with a mix of surprise and delight. The main reason Xiao Wuye gave her such a valuable present was that aside from his own subordinates, he had virtually no female friends. Moreover, the gem was originally a sapphire containing the element yttrium, which had now been absorbed by the perfect crime system. Keeping the stone served no purpose, and Xiao Wuye was hardly short of money. The annual earnings of Starlight Corporation could sustain him for a lifetime. Why would he care about wealth? In fact, Xiao Wuye had considered tossing the gem into his fish tank as decorative gravel. It was only when Butler Fu reminded him of Mu Wang's upcoming birthday that he changed his mind. Since childhood, Xiao Wuye had crafted various intricate items to hone his patience and perseverance. Thus he fashioned a gem necklace for Mu Wanga, nothing more. He smiled at her briefly before walking toward Mu Xingyang, as she had been clinging to him, and he had yet to greet her father. However, Linda happened to stand right between Xiao Wuye and Mu Xingyang. Baijian strode over, roughly grabbing Linda by the arm and yanking her aside. Given her earlier mockery of Xiao Wuye, Baijian was furious enough to kill her. Thus merely pulling her aside instead of kicking her away was already a courtesy to Mu Xingyang, as he was the host of this gathering. Xiao Wuye approached Mu Xingyang, and the two embraced. But Mu Xingyang, being a man, didn't cling to Xiao Wuye. Otherwise his daughter Mu Wanga might have fought him for it. Yet as Xiao Wuye walked toward Mu Xingyang, Jinwu cast a subtle, peculiar glance at the gem in Mu Wang's hand. Jinwu also stole a look at Xiao Wuye's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye's lips twitched slightly as he mused, "It seems the business circles of Magic City are not as simple as they appear." His divine-level mind continuously scanned the entire Mu residence. He observed every move of the guests. Among them he noted a few individuals. Jinwu, the appraiser, who had shown a flicker of shock upon seeing the gem, not at its value, but as if he recognized it. There was also a middle-aged fat man, seemingly ordinary and slick, drifting among the wealthy to hand out business cards and network. Yet his eyes betrayed a constant greed and coldness. That gaze was hardly that of a businessman. Finally, a wealthy young man who had been chatting with Linda caught Xiao Wuye's attention. When Zhao Zilong addressed Xiao Wuye as young master, everyone was astonished, but this young man's eyes flashed with coldness. It seemed not disdain, but rather hostility toward Xiao Wuye. Yet Xiao Wuye doubted the hostility stemmed from Mu Wanga. If not, it was intriguing. He had possessed a photographic memory since childhood, and was certain he had never met that young man before. With that thought, Xiao Wuye turned to Baijian. Baijian pulled out a pack of cigarettes, offered one to Xiao Wuye, and lit it. During that brief moment, Xiao Wuye conveyed a message for Baijian to investigate the backgrounds of those three individuals. After lighting the cigarette, Baijian casually glanced at the three people Xiao Wuye had mentioned, memorizing their faces, while also noting the surveillance cameras around the hall. By now no one dared to mock Xiao Wuye. After all, anyone whom Zhao Zilong addressed as young master was undoubtedly of significant status. Moreover, they feared Baijian, the underworld king of Magic City, even in this era of law and order. Crossing Baijian would surely lead to dire consequences. Many now worried for the young man who had earlier mocked Xiao Wuye. After chatting with Mu Xingyang for a while, Xiao Wuye received a call from Austin. Austin said he had found some information about the Nine Palaces Church. Xiao Wuye hung up, exchanged a few words with Mu Xingyang and Mu Wanga, and left. Throughout, he never glanced at Linda or the two young men who had insulted him. Why waste his gaze on walking corpses? After Xiao Wuye departed, Mu Xingyang became the center of the banquet, with all the businessmen flocking to curry favor. They were shrewd enough to see his close ties with Xiao Wuye. In the business world, interests reigned supreme. Wealth and power attract sycophants. As Xiao Wuye left, Baijian and Zhao Zilong naturally followed. Keen observers noticed that not only the trio, but also several others departed. Those others were undoubtedly Xiao Wuye's protectors. At the entrance, a fleet of cars awaited. Xiao Wuye approached a luxury car worth hundreds of millions and softly said to Baijian extract information about that young man from the woman before killing her. Baijian nodded immediately. After speaking, Xiao Wuye glanced back at the Mu residence and got into the car driving away. By midnight, the banquet at the Mu residence concluded as guests departed. Linda, after bidding Mu Wang a farewell and casting a meaningful look at the gloomy-eyed young man, drove her supercar away. Linda came from a modest background, but she had climbed into Magic City's socialite circle, using her body, accumulating wealth from wealthy men. However, she was morally corrupt. Her first act after gaining riches was to sever ties with her parents. She feared that others would discover her parents were merely middle class, not foreign tycoons, and that it would embarrass her. Such women are not uncommon. Their parents raised them with hardship only to be deemed burdens to their social climbing. Such people inevitably face retribution. Linda's came sooner than expected. As she drove her supercar away from the Mu residence, a SUV suddenly sped up and slammed violently into her car's rear. Startled, Linda braked hard and pulled over. Furious, she got out to inspect the damage. Just then, two men in black suits emerged from the SUV. As Linda began to curse, one of them grabbed her by the neck, lifted her like a chick, and dragged her into the SUV, which sped off into the night. At night, within a coastal warehouse, a pitiful scream suddenly echoed from inside. Suspended from the ceiling were two young men, while a scantily clad woman was bound to a chair. These three individuals were precisely the ones who had mocked Xiao Wuye at the Mu residence. Baijian stood bare-chested, revealing his sinewy, explosive muscles and a ferocious dragon tattoo. His body was covered in scars, including those from bullets. These scars imbued the dragon inked on his skin with an aura of malevolence. Baijian approached one of the suspended youths, a pair of pliers in hand. He seized the young man's jaw and squeezed hard, forcing his mouth open in pain. Baijian then thrust the pliers into the youth's mouth, clamping onto a front tooth. "You dare mock my young master," he snarled. "You like to talk, don't you? He'll make sure you never speak again." The young man, tears and snot streaming, looked at Baijian with sheer terror, mumbling something that sounded like an apology. Baijian paid no heed. With a sharp twist, a crisp crack sounded as he wrenched out the tooth with the pliers. The youth let out a harrowing shriek of agony. Yet Baijian showed no sign of stopping. He shoved the pliers back into the youth's mouth and extracted another tooth. Witnessing this, the other young man wet himself in fear. Linda, too, was so terrified that her tears smudged her eyeshadow. They were now consumed by regret for provoking Xiao Wuye. But regret seemed futile. They had all heard of Baijian and knew that those who crossed him meant no good end. Linda also noticed 3 oversized black travel bags and iron balls nearby. Even a child would know they were for disposing of bodies at sea. Linda's mouth was sealed with tape, leaving her no chance to beg for mercy. After Baijian had pulled out 7 or 8 teeth, he finally stopped. He waved dismissively to his men and commanded coldly, "Continue." The men in black stepped forward, pliers in hand, to extract the teeth of the 2 young men. Another wave of agonizing screams filled the air. Hearing the cries, Baijian's face lit up with a look of perverse excitement. Linda, watching his maniacal expression, nearly fainted several times from fear. Suddenly, Baijian turned his gaze toward Linda. She was so frightened that she wet herself, a testament to how terrifying he appeared. Staring at her with icy eyes, he let out a cold smirk before barking. "Once their teeth are gone, start on their fingernails." As the saying goes, the fingers are connected to the heart. The agony of losing fingernails rivals that of tooth extraction. After speaking, Baijian staggered toward Linda, his murderous intent undisguised. Seeing him approach, tears gushed from her eyes like a fountain as she struggled against her restraints. But Linda, who could barely lift a finger for herself, lacked the strength to break free. Muffled sobs escaped her taped mouth, likely pleas for mercy, but her words were stifled. Baijian slowly came to a halt before her. Linda quickly turned her head away in terror. He grabbed her hair and yanked it, forcing her to face him. His gaze was frigid as he demanded, "Do you know why you're here?" Linda let out a muffled whimper. A sneer curled Baijian's lips as he reached out, seized the tape on her mouth, and ripped it off with a sharp tear. Her scream resounded through the warehouse. The strip of tape came away caked with thick foundation. Baijian stared at the screaming Linda, then flung the tape aside and delivered a vicious slap to her face. The impact was so forceful that her brain felt as if it might shatter. Raising a finger to his lips, Baijian made a shushing gesture. Linda immediately fell silent, trembling uncontrollably, but desperate to avoid another slap. She could only suppress her terror, daring not to make a sound. Satisfied, Baijian let out a cold chuckle and asked softly, "Do you want to end up like them with your teeth pulled out?" Linda shook her head frantically. Seeing this, he continued, "I'll give you one chance. Answer my questions honestly, and your teeth will stay where they belong." As he spoke, he used a finger to pry open her lips, revealing her white, even teeth. Linda nodded hastily, her body still trembling violently, clearly terrified out of her wits. After Linda nodded, Baijian glanced at a nearby underling who promptly handed him a phone. Holding the screen toward her, he asked quietly, "Who is this?" Linda stared at the photo of a young man on the screen and stammered, "Thigh's person is." is a classmate of Mu Wanga. I don't know him well. I only know he's called Thomas and overseas Chinese from the US. His family seems very wealthy. They're a rich second generation. I really don't know anything else. She looked up at Baijan with a pleading expression, hoping he would believe her. But Baijan remained silent, his eyes fixed on her. Suddenly agitated Linda exclaimed, "Oh yes. I remember now. He seems to like Mu Wanga, and he has many bodyguards said to be experts. Oh, and his family's company is called the 7-Star Butterfly Group." Baijan raised his head slightly, glancing toward a surveillance camera in the corner. At that moment Xiao Wuye sat in a club watching a laptop displaying the feed from the warehouse. But when Linda mentioned the 7-Star Butterfly Group, Xiao Wuye's brow furrowed. After leaving the Mu residence, he had met with Austin at the club, who showed him a dossier on the Nine Palaces Church. Xiao Wuye's eyes narrowed as he reviewed the information Austin had gathered. It revealed that the Nine Palaces Church was so named because it comprised 9 palaces, each corresponding to an ancient mythical beast. Among them were the 9-headed Serpent Palace and the 7-Star Butterfly Palace. Baijan interrogated Linda for a while longer, but she had already told him everything she knew. Seeing that Linda was of no further use, Xiao Wuye instructed Baijan to dispose of her along with the 2 young men. The method was straightforward. They chained solid iron balls to the ankles of Linda, and the others then stuffed them into black travel bags. They sailed the boat to the deep sea and threw them directly into the water. Once the black travel bags were eroded by seawater, the fish and shrimp in the sea would burrow into the bags to feast on the corpses of Linda and the others. Baijan had often used this technique before and was well versed in it. When news of Linda and the 2 young men's disappearance spread, many people instantly thought of Xiao Wuye. The police also interrogated those present at the Mu family banquet that night, but no one dared to mention Xiao Wuye. However, there was always an exception. One person did bring up Xiao Wuye, and that was Thomas. But just as the police were about to summon Xiao Wuye for questioning, they suddenly received a call from their superiors, and the investigation into the disappearance of Linda and the others was immediately halted. This demonstrated the extent of Xiao Wuye's power. At that moment, Xiao Wuye was in the club reviewing the information Austin had found. The source of that information was a museum in Germany, which housed a book resembling the Bible. That book was also a Bible, but one published by the Nine Palaces Church. In truth, people had long forgotten about the Nine Palaces Church. Moreover, most people at the time adhered to Christianity and Catholicism, with few following the Nine Palaces Church. Yet this did not negate the formidable power of the Nine Palaces Church in its heyday. The information Austin found was written by a curator of the German museum. He was a historian particularly interested in mysterious figures and events from history. His name was Arthur. According to Arthur's records, the ruler of the Nine Palaces Church at that time was likely Schindler. This was because chronologically the year the Nine Palaces Church was founded coincided with the year Schindler became the party leader in 1921. Furthermore, the time when the Nine Palaces Church vanished from people's sight was also the year Schindler died. Additionally, during that era of constant warfare, it was nearly impossible for the Nine Palaces Church to emerge in Germany unscathed, grow stronger, and thrive. Unless it had the support of the Nazi Party, the Nine Palaces Church could not have stood firm. Another crucial point was that according to legend, before the establishment of the Nine Palaces Church, Schindler discovered he was terminally ill and would soon meet his end. After the Nine Palaces Church was founded, it began searching the world for items imbued with mysterious energy. Arthur speculated that the purpose of seeking these items was to prolong Schindler's life. As the saying goes, since ancient times rulers have sought the secret of immortality, and Schindler was no exception. Arthur also uncovered another piece of information. The Nine Palaces Church disappeared in 1945. The same year Schindler shot himself in the basement of his residence. However, medical technology at the time was not advanced, and it was said that Schindler had many body doubles to prevent assassination. Whether that person was truly Schindler could not be verified. As Xiao Wuye read Arthur's notes, a bold idea struck him, and he murmured, "If Schindler were alive today, how old would he be?" Austin looked at Xiao Wuye in confusion and said, "Boss, Schindler was born in 1889, and it's now 2049. That would make him 160 years old. But can anyone really live that long?" Xiao Wuye chuckled and said, "The world is vast and full of wonders. Just because we haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist." After pondering this, Austin exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, could it be that the Nine Palaces Church discovered a mysterious energy that grants immortality, and then Schindler faked his death to quietly study the method of eternal life?" Xiao Wuye frowned slightly and said, "It's not impossible." After speaking, he continued flipping through the pages. In Arthur's notes, it was recorded that the Nine Palaces Church consisted of 9 palaces, each representing a mythical beast from antiquity. For instance, the 9-headed serpent and the 7-star butterfly. Xiao Wuye looked up at Austin and said, "Help me look up those mythical beasts that start with a number." Austin replied, "No problem, boss. Easy." After saying this, Austin casually pulled over a laptop, pressed a few keys, and said, "Found them, boss." Xiao Wuye looked at the screen. There were not many mythical beasts beginning with a number. Among them were the 9-headed serpent and the 7-star butterfly. Xiao Wuye then asked Austin to compare the names of these beasts with those of existing enterprises in the world. They finally identified 9 mythical beasts. Coincidentally, the names of these 9 beasts started with the numbers 1 through 9. Xiao Wuye read softly from the screen. 1 eel, 2-fingered toad, 3-legged crow, 4-eyed tiger, 5-tailed, rat, 6-winged, cicada, 7-star butterfly, 8-armed ape, 9-headed serpent. That should be all. Then with a hint of confusion he said, "Why does that man named Thomas want to kill me?" Xiao Wuye had once reviewed his parents' files, but they contained no information about the 9 Palaces Church or these 9 enterprises. He wondered, did I miss something? With that thought he stood up and said to Austin, "Look up the information on these 9 enterprises, the more detailed the better." After speaking, Xiao Wuye walked out directly. He wanted to go back and see if he had missed any clues. He had once asked Uncle Fu about his parents, but Uncle Fu seemed to have lost his memory and couldn't recall anything. Xiao Wuye didn't think Uncle Fu was lying to him. As Xiao Wuye left the club, he recalled that Zhao Zilong had driven him back from the Mu family, and his million-level off-road vehicle had been taken by Bai Zhan. He stood at the entrance of the club shaking his head helplessly. He hadn't expected that all this commotion would result in losing his car. Xiao Wuye checked the time. It was already past 2 a.m. Considering Uncle Fu's advanced age, he decided not to bother him. Instead, he headed to the street to hail a taxi home. As a first-tier city in China, Modu had a vibrant nightlife, even more lively than the daytime. Hailing a taxi was naturally easy. As soon as Xiao Wuye reached the street, he saw a taxi approaching. He raised his hand. The taxi stopped beside him. However, when Xiao Wuye sat down in the back seat, a strong smell of blood assailed his nostrils. After Xiao Wuye got into the taxi, he suddenly caught a whiff of blood. Just then a middle-aged man looked at him through the rearview mirror with a smile and asked, "Where to, sir?" The man's facial features appeared quite kind and gentle. Xiao Wuye gave the address of the manor, and the middle-aged man acknowledged with a nod before pressing the accelerator heading toward the estate. Seated in the back, Xiao Wuye glanced at the driver through the rearview mirror, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Even without his divine-level intellect, he could tell something was off about the driver. The driver hadn't even started the meter. Every taxi driver knew that the moment the cab moved, the meter should be running. Even if they forgot to release the handbrake, they would never forget the meter. Xiao Wuye activated his divine-level intellect. As it scanned the entire taxi, he discovered a snakeskin bag in the trunk with blood seeping through it. When he scanned the bag's contents, he found a corpse inside, a woman with her throat slit. A female corpse with a slit throat. After seeing that, Xiao Wuye looked at the seemingly kind driver and said softly, "Driver, you forgot to start the meter." Startled by the remark, the driver jerked the steering wheel, causing the taxi to lurch violently. Fortunately, the driver's experience helped him stabilize the car, revealing just how nervous he had been. After steadying the vehicle, he quickly apologized to Xiao Wuye through the rearview mirror. Xiao Wuye merely smiled faintly and didn't mind. The driver then said apologetically, "My sincere apologies, sir. Let me offer you a free ride this time." Xiao Wuye replied softly, "No need, just start the meter." The driver apologized again and flipped the meter down. The journey from the club to Xiao Wuye's villa took about half an hour. Throughout the ride, the driver wiped his sweat several times. Xiao Wuye also noticed that whenever the driver saw a scantily clad woman on the roadside, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Xiao Wuye paid it no mind. Just then a woman in revealing clothes appeared ahead, hailing the taxi. The driver's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he glanced at Xiao Wuye in the rearview mirror. The driver asked, "You're not in a hurry, are you? Mind if I pick her up?" Xiao Wuye replied casually, "Suit yourself." After all, as long as it wasn't someone close to him, he couldn't care less about who lived or died. When the taxi stopped, the woman in revealing clothes opened the front passenger door and climbed in. A strong smell of alcohol instantly filled the cab. The driver smiled at her and asked where to miss. The woman had already doomed herself to be a target. After the driver's question, she replied flirtatiously, "Where do you want to take me?" The driver's lips curled into a faint contemptuous sneer. But with Xiao Wuye still in the car, the driver had to ask again. This time the woman gave an address that happened to be along the way. As time passed, she occasionally teased the driver with provocative words. Xiao Wuye murmured to himself, courting death. The driver's murderous intent grew thicker. As the car approached the side road leading to the woman's home, the driver looked at Xiao Wuye through the rearview mirror and said, "Sir, would you mind if I drop this lady off first? Her place is just ahead in that lane." Xiao Wuye agreed softly. The woman drunk turned to look at him and said frivolously, "Oh, there's a handsome guy too. Is the smell of alcohol bothering you? Don't worry, you'll spray some perfume." Xiao Wuye said nothing. The woman took a bottle of perfume from her bag and sprayed it a few times. By then the taxi had entered the lane. After driving a bit further, they came upon several unfinished buildings. Strangely, no one was working on those buildings at night. They looked like abandoned construction sites. The taxi gradually came to a stop. Xiao Wuye gazed at the unfinished buildings and the deserted street, then said softly, "This place is perfect for a murder." Hearing this, the driver's eyes snapped to Xiao Wuye in the rearview mirror, filled with killing intent. The previously noisy woman had gone silent. Xiao Wuye activated his divine-level intellect and saw her reach into her bag, pulling out a pistol fitted with a silencer. The driver meanwhile drew a dagger from his chest, the blade reeking of blood. From the current situation, the driver's target had been Xiao Wuye from the start. Otherwise, Xiao Wuye wouldn't have been able to hail a cab so easily as soon as he stepped onto the street. If Xiao Wuye's guess was correct, the woman in the trunk was the real taxi driver. The woman who boarded midway was the driver's accomplice, also sent to kill him. Xiao Wuye had noticed this the moment she got in. An ordinary person would sit in the back seat first. Moreover, in China, carrying a pistol with a silencer in one's bag was far from ordinary. Just then the woman slowly aimed the silenced gun through the seat, pointing it at Xiao Wuye. But just as she was about to pull the trigger, Xiao Wuye struck with his red blood dagger, thrusting it through the gap between the headrest and the seat, stabbing into her neck and piercing her spine. The spine controls the bodus nerves. Once pierced, paralysis sets in. Seeing Xiao Wuye's sudden attack, the driver spun around and lunged at him with the dagger, shouting, "So the perfume didn't knock you out." There was a partition between the front and back seats, originally meant to protect the driver from robbery, but now it became an obstacle. As the driver reached through the partition to stab Xiao Wuye grabbed his hand and twisted it with force. With a crisp crack, the driver's wrist caught in the metal grill snapped under Xiao Wuye's strength. The dagger clattered to the floor. Xiao Wuye then yanked the driver's arm hard. With a loud bang, the driver's face slammed into the iron grill. Xiao Wuye pressed the red blood dagger against the driver's neck and said coldly, "Who sent you to kill me?" Xiao Wuye pressed the crimson blood dagger against the taxi driver's throat. At that moment, a sharp sense of crisis surged through his heart. He abruptly threw himself back into the seat. A muffled pfft rang out as a bullet pierced through the taxi's window and the passenger seat, embedding itself into his own seat. Without even looking, Xiao Wuye recognized the sound of a sniper rifle. The taxi driver glanced at the pistol the woman had dropped earlier. He lunged forward, reaching for the weapon. Just then the sound of a car door opening echoed. When the driver picked up the gun and looked toward the back seat, Xiao Wuye had vanished. The driver quickly peered outside, only to see Xiao Wuye leaping over the wall of an unfinished building complex. The moment Xiao Wuye cleared the wall, another gunshot rang out, striking the brickwork. Landing on the ground, he pushed off with force and darted into one of the buildings. In the midst of this, he glanced back at the distant apartment blocks. Ever since his body was transformed by lightning element, Xiao Wuye's eyesight had become exceptionally sharp. He spotted a sniper on a rooftop aiming at him. Normally, he wouldn't be so hard-pressed, but he had dispatched all his shadow operatives to tail Jinwoo Thomas and the Fat Man while investigating them. He hadn't anticipated anyone daring to assassinate him in Motor City. Moreover, he had grown overly confident in his own abilities. From childhood to now, Xiao Wuye had always maintained a vigilant heart. Wealth and power never tempted him to slacken in self-discipline. After rushing into the building, Xiao Wuye activated his god-level brain and murmured, "Seems I'm destined to keep crossing paths with unfinished buildings." As his god-level brain scanned the surrounding terrain, a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. "They sure think highly of me, sending so many assassins." He pulled out his phone and called Ghost Servant. "I've run into some assassins. Send a few brothers to my GPS location. Keep them alive. I need to know who wants me dead." Ghost Servant was abroad investigating the Nine-Headed Serpent Corporation, but upon hearing the news, he immediately contacted the shadow operatives in Motor City. When the shadow operatives learned that Xiao Wuye was under attack, cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Their primary duty was to protect him, yet they couldn't defy his orders. They had assumed Baijan's presence would keep him safe, but Xiao Wuye had sent Baijan away as well. A team of shadow operatives sped toward Xiao Wuye's location in their vehicles. Meanwhile, over a dozen men armed with pistols were closing in on the building he had entered. No wonder Xiao Wuye had remarked they thought highly of him. Whoever was behind this was determined to kill him. A cold sneer crossed Xiao Wuye's face as he whispered, "Who could possibly want me dead?" The taxi driver was the first to charge into the building, but upon entering, he found no trace of Xiao Wuye. As the driver crept forward, cautiously searching for Xiao Wuye, he passed a pillar. Suddenly a figure emerged from behind it, and a flash of crimson light pierced his neck. The driver felt his blood drain rapidly, his vision darkened, and he collapsed to the ground. Xiao Wuye pulled out the crimson blood dagger, flicked off the blood, then bent down to pick up the silenced pistol lying on the floor. He pressed the magazine release button, ejected the clip, and saw it was fully loaded. After clicking it back in, he chambered around. Footsteps approached. Using his god-level brain, Xiao Wuye sensed the assassins nearing the building about to enter. A faint cold smile played on his lips as he moved aside. The dozen gunmen entered the building and spread out to search for him. Their coordination suggested professional training. To pry information from their lips, the shadow operatives would be the ideal choice. Shadow operatives were not only Xiao Wuye's bodyguards and intelligence agents, but also skilled interrogators. Among their training was the art of extracting confessions through torture. From apprenticeship to full membership, one required course involved obtaining intelligence from spies. Spies underwent rigorous training, making it nearly impossible to extract information from them. When an assassin spotted the taxi driver's corpse, he immediately scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. He noticed a room and moved toward it. But as his foot crossed the threshold, a muffled pfft sounded. A bullet fired from beside the door pierced straight through his foot. The assassin dropped to one knee in agony, his head half protruding into the room. Another pfft rang out, and a bullet tore through his skull. Xiao Wuye gazed at the corpse, a smirk curling his lips. If the shadow operatives don't hurry up, I'll end up killing them all myself. His gaze pierced through the walls to the sniper, still aiming at the building from the rooftop. Xiao Wuye climbed out of the room's window. The sniper, while coordinating with the other assassins, kept his rifle trained on the structure. Suddenly, he spotted Xiao Wuye emerging from outside. As he adjusted his aim, Xiao Wuye whipped the pistol sideways and fired. The bullet curved through the air in an arc. Just as the sniper zeroed in on Xiao Wuye, a muffled pfft sounded. A bullet struck his temple and blood sprayed out. Staring through the scope in disbelief, the sniper fixed his gaze on Xiao Wuye. He never imagined anyone could shoot so far and so accurately with a handgun. At that distance, only a hit to the temple, or I would be instantly fatal. Even a shot to the forehead might leave him able to pull the trigger, and might not even kill him outright. He tried to squeeze the trigger, but his fingers had no strength. The sniper rifle's trigger was stiff, requiring considerable force. He attempted several times, but never fired that shot before his life slipped away. Then Xiao Wuye heard the roar of engines. He knew the shadow operatives had arrived. When Shadow's men drove 3 ordinary SUVs to the outskirts of the unfinished residential complex, they spotted Xiao Wuye leaning against the outer wall, smoking a cigarette. As the shadow operatives rushed over, Xiao Wuye simply jerked his head toward the inside. The shadow members leaped directly from a standstill, vaulting over the Tunterhai wall, a testament to their formidable prowess. Yet they did not all enter this time, leaving 4 men behind to guard Xiao Wuye. A defining trait of shadow personnel was their utterly unremarkable appearance, the kind that would vanish into any crowd. Their vehicles and attire were as ordinary as any commoners, for that was how they avoided drawing attention. When the shadow operatives answered Ghost Servant's call, he had already instructed them to take the assassins alive. Killing them would have been simple. Xiao Wuye's primary concern was discovering who had ordered his death. A little over a minute passed, and before he had finished his cigarette, one of the shadow men reported, "Boss, we've captured them all." Among his subordinates, Austin preferred calling him Chief, while by Zhang Zhao Zilong, Ghost Servant, and his other direct followers addressed him as Young Master. The reason they called him Young Master dated back to his days on the streets, where his alias had been the Young Master. The underlings of Baijan and the others referred to him as Boss. Upon hearing the shadow man's report, Xiao Wuye said softly, "I want to know who wants me dead." The shadow operative nodded respectfully, his eyes gleaming with unwavering resolve. To date, no secret had ever eluded Shadow's interrogation. Xiao Wuye had initially planned to return to the manor, but curiosity about their methods of torture prompted him to follow and observe. The shadow members naturally had no objection. On the contrary, learning that Xiao Wuye wished to witness their interrogation sparked an excited glint in their eyes. 20 minutes later, they arrived at a dog kennel. The kennel was one of Shadow's assets. They brought the 11 assassins directly into the doghouse, where numerous ferocious hounds were caged. Spotting the strangers, the dogs erupted in frantic barking, saliva flying everywhere. Xiao Wuye raised a finger to his lips, making a shushing gesture toward the hounds. Strangely, the vicious dogs fell silent instantly at his signal, each lying down with a docile air utterly transformed from their earlier savagery. Satisfied, Xiao Wuye murmured to the shadow man beside him, "Begin." The operative nodded at once and fetched 11 chains, hoisting the assassins into the air. Blood filled the mouths of all 11. Their molars had been extracted, as Shadow feared they might conceal poison for suicide. Yet the operatives had overestimated them. Their mouths contained nothing. Suspended by chains, the assassins glared at Xiao Wuye, but transparent tape sealed their lips, silencing them. With a slight tilt of his chin, Xiao Wuye signaled. One shadow man bowed, then drew a dagger and approached an assassin, seizing his ankle. Despite the assassin's struggles, the operative's grip was like an iron vice. The shadow man removed the assassin's shoe and sock. As Xiao Wuye watched with curiosity, the operative pressed the dagger against the assassin's soul, excitement coloring his voice. Before officially joining Shadow, one must master a skill: slicing 18 strips of flesh from a person's soul without exposing the bone. With that, the dagger moved with blinding speed. A blade-like flash passed, and a paper-thin strip of skin fluttered to the ground, perfectly matching the shape of the assassin's soul, not a sliver of flesh missing. Yet the assassin's expression suggested little pain. Then the shadow man smirked, producing a small vial from his pocket. He sprayed the exposed soul, and a scream tore from the assassin's throat. Muffled by the tape, the scream emerged through his nose. Unfazed, the operative pressed the dagger to the assassin's heel and sliced again. Another strip of flesh dropped. Another spray followed, and the assassin's nasal cries grew louder, more agonized. Seated in a chair, Xiao Wuye watched with a faint smile, musing, "If this guy ever went straight, he'd make a killing as a pedicurist." Layer by layer, the shadow man carved the assassin's soul. Soon raw red flesh was exposed. The assassin's screams intensified until he finally tore the tape from his lips. The kennel filled with his howls. Fear flickered in the eyes of the other assassins while the hounds remained eerily quiet. After the 16th slice, the assassin suddenly bellowed, "Ill talk! Ill talk!" One of the other assassins began thrashing violently, grunting through his nose as if to warn the speaker. Xiao Wuye said calmly, "Chop that one up and feed him to the dogs." The grunting assassin froze, stunned that someone so refined-looking could be so ruthless. Two shadow operatives strode toward him at Xiao Wuye's command. The assassin thrashed again, his nasal grunts desperate, as if pleading. But Xiao Wuye gave him no chance to speak. The two men freed him from the chains and carried him to a butcher's block. Another operative produced a meat cleaver and without hesitation severed the assassin's thigh. The limb was then hacked into a dozen pieces, dumped into a large aluminum basin, and carried to the dog cages. Yet when the meat was poured in, the hounds did not pounce. Instead, they all turned to Xiao Wuye. Only when he said, "Eat," did they dare to consume it. The shadow operatives stared in disbelief. In their 3 years at the kennel, the dogs had never obeyed them, even biting them during feeding frenzies. Yet Xiao Wuye, a first-time visitor, had turned the savage beasts into docile pets that wouldn't eat without his permission. After the shadow operatives had chopped the assassin into pieces and fed them to the dogs, Xiao Wuye gazed at the killer, whose soles had been sliced off a dozen layers deep, and asked softly, "Who sent you to kill me?" The assassin, terror-stricken at the sight of the ravenous hounds fighting over meat in the cage, turned to Xiao Wuye and said, "If I tell you, will you let me go?" Xiao Wuye shook his head slightly and replied, "No, but I can grant you a swift death." The assassin stared at him for a long moment, then sighed in utter despair. It was Thomas. Xiao Wuye's expression remained largely unchanged. In truth, he had long suspected that his would-be killer was one of the 3 individuals he had doubted at the Mu family banquet. Yet he could not pinpoint which one. He looked at the assassin and asked, "You are from the 7-star butterfly group, aren't you?" The assassin nodded lifelessly. Xiao Wuye said, "Tell me about the 7-star butterfly group." The assassin jerked his head up, let out a bitter laugh, and shook his head. "If I speak of the group, my entire family will die. Just kill me." Xiao Wuye merely chuckled, then turned his gaze to the other assassins. From their eyes he could see they shared the same resolve. He nodded, rose to his feet, and said, "Kill them all. Make it quick." With that, Xiao Wuye strode out. 4 shadow operatives quickly fell and stepped behind him. As he left the kennel, he asked quietly, "Where's Thomas now?" One operative immediately pulled out a phone and dialed. Moments later, the operative approached Xiao Wuye and bowed. "Boss Thomas is currently at the Night Paris nightclub." A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth, and he gently twisted his neck, eliciting a series of cracks. Then Xiao Wuye departed from the kennel. At that moment, Thomas was at the Night Paris nightclub, drinking with several women draped around him. Yet he seemed distracted, glancing at his watch from time to time, as if waiting for someone. Finally, in a fit of irritation, he dismissed all the women from the private room. Only his own men remained. Thomas looked at a foreigner and said coldly, "Call Cobra. Ask how things are going on their end." The foreigner nodded, then dialed the sniper who had been assigned to kill Xiao Wuye. The phone rang for a long time before connecting. Once the call went through, the foreigner said in a deep voice, "How is the mission progressing?" But the voice that answered was not Cobra's. "The mission is definitely a failure." A murderous aura instantly flared from the foreigner. "Who are you?" Xiao Wuye's voice came through the phone. "Have you forgotten who you were trying to kill?" Thomas gritted his teeth and spat out coldly, "Xiao Wuye." A light chuckle echoed from the phone. "Thomas will be at the Night Paris nightclub in 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to run." Xiao Wuye hung up. The foreigner turned to Thomas. "Young master, there are many of our people in the nightclub. Perhaps we could." Before he could finish, Thomas raised a hand to cut him off. Modu City is Xiao Wuye's territory. Bai Zhan and Zhao Zilong control the city's underworld and command assets worth hundreds of billions. "How can we fight him?" Thomas said coldly. The foreigner's brow furrowed deeply. Thomas' face darkened. "It seems the only option now is to confront Xiao Wuye directly. I refuse to believe he would dare touch me once he knows my true identity." 5 minutes later, 2 off-road vehicles pulled up in front of the Night Paris nightclub. 8 shadow members stepped out and scanned the surroundings. One of them opened the rear door of an SUV. As Xiao Wuye descended from the vehicle, a foreigner approached. The shadow operatives immediately reached into their coats, gripping their pistols. The foreigner spoke up. "Mr. Xiao, our young master requests your presence." Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly. So he didn't run after all. The foreigner's expression shifted slightly. Xiao Wuye looked at him and said, "Lead the way." The foreigner gestured for him to proceed. Inside a lavish private room at the Night Paris nightclub, Thomas sat alone. Outside the room, numerous assassins lay hidden. The door opened, and the foreigner led Xiao Wuye and the shadow operatives inside. Upon seeing Xiao Wuye, Thomas stood and extended his hand. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Thomas, the heir to the 7-star butterfly group of Country M." Xiao Wuye offered a faint smile, and to everyone's surprise, shook Thomas' hand. The foreigner beside Thomas, who had remained on high alert, thought to himself, "This Chinese man is no ordinary person. Xiao Wuye looked at Thomas and said softly, "Just moments ago you sent assassins to kill me, yet now you act as if nothing happened. That does surprise me, Mr. Thomas. But after today, the 7-star butterfly group will need a new heir." Xiao Wuye released Thomas' hand. At his words, Thomas' eyes narrowed like a viper's. "Is there no way to resolve this peacefully?" Xiao Wuye smiled. "I always keep my word. I said you would die today, and die you shall." Thomas stared at Xiao Wuye. He had thought himself broad-minded, but compared to Xiao Wuye, he was nothing. Xiao Wuye could speak of killing with a smile on his face, his tone as gentle and refined, as if he were chatting with an old friend, not discussing life and death. The foreigner behind Thomas nervously reached behind his back. But Xiao Wuye's godlike brain had already scanned the entire night Paris nightclub. Any slight movement was known to him. He noticed the foreigner's action, but paid it no heed. Thomas looked at Xiao Wuye with curiosity. "Since you're determined to kill me, you dare come with only these few men." Xiao Wuye replied, "These men are enough." Thomas' eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Wuye looked at the tense Thomas and asked softly, "Why did you want to kill me?" Thomas sneered. "Does killing need a reason?" Xiao Wuye nodded. "Indeed it does not." The moment the words left his mouth, the foreigner suddenly drew a pistol from behind his back. But before he could aim at Xiao Wuye, a muffled pop rang out. The foreigner's head burst into a spray of blood, and he collapsed to the ground. The shot had come from one of the shadow operatives. When the blood from the foreigner's forehead splattered onto Thomas' face, his right eyelid twitched involuntarily. The foreigner protecting Thomas was a retired Special Forces soldier from the U.S. Delta Force, once renowned as a quick-draw marksman. Unexpectedly, he was shot dead at first sight by one of Xiao Wuye's subordinates. Thomas hadn't even seen the shadow operative draw his gun. Xiao Wuye smiled and asked, "Now can you tell me why you want to kill me?" Thomas stared at Xiao Wuye and laughed. A wild, unrestrained laugh. When his laughter faded, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Wuye and said, "Do you even know who you've provoked?" Xiao Wuye walked over to the sofa and sat down, asking calmly, "Do I have a grudge with your 7 stars butterfly group?" Thomas sneered and replied, "Do you remember the contestant you killed in that warehouse during your first global manhunt?" Xiao Wuye's mind flashed back to the first episode of the global manhunt, when he had killed a foreigner while selecting the team leader. Thomas said coldly, "His name was Robert. He was my brother, my blood brother." Xiao Wuye glanced at Thomas' icy expression and remarked, "You don't look alike." A murderous aura instantly radiated from Thomas. When Thomas was a child, Robert had been cast out of the family. Rumors swirled that Robert wasn't the son of Thomas' father, but rather the offspring of Thomas' mother and the gardener. Because of this, Robert's mother was confined to an old villa, forbidden to leave for the rest of her life. Of course, the gardener had also vanished. Yet Thomas and Robert shared a close bond. Thomas often visited Robert, bringing him money and companionship. When Robert announced his participation in the global manhunt, Thomas cheered him on. But Robert was killed by Xiao Wuye the moment he appeared. Xiao Wuye said softly, "Killing me over a discarded pawn. That doesn't seem justified." Thomas sneered, "You're clever." Robert appeared to be an outcast, but his exile was merely a test to prepare him as the family heir. "And you killed him?" Xiao Wuye nodded. "No wonder." Thomas glared at him. "The power of the 7 stars butterfly group is far beyond your imagination. To the world, Robert was a castaway, but I am the recognized heir. If you kill me, my family will make you regret being born." Xiao Wuye nodded again. Thomas mistook this for understanding the consequences. But Thomas was gravely mistaken. Xiao Wuye smiled and said, "So that's the reason for wanting me dead." He stood up slowly, looking at Thomas. "Now that I understand, you can be on your way." Thomas' expression shifted dramatically. Thomas shouted, "You don't know our family's power. If you dare touch me, they'll make you regret living, and everyone around you will suffer." Xiao Wuye said calmly, "You overestimate your family in the 9 Palaces Church." At the mention of the 9 Palaces Church, Thomas' face twisted in shock. He hadn't expected Xiao Wuye to know of it. But before he could ask anything, a flash of crimson light swept across his throat. Xiao Wuye, gripping the blood blade, severed Thomas' neck. Flicking the blood from the blade, his eyes turned cold. "Clean up. Not a single one of Thomas' men is to be left alive." One of the shadow operatives pressed his earpiece and said, "Execute." A series of muffled thuds echoed outside. Xiao Wuye walked out, knowing the shadow operatives would handle everything immaculately. 8 shadow operatives drove Xiao Wuye back to the manor. After a bath, he changed into casual clothes and headed to the underground chamber, wanting to check if he had missed anything. Using his superhuman mind to scan the hidden room, he discovered a concealed layer beneath his parents' study. The layer was nearly seamless, with the floor almost undetectable even to his superhuman mind. When he opened it, he found a holographic recorder, common in 2049, used as a digital diary. Many people recorded their thoughts in such devices. Xiao Wuye fiddled with it, and a beam of light shot out, forming an image of his father. Though he saw his parents' photos daily, seeing his father sitting in a chair through the hologram stirred deep emotion. The holographic image was as vivid as a living person. The recorder functioned like a diary, with 1 video per date. Xiao Wuye spent an entire day and night in the study watching recordings about his parents' creation of the perfect crime system. Just as he prepared to rest and continue the next day, the recorder auto-played the next entry. The holographic scene jolted him awake. Even Xiao Wuye, being human, couldn't stay awake indefinitely. But when he saw his mother's frantic expression, all drowsiness vanished. In the hologram, she said urgently, "We were ambushed today. The Nine Palaces Church has found us. After 10 years, they've finally come." Xiao Wuye's heart trembled. According to Arthur's notes, the Nine Palaces Church vanished the year Hitler died, nearly a century ago. Though he had deduced it split into 9 groups, his mother's words puzzled him. Why wouldn't she name a specific group? Unless, beyond the 9 palaces, there existed a central authority that governed them all. And that central authority still bore the name Nine Palaces Church. Xiao Wuye murmured, "Were my parents once working for the Nine Palaces Church?" When Xiao Wuye's mother finished speaking, the holographic projection suddenly vanished, likely marking the end of the recording. Although Xiao Wuye's face remained expressionless, his eyes brimmed with an unparalleled murderous intent. "The Nine Palaces Church," Xiao Wuye uttered softly, then climbed out of the well, returned to the villa, and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep. He had not rested properly for a long time. Though he yearned for revenge, he knew it was not a matter that could be resolved overnight. Moreover, many mysteries remained unsolved, such as why Gotham City, originally a virtual city, bore traces of the Nine Palaces Church, and the enigmas of the rhenium and thunder elements. Burdened by these secrets, Xiao Wuye sank into a deep slumber. The next morning, after washing up and heading downstairs for breakfast, Butler Fu approached him respectfully and said, "Young master, the ghost servant has returned and has been waiting downstairs for some time." Xiao Wuye nodded. Having survived an assassination attempt, it was only natural that the ghost servant, his constant protector, was worried. The ghost servant felt uneasy being away from Xiao Wuye's side. When Xiao Wuye reached the ground floor, the ghost servant, wearing a ghostly mask, bowed to him. Xiao Wuye smiled faintly, patted the ghost servant on the shoulder, and said softly, "Let's eat." The ghost servant nodded and followed Xiao Wuye into the dining room. Soon the servants laid out several breakfast items on the long table. Xiao Wuye gestured for the ghost servant to eat, and they began their meal together. Xiao Wuye treated those close to him like brothers, always warm and approachable. Many might wonder why he didn't invite Butler Fu to join them. The truth was that since Butler Fu found Xiao Wuye, the latter had never seen him eat, not even drink water. At one point, Xiao Wuye suspected Butler Fu might be a robot, yet he had flesh, blood, and a heartbeat. In the end, Xiao Wuye let it go. However, since discovering the well and reading his parents' experimental notes and messages, he vaguely sensed that Butler Fu's body likely housed a system similar to the perfect crime system 2.0. During breakfast, the ghost servant removed the lower half of his mask, revealing a pallid face and lips. From what was visible, he appeared quite handsome. As Xiao Wuye bit into a soup dumpling, he suddenly looked at the ghost servant and asked softly, "Something on your mind?" The ghost servant quickly set down his chopsticks, looked at Xiao Wuye respectfully, and said, "Young master, when the shadow agents cleared out the Night Paris nightclub the night before last, they found traces of the surveillance footage having been copied. Someone likely made a copy before they erased it." Xiao Wuye sipped his porridge and said calmly, "You're worried that the 7 Stars Butterfly Group will find out I killed Thomas and target me?" The ghost servant nodded. Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly, picked up a soup dumpling, placed it in the ghost servant's dish, and said, "What does it matter if they know? My confrontation with the Nine Palaces Church is inevitable. The timing is irrelevant." The ghost servant replied solemnly, "Young master, I swear to protect you with my life." Xiao Wuye smiled and said, "Enough talk of life and death. Just eat." The ghost servant nodded and resumed his meal. Xiao Wuye then turned to Butler Fu and said softly, "Butler Fu, informed the others to keep an eye on the Nine Palaces Church. Report any sign of activity to me immediately." Butler Fu nodded and went out to make calls. Xiao Wuye's confidence stemmed from his own hidden cards. Butler Fu spent half an hour on the phone, hinting at the vast network of power behind Xiao Wuye. After breakfast, Xiao Wuye and the ghost servant drove off in a supercar. When not at the manor, Xiao Wuye was usually at the club, his own establishment. The club staff were all members of the Night Shadow organization. They pretended not to know Xiao Wuye. At the club's villa, Austin was waiting for him. True to Xiao Wuye's instructions, Austin had uncovered information about the Nine Palaces Church's central hub. Upon their arrival, Austin promptly handed Xiao Wuye a file. Frowning slightly, Xiao Wuye examined it. It was a university professor's resume. Unremarkable, except that the professor bore an uncanny resemblance to Hitler, as if cast from the same mold. Only the hairstyle and age differed. The professor, a German, now taught at a Chinese university as a bioscience professor, supervising graduate students. After reviewing the file, Xiao Wuye said softly, "This file is too meticulous, suspiciously so. Germans are typically more straightforward. They wouldn't produce such a detailed record. Investigate." Austin grinned smugly at Xiao Wuye's words and said, "Boss, I knew your sharp mind would spot the flaw. I've already completed the investigation." As Austin finished, the ghost servant interjected coldly, If you try to play clever tricks with the young master again, it'll separate your head from your neck. Austin shuddered violently. Everyone around Xiao Wuye knew the ghost servant meant what he said. Any hint of disrespect toward Xiao Wuye would lead to swift retribution. The quotation marks around disrespect were because Austin had never been disrespectful. In fact, Xiao Wuye was the only person Austin truly respected. Xiao Wuye waved dismissively at the ghost servant and said, "Ghost servant, stop scaring him." At his words, the ghost servant withdrew his icy glare. Having interacted with the ghost servant for some time, Austin knew he was a rigid person. So he took no offense and instead moved closer to Xiao Wuye. Austin handed over another file with data sourced from Germany. After reading it, Xiao Wuye was certain that the German professor Conrad had assumed multiple false identities. Without scrutinizing the details, it was impossible to detect the fabrications. However, Conrad undoubtedly possessed deep expertise in bioscience, otherwise he couldn't supervise graduate students at a top-tier Chinese university. Staring at Conrad's photo, Xiao Wuye activated his superbrain. After analysis, it concluded that the facial resemblance between Conrad and Hitler was 98. Xiao Wuye asked Austin softly, "Can you obtain Hitler's DNA?" Austin nodded, then shook his head, looking troubled. "Boss, getting the DNA of the one who died in that bunker shouldn't be hard, but would it be accurate?" Xiao Wuye squinted reluctantly and muttered, "Do I really have to go undercover at that Chinese university for a while?" Xiao Wuye, aged 22, was perfectly suited to be pursuing graduate studies at his current age. He looked at Austin and said, "Craft me a refined life as well. I intend to take the entrance exam for Huaxia University's graduate program." Austin responded with an okay gesture. However, the time for the graduate exam had not yet arrived, so Xiao Wuye still had to wait a while. During this period, he could immerse himself in reading. Though he had scarcely attended school in his lifetime, he fortunately had a passion for books and possessed a photographic memory. It was this that shaped the outwardly refined and gentle Xiao Wuye. At that moment, his wristband emitted a series of beeping sounds. Glancing at it, he saw a countdown displayed. "I have 24 hours before I enter the mission scenario. I suppose I'll need to implant another receiver." Xiao Wuye asked Austin, who nodded. Because the previous strand of hair had yet to be fully analyzed, after a full day, it was still stuck at 18%. Xiao Wuye fixed a stern gaze on Austin and said, "This time you'd better pick a more conspicuous spot. I don't want to go bald so soon." Austin's face flushed with embarrassment at the memory of how many strands of hair he had plucked from Xiao Wuye last time. A day passed swiftly. Xiao Wuye once again entered the mission narrative of global manhunt. As before, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself in a shabby room. Stepping to the window, Xiao Wuye gazed at the foreign faces outside and wondered silently, where in the world is this? At that moment, the Global Manhunt live reality show officially commenced. Host Chen Lufei appeared on the broadcast screen, her face beaming as she announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the first season 3rd episode of Global Manhunt Live. Our mission scenario for this episode is The Purge. This is a survival competition. Completing the mission will earn you rewards. Xiao Wuye has triumphed in 2 consecutive episodes. If he wins again this time, he will receive a prize of $50 million. As for the other contestants, they are all first-time participants. If they succeed, they will be awarded $1 million. I need to inform the audience that there are 2 missions in this episode. First, survive the National Purge Day. Second, evade the Eternal Purge Day and successfully escape to Mexico. National Purge Day is when Country M, to reduce population pressure, selects one day each year where slaughter is legal from 7 in the evening until 7 the next morning. During this period, any action is permissible. Eternal Purge Day is organized spontaneously by criminals aiming to exterminate all foreigners in Country M. The contestants currently in the mission scenario are unaware of the second task. They only know the first. Therefore, to increase the mission's success rate, the number of participants has been raised from 10 to 100. After host Chen Lufei finished speaking, the live broadcast screen displayed the avatars of 100 contestants. Naturally, Xiao Wuye ranked first. Once her announcement concluded, Xiao Wuye and the others already in the mission scenario learned of the first task. They also discovered that the total number of participants in this competition was 100. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuye sensed that the mission would certainly not be simple. Despite the increased count, host Chen Lufei meticulously read out the list of all 100 contestants. Simultaneously, as Chen Lufei recited the names, the betting system was officially activated. In the mission scenario, Xiao Wuye heard his wristband emit a beeping sound. Raising his wrist, he saw a 1-hour countdown displayed. Xiao Wuye glanced at the dimming sky outside and surmised that when the countdown on his watch ended, the National Purge Day would officially commence. With that thought, he immediately used his superhuman mind to scan his surroundings. After about 5 minutes, the scan was complete. Xiao Wuye realized he was inside an old apartment building. This building would undoubtedly become a slaughterhouse tonight, as its walls and doors were all made of wood. If the purge forces broke in, neither doors nor walls could protect those inside. Searching thoroughly, Xiao Wuye discovered a pistol and 2 fully loaded magazines in an unoccupied room. Without a second thought, he left his room and headed toward that one. Passively waiting for death was not in his nature. Though their assigned mission was to survive the National Purge Day, Xiao Wuye had no intention of awaiting his doom. He believed the best way to protect himself was to eliminate the enemy. Approaching the door of that room, he glanced around, then gripped the handle and exerted force abruptly. He broke open the locked door with sheer strength. Entering, he promptly seized the pistol and magazines. To avoid arousing suspicion, he pried open several other rooms. In one of them, a couple was engrossed in a game of poker. This ensured no one grew suspicious. Xiao Wuye checked the time. There were only 30 minutes until the National Purge Day officially began. Staying hidden here would be perilous. Returning to his room, he looked outside and used his superhuman mind to scan the surrounding buildings, but this was an old district where room layouts were largely identical. Suddenly, Xiao Wuye noticed a group of masked youths in an alley eagerly brandishing their weapons. It seemed they had chosen the path of slaughter. His eyes flickered slightly as he thought, rather than hiding, maybe joining the killers would be safer. But before Xiao Wuye could act, he saw a white man approaching the group. However, when the masked individuals saw the white man, murderous intent flared in their eyes. Xiao Wuye narrowed his eyes and mused, something's off. Logically, in the purge scenario, the killers were typically white, aiming to eliminate foreigners. So even if they didn't want him to join, they shouldn't have displayed such hostility toward a white man. A faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth as he whispered, could they be hunters again? His guess was correct. Those killers were indeed hunters in disguise. Their goal was to slay all the contestants. Thus, taking the crooked path and joining the killers was impossible. This time, however, the hunters were not clad in mechanical armor, as in the previous 2 episodes, because the audience had deemed it unfair to the contestants. So this time the hunters shed their armor, but their numbers increased from 100 to a full 1,000. Xiao Wuye realized that the killers were all hunters in disguise, and his mind began to race. Now there were only 2 ways to survive: hide here, hoping the hunters wouldn't find him until dawn, but that idea was utterly impractical. Though the hunters had lost their mechanical armors, they would surely find ways to locate the contestants. They might even possess devices to track them. Another option was to find a fortified place to hide, offering a sliver of hope to hold out until morning. Xiao Wuye glanced at the time. Only 10 minutes remained until the National Slaughter Day began. To flee, he must act swiftly, though the risk was immense. He surveyed his surroundings. 20 killers in all. 20 killers he could still handle. With that, Xiao Wuye decided not to leave for now. Venturing out might attract other killers, complicating matters further. He activated his divine mind to scan the building once more, seeking more weapons since he chose to stay. In M country, guns were unregulated. Xiao Wuye quickly discovered firearms and ammunition in many rooms, including a shotgun in one. For close quarters combat, pistols and shotguns held an advantage. He dashed out, opening several rooms until he claimed the shotgun. That room also held a box of shells. The shotgun could only load 2 rounds at a time, but its power was formidable, firing a spread of steel pellets over a wide area. After gathering supplies, Xiao Wuye returned to his room. Suddenly, the wail of air raid sirens echoed outside. It was exactly 7 in the evening, and the National Slaughter Day had officially begun. From 7 at night to 7 the next morning, it would be a nightmare for the poor. The wealthy had installed state-of-the-art security systems long before. As the sirens faded, gunfire and screams erupted. The killers commenced their massacre. Of course, not all killers were hunters. Only 1,000 were, while the killers numbered several thousand. The killers were mostly young men, along with some gang members and sociopaths with antisocial tendencies. Xiao Wuye locked the door and extended his divine mind over the entire building and the streets outside. Since the perfect crime system had absorbed the element E, upgrading to version 2.0, his divine mind's coverage had expanded significantly. When the National Slaughter Day began, the hunters in the alley shot dead the contestant who had tried to surrender. That contestant died without understanding why the killers had slain him. Emerging from the alley, the hunters split into 2 groups, entering Xiao Wuye's building and the one next door. 30 hunters in total. Xiao Wuye, using his divine mind, observed the 15 hunters entering his building and thought, it seems they'll be exposed. The 15 hunters began searching room by room for contestants. If they opened a door and found ordinary people, they wouldn't harm them. Their mission was only to kill contestants. Xiao Wuye was on the 3rd floor. When the hunters reached the 2nd floor, they kicked open a door and saw someone jump from a window. The hunters rushed to the window. That person was likely a contestant. One hunter ordered 4 to pursue him, while the others continued searching. When they kicked open another door on the 2nd floor, gunfire erupted from inside. Without their mechanical armors, the hunters were like ordinary people, albeit specially trained. Xiao Wuye's divine mind revealed a family of 3 inside, a couple with their 7 or 80-year-old daughter. The couple must have mistaken the hunters for killers. As the hunters kicked in the door, a burst of gunfire struck the one who had kicked it, blood spurting from several wounds. The others quickly took cover on both sides of the wall. Disguised as killers, they lacked heavy gear, No flashbangs or grenades. The squad leader asked, "Did you see if it's a contestant?" The others shook their heads. Their contact lenses showed ordinary people unchanged while contestants appeared red. Seeing no one could identify the shooter, the squad leader made a throat-slitting gesture meaning kill rather than spare. Besides their comrade had been killed, revenge was due. Two hunters near the door aimed their submachine guns inside and opened fire. A scream followed. The woman in the room was hit in the abdomen by stray bullets. The little girl cried out in terror. The man helped his wife to a corner and crouched behind a wall, gripping a pistol to fend off the hunters. Hearing the screams, the squad leader nodded to the others. Two hunters with submachine guns stepped inside. Hearing footsteps, the man thrust his pistol out and pulled the trigger. The hunters fired first, and with a bang his pistol was knocked from his hand. He scrambled toward his wife to grab her weapon. As he reached her, gunfire erupted again. The two hunters sprayed the family with bullets, emptying their magazines before stopping. One hunter said flatly, "Not a contestant." They turned and left, not a trace of pity in their eyes. Witnessing this through his divine mind, Xiao Wuye narrowed his eyes. Though he was cold-blooded, he wasn't bloodthirsty. He only killed those deserving death. Slaughtering even a child was something he could hardly do. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He murmured, "Who says a contestant has to hide?" The viewers of the global Manhunt live show erupted with excitement upon hearing his words. They knew Xiao Wuye was about to begin a feast of slaughter. At that moment, gunfire and screams echoed throughout the entire country. The killers were hunting for prey everywhere, carrying out massacres. Meanwhile, the pursuers were also searching the entire city for participants. In the building where Xiao Wuye was located, a team of pursuers was searching for participants. After they finished searching the first and second floors, 10 pursuers arrived at the third floor, where Xiao Wuye was. Xiao Wuye was in a room holding a shotgun. Using his godlike intellect, he perceived the 10 pursuers searching room by room until they reached his doorstep. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out with a bang. 3 pursuers were immediately riddled with bullets. The other pursuers quickly took cover. Dozens of small holes appeared on the door, created by the steel pellets from the shotgun. Seeing Xiao Wuye take down 3 pursuers with a single blast, the audience watching the global Manhunt live reality show instantly became thrilled. This was exactly the kind of content they wanted to see. Deep down, every ordinary person harbored a restless heart. They truly did not wish to see participants passively fleeing for their lives. Watching that not only made them anxious, but also lacked any excitement. However, Xiao Wuye's shot had just filled their adrenaline to the brim. The pursuers' squad leader gestured to the others, and they immediately opened fire on Xiao Wuye's room with their submachine guns. Although the partitions between rooms were made of wooden boards, the wall facing the corridor was brick. Thus the pursuers could only shoot at the door. In an instant, dozens of holes were blasted through the door. Even the upper panel of the door fell off. Yet there was not a sound from inside the room. Just as the squad leader ordered a charge into the room, another gunshot rang out from within. With a bang, a pursuer preparing to kick down the door was blasted away. His body was riddled with steel pellets. The pursuers' squad leader became furious and ordered them to fire into the room. They shot for about 3 or 4 minutes. Just as a few pursuers were reloading, a gun muzzle suddenly emerged from the adjacent room. The pursuers did not notice the muzzle at all. A bang sounded, and 2 pursuers were immediately struck down. Then another gunshot rang out, and the remaining pursuers were all hit by steel pellets. At that moment, Xiao Wuye emerged from the adjacent room, holding a shotgun in one hand and a pistol in the other. He had already broken through the walls connecting the rooms to set up his counterattack. Xiao Wuye aimed his pistol and executed each wounded pursuer with a shot to the head. All 10 pursuers were dead. After killing them, Xiao Wuye walked over, picked up an assault rifle and a submachine gun, grabbed a backpack from one of the pursuers, and loaded it with their ammunition. In an instant, Xiao Wuye had upgraded his arsenal. Once Xiao Wuye was fully equipped, the 4 pursuers who had gone after the escapees returned. Xiao Wuye, holding the submachine gun, walked directly towards the stairwell. At that moment, his demeanor captivated his fans. Xiao Wuye was clad in a navy blue tailored suit, gripping a submachine gun, with a stern expression, a backpack slung over his shoulder along with an assault rifle and a shotgun. He exuded not only immense charm, but also a rugged masculinity. When the 4 pursuers reached the 3rd floor and saw the bodies of their comrades, they just began to brace for defense when a burst of gunfire erupted. Accompanied by the muffled sound of the submachine gun, the 4 pursuers collapsed before they could react. Xiao Wuye then stepped out from a room diagonally opposite the stairwell. Inside that room lay another corpse. However, that person was not killed by Xiao Wuye, but by the pursuers earlier. That person was also a participant, but unfortunately he was killed without even a chance to resist. Xiao Wuye walked out of the room, unwilling to wait for death. He decided to take the initiative and go on the offensive. When he emerged from the building, the streets were eerily quiet with no one in sight. After all, only killers would venture out on National Purge Day. Suddenly, gunfire erupted. Xiao Wuye looked towards the adjacent building. Inside that building, 15 pursuers were still searching for participants. Xiao Wuye was about to go into that building to eliminate them when his gaze fell upon a closed shop. In the shop window hung many masks. Among them was a traditional Chinese opera-style painted mask. Xiao Wuye had a great fondness for Chinese vintage culture. Moreover, killers liked to wear masks to avoid being recognized and later targeted for revenge. At that moment, the pursuers in the other building were still searching for participants. When they reached the 5th floor and were searching door to door for participants, a sudden burst of gunfire erupted from the stairwell. In an instant, several pursuers were hit, blood spraying from their wounds. As the other pursuers took cover and looked towards the source of the gunfire, they caught a glimpse of a person wearing a painted mask before the figure vanished into the stairwell. Because Xiao Wuye moved so swiftly, the pursuers could not tell whether he was a participant or an ordinary person. Xiao Wuye held an assault rifle for longer distances. Its power was more suitable than the submachine gun. His earlier burst of fire had killed 3 pursuers. Now the remaining pursuers aimed their guns at the stairwell, preventing Xiao Wuye from showing himself. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth. He drew his pistol, quickly extended it out, and rapidly pulled the trigger towards the pursuers. 3 consecutive shots rang out. One pursuer was hit in the shoulder, while the other 2 shots struck the wall. The pursuers immediately returned fire, bullets streaming towards the stairwell. Xiao Wuye holstered his pistol, swiftly descended the stairs, and ran along the 4th floor corridor towards the other stairwell. The apartment building was quite old, with 2 stairwells at either end of the corridor and no elevator. As Xiao Wuye reached the other stairwell, he noticed several pursuers creeping quickly towards it as well. It seemed they intended to flank him from the 4th floor. A slight smile touched Xiao Wuye's lips as he ducked into an empty room. Soon soft footsteps approached, and before long 5 pursuers ran past the room where Xiao Wuye was hiding. Seeing this, Xiao Wuye emerged from the room with his submachine gun and sprayed the 5 pursuers with bullets. The submachine gun's rate of fire was extremely fast. In no time, he emptied a magazine, killing 3 of the pursuers, wounding one who fell to the ground, while another leaped into a room. Xiao Wuye walked towards the pursuers, quickly reloading the submachine gun as he moved. After pulling back the bolt, he aimed at the head of the wounded pursuer on the ground and pulled the trigger. The pursuer was shot dead instantly. The other pursuer hiding in the room pressed the intercom on his ear and whispered, "He's on the 4th floor." Xiao Wuye was like a hunter, and his prey was the pursuers. The pursuer hiding in the room had just used a walkie-talkie to call the pursuers on the 5th floor. Suddenly, a submachine gun barrel extended from outside the door, and a tongue of fire erupted from its muzzle. The pursuer was riddled with bullets before he even saw anyone. Xiao Wuye possessed a godlike mind akin to a cheat code for X-ray vision. Just then, footsteps echoed as the remaining pursuers descended from the staircases on both sides to flank him. However, this pursuit squad originally consisted of only 15 men. Xiao Wuye had already killed 8, leaving just 7. The pursuers grew cautious now. They reached the stairwell on the 4th floor and peered warily down the corridor. But Xiao Wuye was nowhere in sight. Then a pursuer spotted a foot appear at a doorway before quickly withdrawing. The squad leader gestured upon seeing it, and the 7 pursuers immediately moved toward that room. When they crept to the door, the leader signaled. 4 pursuers formed a formation and appeared at the entrance, training their guns on the room. As they did, they saw a figure standing inside, holding a submachine gun. Suddenly, the figure in the room raised their weapon. The 4 pursuers instinctively pulled their triggers. Since it was night and the room was dark, they could only make out a silhouette, unable to see who it was. Yet when they fired, the muzzle flashes illuminated the room. One pursuer suddenly realized the figure inside was one of their own. "Cease fire. We've been tricked," the lead pursuer shouted. But just as they stopped shooting, another burst of gunfire erupted, this time from behind them. Xiao Wuye had repeated his tactic, kicked a hole in the wall, used a rope to suspend the corpse of a pursuer head killed like a puppet in the room. He created the illusion of aiming to draw their fire. Then he circled to another room and attacked from their rear. Holding 2 submachine guns, he pulled the triggers. A flash of fire lit the scene as bullets struck the 7 pursuers, dropping them to the ground. But there were too many. Of 4 were killed instantly, and 3 were severely wounded. Xiao Wuye's submachine guns ran out of ammo. He released them, drew a pistol, and fired at the 3 injured pursuers. 3 shots rang out, each a headshot. After killing the pursuers, Xiao Wuye didn't rush to scavenge supplies. Instead, he swiftly reloaded the submachine guns, then spun around to face a stairwell, his voice cold. "Who's there?" At that moment, viewers of the global Manhunt live show were stunned. They thought more pursuers were coming. But after Xiao Wuye spoke, a young man with long golden hair and handsome features slowly emerged from the stairwell. The man showed no fear, instead wearing a sinister smile. "We mean no harm," the golden-haired youth said. After his words, several more people stepped out from the stairwell, all wearing gruesome masks and holding guns. Giggles came from beneath the masks. The golden-haired man glanced at the fallen pursuers and asked, "Did you kill all these alone?" Xiao Wuye didn't answer his question, but asked curiously, "Are you the killers?" In truth, the question was unnecessary. Xiao Wuye had noticed them the moment they entered the building. From their behavior, they were undoubtedly killers. He pretended to ask, but he had his own plans. The golden-haired man nodded and spread his arms. "Killing alone is so lonely. Interested in joining us?" A soft laugh came from beneath Xiao Wuye's mask. I don't enjoy killing trash. I only like challenging prey. The golden-haired man laughed maniacally. Interesting, more and more interesting. You make it sound fun. Fine, join us, and we can hunt some high-end game. What do you say? Xiao Wuye pretended to hesitate, but a smug smile curled beneath his mask. These killers were madmen who killed to vent twisted emotions. Killing ordinary people couldn't satisfy them. Otherwise, the golden-haired man wouldn't have wasted time talking to Xiao Wuye. In the end, Xiao Wuye smoothly joined the golden-haired man's team. Not everyone in the group knew each other. They rarely introduced themselves. They had no names, only code names. The golden-haired man was called the Saint. Xiao Wuye gave himself a code name, the Gentleman. His attire, demeanor, and aura perfectly matched the title. When they emerged from the building with the pursuers' supplies, only streetlights illuminated the road. All surrounding buildings were dark. No one dared turn on a light. In the distance, sporadic gunfire could be heard. The Saint looked at Xiao Wuye with wild excitement. So where do we find these killers now, eh? Xiao Wuye chuckled beneath his mask. Where there's gunfire we go. The Saint burst into excited laughter. Among the killers, only the Saint wore no mask. Instead, he had painted an inverted cross on his forehead, a symbol of the dark church representing evil and death. The Saints group drove 2 pickup trucks and a van. Once they boarded, a hunt began. But their prey this time wasn't ordinary citizens, it was the pursuers. Xiao Wuye sat in the car, constantly scanning his surroundings with his godlike mind. As their vehicle reached an alley, Xiao Wuye suddenly said, "Stop." Brakes screeched, and the Saint looked at him questioningly. Xiao Wuye pointed a slender finger at the alley. "I saw someone there. Should be who we're looking for." Xiao Wuye was right. People were indeed in the alley, pursuers hunting contestants. The Saint's face lit up with excitement as he gripped an assault rifle. Hunting time. Xiao Wuye and the killers alighted from the vehicle, chambered their firearms, and proceeded into the narrow alley. Nation alleys were typically dim and shadowy, yet each concealed its own secrets. As they ventured deeper, they discovered several hunters standing outside a warehouse. Upon seeing the warehouse, the Saint whispered, "If I'm not mistaken, that warehouse is a sanctuary." The National Purge Day was not in its infancy. This marked its 3rd year. Many impoverished individuals unable to afford expensive security systems pooled their resources to purchase a single system in a communal location. Thus, when the Purge Day arrived, the poor could find refuge in their sanctuary. How the hunters discovered this sanctuary remained a mystery. However, expensive security systems had their merits. The hunters lingered outside, unable to breach the steel plates sealing the warehouse. Unbeknownst to them, they were being watched. The Saint and Xiao Wuye exchanged a glance. Each gripping 2 submachine guns, they opened fire on the hunters. Seeing this, the other killers surged forward, unleashing a torrent of bullets. The warehouse exterior offered no cover, and the attack was utterly unexpected. The 8 hunters were felled before they could react. Xiao Wuye and the Saint emptied their magazines almost simultaneously. They exchanged a look, then reloaded their weapons with identical speed. Xiao Wuye mused inwardly, "This Saint is no ordinary man." Indeed, the Saint was exceptional, otherwise he would not dare to kill without a mask. Slinging their submachine guns, Xiao Wuye and the Saint each drew a pistol and advanced toward the hunters. The severely wounded hunters stared in shock at Xiao Wuye. They had never anticipated a participant would attack them, let alone alongside so many killers. Gunfire erupted as Xiao Wuye and the Saint pulled their triggers, executing the hunters. Once the last fell, the Saint turned to Xiao Wuye and asked, "They seem to know you." Xiao Wuye did not deny it, nodding as he replied, "Yes, they are hunting me." A faint smirk curled the Saint's lips. In that instant, both men raised their pistols, aiming at each other. The Saint's voice dripped with cold amusement. "So you've been using me." Xiao Wuye chuckled lightly. "Afraid?" The Saint's eyes locked onto Xiao Wuye. Suddenly, he burst into maniacal laughter and holstered his weapon. "I've never known fear since the day I was born." A hint of a smile touched Xiao Wuye's lips as he too put away his gun. The other killers joined in the laughter. Then the Saint's mirth vanished, his gaze fixed on Xiao Wuye. "I admire your ruthlessness in killing. Since they want you dead, let's play a game. See who kills whom first." Having spoken, the Saint erupted into another fit of crazed laughter. Xiao Wuye thought to himself, "This Saint is a true madman, but I like it." They then embarked on a hunt for the hunters. However, the hunters were not to be underestimated. They soon noticed many of their own had gone silent. In such circumstances, silence meant only one thing: death. The hunters' captain, Armstrong, was a strategic mastermind. Suspecting that someone was hunting his men, he promptly divided each 30-person squad into 2 groups, one visible, one hidden. This coordinated tactic was designed to catch the enemy off guard. It proved effective. When Xiao Wuye's group targeted another hunter squad, the concealed team immediately called for reinforcements and reported the alliance between Xiao Wuye and the killers to Armstrong. Armstrong promptly ordered a hunt for Xiao Wuye and his allies. This time they would kill not only participants, but also any killers they encountered without mercy. Xiao Wuye's divine brain had a limited scanning range, but he remained unaware of the hunter's strategic shift. Spotting a hunter squad searching for participants in an apartment building, Xiao Wuye led the Saint and the others inside. Unbeknownst to him, snipers lurked on nearby rooftops. Moreover, many individuals within the building who appeared to be civilians seeking shelter were actually disguised hunters. Their goal was to ensnare Xiao Wuye. Though Xiao Wuye harbored suspicions about these supposed refugees, their weapons were far too sophisticated: assault rifles and submachine guns. While M-Nation allowed gun ownership, the poor could barely afford a pistol for self-defense. Such high-end firearms were rarely purchased by the impoverished. Even if they could afford them, they wouldn't. Such weapons were impractical for home use. As Xiao Wuye's group reached the third floor, he noticed numerous individuals emerging from rooms on the first and second floors, murderous intent gleaming in their eyes. Only then did Xiao Wuye realize they had walked into a trap. He gripped a submachine gun in one hand and a pistol in the other. Though the submachine gun boasted a high rate of fire, its accuracy suffered at longer ranges. In close quarters combat, the pistol was more suitable. Reaching a doorway, Xiao Wuye didn't hesitate. He raised the submachine gun and sprayed the room. A muffled thud echoed from within. Lowering his weapon, Xiao Wuye nodded. The Saint cautiously pushed the door open. Inside lay a dead hunter, an assault rifle clutched in his hands, his body and forehead riddled with bullet holes. An ambush, Lu Yanchen said coldly. The Saint and the other killers immediately raised their weapons, scanning their surroundings. Xiao Wuye heard footsteps. Using his divine brain, he perceived dozens of hunters storming the building. This apartment complex was even older than the one where Xiao Wuye had started the game. The corridors were narrow, barely allowing two people to walk side by side. Doors lined both sides, leading to individual apartments. Such close quarters made gunfights hazardous, increasing the risk of friendly fire. Xiao Wuye noticed that due to the corridor's constraints, only the hunters at the front and those disguised as civilians wielded firearms. The rest had drawn military knives and daggers. They seemed prepared for hand-to-hand combat. Xiao Wuye knew they had fallen into an ambush. At that moment, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. He informed the Holy Son of the ambush and instructed him to lead the others into the surrounding rooms. Once the Holy Son and his group had taken cover, Xiao Wuye shot a silver thread from his hand, strung it across both ends of the corridor, and then slipped into a room himself. Before long, a dozen pursuers reached the third-floor corridor and cautiously searched for Xiao Wuye's trail. Using his divine-level intellect, Xiao Wuye observed their sluggish movements and directly pulled back the bolt of his submachine gun. Meanwhile, the Holy Son was hiding in the room directly opposite Xiao Wuye. Upon seeing Xiao Wuye pull the bolt, the Holy Son's face lit up with an excited grin. Just as the Holy Son gripped his own submachine gun and prepared to act, Xiao Wuye suddenly raised a slender finger to his flower-patterned mask's lips, making a silencing gesture toward the Holy Son. This gesture signaled not only silence, but also stillness. A puzzled expression crossed the Holy Son's face. At that moment, Xiao Wuye noticed the pursuers drawing closer to the silver thread. Suddenly, he extended his submachine gun out the door and pulled the trigger toward the pursuers. A series of muffled gunshots rang out. The two leading pursuers were instantly struck by bullets, blood sprays erupting from their bodies. However, as they began to fall, those behind them seized their bodies and held them up as shields. A cold sneer tugged at Xiao Wuye's lips. He hadn't expected the pursuers to be so ruthless, using their own comrades as shields. Then he heard one of them whisper hoarsely, "Charge." The pursuers surged forward, accelerating toward the room Xiao Wuye was in. When the two pursuers being used as shields were dragged to the silver thread, a soft sound was heard. The thread, like a laser, severed their necks cleanly. The pursuers behind them suddenly saw a blood-stained fine line before them and instantly shouted, "Halt." The two pursuers tried to stop, but those behind were still charging forward, making it impossible to halt abruptly. A powerful force from behind shoved them ahead. One of them reacted slightly faster. He ducked his head sharply, attempting to slip under the thread. But he was too close. The thread sliced straight into his forehead. It cleaved through his skull before the momentum from behind finally ceased. At that moment, the pursuers at the rear saw the two in front. One's head slid clean off his neck, while another skullcap slipped from his head and fell to the ground. They too spotted the blood-drenched thread. Using his divine-level intellect, Xiao Wuye observed the halted pursuers and made a gesture to the Holy Son. A maniacal grin spread across the Holy Son's face as he thrust his submachine gun out the door and pulled the trigger. Bullets tore toward the pursuers. The pursuers in front grabbed the bodies of the two not yet dead pursuers from the ground, using them as shields. Most of the bullets struck those two corpses, sending up spurts of blood. Several more frenzied pursuers emerged from rooms and opened fire. The pursuers were no fools. They took the chance to duck into rooms on either side and return fire. A killer standing in the corridor was hit and let out a scream. Hearing his comrades cry, the Holy Son tossed aside his submachine gun and grabbed an assault rifle, firing at the room where the pursuers were hiding. The roar of the assault rifle echoed through the entire building. Meanwhile, another group of pursuers was rushing down from the fifth floor, planning to flank Xiao Wuye and his team. Sensing them with his divine-level intellect, Xiao Wuye's eyes shifted slightly. He then slipped into the room and quietly opened the window. Outside was a narrow ledge. Xiao Wuye slung his submachine gun over his back, crawled out the window, and stepped onto the ledge, making his way toward the adjacent room. The Holy Son's face broke into a wild grin. Despite his seemingly unstable mind, he was remarkably sharp and instantly grasped Xiao Wuye's plan. He opened fire with the assault rifle down the corridor, drawing the pursuer's attention. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye pressed his body tightly against the apartment's exterior wall, moving toward the room where the pursuers were. One pursuer was firing into the corridor when a sudden bang rang out. A spray of blood burst from his forehead, a hint of unwillingness lingering in his eyes. He wanted to turn and see who had killed him, but his strength failed him. With another bang, he toppled to the ground, half his body sprawled across the corridor. The Holy Son realized that Xiao Wuye had taken him out. Seeing the dead pursuer, the others deduced someone might be outside the window. When one of them opened the window to look out, he spotted a figure leaping into the room next to his. Then the rattle of an assault rifle erupted. The pursuer who had looked out the window was riddled with bullet holes. The partition walls of the apartments were made of 2 layers of wooden planks easily penetrated by assault rifle rounds. With his divine-level intellect, Xiao Wuye could pinpoint the pursuer's location through the walls. In the room opposite Xiao Wuye, a pursuer caught sight of Xiao Wuye's assault rifle. He aimed and fired at Xiao Wuye's position, shouting, "The contestant is in the room across from me." Xiao Wuye had already detected that pursuer with his divine-level intellect. As the pursuer fired, Xiao Wuye leaped backward, dodging the bullets. Then the pursuer took a running start and jumped from his room into Xiao Wuye's. Before the pursuer could steady himself, a dark shadow charged forward and kicked him squarely in the stomach. A loud bang followed. The pursuer's body slammed into the wall with a crack. But that sound wasn't bones breaking. It was the wooden wall panel splintering from the impact. Before he could regain his balance, he saw Xiao Wuye draw a pistol and pull the trigger. The pursuer was well trained. He rolled swiftly to the side. Xiao Wuye's pistol rounds grazed past him, striking the wall. At that moment, his divine-level intellect alerted him that 2 more pursuers were about to rush into his room. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's mouth as he aimed the gun at the doorway and pulled the trigger. Xiao Wuye gripped his pistol and pulled the trigger toward the doorway. The instant the bullet left the muzzle, a pursuer appeared at the entrance. With a bang, the bullet struck the pursuer square in the chest, the impact sending him crashing to the ground. The pursuer who had rushed into Xiao Wuye's room earlier scrambled to his feet and lunged at him. Although Xiao Wuye possessed a godlike mind, and his body had been enhanced by the perfect crime system 2.0 and Thunder element, he was after all just an ordinary man with limited reaction speed. When his godlike mind perceived the pursuer charging at him, it was too late to dodge. With a heavy thud, the pursuer slammed into Xiao Wuye's chest, and both crashed through the bathroom wall, tumbling onto the floor inside. As they lay on the ground, Xiao Wuye reacted, first clenching his fist and smashing it into the pursuer's head with a dull thud. His punch felt like a sledgehammer, leaving the pursuer's skull ringing and nearly deafening him. At that moment, the crimson blood dagger materialized in Xiao Wuye's hand. He plunged it into the pursuer's neck, and a jet of scarlet blood spurted onto his hand. Before he could withdraw the blade, 2 more pursuers burst into the room. Xiao Wuye wondered how the pursuers had managed to break through the firepower of Saint and the others. Using his godlike mind to survey the outside, he realized that the pursuers from the 5th floor had descended and were now locked in battle with Saint and his team. The 2 pursuers had already spotted the hole in the bathroom wall. As they approached, combat knives in hand, a figure suddenly leaped out from the gap. Both pursuers thrust their knives almost simultaneously at the figure. Viewers watching the live global Manhunt reality show wondered why the pursuers used knives instead of guns. From their godlike perspective, it seemed illogical, but within the context of the story, the reason would become clear. The 2 pursuers had no idea whether their comrade was dead or alive. If they opened fire blindly and killed him, they would never be able to show their faces among the pursuers again. Moreover, there were 2 of them, and only one Xiao Wuye who wore a mask. They had no clue he was the winner of the previous 2 rounds, otherwise they might have simply sprayed the bathroom with bullets. After stabbing the figure that had emerged from the bathroom, the 2 pursuers realized they had killed their own teammate. Just then the bathroom door swung open, drawing their attention. 2 gunshots rang out, and each pursuer now bore a bullet hole in his forehead. Xiao Wuye had not actually come out through the door, he had merely used a diversion by pushing it open to distract them. After dispatching the 2 pursuers, Xiao Wuye brushed the dust off his clothes. Suddenly a flurry of gunfire erupted from outside. Using his godlike mind, he saw that the pursuers from the 5th floor had launched a fierce assault. Though the pursuers lacked mechanical armor, they were highly trained and coordinated seamlessly. Soon 2 slayers were shot dead by the pursuers. Xiao Wuye was about to go help when his godlike mind detected 4 off-road vehicles stopping downstairs. A cold glint flickered in Xiao Wuye's eyes. He initially thought it was backup for the pursuers, but when the occupants disembarked, his brow furrowed. They wore identical gear, helmets, bulletproof vests, and heavy weaponry. They even carried night vision goggles, grenades, and smoke bombs. A veritable regular army. Xiao Wuye recalled the film, The Purge, where a group of mercenaries had appeared on National Purge Day. Those mercenaries were heavily armed and formidable. They had even used a Gatling machine gun to kill indiscriminately. At the time, Xiao Wuye had assumed they were members of the NFFA, the ruling faction in that movie's America, who slaughtered the poor building by building. Xiao Wuye guessed the mercenaries had been drawn by the gunfire. They were emotionless killing machines that would eliminate anyone they encountered, be it slayer or civilian. Yet the arrival of the mercenaries brought a faint smile to his face. The mercenaries would first engage the pursuers. He could wait until both sides were weakened, then swoop in for the spoils. Soon the mercenaries reached the third floor. As expected, they opened fire on the pursuers without a word. The pursuers were no pushovers either. Having suffered heavy losses, they were seething with rage. They took cover in rooms on either side and began to return fire. Xiao Wuye sat down on the toilet using his godlike mind to watch the skirmish. The apartment building had many rooms providing ample cover. The mercenaries produced a grenade launcher and fired several rounds at the pursuers, each round releasing tear gas. Fortunately, Xiao Wuye was far enough from the pursuers, otherwise inhaling the tear gas would have left him a sniffling, tearful mess, ruining his image as a suited gangster. After firing the gas, the mercenaries donned gas masks and advanced. The pursuers had received anti-tear gas training. Covering their mouths and noses, they managed to fight back, even with their eyes stinging. A volley of gunfire rang out, hitting two mercenaries. Their bulletproof vests absorbed the shots, causing pain, but no fatalities. The slayers also opened fire, compelled by the suffocating tear gas. Their random barrage proved somewhat effective. A bullet struck a mercenary in the neck. Blood spurted out instantly. Another mercenary took a bullet to the leg. By a twist of fate, he collapsed right outside Xiao Wuye's room. He crawled inside and propped himself against the door. Viewers of the live global Manhunt held their breath, realizing Xiao Wuye and the mercenary were separated only by a wooden door. Another mercenary entered to tend to the wounded man's injuries. Xiao Wuye sat on the toilet, pistol in hand, weighing whether to intervene. He shook his head ruefully, lamenting his apparent knack for attracting trouble. He had even drawn in mercenaries. At that moment, the mercenaries and the pursuers were locked in combat. The slayers found themselves caught between the two factions. The weaponry and equipment of the slayers and the pursuers were far inferior to those of the mercenaries. Xiao Wuye hesitated for a brief moment, yet he refrained from making the first move. Their mission was to survive the National Purge Day, to evade the relentless hunt from 7 in the evening until 7 the next morning. A full 12 hours of pursuit. Xiao Wuye and the other contestants remained unaware that another task awaited them after the Purge Day ended. The corridor was now thick with tear gas, slowly seeping into the rooms on either side. The slayers choked, and weeping uncontrollably, could no longer mount a defense. The Saint, more astute, opened a window and crawled outside. Hearing the gunfire subside, the mercenary leader made a gesture, and his men advanced forward. Their goggles offered night vision and could detect body heat through the haze of tear gas. A burst of gunfire erupted. The slayers in the front room were gunned down by the mercenaries. Xiao Wuye, utilizing his divine mind, observed the mercenaries slaughtering the slayers, his expression utterly unchanged. To him, this world was not his own, and its events could not stir his emotions. Nor did Xiao Wuye exploit the slayers. Their relationship was at best one of cooperation. He also noticed the Saint had climbed out the window and was now pressed against the wall outside. The Saint too seemed unmoved by the deaths of his men. After eliminating the slayers, the mercenaries turned toward the pursuers. Though professionally trained, the pursuers were not immune to the tear gas. They were now tearful and bleary-eyed. The only difference between them and the slayers was that they still managed to hold their guns. Given the current situation, the room where Xiao Wuye was hiding was ironically the safest spot. Though a wounded mercenary leaned against the bathroom door, no one had searched his room. At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's lips. The gunfire outside continued unabated. The pursuers' eyes streamed with tears, blurring their vision until they could barely open them. When the mercenaries reached a doorway, the pursuers could only make out vague shadows moving past. Before that pursuer could even fire, a hail of bullets rang out. He was instantly riddled with holes. Xiao Wuye, witnessing the carnage through his divine mind, mused inwardly. These people rely too heavily on their mechanical armor. Without it, their combat effectiveness is diminished by more than a little. The battle raged on for another 20-odd minutes, finally ceasing when the last pursuer was killed by the mercenaries. The mercenaries then checked the rear rooms, and finding no one, they turned back. 2 mercenaries then helped the wounded one who had been leaning by the bathroom door and left. No one had searched Xiao Wuye's room. As he watched the mercenaries depart, a slight smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, the Saint, clinging to the outside of the window, was nearing his limit. His legs were trembling, having stood for so long on such a narrow ledge. It was a miracle he hadn't fallen. When he saw the mercenaries leave, he hesitated, wondering whether to jump down. Suddenly, a hand reached out to him. "Still want to hang around a bit longer?" Hearing this, the Saint's face broke into a maniacal grin. He had thought Xiao Wuye was dead. Xiao Wuye pulled the Saint back into the room. The tear gas had dissipated by now. After gathering supplies, Xiao Wuye and the saint quickly fled the apartment building. The saint was equally cold-blooded. His expression remained impassive as he saw so many of his own men dead in the rooms. As the saint would say, people can be replaced. There are always more slayers to be found. Once outside, Xiao Wuye and the saint ducked into an alley, knowing the main street was too exposed. The saint intended to find more people. He claimed to know of a slayer gathering spot where lone slayers waited to form teams. Slayers rarely acted alone, for on National Purge Day, not only the poor suffered high mortality rates, but the slayers as well. The slayers at these gathering spots usually harbored grudges and sought revenge during the Purge Day. To recruit them, one had to help them exact that revenge first. Xiao Wuye followed the saint as they ran toward the slayer gathering spot. Along the way, they saw countless corpses, some lying in the streets, others hanging from trees, and some decapitated. Xiao Wuye looked upon the dead without a flicker of emotion, for this was the reality, the survival of the fittest. This was precisely why Xiao Wuye sought to grow stronger. He had no desire to become a lamb for slaughter. He preferred to be the hunter. Just as they stood at the mouth of an alley preparing to cross a street, a sedan suddenly appeared on the distant road. When the sedan was still 50 meters from their alley, all four of its tires blew out simultaneously. Xiao Wuye was about to activate his divine mind to survey the scene when abruptly the rear door of a large truck parked at the other end of the alley swung open. A man in a peaked cap emerged, gripping a heavy Gatling gun, and opened fire on the disabled sedan. The Gatling's barrels began to spin, spewing tongues of flame as a stream of bullets tore through the air. Dozens of bullets instantly pierced the sedan's body. The three occupants inside hadn't even managed to get out before they were hit, blood spraying in jets. Xiao Wuye and the saint retreated deeper into the alley. The man in the peaked cap continued firing for several minutes, only stopping after the sedan exploded. A pile of spent shell casings lay scattered at his feet. Only when he was certain everyone in the car was dead did the truck's rear door slowly close. "Who the hell are these people?" the saint muttered in confusion. Xiao Wuye used his divine mind to peer inside the truck. He saw the man in the peaked cap pick up a walkie-talkie to inquire about the other squads. A reply came through shortly. The person on the walkie-talkie addressed him as Colonel, but the man rebuked him sharply. The speaker then corrected himself, calling him Butcher. Xiao Wuye could now confirm that these mercenaries were indeed from the country's military. At this thought, Xiao Wuye's eyes flickered slightly. He deliberately said, "This guy should be with those well-equipped ones. But why would the NFFA dress up like this on National Purge Day?" As expected, the saint's expression shifted dramatically at the mention of NFFA. The NFFA was the ruling party of the United States in the mission scenario, translated as the new founding fathers of America. Those mercenaries were nothing but regular soldiers in disguise. Although the population was somewhat overburdened in the context of the purge, the then American government devised this method of culling the poor. But deploying regular troops to act as killers and carry out massacres was going too far. It also broke the rules. According to regulations, no government agency was permitted to participate on the day of the purge. The Holy Son's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he said coldly, "Since you've chosen to break the rules first, don't blame us." Upon hearing the Holy Son's words, Xiao Wuye thought he intended to strike at the military or the U.S. government. Little did he expect that it was precisely his own instigation that would lead to the birth of the eternal purge. After waiting in the alley for a while, once the large truck drove away, Xiao Wuye and the Holy Son emerged and crossed the street into another narrow lane. After threading through two more alleys, Xiao Wuye followed the Holy Son to a church. He never imagined that a gathering place for killers would be a church. When they stepped inside, they found 7 or 8 people sitting there as if in prayer. A manic grin spread across the Holy Son's face as he said, "Everyone, how about going out for some exercise?" Those who had been praying raised their heads slowly to look at him. At that moment, 3 people stood up. This signified their willingness to follow the Holy Son. He turned to the others and said coldly, "Don't you want revenge?" After he spoke, a burly man with a beard suddenly looked up and said in a chilly tone, "I want revenge, but I'm afraid you don't have the guts." A wild laugh burst from the Holy Son. "There's no place I don't dare to go. Name it." The bearded man stared at him and said coldly, "Connor's Villa." The smile on the Holy Son's face froze instantly. Xiao Wuye became intrigued by Connor's Villa. The Holy Son asked doubtfully, "Are you talking about Connor, the owner of the new national security company?" The bearded man nodded. The Holy Son suddenly burst into mad laughter, shouting excitedly, "Killing the rich. I like it." The bearded man asked in shock, "You agree?" The Holy Son stared at him with excitement. "Of course. Killing the rich. Don't you think it's thrilling?" The bearded man held his gaze for a moment, then finally stood up as well. The remaining few also rose to their feet. They too wanted to stretch their legs, especially to go after the wealthy. With the manpower assembled, all that remained was weapons. Most lone wolf killers didn't have decent gear. The Holy Son had 3 off-road vehicles stolen, and then they returned to the apartment building where they had encountered the mercenaries. Those mercenaries were fully equipped. They only killed and had no interest in looting the weapons of killers or bounty hunters. If no one had been there, since the arms should still be there. Sure enough, when they reached the third floor of the apartment, they found the weapons untouched. After the newly joined killers armed themselves, they drove straight toward Connor's villa. The Holy Son was not only insane, but also cunning. He knew that the later recruits had only agreed to join because he had promised to kill Connor. To establish his authority, the Holy Son decided to make an example of Connor, showing them just how audacious he could be. It was Xiao Wuye's first time in the wealthy district of the mission scenario. The contrast between the rich and poor areas was like night and day. Exquisite villas and beautiful surroundings. The comparison was heaven and hell. Connor's home was the largest villa in the neighborhood. Xiao Wuye and the others parked nearby. They saw that the windows and doors were covered with thick steel plates, and the perimeter was bristling with surveillance cameras. Activating his super brain, Xiao Wuye scanned the villa. On the second floor, the muscular Connor was playing cards with two blonde women. Downstairs, two white security guards were drinking beer and watching TV, assault rifles in hand. According to the purge rules, Connor didn't need to hire guards since killers were forbidden from entering wealthy areas to attack the rich. Besides, his security system was formidable. The steel plates were specially made and ordinary guns couldn't penetrate them. Hiring the two bodyguards was just for peace of mind. Xiao Wuye looked at the steel plates and said, "It seems it won't be easy to break in." A crazed grin spread across the Holy Son's face. He pulled out a black backpack, one they had also taken from the apartment. Xiao Wuye hadn't paid it much attention at the time, but when the Holy Son opened it, he saw it was packed with C4 explosives. The Holy Son tossed the backpack to the bearded man and said, "Time for your show." Ever since he had laid eyes on Connor's villa, the man's gaze had been filled with murderous intent. He took the backpack without a second thought, opened the car door, and strode toward Connor's house. Xiao Wuye watched his retreating figure and suddenly said, "Watch out for the cameras." The bearded man glanced around the villa and saw it was covered with surveillance. He nodded and crept stealthily toward the house. Remarkably, the bearded man managed to evade the cameras. He plastered the C4 onto the steel plate of the front door. But just as he finished planting the explosives and was leaving, the two men watching TV happened to glance at the monitor and caught a glimpse of his back. The two guards immediately went on high alert. One of them picked up his assault rifle and stood up ready to check the situation outside. At that moment, a thunderous explosion rang out. The steel plate covering the front door was blasted clean off. Connor, who had been playing cards, leaped up from the bed. He turned to look at the surveillance monitor in the room and saw Xiao Wuye and the Holy Son charging toward his villa. Pulling on a pair of pants, he opened a cabinet, grabbed an assault rifle, and headed downstairs. Connor was a former Special Forces soldier who had left the military after getting into trouble. When he reached the ground floor, a burst of gunfire erupted. The two bodyguards he had hired proved useful. Upon seeing Xiao Wuye and the others rushing the villa, they raised their rifles and opened fire. Xiao Wuye and his group scrambled for cover. Then Connor's roar reached their ears. "Do you know who I am? I'm Connor Bryant. Coming after me? Are you out of your minds?" Xiao Wuye and his companions crouched behind cover, observing Connor's villa. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Wuye's lips as he heard Connor's taunts. He had initially intended to ignore the tasks and backgrounds within the mission scenarios. However, ever since the Gotham City mission scenario had introduced the Ytterbium element, the Thunder element, and the Nine Palaces Tribunal, something had changed. Xiao Wuye couldn't shake the feeling that these mission scenarios were somehow connected to reality. With this thought in mind, he turned to the Holy Son and asked, "Is this Connor really that formidable?" The Holy Son sneered dismissively. "Connor is a lackey of the new Founding Fathers Party in charge of security. He was one of those who proposed the National Purge Day." Xiao Wuye hadn't expected Connor to wield such influence. The Holy Son continued, "Connor's background is no simple matter. Did you see his face? He's not actually American. Word has it he's German, who came to the U.S. 10 years ago and founded a security company called Six-Winged Cicada." Xiao Wuye's eyes narrowed slightly at this revelation. He peered cautiously at the steel plates descending over Connor's villa windows. Those plates were engraved with a cicada. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now he noticed that the cicada indeed had 6 wings. And within the Nine Palaces Tribunal, one of the palaces was precisely the 6-winged cicada. Xiao Wuye hadn't anticipated that information related to the Nine Palaces Tribunal would surface in the Human Purge Plan mission scenario. What's more, this time a major boss had appeared directly. Xiao Wuye was certain this was no coincidence. Yet he found himself in a passive position. Though he wished to question Connor about the Nine Palaces Tribunal, he was currently in the middle of a globally broadcast mission scenario. Asking about the tribunal would effectively announce his investigation to the world. That would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Nine Palaces Tribunal. Xiao Wuye preferred to operate from the shadows. He wasn't ready to step into the light just yet. Fortunately, he possessed a god-tier mind. Upon realizing Connor's likely affiliation with the Nine Palaces Tribunal, he immediately used his god-tier mind to meticulously scan Connor's villa. He hoped to uncover some useful information. And indeed, Xiao Wuye discovered a hidden chamber in Connor's bedroom, filled with numerous boxes. These boxes were carved with the pattern of the 6-winged cicada. As his god-tier mind scanned those boxes, he was startled to find that it couldn't penetrate them. This only piqued Xiao Wuye's interest further. Perhaps those boxes contained blue sapphires imbued with the ytterbium element. With this thought, he turned to the Holy Sun and asked, "Isn't it said that the wealthy enjoy collecting rare and peculiar items? Given how grand Connor's villa is, might he have some strange collections?" A mad grin spread across the Holy Sun's face. "I've heard that Connor has a fondness for collecting objects imbued with mysterious power. After we kill him, we can search for them and see what kind of mysterious power those things truly hold." A subtle smile tugged at Xiao Wuye's lips. He hadn't expected the Holy Sun to be so cooperative. Just then his god-tier mind detected Connor pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Xiao Wuye guessed Connor was calling for backup. "We'd better finish this quickly," Xiao Wuye whispered urgently. "If his reinforcements arrive, we'll be in trouble." The Holy Sun nodded in agreement. Given Connor's status, it was only natural he'd summon help. Although police and military were forbidden from intervening on National Purge Day, that rule was only for the poor. The Holy Sun made a hand signal to Big Beard and the others. They nodded and advanced with their guns raised. From the surveillance feed, Connor's 2 bodyguards saw them approaching and tensed up immediately. After all, Xiao Wuye's group outnumbered them. Watching from the monitors, Connor gave a subtle signal to his bodyguards. They nodded and positioned themselves on either side of the doorway. As Big Beard and his men rushed toward the villa's entrance, the bodyguards opened fire. A barrage of gunfire erupted. Big Beard quickly rolled aside to return fire. From his vantage point, Xiao Wuye had a clear shot at one bodyguard's head. He raised his assault rifle and pulled the trigger. A single gunshot rang out. The bodyguard's head exploded in a spray of blood. The other bodyguard immediately ducked back inside. Seeing one of the bodyguards taken down, a manic grin spread across the Holy Sun's face as he charged out from behind cover. Xiao Wuye followed suit, his god-tier mind giving him full awareness of the villa's interior. Whenever that bodyguard dared to show himself, Xiao Wuye would fire, forcing him to stay hidden. Just then, Big Beard found an angle that exposed the bodyguard's leg. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Big Beard's aim was true. The bullet struck the bodyguard's leg, sending him crashing to the ground with a scream of agony. Connor's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. Suddenly, he turned and dashed upstairs. When he reached the bedroom, the 2 women he had been playing cards with were huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. They had believed Connor's home to be the safest place during National Purge Day, never imagining anyone would dare to move against him. Connor didn't even glance at the women as he entered the bedroom. Instead, he went straight to the hidden chamber, moved a book, and opened the door. The 2 women, thinking he was going to hide, cried out, "Wait for us." But as they stood up, they were met by the dark muzzle of a gun. 2 shots rang out. The women were killed instantly. After disposing of them, Connor stepped into the hidden chamber. All of this was observed by Xiao Wuye's god-tier mind. Once inside the chamber, Connor opened a wooden box. It was large, about the size of a chessboard. Inside lay a shield. Xiao Wuye was stunned at the sight. The shield had concentric rings of red and silver, another ring of red, a blue center, and in the very middle a silver 5-point star. When not on missions, Xiao Wuye spent his time watching movies and news. He instantly recognized that shield as an exact replica of Captain America's shield. Could that shield really be Captain America's? Xiao Wuye wondered in astonishment. This wasn't the first time such a crossover had occurred. During his previous mission in Gotham, he had noticed that the energy source on Batman's chest was identical to Iron Man's. Whether it was a crossover of storylines or something deeper, only time would tell, perhaps after Austin extracted the data from that strand of hair. After retrieving Captain America's shield from the secret chamber, Connor was far from finished. He then took out a cloak from another wooden box. The audience watching the Global Wanted live show was utterly bewildered. Is this a channel mix-up? Captain America's shield, Doctor Strange's cloak. What else lies in those remaining boxes? They were curious if perhaps Mjolnir was among them. Yet Connor did not satisfy their curiosity. Connor donned the cloak, grasped Captain America's shield, and flew straight out. Yes, he flew. Doctor Strange's cloak could fly and possessed sentience. Meanwhile, Xiao Wuye and his team had already stormed into the villa, and another bodyguard had been slain by the saint. Using his superbrain, Xiao Wuye observed Connor flying with the cloak, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes. At that moment, a ding sounded in his mind. Post-analysis via the superbrain reveals that the shield in that man's hand contains lightning elements. Xiao Wuye then understood why Captain America's shield was so indestructible. Previously absorbing just a trace of lightning element had greatly strengthened his body, even rendering him immune to poison. Now the perfect crime system 2.0 detected that the shield's lightning element was at least double what he had absorbed last time. A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Wuye's eyes. The perfect crime system 2.0 added, host, only by continuously strengthening your body can you increase attribute points without causing harm. Everything has its pros and cons. Although Xiao Wuye could boost his attributes via the perfect crime system 2.0, these points couldn't be added arbitrarily. If the increase exceeded his bonus limit, his body might not withstand the sudden surge in power, potentially leading to self-destruction. That was why Xiao Wuye's eyes gleamed upon learning of the lightning element and Captain America's shield. Xiao Wuye then asked in his mind, "Azuit, why can that cloak fly?" He knew Connor's flight was due to the cloak's power. After his query, the superbrain began scanning the cloak. A ding echoed in his mind. Host, the superbrain detects a mysterious force within the cloak, not originating from Earth, or even from the host universe. Xiao Wuye pondered, is the cloak's power from outer space? What does it mean by not from my universe? Host, according to scientific research, your universe might be a plane coexisting with one or more parallel universes on the same dimension. Xiao Wuye narrowed his eyes. The theory of parallel universes had been proposed over a century ago. Simply put, a parallel universe is one identical to his own. However, the pace of development and evolution varies across these universes. Some might have evolved into magical realms over time, while others might still have dinosaurs ruling Earth. The theory of parallel universes originated with mirages. Many have witnessed mirages. Scientists once claimed they were merely light refractions displaying distant scenes elsewhere like a camera. Yet some mirages defy this explanation. Buildings beyond modern times, flying cars, three-headed dragons, all non-existent on Earth. How could sunlight refraction create such images? Thus, many suspect the existence of parallel universes. Xiao Wuye had seen Doctor Strange's movie, which described the cloak as possessing innate magic. True mages had never appeared in the world except for illusionists. As Xiao Wuye puzzled over the cloak's origin, Connor suddenly flew down from upstairs at incredible speed, trailing a streak of light. Xiao Wuye reacted, first raising his gun and pulling the trigger. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Wuye had switched to 2 submachine guns. Their bullets flew rapidly, but Connor's reflexes were faster. He raised Captain America's shield, and the bullets bounced off without leaving a mark. The Saint and his team also reacted, firing at Connor. As the bullets neared, Connor moved swiftly, leaving afterimages in his wake. Not a single bullet hit Connor. Xiao Wuye knew the cloak was responsible for his evasion. The only way to counter Connor was to attack relentlessly. With that thought, he gripped both submachine guns, using his superbrain to predict Connor's position and firing. Twin streams of flame erupted from the guns. With the superbrain's foresight, Xiao Wuye consistently anticipated Connor's movements, forcing him to shield himself. Connor was astonished, thinking that man in the ghost face mask has incredible aim. Connor didn't recognize the Chinese painted mask, so he called it a ghost face. Xiao Wuye's submachine guns emptied in an instant, and he coldly commanded, "Cover me." The Saint and his team opened fire on Connor. Facing their bullets, Connor didn't even need to raise his shield. He recognized Xiao Wuye as the most formidable opponent and shot him a murderous glare. As Xiao Wuye reloaded, Connor suddenly hurled the shield at him with force. Xiao Wuye, having anticipated this through his superbrain, allowed a faint smirk. He had been waiting for Connor to throw the shield, enabling him to touch it and absorb its lightning element. As the shield flew, the Saint shouted a warning and unexpectedly stepped in front of Xiao Wuye. But Xiao Wuye lunged forward, pulling the Saint aside. He then reached out and caught the shield with a solid thud. In his mind, he coldly commanded, "Absorb." Xiao Wuye caught the shield thrown by Connor. At that moment, a powerful suction force pulled the thunder elements from Captain America's shield into Xiao Wuye's body. Once the thunder elements entered him, they instantly merged with his cells. Xiao Wuye's cells immediately turned silver. Connor's heart jolted with alarm when he saw Xiao Wuye seize Captain America's shield, for many knew the shield's devastating power. He reached out to summon it back, but found the shield remained utterly immobile. This was not because the shield had become unruly, but because the power of the perfect crime system 2.0 was too immense. The perfect crime system 2.0 had now completely taken control of Captain America's shield. Connor's strength was no match for the perfect crime system 2.0. Besides, the shield was never Connor's to begin with. He had merely used some method to control it. At this moment, cold sweat beaded on Xiao Wuye's forehead, and his brows furrowed slightly, for the fusion of thunder elements with his cells was excruciatingly painful. The thunder elements first tore apart Xiao Wuye's cells before merging with them. A single cell or two might go unnoticed, but when billions of cells were simultaneously torn apart, the agony was beyond ordinary comprehension. The human body contains 50 to 60 trillion cells. Xiao Wuye had to undergo complete bodily reinforcement, and the torment was unimaginable. Seeing the pain on Xiao Wuye's face, the Saint assumed he was struggling against Captain America's shield. With this thought, the Saint lunged forward to grab the shield, trying to separate it from Xiao Wuye. Just then, a faint red glow emerged from the Saint's clothes. The light invisible to the naked eye also entered Xiao Wuye's body. Xiao Wuye asked in his mind, "What is this red light?" The perfect crime system 2.0 quickly analyzed the red light, and a ding sounded in Xiao Wuye's mind. "Host, I have not yet determined what the red light is, but according to Chinese terminology, it seems to carry a malevolent aura." At that moment, Xiao Wuye clearly sensed the red light entering his heart. He noticed no abnormal occurrences at first, but soon a wave of intense restlessness washed over him, and he felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Xiao Wuye immediately suspected the red light was the cause. His pupils changed their edges, turning blood red, giving him a sinister appearance. At the same time, a persistent craving for slaughter stirred within his heart. Xiao Wuye thought to himself, I must ask the saint what he wears around his neck, and why I feel such a strong urge to kill. At that moment, a series of crackling sounds emanated from his body as he fully absorbed all the thunder elements from Captain America's shield. Though his body appeared unchanged externally, it had undergone a radical transformation within. His bones had turned completely silver. Though only a faint silver, Xiao Wuye could feel that his strength had more than doubled compared to before. Captain America's shield clattered to the ground. It looked the same on the outside, but without the thunder elements it was now just a piece of ordinary metal. Seeing Xiao Wuye release the shield, Connor quickly reached out to retrieve it. Yet the shield remained completely unresponsive. Connor's face changed color. Suddenly he heard 2 clicks. He looked up sharply to see Xiao Wuye aiming a submachine gun at him. The bearded men had not been idle either. They had been firing at Connor continuously, but their bullets never hit him. However, Connor knew well how formidable Xiao Wuye was. A series of muffled gunshots rang out. Connor's cloak swiftly moved him around with Xiao Wuye. But Xiao Wuye's god-level mind had already predicted Connor's trajectory. A single bullet struck Connor's thigh, eliciting a scream of pain. Connor then directed the cloak to carry him rapidly upstairs. Xiao Wuye aimed his gun at Connor flying up the stairs. However, the submachine gun's rate of fire was too fast, and it ran out of ammo when he pulled the trigger. With lightning-fast reflexes, he dropped the submachine gun, drew a pistol from his leg, and fired at Connor. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced Connor's cloak, creating a hole before embedding itself in his waist. Damaged, the cloak dropped Connor's body. He had already reached the second-floor landing. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his waist and leg, Connor crawled into the second floor. As Xiao Wuye and the others prepared to pursue, the sound of car engines came from outside. Using his god-level mind, Xiao Wuye saw the earlier group of mercenaries arriving. They were followed by a large truck inside, which stood a heavy machine gun. The saint opened his mouth to speak when he heard 2 clicks. Xiao Wuye had reloaded his submachine guns and opened fire on the off-road vehicles. Bullets pierced through a jeep's window, causing blood to burst from the heads and necks of those inside. Xiao Wuye had already discerned with his god-level mind that the vehicles were not bulletproof. While bulletproof glass is thick, the mercenaries' car windows were thin. Seeing Xiao Wuye open fire, the saint broke into a manic grin and joined in shooting at the vehicles. The bearded men also raised their guns and pulled the triggers. In this situation, the odds were in Xiao Wuye's favor. Steel plates had been lowered over Connor's windows and doors. Although the front door's steel plate had been blown open by the bearded man's explosives, it remained the only entrance. For the mercenaries to breach the villa, they had to come through the front door. At that moment, the bearded men were firing at the mercenaries through pre-cut openings in the window steel plates. The mercenaries quickly disembarked and took cover. The large truck turned around, reversing toward Connor's villa. Xiao Wuye guessed that the colonel was preparing to use the heavy machine gun again. Though Connor's steel plates appeared sturdy, whether they could withstand the heavy machine gun's assault was uncertain. Xiao Wuye could tell the bearded man was an excellent marksman. Despite the intense urge to kill gnawing at him, it did not cloud his reason or composure. Xiao Wuye turned to the bearded man and said, "You will target the people behind that truck." Though puzzled, the bearded man nodded. Unbeknownst to all, they had naturally come to regard Xiao Wuye as their focal point.